Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 475 to Chapter 552. Sect Master, these are the people from the underworld immortal cave. The big black cat looked at the robes the cultivators were wearing and recognized them at a glance. That day, although he was lying on the carriage, he saw the black bird fighting the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave, as well as the blood chief demonic dragon and the underworld blood greenwood dragon. He had some understanding of the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave. The underworld immortal cave was one of the three supreme sects of the underworld sky dynasty, so they were naturally very powerful. There were several life and death realm cultivators in the sect. So it's the underworld immortal cave. Mu Qing had a look of realization. She had always felt that these attires were familiar. After all, she had seen the father and son of the underworld immortal cave. Back then, the father and son had come to the Celestial Empire to fight for the hidden dragon coffin with the nine-tailed spirit cat. Let's go with Uncle Sui. They shouldn't do anything to us. Luo Li's little face was tense, and her expression was serious as she quickly walked forward. The six of them naturally couldn't compete with the hundreds of cultivators of the underworld immortal cave. After all, the other party was almost all Fate Realm cultivators. In terms of strength, they were much, much stronger than them. But fortunately, Uncle Sui was there. They believed that these guys wouldn't be so blind. The group only walked a dozen meters. They found that the atmosphere was a little strange. It was getting more and more serious and dangerous. Those red-furred monsters looked at the six of them with fierce eyes, but they didn't move. It was as if Uncle Sui's power was still affecting them. When the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave saw such a weak team walking over, anger appeared on their faces. Which sect are you from? One of the cultivators couldn't hold himself back any longer and blocked the way. We, as soon as Luo Li said these two words, the big black cat hurriedly cupped its fists and added, we're just a small sect, and we're just passing by. I hope that fellow cultivators from the netherworld immortal cave will be magnanimous. Aren't you courting death by coming here? Hurry up and go back. That cultivator waved his sleeves and said with a serious face. The big black cat had a bitter look on his face. Who would have thought that even though he had deliberately kept a low profile, the other party wouldn't appreciate it, but this place was indeed very dangerous. The red-furred monsters were numerous in number. If they really fought, they could only run for their lives. Uncle Sui had already walked to the side of the small green tree. When he turned around, he just happened to see that cultivator from the netherworld immortal cave blocking his path. A sinister glint appeared in her eyes. Uncle Sui stretched out his hand and lightly waved it in the air. That cultivator flew out. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw Uncle Sui suddenly make a move. What did Uncle Sui mean? Could it be to help the cultivators of these six small sects? The big black cat saw Uncle Sui make a move and felt more confident. He looked at the cultivators of Underworld Immortal Cave and said coldly, Uncle Sui invites you. I'm really sorry, but I think it's better if you don't block the way. Nonsense. A cultivator from the Underworld Immortal Grotto was enraged. Why would Uncle Sui protect you? Why don't you try blocking my way? The big black cat raised its eyes and glared at him in annoyance as it said. These guys really had a strong sense of superiority. Did they think that the six of them were alone and looked down on just because they were from a small sect? Didn't they have a big tree to support them? Not only did they have a big tree, but it was also the strongest tree in the entire Underworld Immortal Cave, the most terrifying humanoid creature, Uncle Sui. When the big black cat thought of this, its back became straighter and straighter. There was also a smug expression on its face that was filled with provocation. That cultivator didn't believe it and immediately blocked the path of Luo Li and the others. A roar suddenly sounded. Those red-furred monsters shivered and quickly ran away. Pooh! At the same time, Uncle Sui lightly pointed with his finger. That cultivator who was blocking the way instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Did you see that? If anyone dares to block the way again, this will be the outcome. How could Uncle Sui let you guys off? At this moment, the big black cat laughed loudly. All the cultivators of the Underworld Immortal Cave turned pale and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. They never dreamed that Uncle Sui would protect these six inconspicuous little fellows. Let's go. The cultivator in the lead suddenly gritted his teeth and immediately led everyone away from this place. There was no other way. They couldn't afford to offend Uncle Sway. They naturally didn't have the fortune to enjoy the Divine Origin longevity fruit on the Divine Origin longevity tree. Although they were unwilling, it was still better than losing their lives. There were so many Divine Origin longevity fruits in the underworld immortal ancient land, they didn't lack these few fruits. After the cultivators of the underworld immortal cave disappeared, the 6 of them let out a long breath and felt much more relaxed. All the dangers were easily resolved. Now, they could happily pick those 3,000-year-old Divine Origin longevity fruits. The few of them walked in front of the small green tree. Uncle Sway, thank you. Luoli suddenly opened her mouth and said gratefully. You're welcome. Uncle Sway opened his mouth and said in a hoarse and mechanical voice. Although his voice wasn't pleasant to the ears, for some reason, when it entered their ears, the 6 of them felt a warm feeling in their hearts. In this strange nether immortal ancient land, Uncle Sway, who seemed to have gone mad, was instead the strange creature that possessed the most human feelings. The big black cat walked in front of the small tree and prepared to pick the Divine Origin longevity fruits. These Divine Origin longevity fruits were very big. They emitted an unimaginably refreshing aura of life essence. The big black cat sucked in a deep breath, and it felt as if all of its internal organs were incomparably comfortable. He stretched out his hand and began to pick the longevity fruits. At the same time, the fog in the distance surged and a small team walked over. Nine-tailed spirit cat? The nine-tailed fox walked in front of the team and suddenly saw a small green tree in front of her. The nine-tailed spirit cat that she hated the most was squatting there and picking the Divine Origin longevity fruits with his hands. The nine-tailed fox's expression changed greatly. This damned nine-tailed spirit cat, why was his luck so good? He actually ran in front of her and found a Divine Origin longevity tree in advance. 7th sister, that seems to be 1,000 Divine Origin longevity fruit. The beautiful girl in red next to her looked at the Divine Origin longevity fruit in the distance and said excitedly. Sister, let's kill that nine-tailed spirit cat and take the Divine Origin longevity fruit. The nine-tailed fox gritted her teeth and said. That's not right. Why is there a strange red-haired creature over there? The beautiful girl in red suddenly noticed that female Uncle Sway. The red-haired creature had long black and red hair, which made her wary. A man walked over from behind. He was at the 9th level of the Fate Realm and emitted a powerful Yao aura. He was also a great Yao. This should be Uncle Sway, right? The man said nervously. How can it be Uncle Sway? Aren't Uncle Sway always in a male form? The nine-tailed fox asked. I'm not sure either, but this strange human-shaped creature is clearly different from the red-haired creature. I can't tell its cultivation from the aura it emits. Apart from Uncle Sway, there's no one else. The man thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Damn it. Are we going to miss out on the Divine Origin longevity fruit? The nine-tailed fox said angrily. We only have one life. Let's not take the risk. The man said indifferently. You Blackstone monsters are too cowardly, aren't you? The nine-tailed fox couldn't take it anymore and said angrily. The man looked calm and sneered, if you want to go, then go. We're not going. We're helping the nine-tailed fox clan this time. We don't want to lose our lives for nothing. The nine-tailed fox was so angry that she stomped her feet. Although their voices were weak, they still reached Uncle Sway's ears. Whoosh, Uncle Sway looked over with a single glance, and a huge invisible pressure instantly fell from the sky like a huge mountain. The dozens of people in the team felt a great terror descending. They felt like they were being pressed down by a mountain and couldn't move at all. It really is Uncle Sway. Sensing the terrifying aura, the expressions of everyone in the team changed drastically. Their hearts were filled with incomparable fear. The nine-tailed fox was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect Uncle Sway to just stand beside the team of 6 without attacking. It was really hard to imagine. I told you, this is Uncle Sway. You didn't take it seriously. The man glared at the nine-tailed fox, wishing that he could beat her up. If Uncle Sway went berserk and killed them, they would have died for nothing. Fortunately, Uncle Sway only glanced at them, and the huge pressure instantly disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. Let's go, the man hurriedly said. Uncle Sway had already warned them. If they didn't leave quickly, they wouldn't be able to leave if Uncle Sway went back on his word. The nine-tailed fox kept her mouth shut and left with the team in a crestfallen manner. Meanwhile, at the small green tree, the big black cat had already plucked 3 divine vitality longevity fruits and handed them to Luoli. Because they were too far away, they didn't notice the team in the distance. Only Uncle Sway knew. Of course, Yi Yun, who was in Luoli's mind, naturally knew. However, Yi Yun didn't care about such a small matter. Let's go. Seeing that Luoli had kept the 3 divine vitality longevity fruits, Uncle Sway spat out a word and turned to walk into the black fog. The 6 of them hurriedly followed. Now that they had established some kind of tacit understanding with Uncle Sway, they naturally knew that Uncle Sway was bringing them to find the divine vitality longevity fruits. They no longer had the fear of meeting Uncle Sway for the first time. In the nether immortal ancient land, the further they went, the wider the area. Therefore, Uncle Sway led the team of 6 to chase away those strange creatures and continuously search for the divine vitality longevity tree. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Mu Qing had been observing the Heaven's Mystery Tower. She silently analyzed that their current position should be near the 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower. Now, their speed had already surpassed the cultivators of many factions. Even in the first echelon, his ranking was still very high. During this period of time, although they had been following Uncle Sway to search for the divine vitality longevity tree, the 6 of them hadn't been idle at all. They had been frantically absorbing spirit stones. After absorbing a large amount of spirit stones, not only was the poison in the poisonous fog dispelled, but everyone's cultivation base had also broken through. Jun Maxiao had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm and was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. He was about to break through to the next realm. Luoli and Suwani had also broken through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. Mao Bauer broke through to the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. Surprisingly, due to Mu Qing and the big black cat absorbing a large number of spirit stones, the amount of divinity accumulated within their bodies kept increasing. Their cultivations actually broke through a level at the same time. The big black cat had reached the 6th level of the Fate State. Mu Qing had reached the 9th level of the Fate State. The 2 of them were Fate State cultivators and had just broken through before entering the underworld immortal ancient land. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to break through again within 10 days. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them had also miraculously broken through a small realm. It was almost the same as the progress of Luoli and the others, who were in the Nirvana realm. The 2 of them couldn't help but sigh at the power of divinity. Of course. The amount of spirit stones that the 2 of them had absorbed was also 1,000 times more than what Luoli and the others had absorbed. There was a large amount of divinity in the sea of spirit stones that nourished the body. That was why they were able to break through a small realm. In Luoli's mind, Yi Yun naturally also noticed the phenomenon of these juniors' cultivation base breaking through. He didn't think much of it. Because these juniors were born and raised in the Tsangnan continent, they had never come into contact with divinity spirit qi. Therefore, their speed of advancement was very fast in the beginning, but their speed would soon slow down later on. After reaching the true God realm, they would no longer feel anything special when absorbing such spirit qi. Just like the true gods in the divine land, they absorbed the spirit qi just like how the cultivators in the Tsangnan continent absorbed the spirit qi. There was no difference between the 2. Although the cultivators above the true God realm in the divine land improved quickly, the higher their cultivation base, the longer the time needed. For example, sword maniac Lu Yi had unparalleled talent and had been immersed in the sword Dao. After 100,000 years, she had only cultivated to the 10th level of the divine lord realm. It could be seen that cultivation was not a simple matter no matter where it was. For example, the divine venerables in the divine land had cultivated for even longer. The higher their cultivation base, the longer their lifespan. These 2 were directly proportional. From the 29th Heavenly Mystery Tower to the 39th Heavenly Mystery Tower, Yi Yun had been silently observing the movements of this female Uncle Sway. This female Uncle Sway had walked for so long, but she hadn't gone crazy even once. Roar! Uncle Sway, who was walking, suddenly covered her head with both hands and squatted down. Her expression was very painful. Her pair of sinister eyes were filled with madness. She seemed to be going crazy again. Yi Yun was speechless. He had thought that Uncle Sui wouldn't go crazy, but he didn't expect her to come so soon. It seemed that it was extremely difficult for a strange creature covered in long red and black hair to stay awake. Uncle Sui is going crazy again? Lord Grimm said in a somewhat frightened tone as the six-man team all stopped. Uncle Sui, what can we do to help you? Luoli took a few steps forward and mustered up her courage to ask softly. Uncle Sui suddenly stood up and stared fiercely at Luoli as he walked over with large strides. Everyone was nervous. The big black cat and Mu Qing hurriedly walked forward and protected Luoli. A dazed look flashed across Uncle Sui's eyes. She shouted loudly and turned around, flying into the black fog and disappearing. Seeing Uncle Sui suddenly turn around and disappear like last time, everyone looked at each other and were so shocked that they didn't know what to do. They finally knew that Uncle Sui had a bottom line. He wouldn't hurt them at all. Our luck is really too good. After entering the underworld immortal ancient land, we were taken care of by two Uncle Sui. We went straight into the depths of the underworld immortal ancient land and obtained dozens of divine vitality longevity fruits along the way. Suwani sighed silently. Yeah, it's a pity that Uncle Sui's condition isn't stable and he went crazy again. Sigh, I really want to help him. Luoli's voice was filled with sorrow. She sympathized with Uncle Sui. Seeing Uncle Sui go crazy, she also didn't feel good. Everyone sighed and waited silently for a while. When they realized that Uncle Sui didn't come back, under Mu Qing's suggestion, everyone prepared to return to the vicinity of the Heavenly Mystery Tower to rest. Although they had been absorbing spirit stones recently and relied on the divinity in the spirit stones to resist the poison in the fog, there were still some traces of poison left in the fog. However, there was still some poison left in his body. Now, he needed to return to the vicinity of the Heavenly Mystery Tower to properly remove it. Everyone flew quickly for about 2 hours and finally saw the ball of silver light in the black fog. It was faintly discernible and was filled with a sense of familiarity. The big black cat looked around and said happily, "Luckily, we didn't encounter any strange creatures." Everyone nodded silently. Now that they were near the 39th Heavenly Mystery Tower, there were more types of strange creatures here and they were stronger. Once a battle broke out, it was hard to imagine how dangerous it would be. Everyone quickened their pace and entered the silver light. Wow! It can't be, right? We're the first batch? Mao Bauer exclaimed in surprise. This 39th Heavenly Mystery Tower was much taller than the previous Heavenly Mystery Towers. It stood tall and majestic, releasing a silver light like a tide. It was very gentle and made people feel very comfortable. However, there was not a single cultivator below this Heavenly Mystery Tower. There were only the 6 of them. This discovery immediately made the 6 of them excited. Along the way, there were many cultivators around the Heavenly Mystery Tower. It was not easy to find a place to sit. They had never encountered a situation where there was not even a single cultivator. The closer they were to the Heavenly Mystery Tower, the stronger the silver light and the better the effect of removing the poison. This is great. Mao Bauer was a young girl. She cheered and immediately flew toward the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Mu Qing followed closely behind her. Luoli and the rest were not in a hurry because they were not poisoned. Instead, they slowly walked forward. The 6 of them arrived below the Heavenly Mystery Tower. They took out many spirit stones and piled them in front of them, quickly absorbing them. With Uncle Sui's help, they obtained more divine vitality longevity fruits than all the other factions during this trip to the underworld ancient land. Even if those so-called supreme sects sent out many teams, they would not obtain as many fruits as the 6-man team. Everyone rested for 4 to 6 hours under the Heavenly Mystery Tower. After absorbing many spirit stones, they were all full of energy and fighting spirit. How boring. Not a single cultivator came. Did we run ahead of everyone else? The big black cat opened its eyes and yawned. It was dispirited. Senior sister, we can't just sit around and eat. Why don't we go look for divine vitality longevity fruits? Jun Maxiao suddenly said. Luoli nodded and said, Junior brother, you're right. Uncle Sui has gone crazy. He might not come again. We can't rely on Uncle Sway for everything. It's time for us to look for the Divine Vitality Longevity Tree ourselves. Yes, Sect Master. The big black cat was the first to stand up and said excitedly. Now that he had broken through another level, he was naturally stronger than before. He also became more confident. Also, Mu Qing, the strongest person in the team, had broken through to the 9th level of the Fate State. Their overall strength had been greatly improved. Everyone stood up and left the Heavenly Mystery Tower. They entered the black fog and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, they were attacked by thousands of dark crows. However, few of the dark crows were at the Fate State. After a short while, the dark crows had suffered heavy casualties and left. Finding the Divine Origin Longevity Tree in the Nether Immortal Ancient Land was naturally based on luck. There was no pattern to it. Everyone continued to advance in one direction. Along the way, they were attacked by several waves of strange creatures, but they were all repelled by the group. After searching in the fog for 6 to 8 hours, the group finally found a small green tree in a valley. It was the Divine Vitality Longevity Tree. There were 2 Divine Vitality Longevity fruits on the tree branch. They were all more than 1,000 years old, roughly around 1,500 years old. Everyone stood high up in the sky and looked in the direction of the valley from afar. For a moment, they did not act rashly. That was because there were tens of thousands of red-haired monsters gathered around the small green tree. 2/3 of those red-haired monsters were at the Nirvana state and 1/3 were at the Fate state. They surrounded the Divine Origin Longevity Tree so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Sect Master, I'm fast. Should I try a sneak attack first? The big black cat rolled its eyes and volunteered. Okay. Luoli pondered for a moment and felt that it was the only way at the moment. They were too few in number. There were too many red-haired monsters. Although there were not many red-haired monsters at the advanced level of the Fate State like Mu Qing, there were still thousands of red-haired monsters from the 1st to the 3rd level of the Fate State. That was already terrifying. Once those red-haired monsters went crazy, they would not be a match for them at all. Sect Master, I'm going. The big black cat shouted solemnly and turned into a ray of black light and disappeared. After making a small breakthrough, he could control the arch artifact, the divine travel boots, faster than before. A ray of black light darted over from the distance. Like a bolt of lightning, it fell from the sky and went straight to the small green tree in the valley. Whoosh! At that moment, all the red-haired monsters in the valley suddenly went into a frenzy. The red-haired monsters at the Fate State were the fastest to react. They soared into the sky and surrounded the Divine Origin Longevity Tree so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Damn it. Those red-haired monsters are really fast. The big black cat cursed angrily. It raised its black shield and crashed into the red-haired monsters. The only thing it could do now was to see if it could create an opening. Then, it quickly picked up the Divine Origin Longevity fruit and ran for its life. Boom, the black shield knocked away 7 or 8 red-haired monsters. Then, the big black cat was knocked back. Seeing that this way was not going to work, the big black cat, who had always been a wise man who knew when to retreat, rolled its eyes and turned around to flee. While running, it released its divine consciousness to observe the situation behind it. As expected, a small number of red-haired monsters roared angrily and chased after it. The big black cat was overjoyed. Those red-haired monsters were guarding the Divine Origin Longevity Tree. They wouldn't come out in full force. Now, a small number of them had come out. It just so happened that the 6 of them could fight those red-haired monsters. While flying quickly, the big black cat sent a voice transmission to Luoli. Tell the clan master to get ready. Get ready for battle. Luoli's expression turned cold as she pulled out the supreme golden dragon sword. The golden dragon sword didn't emit that kind of golden light at the moment. The dragon's soul inside was also very quiet. Luoli was used to that. She also knew that the clan master didn't want her to borrow the power of the sword too much. Little black cat, you're quite smart. You've done a good job of luring the snake out of its hole. Jun Maxiao laughed when he saw a black light rushing over unhurriedly with more than 100 red-haired monsters behind it. Jun Maxiao drew his infinite primordial chaos sword. His shoulders shook slightly, and the shadow of a divine dragon appeared behind him. It was the starting move of the divine dragon sword technique. Kill. Seeing the big black cat flying over with more than 100 red-haired monsters, everyone's spirits were lifted. They rushed over and started a fierce battle. Nirvana State warriors against Nirvana State warriors, and Fate State warriors against Fate State warriors. Mu Qing was responsible for killing the Fate State red-haired monsters, the big black cat was in charge of providing support, Mao Bauer was in charge of interference, and Luo Li and the other two were in charge of killing the Nirvana State red-haired monsters. The 6 of them cooperated very skillfully. They annihilated more than 100 red-haired monsters in less than half an hour. That's a good idea. I'll go catch some more. The big black cat laughed, turned into a black light, and tore through the sky. Those red-haired monsters were strange creatures with low intelligence. After the big black cat hooked them again, more than 100 of them flew over. Everyone worked together and exterminated these red-haired monsters. The big black cat did the same thing and kept going into the valley to lure the red-haired monsters. After 7 or 8 times in a row, they killed more than 1,000 red-haired monsters. Everyone rested for a while. The big black cat did the same thing and went to lure the red-haired monsters again. In this way, they killed nearly 3,000 red-haired monsters in one day. Although everyone was a little tired, they were also excited to see the number of red-haired monsters decreasing. They spent 3 days in a row. Using this method, they finally killed most of the red-haired monsters. Now, there were only 200 red-haired monsters left in the valley. Sect Master, let's kill those red-haired monsters in one go, shall we? The big black cat said excitedly. Okay. Luo Li nodded. Victory was right in front of her eyes. A trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Everyone quickly flew toward the valley. Whoosh, a golden light suddenly streaked across the sky from another direction of the valley and landed above the Divine Essence Life Tree at the center of the valley. The golden winged rock? The big black cat's expression changed when he saw the familiar bird in the golden light. He activated the boots of quickness and turned into a black light, pouncing on the bird. He couldn't let the golden winged rock succeed in another sneak attack. Hee, I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. These 2 Divine Essence Lifespan fruits are mine. In midair, the golden winged rock's huge body flowed with golden light as it suddenly descended from the sky. It extended its golden claws and grabbed at the small green tree. Its speed was simply too fast. Coupled with the sneak attack, the red-furred monsters guarding the Divine Essence Lifespan tree could not react in time. Even if they reacted, they would not be able to stop such a terrifying speed. Seeing that it was about to catch the Divine Essence Lifespan tree, the golden-winged rock's eyes shone with a smug look. Previously, it was about to catch the cunning 9-tailed spirit cat, but it did not expect a demonic wind to suddenly blow. That demonic wind was simply too violent, blowing him, the sect master, and the others into a mess. He was also blown to the vicinity of the 41st Heavenly Mystery Tower by this demonic wind. Because he was alone. The golden-winged rock naturally did not dare to fight the strange creature head-on. It could only rush back desperately, wanting to find its original team. Unexpectedly, it sensed the aura of the Divine Essence Lifespan fruit from afar on the way. When it discovered that there were not many red-furred monsters beside the Divine Essence Lifespan tree, the golden-winged rock was overjoyed. Hence, it activated its extreme speed and flapped its wings, breaking through the air and preparing to succeed in a sneak attack. Just as it grabbed the Divine Essence Lifespan tree, it suddenly saw a familiar black light crash over. 9-tailed spirit cat? The golden-winged rock was shocked. It flapped its wings and swept over with a gust of wind. The black light collided with the gust of wind and its speed was affected. The golden-winged rock took this opportunity to spread its wings and soar into the sky. This despicable fellow. The big black cat could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation when it failed to intercept the golden-winged rock this time. Sect Master, I'll chase after the golden-winged rock. I must snatch the Divine Essence Lifespan fruit back. The incomparably furious big black cat sent a voice transmission to Luo Li. Then, it activated the boots of lightning and chased after it at top speed. Luo Li and the others rushed to the outskirts of the valley, only to find that the big black cat had already disappeared. They couldn't help but feel annoyed. They had spent 3 consecutive days fighting the red-furred monster in this place. Just as they were about to enjoy the fruits of victory, they didn't expect that halfway through, someone would forcibly kill their way out. "Senior sister, we're not as fast as the little black cat, there's nothing we can do even if we catch up." Xianxia sighed. "Then let's go back and wait. If the little black cat succeeds in retrieving the 2 divine essence longevity fruits, it will definitely return to the vicinity of the Heaven's Mystery Tower to look for us," Luoli said after thinking for a while. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they turned around and quickly flew toward the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The golden-winged great rock soared all the way. In its extreme excitement, it could not tell the direction. A golden light was spat out from his mouth, and it suddenly flew to the sky above his head, and tightly shrouded his head. This was a small golden bell, and its surface was covered with simple and unadorned patterns. It released rings of light that protected the head. This was the Holy Spirit Bell. Last time in the Joyo underground palace, the golden-winged great rock and the 9-tailed spirit cat had suffered a hidden loss. Because of the pain, the golden-winged great rock had paid a great price to find a way to obtain an emperor-level Holy Spirit Bell. Once this treasure was activated, it could protect his divine soul. In this way, even if there were any illusion attacks, he would not be afraid. "Golden-winged great rock, damn you, don't run if you have the guts." The big black cat chased desperately, and the distance between them was closing little by little. After all, he was now at the 6th level of the Fate State, which was 1 level higher than before. The speed of the boots of immortality had also increased. The golden-winged great rock looked back and was surprised to find that the 9-tailed spirit cat was getting closer and closer. He flapped his wings and flew desperately, trying to shake off the 9-tailed spirit cat. "Golden-winged great rock, if you're AF** king man, fight me if you have the guts." The big black cat roared, trying to provoke the golden-winged great rock. The golden-winged great rock lowered his head and did not reply at all. He flew forward with all his strength. "Golden-winged great rock, you're at the 8th level of the Fate State. Are you afraid of me?" The big black cat yelled again at the top of its voice. The golden-winged great rock trembled when he heard that. "Yes, I'm at the 8th level of the Fate State. This isn't the abysmal underground palace. I'm strong enough to suppress this kid. Why should I run?" The golden-winged great rock was suddenly enlightened, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he snatched the divine vitality longevity fruit just now, he felt like he had snatched the longevity grass for the first time in the abysmal underground palace. Therefore, when the 9-tailed spirit cat chased him, he didn't hesitate to run away. In his hurry, he didn't realize that he was no longer in the abysmal underground palace. His level wasn't suppressed, he was completely stronger than the 9-tailed spirit cat. There was no need to run at all. Whoosh, the golden-winged great rock suddenly stopped in midair. After a flash of golden light, he revealed his human form and put away the divine vitality longevity tree. "9-tailed spirit cat, why are you in such a hurry to chase me? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" The golden-winged great rock emitted golden light and put on a ferocious expression. The big black cat approached him and raised its black shield. It sneered and said, "You finally stopped running. You're like a man. Come on. I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Do you think I'm scared of you?" The golden-winged great rock laughed arrogantly. He took out a golden sword and pointed it at the 9-tailed spirit cat. "This small bell." Yi Futian muttered to himself. The big black cat was shocked. Only then did it notice that there was a small golden bell above the golden-winged great rock's head, which was releasing rings of golden light. "Don't try to attack me with your illusions. It's useless." The golden-winged great rock laughed and lunged forward, waving its sword and slashing at the cat. The black shield glowed as the big black cat met the attack. Boom, the golden sword and the black shield collided with a deafening explosion. The enormous power caused the two of them to retreat. How is this possible? The golden-winged great rock was shocked to find that it didn't gain any advantage in the attack. It sized up the 9-tailed spirit cat again, only to find that the cat had reached the 6th level of the Fate State. However, how could the cat resist the golden-winged great rock, who was at the 8th level of the fate state. Could it be, has this guy's physical body already become so strong? Nine-tailed spirit cat, you must have eaten a lot of longevity grass. You must have taken the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The golden-winged great rock roared. The golden-winged great rock became more and more furious when it remembered that the cat had eaten the 9-leaf longevity grass that it had snatched. It attacked again with its sword aura. Humph. So what? Let's see if I'm scared of you. After the first battle, the big black cat found that although it was 2 levels lower than the golden-winged great rock, its body was so strong that it wasn't at a disadvantage. This greatly boosted his confidence. The big black cat smashed the black shield at the golden-winged great rock. Boom, the two of them collided violently again. Next, a golden figure and a black figure engaged in an intense battle in midair. The two of them fought for 4 hours, but there was no clear winner. The big black cat had a strong body and endless strength. It didn't feel tired at all. On the other hand, the golden-winged great rock seemed to be unable to bear it. The big black cat looked at the small golden bell above the golden-winged great rock's head. A small purple rune suddenly appeared in its eyes. At that moment, it activated the heavenly disillusionment eyes. Although the golden bell was able to defend against ocular techniques, the big black cat had no choice but to give it a try since the battle had dragged on for so long. A wave of life and death transformation. Power swept over and descended on the golden rock's head. Clang, the small golden bell began to vibrate gently, forcefully blocking most of the life and death transformation force. However, there was still a weak trace of power that managed to sneak in. This trace of power caused the golden rock to feel a faint sense of dizziness. This 9-tailed spirit cat's eye technique is really powerful. The golden rock was also surprised. The two of them had been fighting for so long that he was a little tired. However, the 9-tailed spirit cat was still lively. Now, it even used this strange eye technique to break through the Holy Soul Bell's defense. Seeing that the heavenly illusionary eye attack did not have any effect, the big black cat sighed and felt helpless. Now, he only had this powerful physical body left to fight with his opponent. In the end, it was a battle of endurance. Boom. Boom, the two of them continued to fight, and the sound of explosions could be heard. Fortunately, there were no strange creatures around and no one attacked the two of them. They fought for another few hours. The golden rock felt that he could not take it anymore. It was meaningless to continue fighting like this. Swoosh, after fainting for a while. The golden rock suddenly leaped into the air and transformed into his true form. His wings fanned a gust of wind and swept towards the 9-tailed spirit cat. Then, he flapped his wings and flew away. When the big black cat saw that the golden-winged rock wanted to escape again, it couldn't help but seethe with anger. He had boasted in front of the sect master that he would take back the 2 divine vitality longevity fruits. If he let the golden rock escape, how could he face the sect master in the future? After fighting for so long, he and the golden rock were evenly matched. The big black cat did not have any fear of the golden rock. He activated the boots of lightning and chased after it. The golden rock flew in front while the 9-tailed spirit cat chased after it. The two of them played a crazy chase in the nether immortal ancient land. However, there were almost no cultivators who came to train near the 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower, and no one could see them. After flying for about the time it took to burn an incense stick, no one knew where the golden-winged great rock had flown to. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that there was a huge river in front of him. The river was black in color, and black waves splashed out, giving people a very strange feeling. The golden-winged rock was about to cross the black river, but just as it flew above the river, it suddenly saw huge black coffins appear in the river. What is this? When the golden-winged rock saw the sinister coffin, it immediately felt its scalp go numb. An indescribable sense of fear grew in its heart. He had never heard of these black coffins before. Why did it suddenly emerge from the river? Whoosh, pieces of black coffin lids suddenly flew off the coffin and fell into the river. The golden-winged great rock saw everything clearly in midair. It realized that every black coffin was empty. Just when he was confused, suddenly, countless black coffins rose into the air and surrounded the golden-winged rock. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. When the big black cat saw this, it couldn't help but get excited. A streak of black light flashed and disappeared. The big black cat also chased up to the sky above the river and blocked the golden-winged rock's path of return. Golden-winged great rock, you will die if you do too many evil deeds. Have you done too many bad things? Now, even the coffins want to take you in. The big black cat laughed out loud. Don't stop me. The golden-winged rock's face was gloomy. Its body moved and it slashed at the coffin closest to it. This sword slashed at the black coffin, but it did not make any sound. Instead, the sword sank into it. The golden-winged rock was shocked and was about to pull out its sword. Suddenly, a black light shot out from the black coffin and landed on the golden-winged rock, sucking him in. Bang! A coffin lid rose from the surface of the river and covered the coffin. Then, the entire black coffin fell from the sky and landed on the water surface, causing a splash. What shocked the big black cat was that the black coffin that contained the golden-winged rock was swimming against the current as nimbly as a fish. Hiss! The big black cat sucked in a cold breath. The black coffins in front of it reminded it of the hidden dragon coffin. Just as he was about to chase after the black coffin, all of the coffins suddenly whizzed over and surrounded him. The big black cat's expression changed greatly. Those coffins were so weird that even the golden-winged rock, which was at the 8th level of the fate state, couldn't resist at all. It was shot by the black light and sucked into the coffins. It was afraid that it wouldn't be a match for the coffins. The big black cat didn't attack. It turned around and tried to escape through the gaps of the coffins with the swift boots. A black coffin suddenly and bizarrely moved in front of the big black cat's escape route, shooting out a black ray of light. The big black cat was scared out of its wits. The black coffin precisely blocked its way as if it had a mind of its own. From a distance, it seemed that the black coffin had taken the initiative to run into the black light. The black light was unimaginably fast. The big black cat didn't have time to dodge. It was hit by the black light and was sucked into the coffin. Bang! A coffin lid rose from the river and landed on the coffin without leaving a single gap. The black coffin also fell from the sky and floated on the surging river, quickly moving against the current. Looking from afar, the two coffins, one in front and one behind, were like two big black fish that kept swimming toward the upper part of the river. The other coffins also fell from the sky and sank into the river. It was unknown if they had drifted along the river to other places. Could it be that I, Lord Cat, am fated to be a coffin? Lying in the pitch-black coffin, the big black cat wanted to cry but had no tears. He tried to use the black shield to hammer the coffin, but he found that the coffin was soft like a sponge. It caved in, and all his strength was neutralized. This place is different from the hidden dragon coffin. The big black cat struggled for a while and found that there was no effect. He simply gave up. What the hell is this coffin? How can it be so powerful? It put me and the golden-winged rock inside and didn't hurt us. Where is it sending us? The big black cat was a little uneasy. He didn't know, was his black coffin also going against the current, however. With his amazing intuition, he guessed that this black coffin must be sending him and the golden-winged rock to a terrifying place. This time, I'm afraid I'm really done for. The big black cat thought dejectedly. This black river meandered and flowed, covering many areas of the immortal underworld ancient land. The two black coffins went against the current and followed the river through the mountains. Unknowingly, they came to the vicinity of the 43rd Heaven's Mystery Tower, in the large lake in the valley. The first black coffin entered the large lake. The originally anchored black boats scattered in all directions excitedly. This black coffin went to the center of the lake. With a splash, it suddenly sank and disappeared into the black lake. Right after the first black coffin sank into the lake and disappeared. The black boats on the lake were like children, excitedly spinning around on the surface of the lake. At this moment, the second black coffin went against the current and entered the lake. It slid to the center of the lake and sank with a splash. The black coffin sank all the way until it reached the bottom of the lake. The two black coffins lay side by side quietly on the sand. At this moment, the golden-winged rock and the big black cat had no idea where they were. The black coffin lids were still tightly shut, and the two had no way to escape. A huge bone dragon covered in red hair slowly raised its head and looked at the two black coffins. A wisp of strange red flame burned in its empty eye sockets. At this moment, the two coffin lids slid down at the same time. The golden-winged roc and the big black cat sat up from the coffins almost at the same time. What is that? When the two of them saw a huge creature covered in red fur right in front of them, they were shocked. This is a bone dragon? The big black cat's eyes flashed. Seeing that the huge body was in the shape of a dragon, it roughly understood. It seemed that this underworld immortal ancient land really did have a dragon cave. If there was a dragon cave, then an ancient divine dragon must have fallen here. The skeleton of a divine dragon must have been contaminated by a strange power, turning into its current terrifying appearance covered in red hair. Different from the horrified golden-winged roc, the big black cat was still somewhat excited. It suddenly took out the yellowed map of the dragon cave and began to compare it with the surrounding environment. Although it knew that it was very dangerous and whether it could survive was still unknown, it had never forgotten the mission given by the old master. Even if it died, the big black cat felt that it was worth it to be able to find clues about the dragon cave. The golden-winged roc suddenly jumped out of the black coffin and transformed into its golden body, preparing to escape. However, a vast power instantly descended upon his body, and he was unable to move at all. Is this the life and death realm? The golden-winged great roc's eyes were filled with shock as it looked at the huge red-furred bone dragon. He inadvertently turned his head and saw the nine-tailed spirit cat sitting in the coffin with a map in its hand, constantly looking around. The golden-winged great roc was instantly enraged. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you scourge. If it weren't for you pestering me, how could we have fallen into such a terrifying place? The golden-winged great roc rebuked angrily. The big black cat compared the map in its hand and realized that this place was a little different from what was marked on the map. There was no comparison. Hearing the golden-winged roc's words, the big black cat glared at him. If we're going to die, I think you'll die first. He had just finished speaking. The huge red-furred bone dragon actually moved its head closer, as if it was smelling the aura of the two of them. The big black cat was restrained by a powerful force, and it was unable to move. However, the big black cat, who had a strong desire to live, quickly put away the dragon cave ancient map and said pitifully, "Senior dragon god, I also accidentally entered your precious land. I wonder if you can spare my life." The red bone dragon was silent, as if it couldn't understand what it said. The golden-winged great roc was not to be outdone, and hurriedly said, "Senior dragon god, there are many treasures in my storage ring. I'm willing to offer them to Senior, please spare my life." Seeing the golden-winged great roc being so shameless, even more shameless than itself, the big black cat was ready to use its trump card. After all, it had a god-level elixir. It believed that the red bone dragon would be interested in this god-level elixir. However, before it could speak, it suddenly saw the red bone dragon open its mouth and swallow the golden-winged great roc. Crack! Crack! Those huge white teeth instantly crushed the golden-winged great roc, and then swallowed it. As its entire body was made of bones, the golden-winged great roc's flesh and blood slid along the dragon's mouth to a certain part of its body. Then, it entrenched itself there, motionless. Seeing this scene, the big black cat was scared out of its wits. The golden-winged great roc, which had been alive and kicking just a moment ago, had become the red bone dragon's meal in the blink of an eye. After eating the golden-winged great roc, the red bone dragon looked at the big black cat, and its huge dragon head slowly moved towards it. The big black cat was so scared that its whole body was trembling, and its heart was about to jump out of its chest. It had never been so scared in its life. "Master, I can't complete the task you gave me," the big black cat suddenly cried. Poof! At this moment, the red bone dragon gently spat out the golden-winged great roc storage ring onto the sand. The big black cat cried twice, and when it realized that it had not been swallowed, it could not help but raise its head curiously. The red bone dragon was looking at it, but it did not know what it was looking at. The big black cat's heart was beating wildly, and it was extremely nervous. Could it be that the red bone dragon was full? Was it trying to keep itself alive? For a moment, many thoughts floated in its mind. The red bone dragon slowly opened its mouth, and its voice was old and hoarse. "You actually have the luck of the dragon vein of the hidden dragon continent. Hearing this, the big black cat immediately grabbed onto a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, "That's right, Senior Divine Dragon. You're the son of fate, the hope of our dragon clan. I can't eat you." "No, I can't eat you." The red bone dragon shook its head repeatedly, and kept repeating this sentence. It seemed that in its brain, its thoughts were extremely chaotic, but there was a kind of will that was constantly strengthening. Hearing the red bone dragon's words, the big black cat was surprised and overjoyed. It did not expect, that day, Master let it enter the hidden dragon coffin to absorb the dragon vein energy in the dragon cave, and today it would save its life. Hee, feeling the dragon vein energy in your body has made me sober for the first time in millions of years. The red bone dragon laughed softly, and its laughter was hoarse and bitter. "Senior, you're from the primordial divine dragon clan, how did you fall in the ancient land of the underworld?" The big black cat plucked up its courage and asked. "Back then, hundreds of thousands of my great void blood spirit dragon clan followed Lord Ancient Void Dragon into the dark Meru realm to fight the invading immortals. In this battle, I fell," the red bone dragon said in a low voice. "Great void blood spirit dragon?" The big black cat blinked. It had never heard of it. However, it had indeed heard about the ancient void dragon from Senior Blood Chief Demon Dragon. It was one of the 10 great super divine dragons. As for the so-called Dark Meru realm, the big black cat was even more confused. However, he had at least understood a little of what was going on. It was this Senior Divine Dragon in front of it that fell in the battle with the immortals in the Dark Meru realm. "I've been dead for too many years, and this body has been eroded by a strange force. Now, it has become like this, and I can't remember many of my past memories." The great void blood spirit dragon sighed. The big black cat's heart skipped a beat, and it hurriedly asked, "Senior, you're so powerful. Why are you hiding in the lake to cultivate?" "I don't know either. It seems that there's a will in the unseen world that wants me to cultivate here, and from time to time, the nether coffin will send some blood food with strong physical bodies over." The great void blood spirit dragon thought for a moment and said in a hoarse voice. "So, the coffin that sent me here is called the nether coffin." The big black cat laughed bitterly. It finally had some understanding of this black coffin. "Time is of the essence, and I've only been awake for a short time. I have a favor to ask of you." The great void blood spirit dragon suddenly said, and its tone quickened. "Senior, if you have any request, please tell me. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it." The big black cat said firmly. "You're the son of Providence of the great dragon continent. Although you're not of the orthodox dragon clan, you have the chi of dragon veins, and your physical body is comparable to a divine dragon's. I'd like to teach you my remarkable power, Blood Spirit Thrust. What do you think?" The great void blood spirit dragon said. "Blood Spirit Pierce?" The big black cat's breathing quickened when it heard the great void blood spirit dragon's words. This ancient dragon tribe senior was going to teach it a great superpower. It really made him feel flattered. The great void blood spirit dragon said slowly, "The Blood Spirit Pierce is the unique superpower of the great void blood spirit dragon tribe. Without my tribe's inheritance mark, there is no way to cultivate it. Senior, I'm willing." The big black cat patted its chest and said excitedly, "If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please tell me. I will do my best to fulfill them. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. I don't have any last wishes. I just feel happy when I see you as a child. My heart resonates with you, so I want to teach you this superpower. This Blood Spirit Pierce won't be lost in this world." The great void blood spirit dragon seemed to have thought of something inside. "Senior, can you still be resurrected?" The big black cat suddenly thought of the various miracles of the old master and suddenly plucked up the courage to ask. "Resurrect what?" "I've been dead for millions of years. As you can see, if not for the invasion of this strange power, I'm afraid I would have died long ago." The great void blood spirit dragon smiled bitterly. "All right, Senior." The big black cat took a deep breath and looked at the huge red-haired great void blood spirit dragon in front of it. There was an indescribable sadness in its heart. Perhaps this dragon tribe senior had died long ago. What was awake now was just a strand of consciousness. As this strand of consciousness disappeared, this dragon tribe senior was completely reduced to a strange creature. Sit properly. This inheritance mark will take some time. The Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon said. The big black cat agreed, and hurriedly sat down cross-legged in an upright position. At this moment, a layer of strange red light bloomed around the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon. This layer of red light followed its skeleton and fluctuated like a tsunami. It kept surging towards its glabella. It suddenly let out a low groan of pain. The entire lake was stirred up at this moment, violently tumbling, forming monstrous waves that reached the heavens. The black boats on the lake were also frightened and scattered in all directions. Some even jumped onto the shore. This situation lasted for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Seal. The Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon suddenly roared and spat out a word clearly. A red ray of light suddenly shot out from between its eyebrows and landed in between the big black cat's eyebrows. The red light continued to flow in, and in the middle of the big black cat's eyebrows, a red mark appeared. This red mark slowly became lifelike, as if a small blood-colored dragon was coiled on his forehead. With the injection of the light, the red mark also began to flow with red light, covering the entire body of the big black cat. The big black cat was completely enveloped by the red light. The red light on the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon's forehead suddenly disappeared. It lay weakly on the ground, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The big black cat quietly sat cross-legged on the sand. Its body was motionless, allowing the red light on the surface of its body to flicker on and on. The Blood Spirit Pierce superpower began to evolve in the big black cat's mind. Many blood-colored dragons turned into blood-colored spikes, whistling in and out of the sea of consciousness. The big black cat began to comprehend. The mark on his forehead was the Blood Spirit Pierce superpower mark that the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon had passed on to him. This kind of superpower mark was equivalent to the Dragon Clan's authorization. Even if it was taken away by others, it was impossible to cultivate a second time. Therefore, even if the big black cat had the bloodline of the nine-tailed spiritual cat, it still had the chi of the dragon bloodline. With this superpower mark, it could still comprehend the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon's supreme superpower. Just as the big black cat was comprehending the Blood Spirit Pierce superpower. Luoli and the other four had returned to the bottom of the 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower. They took out spiritual stones and kept absorbing while waiting for the big black cat to return. At this moment, a team of dozens of people walked out of the black fog and entered the area shrouded by the silver light. Everyone's face was pale and shrouded in a layer of black chi. It was only when they entered the range of the Heaven's Mystery Tower that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Someone actually walked in front of us? When this team saw that there were 5 people at the bottom of the Heaven's Mystery Tower, they couldn't help but be stunned. In this team of 5, the highest cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the Fate Realm. The rest were all at the Nirvana Realm. Such a team had actually arrived at the 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower in advance. It was really hard to imagine. However, because the poison in their bodies was rather deep, this team immediately found a good place to sit down and began to dispel the poison in their bodies. Luoli and the others focused on absorbing the spiritual stones and didn't care about what was happening outside. As time passed, people gradually entered the range of the Heaven's Mystery Tower's silver light. The 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower gradually became lively. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the bottom of the black lake, the layer of red light on the big black cat's body disappeared. However, the red dragon-shaped mark on his forehead was still vividly imprinted on it and didn't disappear. This blood spirit stab is indeed a supreme superpower. The big black cat opened its eyes and a bright light flashed across its eyes. It took a deep breath and clicked its tongue as it spoke in admiration. The blood spirit stab was also a killing superpower. The Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon had directly imprinted this superpower to him. After 3 days, he had completely comprehended it. This was the advantage of imprinted inheritance. The speed of comprehension was fast. It was equivalent to transferring a ready-made superpower from one person to another. The big black cat stood up and took 2 steps forward. He looked at the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon lying at the bottom of the lake and said softly, "Senior, I have already mastered the Blood Spirit Stab." The Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon still seemed to be in a deep sleep and didn't open its eyes. The big black cat looked at the huge skeleton and saw that the lump of flesh that had swallowed the golden-winged great rock had been reduced by half. It seemed that this senior had used up too much energy to impart the blood spirit stab superpower to him and had fallen into a deep sleep. Before imparting the superpower to me, this senior said that there was a limit to how long he could stay awake. I'm afraid he was also telling me that once I finish comprehending the superpower, I have to leave this place as soon as possible. The big black cat muttered to himself. The great void blood spirit dragon's wisp of consciousness had probably disappeared. Now that it had fallen into a deep sleep, it was just a kind of self-adjustment. He wanted to take this opportunity to leave this lake quickly and return to find the sect leader and the others. The big black cat's eyes flashed and he saw a storage ring on the sandy ground. It was the golden-winged great rock storage ring. The big black cat grabbed it and used brute force to break the restriction on it. He used his divine consciousness to take a look and found that the divine vitality life tree was inside the storage ring. There were also 2 green divine vitality life fruits hanging on the small green tree. Golden-winged great rock. You're really too smart for your own good. You stole my divine vitality longevity fruit, but I didn't expect you to let me obtain a supreme divine ability called the blood spirit stab. In the end, you even lost your life and let me take advantage of you. The big black cat's lips curled into a cold smile. The big black cat sneered a few times, its mood getting better and better. The golden-winged rock had fought with him several times in the 9 Serenities underground palace, and they had a grudge against each other. In the nether immortal ancient land, the golden-winged rock had found trouble with him twice. This time, if he hadn't met the nether coffin in the river, it would have been very difficult for him to catch the golden-winged rock. The big black cat put away the storage ring. He glanced at the great void blood spirit dragon and found that it was still in a deep sleep. He had no choice but to bow 3 times. The big black cat was about to turn and leave, but his body suddenly stopped. Senior, you have helped me before. If I leave like this, I will seem heartless. The big black cat sighed and touched his storage ring gently. Finally, he took out 10 divine level elixirs and gently placed them in front of the great void blood spirit dragon. Senior, maybe you won't recognize me the next time we meet, but I hope you can recover as soon as possible. The big black cat put his hands together and muttered a few words to himself. Then, in a flash, he shot up from the lake. Splash, the lake water churned. The big black cat rushed out of the lake and floated in the air. Squeak, 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 the black boats on the lake saw a living person rushing out of the lake and immediately made a strange noise. What are these things? Are they also strange creatures? Looking at the black boats that could make noise, the big black cat was shocked. Some of the black boats quickly rushed to the big black cat's feet. What are they doing? The big black cat stared at the black boats below. The next moment, the big black cat's eyes bulged and almost fell out. Each black boat stretched out a dozen small black tentacles and grabbed at him like the claws of an octopus. The big black cat was shocked. He reacted quickly and immediately activated the boots of speed. He turned into a black light and broke through the sky. Countless black tentacles missed their target. The black tentacles shrunk back like a tide, shrinking back into the body of the boat and disappearing completely. From afar, these small boats were no different from ordinary boats. Although he had failed. However, these black boats did not seem to care. Some of them stopped in the middle of the lake, while others slid to the shore. The big black cat couldn't tell its direction in the black fog. After flying for a while and observing the surrounding terrain, he found that he had no clue at all. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Within the ancient land of the Nether Immortal, black fog was everywhere. It was difficult to distinguish north, south, east, and west. If one could not find the Heavenly Mystery Tower, it would be very difficult to determine the direction. The big black cat flew in a random direction. After flying for 2 hours, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there seemed to be a faint silver light in the distance. The Heavenly Mystery Tower, the big black cat's face lit up with joy. He did not know which Heavenly Mystery Pagoda it was, but he wanted to fly over and take a look. Although there were no numbers on the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, each Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was different in height. If he looked carefully, he could tell if this Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was the 39th one. As he flew closer, the big black cat rushed into the silver light. This heavenly mystery pagoda was extremely tall and looked very familiar. It was the 39th heavenly mystery pagoda. What the big black cat didn't expect was that after more than 3 days, there were at least a few hundred people below the heavenly mystery pagoda. As for the sect master, Luoli, and the others, they were sitting in the outermost area in a corner. That's not right. We were the first batch to arrive at the heavenly mystery pagoda. Logically speaking, the sect master should be sitting in the innermost area. Why is she sitting in the outermost area now? The big black cat muttered to himself. Suddenly, a look of anger appeared on his face. It seemed that someone saw that they were alone and chased the sect master and the others to the outermost area. The big black cat took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. That was because there were many Fate State cultivators here. The sect master and the others must have been waiting for him recently and didn't go out. Therefore, they didn't need to use the heavenly mystery pagoda to expel the poison. The distance from the heavenly mystery pagoda didn't matter to the sect master and the others. The big black cat flew over quickly. Sect master, I'm back. The big black cat flew closer and landed. He cupped his fists and said with a smile. Hearing the familiar voice, the 5 of them opened their eyes almost at the same time. Little black cat, you're finally back. I thought something had happened to you. A layer of mist appeared in Luo Li's eyes as she spoke excitedly and emotionally. Sect master, it's a long story. Let me tell you everything in detail. The big black cat looked around warily. Then, he divided his voice into 5 thin lines and transmitted it into the ears of the 5 people opposite him. He told them about chasing the golden-winged roc, entering the nether coffin, going against the flow of the river, entering a large black lake, meeting the great void blood spirit dragon again, and receiving the inheritance of the blood spirit stab. He recounted everything from beginning to end. After listening, the expressions on everyone's faces were unusually interesting. No one would have thought that the big black cat would have such a miraculous experience after going out this time. I was wondering why there was a blood-red dragon mark between your eyebrows. So this is the mark of the great void blood spirit dragon's blood spirit stab. Shocked, Lord Grimm sent a telepathic message to Lin Fan. Yes. The big black cat scratched his head and suddenly remembered something. He handed the ring of the golden-winged roc to Luo Li, sect master. The divine vitality longevity fruit is in there. Keep it well. The big black cat said with a smile. When he said this, he felt a sense of pride in his heart. Back when he was chasing the golden-winged roc, he had boasted to the sect master. Now that he had successfully completed the mission, he felt a sense of accomplishment. I'll record this down for you. Luo Li chuckled. She took out a small book and recorded this credit for the big black cat. Then she took the storage ring and put it away. The few of them used voice transmissions the whole time, so the cultivators outside had no idea what was going on. After doing all this, the big black cat sat on the ground and absorbed the spirit stones. In Luo Li's mind, Yi Yin could not help but feel a little shocked when he heard the big black cat's narration of the entire incident. He also did not expect that the red-furred bone dragon in the lake would still have a trace of consciousness left. This red-furred bone dragon's predecessor was the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon clan under the command of the Great Void Ancient Dragon. Among the many dragon clans, the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon was also a very powerful divine dragon clan. They were on par with the Dark Divine Dragon under the command of the Dark Sky Dragon. Yi Yun was not particularly surprised about the true body of the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon. He was shocked that the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon had fallen in the Dark Meru realm. He had been searching for the Dark Meru realm all this time, but he had not been able to find it. In the ancient times, why would the Great Void Ancient Dragon lead the Great Void Blood Spirit Dragon army and fight the invading gods in the Dark Meru realm? Yi Yun murmured to himself. He frowned slightly. Clearly, there were many things he did not understand about this war in the ancient times. In the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven of the Divine Land, Yi Yun had once seen one of the 8 Black Dragon Kings under the Dark Sky Dragon when he was breaking the seal of the Blackstone Treasure Vault. Of course, that was only a wisp of the Black Dragon King's will. Through the Black Dragon King's description, Yi Yun knew that after the incident on the Moon Star, the dark sky dragon of the Sumi Dark World led all his clansmen to attack the Divine Land. In the Divine Land, he engaged in a shocking battle with the three Divine Kings. Later, one of the Divine Kings used the blood-colored broken sword sealed by Zhu Long to cut off one of the Dark Sky Dragon's claws. The Dark Sky Dragon fled with injuries and no one knew where he went. According to the Black Dragon King, the Sumi Dark World had long been empty. Why would there still be divine spirits invading? When the divine spirits invaded, the ancient Void Dragon led an army to attack and engaged in a fierce battle with these divine spirits. The Bone Dragon in the Great Lake had died in that great battle. Why would the ancient Void Blood Spirit Dragon that died in the Sumi Dark World appear in the Nether Immortal Ancient Land? This caused Yi Yun to be extremely puzzled. There was obviously a huge difference between the Nether Immortal Ancient Land and the Sumi Dark World. In terms of size, the small Nether Immortal Ancient Land was far from being comparable to the vast Sumi Dark World. At this time, Yi Yun thought of Uncle Sui again. First, a male Uncle Sui appeared, and then a female Uncle Sui appeared. I wonder if there are any other Sui boss. Uncle Sui, this strange humanoid creature, would actually help the disciples of the Shenlong sect for free. Yi Yun also found it hard to believe that it had nothing to do with the Shenlong sect. However, less than a third of the training time had passed. Perhaps when they reached the depths of the Nether Immortal Ancient Land, some truth would naturally surface. Yi Yun was not in a hurry. It seemed that the rewards of this trip to the Nether Immortal Ancient Land would be great. Perhaps he could find some clues about the entrance to the Sumi Dark World. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes found some divine dragon corpses in the Sumi Dark World and moved them out? Such a thought suddenly rose in Yi Yun's mind. This possibility existed as well. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to have been plotting for tens of thousands of years. His methods were so powerful that it was terrifying. From the destruction of the primeval divine dragon to the destruction of the Shenlong sect, a span of 10 million years had passed. Such a method. There was definitely a supreme existence plotting behind the scenes. Even Zhu Long, a dignified divine emperor, had been tricked. This showed how powerful this existence was. When Yi Yun thought of this, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had broken all the way here. Instead, he found it very interesting and exciting. The mastermind would never have imagined that there was such a heaven-defying character like him who was constantly unraveling his plans. Yi Yun smiled. He tossed those distracting thoughts out of his mind and continued to cultivate. As the black mist continued to surge, groups of cultivators would often charge through the mist in a disheveled manner. More and more cultivators gathered around the Heavenly Mystery Tower. In the distance, below the 36th Heavenly Mystery Tower, the team led by the multicolor-robed girl of the Su clan was preparing to set off again. "Miss, we've only obtained one divine origin longevity fruit along the way. This is too unbelievable," the life and death realm man said with some annoyance. The multicolor-robed girl smiled and said, "Our progress is still a little slow. Perhaps after we catch up, we should be able to obtain more divine origin longevity fruits. Miss, there must be a few huge forces that are constantly sweeping the divine origin longevity fruits in the Nether Immortal Ancient Land. If we follow behind them, I'm afraid there won't be anything left." The man smiled bitterly. "You're right, but the poison in the mist here is getting stronger and stronger. We have to walk for a while and rest for a while." The multicolor-robed girl sighed. The man shook his head and finally looked into the distance. Everyone walked into the mist and continued on their way. Not only their team, but many other teams, including those from the Supreme Sects, had very little harvest after entering the Nether Immortal Ancient Land. Except for some divine origin longevity fruits at the beginning. Later on, the chances of obtaining more divine origin longevity fruits were very, very low. No one expected that all of this was Uncle Sui's doing. The ones who really benefited weren't those Supreme Sects with hundreds of people, but an unremarkable team of 6. In this team, there were only 2 Heaven's Mandate cultivators. Sigh, what an unlucky team. In the multicolor-robed girl's arms. The blue kitten said lazily in its heart. It opened one of its eyes slightly and looked into the distance. Looking at the dozens of Heaven's Mystery Towers, it felt a little headache. When would they be able to reach the last Heaven's Mystery Tower? Should they give them some excitement? Once this thought arose, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon couldn't suppress it. It stretched out its claws and gently tore a small hole in the black mist in front of it. This small hole wasn't big and just happened to be in the path of this team. It was very hidden and far from what these small cultivators could detect. This group of cultivators quickly flew through the fog, and without noticing anything, they plunged into the small opening in this space. In the next moment, they flew out from another hole in the space. Throughout the entire process, no one noticed anything unusual. Only that life and death realm man seemed to have sensed a strange fluctuation in the space. "Strange, young miss, why did the mist here suddenly become so dense?" One of the young men suddenly shouted. "It's indeed much denser than before." That life and death realm cultivator released his divine sense and looked around with a frown. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not far ahead, he actually saw a ball of silver light. "Strange, we just left the 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower. Why is there another Heaven's Mystery Tower in front of us?" "Young miss, let's go and take a look," the man said cautiously. The girl in colorful clothes also felt that something was wrong and immediately went to that Heaven's Mystery Tower with everyone. The 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower. There were more and more people in the surroundings. Human cultivators constantly barged in, and there were even quite a number of demon race cultivators. The mist rolled. A small team of a few dozen people walked out from inside. Leading the team were two beautiful girls. One was dressed in white while the other was dressed in red. Their devilish figures were extremely sexy, and they were also extremely beautiful and charming. Some cultivators with weak willpower couldn't help but drool when they saw these two beauties. "Nine-tailed spirit cat? He's actually here?" The nine-tailed demon fox walking in front suddenly widened her eyes when she saw the familiar team of six a few hundred feet away. Among them, the nine-tailed spirit cat in black had a pile of spirit stones in front of him and was absorbing them crazily. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Seeing the nine-tailed spirit cat, the nine-tailed demon fox's eyes turned red and her delicate body trembled slightly. Wisps of terrifying aura were released from her body. "Uncle Sway isn't here," the beautiful girl in red said softly. The expression in her beautiful eyes gradually changed. At first, it was as calm as water, but now, it was filled with murderous intent. After saying those words, the beautiful girl in red's face was as cold as ice. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, and her killing intent surged. The nine-tailed spirit cat and her sister had formed an indelible grudge. The cat had humiliated her sister twice in a row. Not only had the nine-tailed spirit fox lost face in front of everyone, but its behavior had also damaged the dignity of the nine-tailed spirit fox. This time, they had the advantage in numbers. They had to catch the nine-tailed spirit cat, castrate it in public, humiliate it, and finally kill it to vent their hatred. "Sister, thank you for helping me this time," the nine-tailed spirit fox said gratefully with red eyes after hearing what her sister had said. "We're sisters. If I don't help you, who will?" the beautiful girl in red said with a smile. The nine-tailed spirit fox nodded. Everyone quickly walked toward the nine-tailed spirit cat. Several meters away from the cat, the team stopped. "Nine-tailed spirit cat, you really know how to find a place to hide. Do you think we can't find you like this?" the nine-tailed spirit fox sneered. Hearing the familiar female voice, the big black cat immediately opened his eyes. He was surprised to see the nine-tailed spirit fox and a team in front of him. There were dozens of people in the team, and at least 7 or 8 of them were at the Fate State. Next to the nine-tailed spirit fox stood a beautiful girl in red. She had the same aura as the nine-tailed spirit fox. "Another coquettish spirit fox," the big black cat sneered. He waved his hand and put away the spirit stones in front of him. At the same time, Luo Li and the others opened their eyes. Mu Qing stood up with a solemn face. She was naturally aware of the grudge between the nine-tailed spirit cat and the nine-tailed spirit fox. Since there were so many of them, she had to take action. Mu Qing unsheathed her sword. At this moment, her clothes were fluttering and her hair was dancing. Her aura was like a rainbow. After reaching the 9th level of the Fate State, Mu Qing was stronger than before. The nine-tailed spirit fox's team changed their expressions after sensing Mu Qing's powerful aura. A black-cloaked man walked out of the group. With every step he took, a layer of black armor would appear on his body. This layer of armor seemed to be made of black stone, emitting a faint black light. When he arrived in front of the nine-tailed fox, the black multi-layered armor had already taken shape. The armor was very thick, at least half a foot thick. It made the black-clothed man look extremely bloated, but it was also extremely domineering. He exuded a powerful aura of the 9th level of the Fate state. So it's a black rock demon. Mu Qing narrowed her eyes and carefully sized up her opponent, who was at the 9th level of the Fate state. The black rock demon belonged to the Stone tribe. They had powerful defenses and extremely powerful earth-type divine arts. They were also very famous among the demon race. The Black Rock demons mainly lived in the Heavenly Sun dynasty. In terms of strength, they were comparable to a high-rank sect. At this moment, the big black cat stood up and looked at the nine-tailed demon fox with disdain. The divine dragon mark on its forehead glowed with a bloody light. The big black cat calculated the distance and was ready to use the blood spirit stab to attack the nine-tailed demon fox, which it hated the most. However, the Black Rock demon was a troublesome opponent. This guy's defense was too strong, and its realm was 3 levels higher than his. He had to let Mu Qing fight it first. Only then would his blood spirit stab have a chance to hit the nine-tailed demon fox. The big black cat quietly sent a voice transmission to Mu Qing and told her his plan. Mu Qing nodded. She held her sword and attacked the Black Rock demon. A turbulent wave of swords shrouded a large area in an instant. The nine-tailed demon fox and the Black Rock demon's clansmen quickly retreated. After all, this was a battle of the 9th level of the Fate state. The aftermath of the battle was extremely powerful, so they had to keep a certain distance. Fortunately, all the aftermath of the battle under the Heaven's Mystery Tower would be swallowed by the silver light, so they didn't have to retreat too far. Kill. The Black Rock demon didn't show any weakness. It roared and rushed over with big steps, making a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, earth-yellow spikes kept emerging from the ground and attacked Mu Qing, who was in midair. Earth spikes. That was one of the Black Rock demon's skills. Each spike was half a meter thick and its height could be controlled at will. They kept emerging from the ground and launched wave after wave of attacks. At the same time, the Black Rock demon waved its hard fists and smashed at the sword light. Boom, boom, the huge black fist smashed the sword light into pieces. Mu Qing had to dodge the spikes on the ground while facing the Black Rock demon's frontal attack. She wasn't in any danger at the moment, but she didn't have the upper hand either. Occasionally, the sword light would fall on the Black Rock demon, but it was blocked by the thick black armor and couldn't hurt the Black Rock demon. Now's the time. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the big black cat's eyes. The dragon mark between its eyebrows suddenly emitted a layer of strange red light. The red light covered its entire body like flowing water. In an instant, its face couldn't be seen clearly. Whoosh, the big black cat suddenly turned into a ray of red light and charged at the nine-tailed demon fox, launching the shocking attack of the blood spirit spike. The ray of red light was like a red javelin. Its tip was sharp and released endless blood-red killing intent. It stabbed at the nine-tailed demon fox extremely fiercely. What kind of magic was that? The cultivators who were watching the battle around the Heaven's Mystery Tower were all shocked when they saw the ray of red light. The speed of the ray of red light was unimaginably fast. Although the nine-tailed demon fox's reaction was fast, it was still half a beat slower. A blood spirit stab landed on her body. Boom, the left half of the nine-tailed demon fox's body was instantly destroyed by the blood spirit spike. She let out a scream and flew backwards. The ray of red light suddenly flew into the air. As the ray of red light disappeared, the big black cat appeared again. He panted slightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. The blood spirit spike was too powerful. It attacked like lightning and was extremely difficult to resist. If the nine-tailed demon fox hadn't reacted quickly and dodged a little, her heart and body would have been shattered. Kill him and avenge my sister. Seeing that her sister was seriously injured, the beautiful girl in red roared. Then, several Fate Realm Black Rock monsters rushed toward the big black cat in the air. There were a total of 6 Fate Realm Black Rock monsters. They summoned their Black Rock armors and waved their arms. Hard yellow. Spikes shot out from their hands like a rainstorm. The beautiful girl in red flashed and caught her sister, the nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox's face was pale and her breath was weak. Losing half of her body had already cost her half of her life. However, the nine-tailed demon fox's vitality was extremely tenacious. The more tails they had, the more tenacious they were. "Sister, I'm fine. I'm going to kill this despicable nine-tailed spirit cat." The nine-tailed demon fox suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with hatred. 6 tails appeared behind her. One of them was cut off and integrated into the nine-tailed demon fox's body. Her damaged body grew back in an instant. At the same time, the nine-tailed demon fox's realm dropped from the 7th level of the Fate realm to the 6th level. As expected of the nine-tailed fox clan. Cultivating to the highest nine-tailed realm is equivalent to having 9 lives. This kind of innate divine ability is really enviable for us human cultivators. In the distance, a middle-aged man looked at the nine-tailed fox clan's broken tail with an envious expression. Most of the other human cultivators also had the same mentality. There are only 6 people in this team. Previously, they were ordered around by everyone and gave people the impression that they were extremely weak. I didn't expect them to be so fierce when fighting with the demon clan. Another human cultivator rubbed his chin and said with a smile. Who said not? Especially that nine-tailed fox clan. The blood-colored divine ability that it used just now was really amazing. This divine ability is used to kill. Its speed is too fast and the impact is too strong. It's difficult to resist. A young man in his early 20s sighed. He was only at the 6th level of the Fate realm. He was exactly the same as the nine-tailed fox clan, but if he faced that blood-colored divine ability, he was not confident that he could withstand it. But fortunately, there were many human cultivators in the immortal underworld ancient land. In particular, there were several supreme sections. They could not tolerate the demon clan's presumptuous behavior. The demon clan did not dare to challenge the human cultivators at all. Unless they encountered the divine vitality longevity fruit, both sides would want to fight for it. That was another matter altogether. A divine vitality longevity fruit that was more than 1,000 years old. Even if they were from different supreme sects, there would still be competition between them. Senior sister, it's said that cats have 9 lives. It seems that the nine-tailed fox clan is similar. The divine ability of the nine-tailed fox clan is really powerful. It's an eye-opener. Xianxia muttered to himself. This is nothing. Losing a tail and dropping a cultivation level, this price is quite high. Luoli curled her lips and did not care. The 3 of them were too weak now. They could only use the sky illusory eye at the critical moment to launch a sneak attack. While the 3 of them were talking and laughing, they did not stop absorbing the spirit stones. Bang, there was a soft sound. Xianxia's body trembled slightly. In an instant, his cultivation level went from the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. Senior sister, I broke through again. Lord Grimm said excitedly through telepathy. We're almost there too. Little junior brother is now at the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. Luoli smiled and didn't stop absorbing the spirit stones. Beside him, Maobao was also absorbing the spirit stones. However, she took out the heavenly spirit mirror with her other hand and was ready to fight at any time. Maobao was now at the peak of the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm and was about to break through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. The commotion caused by the breakthrough attracted the attention of some cultivators around the heavenly mystery tower. Those little fellows are really diligent. For the past few days, they have been absorbing spirit stones with all their might. Now, someone has finally broken through. An old man said with a smile. Towards such a diligent young elite, he also greatly admired them. These fellows only focused on cultivation and did not go out much. They probably did not obtain any divine origin longevity fruits. In another direction. A middle-aged man shook his head in disdain. After the old man heard this, he didn't take it to heart. He just stared at the battle. Swish. Swish, the sword light was like a tide, striking the black rock demon from all directions. Earth spikes rose from the ground one after another and pierced toward Mu Qing. Boom, the sword light landed on the spikes and shattered countless of them. The battle between the two 9th level Fate Realm cultivators had reached a very intense level, attracting the attention of many human cultivators around them. In midair, when the big black cat saw that Mu Qing and the Black Rock Goblin were fighting fiercely, it couldn't help but feel relieved. He took out his black shield and looked down at the 9-tailed demon fox from above. He sneered, "So that's all there is to this ability. Compared to us, the 9-tailed spirit cat, it's still too weak. One of you is a 9-tailed fox, while the other is a 9-tailed spirit cat. Both of you are from the 9-tailed tribe. Logically speaking, you should be of the same origin. Why must you fight each other?" A human cultivator at the 10th level of the Fate State jeered. "I have an irreconcilable enmity with this slut." The big black cat waved its hand and said with a cold look on its face, "9-tailed spirit cat, die." The 9-tailed fox's face was a little pale after she recovered. She took a few seconds to summon her magic power and quickly launched an illusion attack. At the same time, her elder sister also had a tacit understanding and launched an illusion attack on the big black cat. The moment the illusion attack was launched, the Fate State Black Rock Goblins seemed to have received some secret instructions. They roared at the same time, and hundreds of thick spikes rose from the ground and stabbed at the big black cat. The beautiful girl in red was at the peak of the 7th level of the Fate State. She and her sister, who was at the 6th level of the Fate State, launched an illusion attack at the same time. When the two attacks overlapped, the power produced was still very strong. The big black cat was in a trance for a moment. By the time he reacted, the spikes had already gathered together and were thrusting towards him. Boom! Hundreds of spikes pierced into the body of the big black cat, causing a loud boom to ring out. At this moment, all the spikes shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Smoke and dust were everywhere. In the thick smoke and dust, the big black cat swayed in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had just taken the attack with its body in a trance. Although it had suffered some superficial wounds, it was not seriously injured. Hiss! This scene caused the surrounding cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air. How can the 9-tailed spirit cat's body be so strong? Even the Black Rock Goblins at the 8th level of the Fate State can only resist it with their thick black rock armor. But the 9-tailed spirit cat at the 6th level of the Fate State can do it. Is the body of the goblins so strong? Alas, it's unbelievable, the cultivators around discussed animatedly with complicated expressions. They only felt that this battle was wonderful. "You two slutty foxes have successfully angered this lord cat." The big black cat spat out a mouthful of blood and its eyes became fiercer. The red dragon-shaped mark on its forehead gushed out a strange red light at this moment. The red light covered its entire body and the big black cat's figure completely disappeared. At this moment, a red light broke through the air. However, what was unexpected was that this blood-colored light suddenly split into two, turning into two blood spirit thorns. They stabbed at the two 9-tailed foxes. What? This blood-red superpower can split into two and its power is not reduced at all. What kind of superpower is this? Did you see it? There seems to be a blood dragon flashing in the blood-red light. What a terrifying superpower! The human cultivators around changed their expressions drastically. Most of them were terrified by the 9-tailed spirit cat's superpower. Because it was too fast. The 9-tailed fox and its sister did not have time to react before the two blood spirit thorns pierced their bodies. Boom, boom. Two loud bangs. Half of the bodies of the two 9-tailed foxes at the Fate State were blown to pieces by the blood spirit thorns. This Heaven's Mystery Pagoda is so lively. It seems that someone is fighting? Suddenly, a deep voice came from the black fog outside. Then there was a flash of light. In the silver light area, a team of more than 20 people immediately appeared. Every member of this team exuded demon chi. None of them were human cultivators, but a team of pure demon clan members. The leader was a burly middle-aged man with a strong aura. He had reached the 8th level of the Fate State. After the two blood spirit thorns killed the two 9-tailed foxes, they fell to the ground and merged into one. The light dissipated, revealing the big black cat. His body trembled violently and he kept gasping for breath. The blood spirit thorn's superpower consumed too much Dharma power. He could only split it into two at the moment. If the great void blood spirit dragon's blood spirit thorn's superpower was cultivated to an unfathomable level, one blood spirit thorns could be split into thousands of blood spirit thorns, each with the same power. It was hard to imagine how powerful the blood spirit thorns would be when they were shot out together. Isn't this the nine-tailed spirit cat? The middle-aged man who had just arrived saw the young man in black. His pupils shrank slightly and his expression turned cold. Everything that had happened in the abysmal underground palace when they fought for the longevity immortal herb quickly emerged in his mind. Little Black Cat really has a lot of enemies. Seeing the middle-aged demon, Yi Yun, who had been paying attention to the battle, couldn't help but chuckle. Back in the abysmal underground palace, the big black cat and Mao Bauer teamed up to fight against many powerful demons and snatched a lot of longevity immortal grass. So at that time, the hatred for each other had already been planted. This time, the opening of the nether immortal ancient land should have attracted many demons, some of whom had also been to the abysmal underground palace. So, these demons and the big black cat had a dispute. This team of demons had a total of 7 Fate State people. If they fought with the big black cat, this battle would probably become more difficult. As a path protector, Yi Yun, the ancestor, had no intention of taking action for the time being. The current situation wasn't too bad. Letting these juniors experience more hardships would be beneficial for tempering their temperament. The big black cat panted and turned to look in a direction. When he saw the middle-aged man from the demon clan, a strange smile appeared on his face. Damn it, wasn't this guy one of the great demons in the abysmal underground palace? He remembered that there was such a person in the fight for the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The middle-aged man led the team and walked over quickly. Nine-tailed spirit cat, I didn't expect to see you here. The middle-aged man sneered with an unfriendly look. He looked around, and when he saw the 2 nine-tailed fox corpses, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Whoosh, the 9-tailed fox corpse, which was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly had one of its tails cut off. It turned into a ray of light and fell on the corpse. After that, his body, which had been badly mutilated by the explosion, quickly recovered to its normal state. The 9-tailed fox and her sister stood up at the same time. The 2 girls' faces were particularly pale, and their cultivation level had dropped by a small level. The Fate State clansmen of the Black Rock Demon surrounded the 2 and stared at the 9-tailed spirit cat in the distance. There was also a trace of horror in their eyes. This 9-tailed spirit cat's divine ability was really strange. It was impossible to guard against. The 2 Fate State 9-tailed foxes had almost died because of a slight carelessness. Cultivator Iron Armor, this 9-tailed mystical cat has stolen so many longevity immortal herbs in the Abyss Underground Palace. Why don't we work together and get rid of this scum? When the 9-tailed fox saw the middle-aged man, she immediately recognized him and quickly cupped her fists. This group of demons was none other than the iron-armored griffins. It was also a powerful demon clan. It was famous in the Sunsky dynasty, and its strength was comparable to that of a high-rank sect. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and did not immediately agree. He had seen the 9-tailed spirit cat's divine ability. It was extremely powerful. If they were to fight, it was inevitable that they would be injured. Although he also hated the 9-tailed spirit cat, there was no need for him to act rashly before he understood the situation. The middle-aged man scanned his surroundings and found that the surrounding area was basically filled with human cultivators. There were very few demons in this heavenly mystery tower. Seeing the middle-aged man hesitate, the 9-tailed fox suddenly became anxious. If their team joined forces with the iron-armored griffins, there would be more than a dozen Fate State demons. No matter how powerful the 9-tailed spirit cat was, it would not be able to escape. When the big black cat saw that the 9-tailed fox was stirring up trouble, he was angry. He looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. Cultivator Iron Armor, do you still want to join forces with these 2 coquettish foxes? Don't forget that none of you can catch up to me in terms of speed within the 9th Hell Underground Palace. If I escape, then I will launch an endless pursuit of the Armored Griffin clan. Are you threatening me? The middle-aged man stared at the 9-tailed spirit cat with murderous intent in his eyes. So what if I am? In the Abyss Underground Palace, there are so many of you. You can't do anything to me. The big black cat laughed. Recalling the scene of him slaughtering everyone in the Nine Nether Underground Palace, his heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Unfortunately, this nether immortal ancient land did not suppress the realm of the cultivators, so he could not come and go as freely as he did in the Abyss Underground Palace. You really dare to threaten me? The middle-aged man sneered. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Maubauer in the air. His move was so fast and unexpected that even the big black cat did not expect that a dignified fate state demon at the 8th level would make a move on Maubauer, who was at the 2nd level of the Nirvana state. Iron armor, you are too despicable, aren't you? The big black cat was angry. At the same time, Luoli and the others looked gloomy and angry. This iron-armored griffins was too shameless. A dignified fate state demon at the 8th level did such a disgraceful thing in front of everyone. It was a disgrace to the reputation of the iron-armored griffins. I know this heavenly spirit cat is your old friend, right? Nine-tailed spirit cat? The middle-aged man laughed. He exerted a little force in his hand, causing the cat treasure to be unable to breathe. Her small face was flushed red. At this time, the nine-tailed fox and her sister came over and stood beside the middle-aged man. Nine-tailed spirit cat, your old friend has been caught by us. Are you not going to surrender? The nine-tailed fox sneered. The big black cat took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that this was an extremely dangerous moment and he could not panic. In his mind, the big black cat suddenly remembered the various magical means of the master to come back from the dead and could not help but have a bold idea in his mind. The big black cat's expression instantly changed to one of indifference. Looking at the nine-tailed spirit fox and the steel-armored griffin, it laughed coldly and said, Maubauer, don't worry and die. I will avenge you. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, Suwani, including Mu Qing, the four of them were shocked speechless at the same time. Was this still something a human would say? Maubauer was already in such a state and he still asked her to rest assured and die. This little black cat is just too black-hearted. Maubauer had always been nice to him. How could he not save her? Luoli's face turned green. She thought that if she left the underworld ancient land in the future, she must punish the nine-tailed spirit cat according to the sect rules. This little black cat is quite smart. Seeing this scene, Yiyin chuckled. He naturally knew what the nine-tailed spirit cat was thinking. The middle-aged man looked at the nine-tailed fox and shrugged. I have to say, this nine-tailed spirit cat is really shameless, he is indeed shameless. So, let's join forces. The nine-tailed fox said seriously. Okay, I will join forces with you. The middle-aged man laughed and looked at the weak cat in his hand. He said loudly, Nine-tailed spirit cat, since you are so shameless, I will send this little girl on her way first. Just as he finished speaking. Cough, in the fog outside the silver light of the heavenly mystery tower, a series of heavy coughs suddenly sounded. The sound was like a war drum that instantly struck the hearts of all the human and demon cultivators. Except for Luo Li's team of 6. Everyone's hearts pounded violently as their bodies trembled. They felt an indescribable terror descending upon them. Uncle Sui is here. Some cultivators had sensed the terrifying aura of Uncle Sui before and were naturally extremely familiar with it. They muttered softly. Swoosh swoosh, all the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the fog with trepidation. An enormous figure covered in long red and black hair appeared. He appeared to be very old and hunched over. He held a black walking stick in his hand as he slowly walked into the area enveloped by the silver light of the heavenly mystery tower. This is the old Uncle Sui. Below the heavenly mystery tower, some cultivators gasped as they recognized the origin of the red-haired old man. Among these cultivators, there were naturally teams from the supreme sects. There was even a team of cultivators who had seen the female Uncle Sui in the 22nd heavenly mystery tower. Therefore, when these people saw the old Uncle Sui, they were shocked and had an ominous feeling in their hearts. It was said that, although the old Uncle Sui was old, his killing intent was the strongest. Uncle Sui was clearly the strongest humanoid creature in the underworld immortal ancient land. Yet, he had a hunchback and was leaning on an ancient walking stick. He looked like an old man and his steps were swaying. It was hard to believe. His footsteps were very heavy, like the war drums of the 9 heavens. Even the ground was shaking slightly. The huge heavenly mystery tower also seemed to be trembling slightly, causing the silver light to fluctuate slightly. A portion of the black fog outside also invaded the tower arrogantly. Cough cough, Uncle Sway coughed as he walked. The sound of his coughs resounded in the silent heavenly mystery tower. It could be heard clearly and reached the bottom of one's heart. Feeling that terrifying aura, every cultivator's face turned paler. Senior sister, this old man is also Uncle Sway. It's hard to imagine that there are so many Uncle Sway. Jun Maxiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty. Uncle Sway was their benefactor. But encountering a few different Uncle Sway made them feel an indescribable strangeness. I'm not sure either. But Uncle Sway wants to treat us well. There's no need to be afraid. Luo Li's face was tense as she mustered up her courage and said. Actually, she was also feeling uneasy. This uneasiness came from her intuition. This old Uncle Sway seemed to be completely different from the other Uncle Sway. There was an indescribable killing intent on his body. After Uncle Sway entered, the only black rock demon who was still fighting at the scene separated from Mu Qing. The two of them each retreated a few meters and landed on the ground. Uncle Sway glanced at Luo Li's direction, then walked towards the black rock demon expressionlessly. Why is Uncle Sway walking towards me? This black rock demon at the 9th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm was shocked, but he didn't dare to move. Uncle Sway descended for a routine inspection. You must be obedient and don't move. Otherwise, if you angered Uncle Sway, there was only one word to describe the outcome, death. All the cultivators' eyes were focused on Uncle Sway. They watched as he walked towards the black rock demon step by step. This old Uncle Sway is brimming with boundless killing intent. He's like a demon that walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He's the first to arrive in front of the black rock demon. Don't tell me he doesn't like that old guy? The big black cat's eyes darted around, and it began to gloat in its heart. If Uncle Sway killed that black rock demon, it would be really satisfying. As a result, the 9-tailed fox's strongest combatant was killed. The big black cat was confident that it could put up a fight even with the help of the iron griffins. After all, Mu Qing was at the 9th level of the Fate State. She alone could deal with several Fate State monsters. He would leave the rest of the Fate State warriors to him. Together with the Heavenly Disillusionment Eye, the big black cat was confident that it could win this battle. As for the Blood Spirit Stab, the big black cat had used it twice in a row. Now, it didn't have enough dermic powers to support it for a third time. Uncle Sway's face was covered by red hair, and his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. His huge face approached the black rock demon. His nose twitched as if he was sensing something. The black rock demon didn't dare to move. The surface of his body was still wrapped in thick black rock armor. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any special smell coming from him. Uncle Sway took a step back. The black rock demon heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he thought that he had passed, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Uncle Sway slapping him. Poof, the black rock demon couldn't dodge. This slap landed on his body. Even with a layer of tough black rock armor, it couldn't withstand Uncle Sway's vast power. The black rock demon exploded into a cloud of blood mist along with his armor. He died on the spot. When the surrounding cultivators saw Uncle Sway's massacre, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. It was indeed as the rumors said. Although Uncle Sway was old, his killing intent was the strongest. After casually killing the black rock goblin, Uncle Sway glanced at the other armored black rock goblins. This glance was sinister, strange, and cold. Those black rock demons were so frightened that their bodies trembled. They actually knelt on the ground. Uncle Sway, spare us. Those few people begged for mercy loudly. Uncle Sway only glanced at them and ignored them. He turned and walked towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing's heart tightened. She didn't know why Uncle Sway was walking towards her. What is this Uncle Sway doing? Does he have to check his own people? The big black cat's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Uncle Sway's actions. Luo Li's heart pounded. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Uncle Sui was a strange humanoid creature to begin with. He was often on the verge of madness and half-madness. This Uncle Sui didn't seem to be very clear-headed. Compared to the other two Uncle Sui, the difference was very obvious. Uncle Sui walked to Mu Qing's side. He actually lowered his head and sniffed Mu Qing's aura. When Luo Li saw this, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She quickly walked over. "Senior sister, I'll go with you." Jun Maxiao's expression changed slightly. He sent a voice transmission and immediately wanted to follow. "Little junior brother, stay where you are and don't move. It's not a good thing to have too many people around." Luo Li sent out a sound transmission and quickly walked over without turning her head back. Jun Maxiao could only sigh and stay where he was. At this moment, Suwani's heart was in her throat. She was worried for her little junior sister. At this moment, Uncle Sui finished checking Mu Qing's aura. He retracted his head and took half a step back. In a flash, Luo Li appeared between Mu Qing and Uncle Sui. "Uncle Sui, she's my person. You can't do anything to her." Luo Li clenched her small fists and said straightforwardly. Uncle Sui stared at Luo Li expressionlessly. He kept sizing her up, as if he was re-examining this cute little girl in front of him. Luo Li didn't say anything else. She just stared at Uncle Sui quietly. The surrounding cultivators and the demons all stared at Luo Li with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe their eyes. She was truly a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. This little girl's guts were a little too big, wasn't she? She actually dared to speak to Uncle Sui like that? Although some cultivators had seen Uncle Sui take this team away, the situation was different now. The one who came was an elderly Uncle Sui. His killing intent was the strongest. If he said anything wrong, he would be killed by Uncle Sui on the spot. Many human cultivators were worried for Luo Li. Yi Yun was also staring at this elderly Uncle Sui curiously. He wanted to see how he would make his choice. Perhaps it was because this elderly Uncle Sui was old, but his brain was clearly not as smart as the previous two Uncle Sui. He seemed to have dementia. Uncle Sui slowly raised a hand. His body started trembling, as if he was making an intense choice. "Uncle Sui, we're still friends, right?" Luo Li suddenly said. "Yes." Uncle Sui hesitated for a moment. Then, a look of realization flashed across his eyes. He nodded slightly and said in a hoarse voice. Luo Li's face lit up with joy. The other 5 people from the Shenlong sect all heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts that were in their throats also fell back into their chests. Uncle Sui recognized the sect master. Then, he wouldn't attack the sect master and Mu Qing anymore. This was truly great news. What's the background of this 6-man team? Why would Uncle Sui favor them so much? The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. Everyone was in disbelief at Uncle Sui's performance. The 9-tailed fox bit her lips with a vexed expression. Previously, when they were at the Divine Vitality Longevity Tree, there was a female elder who had escorted this small group. Later on, that female Uncle Sui went missing. The 9-tailed fox thought that she could take revenge after encountering the 9-tailed spirit cat this time. She didn't expect another old Uncle Sui to appear at the crucial moment. Her wishful thinking was foiled. "Sister, you don't have to worry. This old Uncle Sui isn't very clear-headed. He might leave at any time. The trial of the underworld immortal ancient land has just begun. We have plenty of chances to deal with the 9-tailed spirit cat." The red-robed beauty transmitted her voice calmly. "I understand, 6th sister." The 9-tailed fox nodded. "Come." After waking up, Uncle Sui retracted his killing intent a little. He looked at the cute little girl and sensed her familiar aura as he spoke with a hoarse voice. After saying that, Uncle Sui turned around and left with his walking stick. Luo Li gave the big black cat, Mu Qing, and the others a look. Everyone hurriedly followed Uncle Sui and left the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Uncle Sui disappeared completely. The horrifying aura on his body had also disappeared. Everyone around the Heavenly Mystery Tower heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions relaxed. This team has such a good relationship with Uncle Sui. Don't provoke them easily in the future. A cultivator said sternly. The underworld immortal ancient land has been open for so many years, but I've never seen Uncle Sway do such an abnormal thing. This is truly unbelievable. Another person said. This team of 6 should have obtained quite a number of divine essence longevity fruits with Uncle Sway's help. The nine-tailed fox laughed coldly and revealed a shocking news. What? Is that true? All the cultivators' expressions changed as they asked hurriedly. Of course. I've seen it once. The nine-tailed fox said solemnly. Seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, the nine-tailed fox immediately swore to the heavenly Tao. Only then did everyone believe him. Every group of cultivators wore a complicated expression. This small team had quite a number of divine origin longevity fruits. If they could snatch them, it would be a huge fortune. Ever since these teams entered the nether immortal ancient land, their harvest was very little. Perhaps, those divine vitality longevity fruits were all plundered by this small team. At the thought of this, many people began to feel unbalanced. Everyone, have you forgotten how terrifying Uncle Sway is? If we offend this team, will we still be able to get out alive? An old man sneered. That makes sense. Someone agreed. However, even more people lowered their heads. Their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. The nine-tailed fox laughed. She had already spread the seeds of hatred, perhaps she did not need to do it herself. The nine-tailed spirit cat would not be able to escape the wrath of these cultivators. Seeing the elderly Uncle Sway restrain himself from attacking Luoli and the others, Yiyin felt that this Uncle Sway was extremely lucky. If they were to fight, Yiyin would definitely not let this old fellow off. Now, this elderly Uncle Sway led the small team from the Shenlong sect out of the 39th Heaven's Mystery Tower and continued to move forward in search of the divine origin longevity tree. Yiyin closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his divine power. He no longer stared at Luoli and the others. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 5 to 6 days had passed. Under Uncle Sway's lead, this small team of 6 people explored the vicinity of the 43rd Heaven's Mystery Tower. In these few days, not only did they obtain a lot of divine origin longevity fruits, but they also continuously absorbed spirit stones and had a breakthrough in their cultivation. Luoli and Suwani broke through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, and Jun Maxiao reached the peak of the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. Maobauer broke through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. As for the big black cat and Mu Qing, although they did not break through, their cultivation was also increasing rapidly. As for everyone's breakthrough, Uncle Sway did not care. Uncle Sway turned a blind eye to it and just mechanically led this small team to search for the divine origin longevity fruits. Uncle Sway was a man of few words. Along the way, he basically did not interact with them at all. But once in a while, a dazed expression would appear in Uncle Sway's eyes. When he looked at Luoli and the others again, his strange gaze actually revealed a trace of indescribable warmth. The 6 of them followed behind Uncle Sway and passed through a forest. They saw a black river surging into the distance. This river is so familiar. The big black cat looked at this river and blinked his eyes. The nether coffin immediately appeared in his mind. He looked into the distance. Although his divine consciousness could not project too far, he could still see a mountain range faintly discernible in the distance. Ahead, could it be that black lake? The big black cat's heart skipped a beat as such a guess suddenly appeared in his mind. He glanced at Uncle Sway's back and saw that Uncle Sway was walking silently in the direction of the mountain range. If they crossed the mountain range, the black lake would be below. The big black cat felt his scalp tingle when he thought of those strange black boats in the black lake. However, Uncle Sway was here. Those strange creatures probably wouldn't cause any trouble either. While walking, the big black cat still communicated his thoughts to everyone. Luoli smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. With Uncle Sway around, all strange creatures will avoid him." The big black cat nodded. Everyone followed Uncle Sway. After crossing a mountain range, they saw a vast black lake in the middle of the valley. The lake was boundless and many black boats were moored. Uncle Sway stood on a rock and gently tapped the rock with his walking stick. He stared at the lake expressionlessly and did not say a word. Seeing that Uncle Sway had suddenly stopped, everyone was astonished. No matter which Uncle Sway it was, he led the six of them forward and did not reveal such a contemplative expression. Uncle Sway, what was he looking at? Could it be that he was looking at the red-furred bone dragon at the bottom of the lake? Because the big black cat had already told everyone about his experience, everyone knew that a red-furred bone dragon was sleeping in the depths of the Black Lake, the corpse of the ancient great void blood spirit dragon. That dragon senior is also extremely powerful, while Uncle Sway is known as the most powerful strange humanoid creature in the ancient land of the underworld. I wonder which one is stronger. The big black cat's gaze moved from Uncle Sway's back to the top of the lake as such a strange thought appeared in his mind. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful strange humanoid creature like Uncle Sway could actually live peacefully with that dragon senior in the ancient land of the underworld. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, such a thing seemed to have never happened in the ancient land of the underworld. Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to make a sound. They quietly waited for Uncle Sway. As he gazed at the lake, Uncle Sway's strange eyes were filled with traces of madness. He saw the red-furred bone dragon at the bottom of the lake. Wait. Just as everyone was waiting bitterly, Uncle Sway mechanically spat out a word in a hoarse voice. His body leaped into the air and suddenly landed on the Black Lake. What are we waiting for? Luoli and the others looked at each other in dismay. The big black cat's eyes widened, and a terrifying thought came to its mind. Uncle Sway, did he go to find the great void blood spirit dragon? Both of them were the most powerful strange creatures in the ancient land of the underworld. Was a world-shaking battle about to break out when the two met? Thinking of this old Uncle Sway, who was more bloodthirsty and murderous than the other two, the big black cat felt that its guess was most likely correct. Uncle Sway descended from the sky and released a powerful aura. The black boats on the lake immediately fled in all directions. Fight! Uncle Sway floated above the lake and suddenly shouted, causing the lake water to roar and angry waves to rise into the sky. He reached out and threw the ancient walking stick in his hand down like a sword. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. The walking stick stabbed into the sleeping red-haired bone dragon at the bottom of the lake. If the big black cat was in the lake, it would naturally see that the 10 divine-level elixirs it left behind had already disappeared. They must have been swallowed by the great void blood spirit dragon. At this moment, the great void blood spirit dragon had basically returned to normal, but there was still a bit of flesh in its stomach that had not been digested. When the walking stick shot over, the great void blood spirit dragon suddenly moved. It stretched out its claws and slapped the walking stick away. Boom, the walking stick shattered and turned into powder, disappearing into the lake water. The great void blood spirit dragon's eyes were also filled with madness. Its dragon tail swayed, and its huge body suddenly soared into the sky. Whoosh, as the lake water churned, the great void blood spirit dragon broke out of the water and floated in the air. It faced Uncle Sway from afar. Powerful auras were released from the bodies of the two strange creatures. So it's the eternal realm. After feeling the aura, the big black cat muttered to itself. Sect Master, let's stay away. Mu Qing hurriedly came over and said nervously. The shockwaves from the battle between the two eternal realm strange creatures were extremely powerful, so they naturally had to stay away. Luoli nodded. Everyone hurriedly retreated a distance. Because of the thick black fog, other than Mu Qing who could see a little clearly, the others couldn't use their divine sense to detect the situation of the battle ahead. Boom, boom, a loud noise suddenly came from the valley. Everyone's expressions froze. They naturally knew in their hearts that Uncle Sway had already started fighting with the red-furred bone dragon. Mu Qing looked into the distance, but due to the black fog, her divine sense was severely hindered. She could only vaguely see chaotic flashes of light. It was impossible to see how the two strange creatures of the eternal realm fought. The battle didn't last long. In just a dozen breaths of time, Mu Qing suddenly saw a small figure being forced back by the huge bone dragon. Uncle Sway seems to have lost. Mu Qing saw that after Uncle Sway was sent flying, he didn't know where to go and didn't stop above the lake. Therefore, she came to her own conclusion. Uncle Sway is so powerful. Could it be that he's not a match for that red-furred bone dragon? Jun Maxiao said in shock. I only caught a glimpse of it. Perhaps both of them were injured. Mu Qing said solemnly. Then, her divine sense vaguely saw the huge dragon body disappear in the air, break through the water surface, and return to the depths of the lake. Just like that, the battle ended. There was a moment of silence. Luoli took a deep breath, raised her head and said, "The two Uncle Sway from before went crazy and disappeared. This old Uncle Sway is injured. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. Sect Master, we've been absorbing spirit stones, and our strength is constantly breaking through. Even without Uncle Sway, we can still use the same method as last time to eliminate those strange creatures and obtain the Divine Vitality Longevity Fruit." Mu Qing said with a smile, her pink little face revealing a sense of confidence. Given a few more days, she would be able to break through to the 10th level of the Heaven's Mandate Realm. At this level, even if several cultivators of the 9th level of the Heaven's Mandate Realm besieged her, they wouldn't be her match. If she broke through, the big black cat would naturally break through as well. The big black cat had broken through to the 7th level of the Heaven's Mandate Realm. With its strange speed, powerful eye technique, divine sense, and the blood spirit thorn, which had the power to kill, any team that saw them would seriously consider whether to fight or not. Luoli nodded silently. She naturally knew that Mu Qing's words contained an additional meaning. After discussing for a while and confirming the direction, they left the valley and found the 43rd Heaven's Mystery Tower first. They didn't enter the range of the Heaven's Mystery Tower's silver light. Using this Heaven's Mystery Tower to determine the direction, the 6 of them then groped their way in the direction of the 44th Heaven's Mystery Tower. A few hours later, they crossed a mountain ridge and suddenly saw a green light flickering faintly in the valley in the distance. The Divine Vitality Longevity Tree, the light emitted a faint aura of life. Although it was very far away, they could still feel it. "We're in luck." Luoli faintly smiled as she quickly brought everyone over. "Stop." Suddenly, a team of 100 people appeared from another direction. These people were all dressed in the same way. They were all wearing long gray robes. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood, and they were carrying vermilion coffins on their backs. "Why are there coffins again?" the big black cat instinctively exclaimed when it saw the coffins. Mu Qing narrowed her eyes and her face became serious. She said in a low voice, "It is said that there are 3 supreme sects in the Nether God dynasty. They are the Nether God Cave, the Incorp sect, and the Ghost Shadow sect. I think these people should be from the Incorp sect. Why haven't we seen anyone from the Incorp sect along the way?" The big black cat frowned and asked. "The Incorp sect's cultivation method is strange. They have a certain way of restraining poison gas. Therefore, they rarely go to the Heaven's Mystery Tower, so they are not known to the world." Mu Qing thought for a moment and explained. "I didn't expect this. Little girl, you know about the Incorp sect. You know quite a lot. Which sect are you from?" The leader of the group was a man at Fate Realm level 10. His eyes were gloomy as he sneered. Mu Qing said calmly, "We are just rogue cultivators. Since you are rogue cultivators, you don't have to participate. The Divine Vitality Longevity Fruit has already been reserved by the Incorp sect." The man laughed heartily. The other disciples of the Incorp sect laughed eerily as well. The big black cat's ears twitched and a suspicious look appeared on its face. It suddenly realized that there were people laughing in the coffins as well. There were men and women, old and young. "The Incorp sect is too overbearing?" Jun Maxiao asked with a frown. If not for his low cultivation level, Jun Maxiao would have fought without restraint. He had the dragon rebel skill. No cultivator below the Fate Realm was a match for him. The Incorp sect is a supreme sect. You are just a few rogue cultivators. Don't you know that? The man sneered. His eyes were full of mockery. The fog in the distance churned. Suddenly, a team of 20 to 30 people quickly walked out from inside. "So what if you are a supreme sect? The Divine Vitality Longevity Fruit has always been obtained by those who are fated to obtain it. Don't tell me the Incorp sect doesn't understand this?" A young girl's clear voice rang out. When the group came closer, Luoli and the others' eyes lit up. The young girl in the lead had clear eyes and a beautiful face. She was dressed in colorful clothes and held a cute blue cat in her arms. "Haha, the senior is here." The big black cat was excited. In order to prevent himself from revealing any clues and exposing the senior's mission, he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. He couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Seeing the girl in colorful clothes and the adorable blue kitten in her arms, the team of 6 heaved a sigh of relief. Their reinforcements had arrived. The Divine Lord Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon could easily deal with the Incorp sect. Greetings, sect leader. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon immediately sent a telepathic message to Luoli and greeted her warmly. As a beast of the Shenlong sect, even if the young sect leader of the Shenlong sect had a low cultivation level, it still had to be courteous. This was a rule set by the old master. Regardless of cultivation level, everyone had to obey this rule. The old master was the dragon tribe's Lord Zhu Long and had supreme authority. Even if the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was ordered to die, it would not hesitate, let alone obey such a rule. Seeing the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon greet her, Luoli nodded with a smile. Sect leader, are you in some kind of trouble? The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon asked telepathically. Fortunately, these Incorp sect fellows are about to snatch the Divine Vitality Longevity fruit from us. Luoli replied with a smile. I understand, sect leader. I will kill them all. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's eyes flashed coldly as it raised its adorable blue furry paw. The paw looked inconspicuous, but it was filled with terrifying power. With a gentle wave of its paw, hundreds of Incorp sect members would be killed in an instant. Don't expose yourself. Didn't the Patriarch give you the task of protecting this girl? Luoli quickly reminded it. Oh, that's right. I won't reveal my strength so easily. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon smiled awkwardly. Although it could not kill them directly, it had plenty of ways to make these annoying people disappear. It was about to attack. The girl in colorful clothes led the team to the front of the Incorp sect. Who are you? The man from the Incorp sect narrowed his eyes and asked with a serious expression. Although the number of people in this team was much smaller than theirs, there was a life and death expert in the team. Jiangchuan Dynasty, Su family. The girl in colorful clothes said expressionlessly. So it's the Su family of the Jiangchuan Dynasty. Sorry for the disrespect. The man cupped his fists and said politely, does the Su family want to compete with the Incorp sect for the Divine Vitality Longevity fruit? The Xingyuan Longevity fruit belongs to those who are fated to obtain it. Naturally, it depends on who is stronger. The multicolor-clothed girl held the blue kitten in her arms and gently stroked its head as she spoke with a calm expression. At this moment, she was exuding a strong sense of confidence. The man from the Incorp sect frowned, and the muscles on his face twitched. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After a few breaths of time, the man finally made up his mind and waved his hand. Let's go. Yes. The Incorp sect disciple's face darkened. He followed the man and prepared to leave. Hold on. How can the Incorp sect hand over the Divine Vitality Longevity fruit that we want? An old voice suddenly came from the coffin on the man's back. Immediately after, the red coffin lid had disappeared. A black-clothed old man suddenly soared into the sky and floated in the air. His face was pale and bloodless. A layer of black light surrounded his body, giving him an eerie feeling. The old man's fingernails were very long and emitted a strange silver light. The life and death realm cultivator from the Su family of the Jiangchuan dynasty, how about we fight? If you win, the Incorp sect will turn around and leave. If you lose, the Su family will retreat, and I will not make things difficult for you. The old man in black laughed loudly. As his laughter rang out, a layer of golden light surged from his body. It bloomed brilliantly, making him look like a god. Vedra zombie. Many people from the Su family saw this scene and could not help but narrow their eyes. The multicolor-clothed girl's face was solemn as she looked at the life and death realm cultivator in the group. She whispered, this half-step life and death realm Vedra zombie's body is as hard as Vedra. It is invulnerable and extremely hard. Moreover, its claws are poisonous. Once you are scratched, your life will be in danger. Uncle Lee, are you confident? Miss, I'll try my best. I'm 50-50. The middle-aged man called Uncle Lee said. Uncle Lee, don't force yourself. If you can't win, we'll just turn around and leave. After all, we've just arrived at the 44th Heavens Mystery Tower. There are still many opportunities later. The multicolor-clothed girl said softly. Miss, don't worry. I'll win this battle. The middle-aged man revealed a confident smile. At this moment, it was as if he had already disregarded his life and death. The multicolor-clothed girl nodded solemnly. Whoosh, the middle-aged man leaped up and flew into the air. The two powerhouses faced each other from afar. Is the Vajra zombie very powerful? It can actually make this life and death realm cultivator so wary. Jun Maxiao looked at the old man in black who was surrounded by golden light and muttered to himself. It's indeed very powerful. Its defense is unimaginably high. Its claws are poisonous. Once it scratches you, if you don't have any elixirs, the weak will die on the spot. The strong can at most last for 3 months. Mu Qing smiled bitterly at the side. The Yin Corp sect reared many zombies, and the Vajra zombie was extremely famous. It was hard and poisonous. Its body was as hard as Vajra and could resist Dharma treasures. It was a nightmare for many cultivators. What bullshit T Vajra zombie? In my eyes, it's no different from a layer of paper. The heavenly dragon of the azure seas complained disdainfully in its heart. This time, it was carrying out its master's mission. It could not easily display its powerful strength. However, it had other ways to easily resolve this crisis of the Su family. Its blue furry claws gently hooked, and a mysterious force surged into the middle-aged man's sword. This force was difficult to detect unless one was at the true god realm. Therefore, the middle-aged man in the life and death realm and the Vajra zombie opposite him did not expect. The sword had undergone some kind of magical transformation. Noble divine power was attached to the sword, causing the sword to reveal its sharpness, making it unparalleled. I've long heard of the Yin Corp sex Vajra zombie. It's rare to see it today. Please enlighten me. The middle-aged man's expression was solemn as he pointed his sword at the old man in black. Kill. The old man in black roared fiercely and turned into a golden light as he pounced forward. He stretched out his left hand with long nails that glowed with a silver luster and grabbed at the middle-aged man. The sword flashed. The middle-aged man slashed with his sword. There was nothing fancy about this slash. It was a completely head-on fight. He knew that the Vajra zombie's defense was very balanced and there was no weakness in it. Any fancy swordsmanship was useless in front of the Vajra zombie. You overestimate yourself. Seeing the man slashing at his left hand, the old man in black sneered. The speed of his left hand suddenly increased. Chi, a crisp sound rang out. It was like a sharp knife cutting through a thin piece of paper. The old man in black's left hand was easily cut off when it came into contact with the sword. There was no sound of metal clashing. The cut on his wrist was smooth and clean. There was not even a drop of blood. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but be stunned. The Vajra zombie of the Yin Corp sect dominated the Nether Immortal dynasty. It had always been as hard as Vajra. Why was it as weak as a piece of tofu now? How is this possible? The black-robed old man looked at the cut on his wrist, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The shock in his heart was indescribable. His indestructible body couldn't even withstand a single strike from the other party. It was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. He couldn't imagine what kind of divine weapon in this world could so easily break through his indestructible body. What kind of sword is that? The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes and shot out a sharp gaze, landing on the sword in the middle man's hand. This sword was only a low-grade emperor-grade sword. Although a sword of this grade was sharp, it couldn't easily cut through his wrist. Only an emperor weapon would be able to break through his physical defense. Heavens, am I hallucinating? How could he cut off the Vajra zombie's palm with a single strike? The middle-aged man looked at the sword in his hand in shock, dumbfounded for a moment. He knew very well what kind of strength he possessed. Facing a half-step life and death Vajra zombie, he couldn't easily break through its defense. Originally, he was prepared for a long battle, but never in his dreams did he expect that with just one strike, he would be able to cut off the black-clothed old man's palm like cutting through tofu. It was truly unbelievable. Uncle Lee, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Below, the beautiful girl in colorful clothes shouted excitedly. At this moment, her beautiful face was flushed with excitement. Even the arm holding the blue kitten had unknowingly tightened. Fortunately, this blue kitten wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, she would have cried out long ago. Haha. Senior has made his move. What bullshit, Betro zombie. In the eyes of a divine monarch, it's nothing. The big black cat excitedly waved its fist and laughed in its heart. Luoli smiled but didn't say anything. She, senior sister, and junior brother glanced at each other with a tacit understanding. To be able to create such a miracle, it was naturally the doing of that cute blue kitten. The divine monarch Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon's realm was too high. Dealing with a puny half-step life and death Vitro zombie was no different from slapping an ant. Yi Yan also opened his eyes. Seeing that the Azure Heavenly Dragon had chosen this indirect method of attack, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. This little dragon was still perfectly carrying out the task he gave it. It didn't rely on its divine lord realm cultivation to display its strength. It seemed that after the mission was completed, he would have to give this little dragon some rewards. Why don't I teach it a divine ability, Yi Yan thought to himself. At this moment, the black-clothed old man stood in midair, his face dark and uncertain. His expression was extremely complicated. He pondered for a few breaths. Let's go. The black-robed old man finally made his choice. He gave the order and turned into a black beam of light, entering the coffin behind the man. The coffin lid flew over again and covered the coffin. The man at the 10th level of the fate realm of the Een Corpse sect was livid. He led all the disciples of the Een Corpse sect into the mist and disappeared. Seeing that the Een Corpse sect had disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the Een Corpse sect was one of the most powerful sects in the Nether Immortal dynasty. They were extremely powerful. In the Nether Immortal ancient land, there were at least 10 training teams. With such a powerful force, unless it was another powerful sect, it was best not to provoke them. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at the direction where the Een Corpse sect disciples had disappeared. He was stunned for a few seconds before he put the sword in front of him. He gently touched the sword but didn't feel anything special about it. This is strange. Where did the problem come from? Was it because that Vetra zombie was too weak? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. His body slowly descended from the sky. The multicolor-clothed girl looked at Luoli and the others and said in a gentle voice, "This divine vitality longevity fruit is something that our ancestor urgently needs. If you want to compete with us for it, then let's have a competition according to the rules of the underworld." "There's no need to compete. We'll withdraw." Luoli shook her head gently and chose to admit defeat. In terms of strength, they were alone and couldn't be compared to the Jiangchuan dynasty Su family. On the other hand, Luoli also knew that the patriarch favored the girl in colorful clothes from the Jiangchuan dynasty Su family. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind it. Along the way, with the help of Uncle Sui, their team had obtained a lot of divine vitality longevity fruits by cheating. Now, they didn't lack these 2 fruits. The other 5 people in the Shenlong sect naturally understood Luoli's words. No one had any thoughts. The girl in colorful clothes was slightly stunned. She looked at Luoli and smiled. Her smile was as bright as a spring flower. "Thank you, miss." "You're welcome." Luoli smiled and turned to leave with the other 5 people. "Take care, sect leader." The little blue cat and the girl in colorful clothes didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Luoli. Luoli couldn't help but laugh. She resisted the urge to look back and quickly disappeared into the black fog. Although they gave up the divine vitality longevity tree, if the Su family wanted to obtain the divine vitality longevity fruits, they naturally had to kill a large number of strange creatures guarding the tree. They also needed some time. These weren't things that Luoli and the others could worry about. Without Uncle Sui's guidance, the 6 people began to explore the black fog. On the way, they encountered a few waves of attacks from strange creatures. Those strange creatures were completely different from the ones before. According to Mu Qing, these strange creatures were called underworld immortal ghost wolves. Generally, after the 40th Heaven's Mystery Tower, these strange creatures would start to appear. Everyone explored the fog while absorbing spirit stones. They used the divinity in the spirit stones to resist the poison in the poisonous fog. They didn't stop. A few hours passed. They were like headless flies and didn't find anything. Boom, a black light suddenly fell from the fog and smashed a big hole in the ground. The 6 people were all shocked. When they saw the figure in the big hole, they couldn't help but be shocked. It was actually the elderly Uncle Sway. He was covered in blood and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He walked over with difficulty. Clearly, Uncle Sway was also severely injured in the battle with the red-furred bone dragon. Luoli and the others hurriedly rushed into the big hole and arrived in front of Uncle Sway. "Uncle Sway, your injuries are very serious, right?" Luoli asked with concern. Uncle Sway nodded silently. After nodding, he started to cough violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. It was a ghastly sight. The 6 people had heavy hearts. Seeing Uncle Sway like this, they also felt very sad. "Uncle Sway, I have some pills here. Take them and see if they can help with your injuries." Luoli took out a small bottle. There were over 10 divine-level dragon tiger pills inside. Uncle Sway didn't hesitate to grab the small bottle and opened it. He took a look inside and his eyes were filled with shock. Seeing that Uncle Sway seemed to recognize the dragon tiger pills, everyone was slightly stunned. It seemed like this Uncle Sway was also someone with a great background. Looks like Uncle Sway recognized these god-tier dragon tiger pills. Could it be that before he mutated, he was an Eternal Realm cultivator? The big black cat rolled its eyes as such a thought appeared in its mind. This Uncle Sway must be from a famous sect. At the very least, he must be from a super sect. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to reveal such a shocked expression. Whoosh, Uncle Sway did not hesitate to place the mouth of the small bottle in front of his mouth, then swallowed all the god-tier dragon tiger pills. After swallowing them, Uncle Sway stood on the spot and began to circulate the medicinal energy. Then, he saw his dispirited aura gradually become stronger. The number of times he coughed also suddenly decreased. The god-tier dragon tiger pills were refined in Uncle Sway's body in just 10 breaths of time. "Is there more?" Uncle Sway's hoarse and mechanical voice sounded. There's more." Seeing that Uncle Sway's injuries were getting better, Luoli was overjoyed. She hurriedly took out a small white bottle. Naturally, she still had many god-tier dragon tiger pills in her storage ring. However, every time she took them out, Luoli would use a small bottle to store them. She did not want to take out too many at once. This time, she took out a total of 30 god-tier dragon tiger pills. Uncle Sway took the small white bottle, opened the stopper, and poured the pills into his mouth. Seeing Uncle Sway crazily swallow the god-tier dragon tiger pills, the others could not help but look at each other. As expected of the Eternal Realm Uncle Sway, if they were allowed to swallow so many god-tier dragon tiger pills, their bodies would have exploded long ago. After swallowing another 30 god-tier dragon tiger pills and refining them, Uncle Sway's complexion became even better. Again. Uncle Sway raised his head and looked at Luoli with an earnest expression. He stretched out his hairy hand. N. Luoli swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then took out a small white bottle without hesitation. This time, the bottle contained 50 god-tier dragon tiger pills. This time should be enough, right? Luoli thought to herself as she handed the small white bottle to Uncle Sway. The others looked at each other. Uncle Sway swallowed so many god-tier dragon tiger pills from their sect master in one go. However, when everyone thought of how Uncle Sway had brought them to obtain so many Xianxia longevity fruits, their hearts calmed down. After swallowing the 50 divine-grade dragon tiger pills, Uncle Sway suddenly let out a strange cry. Coo coo coo, this cry sounded like the cry of some kind of bird. In the black fog, it sounded a little creepy. Immediately after, Uncle Sway's body began to sway slightly. The expression on his face alternated between nervousness and pain. His 2 furry palms were constantly placed in front of his chest, forming a few different hand seals. Uncle Sway, what happened to him? Looking at the others, Luoli said in shock. Could it be that Uncle Sway has eaten too many god-tier dragon tiger pills and he can't take it anymore? The big black cat blinked and said worriedly. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given Uncle Sui so many god-tier dragon tiger pills. Luoli said with a sobbing voice. She originally thought that since Uncle Sui was fine after swallowing so many divine dragon tiger pills, nothing would happen this time. But who would have thought? The situation was the opposite of what she thought. Junior sister, don't worry. I think Uncle Sui should be fine. Seeing that Luoli was anxious and depressed, Suwani hurriedly comforted her gently. Sigh, Luoli was so anxious that she stomped her feet. She thought that if something really happened to Uncle Sui, she would really become a sinner. Senior sister, Jun Maxiao was just about to comfort his senior sister when his breathing suddenly stopped and his eyes widened. To his shock, he discovered that Uncle Sui's tall and sturdy body was suddenly shrinking rapidly. In the process of shrinking, his bones were letting out a dull cracking sound. What's going on? Luoli was shocked. Her originally depressed mood instantly disappeared. The strange scene that was happening to Uncle Sui caused the six of them to feel a sinister and terrifying feeling. It was as if Uncle Sui was evolving in a certain direction. Uncle Sui wouldn't turn into some terrifying creature, right? The big black cat thought of a certain possibility and became even more worried. If Uncle Sui really turned into an even more terrifying creature, wouldn't he be better off not eating so many divine dragon tiger pills? Only the heavens knew. If Uncle Sui turned into an even more terrifying creature, would he still treat them as well as before? Everyone held their breaths and focused. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they stared at Uncle Sui. Crack crack, a series of dull sounds transmitted through the silent black fog. Some of the strange creatures in the distance seemed to have sensed some kind of terrifying aura and instantly fled. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea. This is? Jun Maxiao's eyes widened and he covered his mouth in shock. Uncle Sui's body finally stopped shrinking. However, the current Uncle Sui had already shrunk to 2 chi tall. Compared to a newborn baby, he didn't seem much bigger. Looking at the miniature Uncle Sui, everyone blinked their eyes. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everything was caused by the divine dragon tiger pills. Uncle Sui suddenly opened his eyes and his cheeks puffed up. His hand seals also changed into a new hand seal. Following the circulation of his magic power, his entire head suddenly emitted a white light. This light was very dazzling. The 6 of them narrowed their eyes at the same time. The light quickly disappeared. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were even more shocked. Uncle Sui's old face had already disappeared. Right now, his small face was pink like a porcelain doll. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't know how to describe the huge shock they felt at this moment. Wasn't Uncle Sui's transformation too big? Even the red hair on his head had fallen off. Could it be that Uncle Sui was already able to expel the strange energy from the underworld immortal ancient land? Little girl, give me some more divine dragon tiger pills. The more the better. Uncle Sui suddenly spoke. His voice was crisp like a child's. At the same time, he stretched out his furry little hands. Seeing Uncle Sui speak so fluently and his voice was no longer hoarse and mechanical, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. It was really too strange. Was this what it meant to regain one's youth? Luoli was stunned for a moment. She didn't know if she should continue to provide Uncle Sui with divine dragon tiger pills. Don't worry, I will continue to bring you guys to find the divine origin longevity fruit. Uncle Sui said again. Luoli took a deep breath and took out a small bottle. She smiled and said, Uncle Sui, for you. This time, she actually took out 300 divine dragon tiger pills. Uncle Sui took it without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, a layer of white light surged out from his body. The red hair on the surface of his body began to fall off in large patches. In the end, only the bottom of his feet remained. Do you have more? Uncle Sui looked at Luoli. His expression was sinister, causing one to tremble in fear. No more, Uncle Sui. Luoli panicked and hurriedly shook her head. What about the rest of you? Uncle Sui looked at the others and asked indifferently. We don't have any either. Everyone hurriedly denied. Since the sect master didn't want to continue providing, they naturally wouldn't either. Sigh. Uncle Sui sighed, as if he had accepted this reality. After all, divine dragon tiger pills were too precious. It wasn't easy for this little girl to have so many. Let's go. The short Uncle Sway jumped out of the pit and took the lead, entering the black mist. So this is a divine ability. The two Uncle Sway from before were also transformed from this Uncle Sway. In Luo Li's mind, Yiyan witnessed the entire process of Uncle Sway's transformation and came to his own conclusion. However, looking at the porcelain doll, for some reason, Yiyan felt that this childlike Uncle Sway's facial features were somewhat similar to his fourth disciple, Ji Wushuang. 100,000 years ago, Yiyan had taken in a total of 4 disciples. Su Qi was the eldest disciple, and Ji Wushuang was the youngest disciple. Before Yiyan died, Ji Wushuang was only in his teens and had yet to break through to the life and death realm. Ji Wushuang had the divine dragon bloodline and was extremely talented. He was pure, kind, and honest. He was Yiyan's most beloved disciple. 100,000 years ago, as Yiyan entered the mysterious sign in space, his physical body was completely dead. Under the attack of the mastermind, the Shenlong sect began to fall apart. His disciples were naturally not spared, in order to completely cut off the luck of the Shenlong sect. The mastermind used all kinds of divine abilities and methods to set up a tight plan, advancing step by step. In the past 100,000 years, all the arrangements had been carried out very smoothly. However, with Yiyan's resurrection, everything would change. In this world, there are many similar people. That child Wushuang's cultivation was also very low back then. He must have died long ago. Looking back at the past, Yiyan sighed. He shook his head and expelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate divine abilities. Uncle Sway led the 6-man team and continued to search for the divine origin longevity tree in the black fog. Although Uncle Sway, who had regained his youth, had no red hair on most of his body, his every move still gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Even a glance from him was enough to make one shudder. Along the way, although they continuously obtained divine origin longevity fruits, Luo Li and the others were still somewhat alarmed. They were afraid that Uncle Sway would suddenly attack them. Sect Master. Uncle Sway is really different from before. In the past, when he was covered in red hair, he wasn't so scary. The big black cat followed behind Luo Li and carefully sent a voice transmission when Uncle Sway wasn't paying attention. That's right. Without his red hair, Uncle Sway really looks like a strange humanoid creature. Luo Li's small face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. Afraid that Uncle Sway would discover her, she didn't even dare to turn her head and whispered. What are you guys talking about in private? The short and childlike Uncle Sway suddenly turned around. His gaze was strange as he looked at Luo Li in a sinister manner. It's nothing, Uncle Sway, Luo Li explained in a panic. They didn't expect Uncle Sway to be so alert. He seemed to be able to sense the sound transmission between them. The big black cat hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Uncle Sway, I was just asking the sect master how many divine vitality longevity fruits he has obtained so far. Oh. Uncle Sway nodded, turning around expressionlessly. After taking a few more steps in the black fog, Uncle Sway suddenly stopped moving. He lowered his head, and madness surged in his eyes. He suddenly laughed sinisterly. I will bring you all to the vicinity of the 53rd Heavens Mystery Tower. There is a large lake nearby, and at the bottom of the lake, there is also a red-furred bone dragon. I will challenge it. There was actually a red-furred bone dragon near the 53 Heavens Mystery Towers. When everyone heard Uncle Sway's words, they looked at each other in dismay. Stormy waves rose in their hearts. There was a red-furred bone dragon in the lake near the 43rd Heavens Mystery Tower. Why was there a red-furred bone dragon near the 53rd Heavens Mystery Tower? There was actually another one. What was going on? Uncle Sway, why are there 2 red-furred bone dragons in the ancient land of the underworld? The big black cat mustered up its courage and asked. Is 2 too many? To tell you the truth, there are a total of 7 bone dragons in the ancient land of the underworld. They are all very powerful. Uncle Sway laughed sinisterly. After speaking, the madness in his eyes became even more intense. There were a total of 7 red-furred bone dragons. Everyone was stunned. Why were there so many bone dragons in the ancient land of the underworld? One bone dragon was already at the eternal realm, and could be said to be an invincible overlord. There were a total of 7 bone dragons, and they were all hiding in the lake. Why, among the 6 people? Mu Qing, who was familiar with the ancient land of the underworld, was even more shocked. Because she had never heard of the existence of these 7 red-furred bone dragons in the ancient land of the underworld. Naturally, the big black cat had gone back and told them the first time she had heard of it. Only then did Mu Qing know that in the ancient land of the underworld, other than the most terrifying humanoid creature, Uncle Sui, there was actually a strange creature transformed from the skeleton of a great void blood spirit dragon, Bone Dragon. Both of them had reached the eternal realm. In the ancient land of the underworld, this realm was absolutely invincible. After all, eternal realm cultivators were unable to enter the ancient land of the underworld. Uncle Sui, why did you challenge the bone dragons there? Luoli asked curiously. Because these guys bullied me a lot in the past, so, now that I've recovered a lot of my strength, I naturally have to teach them a lesson. Uncle Sui's face was full of arrogance, and his expression was extremely crazy. The red-furred bone dragon used to bully Uncle Sui. What kind of logic was this? Logically speaking, the red-furred bone dragon was a strange creature, and so was Uncle Sui. There shouldn't be any deep hatred between them. At this moment, Suwani looked at Uncle Sui, and her heart shuddered. She suddenly felt that Uncle Sui was extremely unfamiliar. Uncle Sui's words just now, when he referred to himself as this lord, seemed to be the title of an important figure. It was completely different from the previous Uncle Sui. You guys don't have to be surprised. After I brought you guys to the vicinity of the 53rd Heavens Mystery Tower, I believe you guys also obtained a lot of divine origin longevity fruits. As for the rest, I won't care about you guys anymore. Uncle Sui waved his small hand that was carved like a jade bracelet, and said casually. All right. Luoli nodded somewhat sadly. After Uncle Sui returned to his youth, he was indeed completely different from before. Fortunately, they had obtained a lot this time, far surpassing the forces of those supreme sects that came to train. Let's set off. Uncle Sui chuckled, and strode into the black fog. Everyone hurriedly followed. Time flowed like water, and more than half a month passed. Everyone finally arrived near the 53rd Heavens Mystery Tower. Under the effect of continuously absorbing spirit stones, the 6 of them continuously broke through. Jun Maxiao broke through to the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Luoli and Suwani broke through to the peak of the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. Maobauer broke through to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. The big black cat broke through to the 7th level of the Heaven's Fate realm. When they finally arrived at the Heaven's Mystery Tower, Mu Qing's delicate body shook slightly. At this moment, she officially entered the 10th level of the Heaven's Fate realm. Sensing the changes in Mu Qing's body, Uncle Sui suddenly stopped. Uncle Sui suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Mu Qing. After a few seconds, his gaze landed on the other 5 people. Finally, Uncle Sui's gaze landed on the spirit stones in everyone's hands. So interesting. Along the way, the 6 of you have cultivated at an astonishing speed. I've always been curious, how can spirit stones have such a powerful function? Uncle Sui laughed eerily. Hearing Uncle Sui's words, the 6 of them simultaneously tightened, and their hearts started to beat violently. We're finished. This Uncle Sui is much smarter than the previous one. He finally discovered the secret of the spirit stones. Uncle Sui, it's actually nothing much, it's just that our talents are better, so our cultivation speed is faster. The big black cat explained embarrassedly. There's no need to explain. I'm afraid that the spirit stones in your hands are different from the spirit stones on this continent. Uncle Sui's gaze was strange, and a terrifying cold glint flashed across his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and grabbed a spirit stone from the big black cat's hand. My spirit stone. Seeing Uncle Sui snatch away the spirit stone in his hand, the big black cat wailed in his heart. He dared to be angry, but he didn't dare to think too much. He didn't move at all. He held his breath and stared nervously at Uncle Sui. Now, the secret of the spirit stone was about to be revealed by Uncle Sui. What was waiting for them? Although this Uncle Sui looked like a little doll carved from jade, he was actually the scariest humanoid creature out of all of them. His thoughts were strange and complicated. No one knew whether Uncle Sui would attack them or not. At this moment, the expressions of Luoli and the others changed greatly. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they were so frightened that they couldn't speak. This Uncle Sui was too cunning. If he discovered that the spirit stone contained divinity, would he demand an exorbitant price and rob them of all their spirit stones? After Uncle Sui grabbed the spirit stone, he didn't absorb it. Instead, he placed it in front of his eyes and carefully observed it. This spirit stone looks very familiar, Uncle Sui muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, the spirit stone in his hand suddenly turned into spirit energy and was absorbed by him. Comfortable. After absorbing the spirit energy of this spirit stone, Uncle Sui suddenly closed his sinister eyes and let out a sound of extreme enjoyment and comfort. Several seconds later, Uncle Sui opened his eyes. This spirit stone is very useful to me. Give me all the spirit stones you have. Uncle Sui raised his eyebrows, and an indescribable killing intent was emitted from his strange eyes. This killing intent was bone-chilling, and when it landed on the 6 people, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was extremely cold, and their bodies started to shiver. Uncle Sui, your cultivation is already so high. Could it be that you still need this small spirit stone? The big black cat was unwilling to give up the spirit stone, so he mustered up his courage and asked. Don't talk nonsense. This spirit stone is very important to me. If you help me, you're helping yourselves. Do you understand? Uncle Sui rebuked angrily. At this moment, although his body was small, a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. The face of the shadow could not be seen clearly, but it gave off an extremely powerful feeling. In particular, it released a monstrous and terrifying aura that made people feel despair. Plop, Mao Bauer, who had the lowest cultivation, was sweating profusely. Her knees gave way and she knelt on the ground. The other few people were also on the verge of collapsing. Since Uncle Sui needs the spirit stones, we'll give them to him. Luoli took a deep breath and made her decision. She took out a storage pouch and lightly tossed it to Uncle Sui. Seeing that their sect master had done so, the others quickly followed suit. 6 bags of spirit stones flew towards Uncle Sui. A look of ecstasy appeared on Uncle Sui's face. With a wave of his small hand, he grabbed these bags and poured them all onto the ground. Voila, a large pile of spirit stones was piled up like a small mountain. The spiritual energy was oppressive as it surged over. Uncle Sui clasped his hands behind his back and walked slowly beside the small mountain of spiritual stones. He clicked his tongue and praised, there are a total of 600,000 spiritual stones. All of you little fellows are so rich. We have no choice. Uncle Sui has been very kind to us along the way. Now that we need the spirit stones, we have to contribute all of our spirit stones. The big black cat spread out his hands and said sincerely. Hearing that, the other 5 people almost laughed out loud. The old ancestor had given them quite a number of spirit stones. Each of them was given 10 million spirit stones. During this period of time, they had consumed quite a lot. However, 10 million was just a drop in the ocean for a number like that. The big black cat said that it was all of their belongings. This was good too. As the saying went, a man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Uncle Sui knew that they had contributed all of their spirit stones, so he probably wouldn't make things difficult for them anymore. All of them had such thoughts. Uncle Sui stood beside the small mountain and opened his arms. With his palms facing the spirit stones, he began to absorb them crazily. The spirit stones disappeared continuously, turning into surging spiritual energy. Like 2 white pythons, they flew over and burrowed into his palms. How comfortable. What exactly is contained in these spirit stones? Why do I have some impression of it, but I can't remember clearly? Uncle Sui closed his eyes and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. At the same time, he muttered to himself as if he was recalling something. Hearing Uncle Sui's words, everyone looked at each other. All of them were shocked and their hair stood on end. If Uncle Sui was a native cultivator, even if he was an eternal realm cultivator, he wouldn't know the origin of the divinity in these spirit stones. However, according to Uncle Sui's words just now, he had revealed a piece of information intentionally or unintentionally. Uncle Sui, They had come into contact with spirit stones that were filled with divinity in the past. Could it be that Uncle Sway came from the divine land? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts thumped and their blood sped up. They became even more nervous. Everyone realized that their previous judgment of Uncle Sway wasn't too accurate. If Uncle Sway came from the divine land, then his cultivation should be at the true God realm. In Luo Li's mind, Yi Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard Uncle Sway's words. This Uncle Sway was indeed someone with a great background. If he came from the divine land, then he would really be interested. A divine spirit of the divine land who had lived in the underworld immortal ancient land for so long was invaded by a strange power and his cultivation level fell severely. However, he still didn't die. He should have some secrets on him. However, it was a pity that this Uncle Sway in front of him didn't seem to have recovered all his memories. Yi Yan was prepared to give him some more time to see what new tricks this Uncle Sway could come up with. He thought of the 7 bone dragons. Yi Yan's gaze moved. It pierced through the layers of black fog and passed through the mountain ranges. Finally, it landed at the bottom of a vast black lake. On the sand and rocks at the bottom of the lake, there was a huge bone dragon covered in red hair. It didn't move at all, allowing the water at the bottom of the lake to slowly flow through the cracks in its bones. Yi Yan then looked in other directions. A black river surged in the underworld immortal ancient land. It meandered and flowed, passing by 7 large black lakes along the way. Near the 43rd and 53rd Heavens Mystery Towers, there was a large black lake. In the lake, there was a red-haired bone dragon in a state of deep sleep. It flowed upstream along the river. One could clearly see that near the 63rd, 73rd, 83rd, 93rd, and 103 Heavens Mystery Towers, there was a red-haired bone dragon sleeping in each large black lake. The first 6 red-haired bone dragons were about the same size. Only the last red-haired bone dragon's body was twice as big. The strength of this red-haired bone dragon had reached the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidental distribution in the underworld immortal ancient land. Yi Yan's eyes kept flashing. His divine consciousness floated above the underworld immortal ancient land and looked down from above. These 7 large black lakes, he didn't know if they were natural or man-made. The shape of their arrangement turned out to be a Big Dipper. The 7 large lakes were arranged according to the Big Dipper, and there were 7 red-haired bone dragons in them. Regarding this shocking discovery, Yi Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was extremely shocked in his heart. What kind of show was this? Could it be that the mastermind behind this also had a plan in the underworld immortal ancient land? Since his rebirth, as Yi Yan broke through the formations along the way, he saw 7 star array formations in many places. The 7 stars formation was extremely mysterious and had many changes. It ran through the entire process of the destruction of the divine dragon in the hidden dragon continent and the destruction of the Shenlong sect. According to the clues that Yi Yan currently had, the 7 stars formation might have come from the extremely mysterious 7 stars pile in the divine land. However, the 7 stars pile was short-lived. After that, there was no more news. How interesting. I didn't come to the ancient land of the underworld in vain. There's actually a mastermind behind this place. Yi Yan muttered to himself. This strange ancient land of the underworld didn't have any ruins related to the Shenlong sect, nor did it have any dragon clan that needed to be suppressed. Why was there such a layout? Yi Yan was also somewhat puzzled. In the 7 large lakes, there were only 7 red-haired bone dragons sleeping. There was nothing special about them, and he couldn't see the layout of the formation. This made it easier for people to believe that these 7 large black lakes were the work of nature. It was purely a coincidence of nature, and not a man-made 7 stars formation at all. Yi Yan was very cautious. He also knew that there were many variations of the 7 stars formation. Perhaps, this was a new type of formation that he didn't understand yet. And Uncle Sway was a strange creature that had lived the longest in the ancient land of the underworld. Perhaps, he would have a deeper understanding of these red-haired bone dragons. Yi Yan's divine sense returned and didn't continue to explore. His current focus was on Uncle Sway, who might have come from the divine land. Uncle Sway had once boasted that he would fight a great battle with the red-furred bone dragon in the second Black Lake. In that case, Yi Yan wanted to see if that secret 7 stars formation would be activated. Whoosh, whoosh. Spiritual energy containing divinity whizzed over and surged into Uncle Sui's body. The 6 juniors of the Shenlong sect beside the pile of spirit stones were all nervous and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. A small mountain of spiritual stones, over 600,000 of them, were all absorbed by Uncle Sui in less than the time it took for an incense to burn. Awesome! After absorbing the spirit stone, Uncle Sui still had his eyes closed. He laughed loudly and immediately formed a hand seal in front of his chest. This hand seal was one of the hand seals Uncle Sui had formed before. Uncle Sui, is he trying to use the power of divinity to remove the red hair on his feet? The big black cat thought of a possibility and became even more terrified. As expected, Uncle Sui's feet were enveloped in white light, and patches of red fur began to fall off. In a few breaths of time, the red fur on Uncle Sui's feet was completely removed. Whoosh, he suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was as deep as the vast starry sky. Although it was extremely strange, it was even more profound. The instant Uncle Sui opened his eyes, the big black cat actually had a mysterious feeling as if an ancient world had opened up in front of him. Uncle Sui gazed into the depths of the nether-immortal ancient land. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was slightly excited. He clasped his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "The distance to recovery seems to be a little short. Let's get rid of that little dragon first." After saying that, Uncle Sui completely ignored Luoli and the others. He soared into the sky and instantly disappeared into the black fog. Uncle Sui has finally left. This time, he went to find that red-haired bone dragon to fight, right? Luoli let out a light breath. Her stiff body finally recovered. She stomped her feet and her expression returned to normal. Muqing released her divine sense and probed in the direction Uncle Sui disappeared. She didn't discover the Black Lake at all. She sighed slightly and said, "Sect Master, where are we going next?" Luoli pondered for a moment and said, "Let's return to the vicinity of the Heavenly Mystery Tower and rest." Everyone nodded. For more than half a month, the 6 of them hadn't entered the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Muqing and Mao Bao'er's bodies had more or less accumulated some poison. They needed to find the Heavenly Mystery Tower first and get rid of the poison in their bodies. And their current location wasn't too far from the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Through the fog, they could vaguely see a ball of silver light faintly floating. Everyone flew towards the Heavenly Mystery Tower and quickly entered the area enveloped by the silver light. There were no cultivators in the 53rd Heavenly Mystery Tower. "Looks like we're still number 1. The big black cat laughed and turned into a ray of black light. He flew to the bottom of the Heavenly Mystery Tower and sat down. Just as he was about to take out spirit stones, he suddenly frowned and his movements stiffened. "Sect Master, with Uncle Sui, this strange fellow, around, I'm afraid we can't take out spirit stones to absorb as we wish," the big black cat said bitterly. Uncle Sui's cultivation was at the Eternal Realm. Who knew when he would rush back? If Uncle Sui returned and discovered that they still had spirit stones, how would they explain it? Luoli frowned. She also realized the seriousness of the matter. She thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Let's be careful and wait for 2 days. That's the only way." Everyone nodded. For the first time, they sat below the Heavenly Mystery Tower and didn't absorb spirit stones. Instead, they cultivated normally. Boom, boom, a loud sound came from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone opened their eyes. Although they couldn't see the battle, they could imagine how intense it was. Now that Uncle Sui had regained his youth, his strength had increased tremendously. This time, the red-furred bone dragon was probably not his match. The battle lasted for a dozen breaths. After that, there was no sound. "Looks like the battle is over. I wonder what the outcome of this battle was," Muqing said calmly. "Of course, I won." Within the black fog, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from afar. Although the voice sounded like a child's, it was eerie and cold. A ray of light flashed. Uncle Sui landed below the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Everyone hurriedly looked over. Uncle Sui's eyes were cold and bright. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, but his expression was arrogant and excited. It could be seen that, although Uncle Sui won, he had to pay a price. Uncle Sui looked at the six of them with a strange and eerie gaze. It was as though there was a netherworld fire dancing in the depths of his eyes. I know you guys still have spirit stones, right? Uncle Sui asked. We really don't have any more, the big black cat shrugged and put on an innocent expression. Our previous cooperation has come to an end. If you guys want to keep your lives, take out another 600,000 spirit stones. Uncle Sui waved his hand and said eerily with killing intent. Uncle Sui, why are you so different from before? Luoli sighed. Mere ants don't deserve to know. Uncle Sui rejected him mercilessly. His eyes were filled with an air of superiority. It was as though the six little fellows before him were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. I still have some spirit stones. I have about 200,000. You guys can gather some more. Luoli took out a cloth pouch and looked at the other five. She blinked slightly and said softly. Everyone understood. They each took out a pouch and gathered another 600,000 spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, Uncle Sui grabbed the storage pouches filled with spirit stones into his hand. Little fellows, it seems like you guys don't lack spirit stones. I'm very curious. These spirit stones that contain divinity are originally produced in the divine earth. Where did you guys get them? Uncle Sui glared and asked eerily. Naturally from the divine earth. Luoli raised her brows. Suddenly, her aura changed greatly. Two sharp sword-like gazes pierced through the air and landed on Uncle Sui. Eh? Uncle Sui was shocked when he saw Luoli's aura suddenly change. She actually dared to speak rudely. Why did this little girl, who was only in the Nirvana realm, suddenly become so fearless? He glanced around vigilantly. When he didn't find any experts, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Senior sister, what's wrong with her? Xianxia was also dumbfounded. Suwani, even Suwani, who was always calm, looked at her junior sister in disbelief. She's just a fox pretending to be a tiger. Uncle Sui's eyes flashed with disdain as he comforted himself. He took 2 steps forward. The aura on his body became even stronger. It was as stable as a mountain as it pressed down. Uncle Sui sneered and said, You came from the divine land? Haha, hurry up and tell me. Who gave you these spirit stones? Do you have the qualifications? Luoli sneered. She also took a step forward. The mountain-like aura released by Uncle Sui instantly dissipated. What? You're also in the eternal realm? How is this possible? Uncle Sui widened his eyes and stared at Luoli in disbelief. This little girl, dressed in a light yellow robe, had easily broken through his eternal realm aura suppression. Obviously, her realm was the same as his. How did she do it? Uncle Sui. Luoli sneered and said, Since you know that I'm in the eternal realm, why don't you obediently surrender? Impossible. Eternal realm cultivators can't enter the underworld immortal ancient land. How did you come in? Uncle Sui roared. You don't have to worry about that. I have my own ways, Luoli sneered again. She put her hands behind her back and slowly walked towards Uncle Sui. The aura on her body was getting stronger and stronger. The moment Uncle Sui had the intention to kill, Yiyun had already possessed Luoli's body. He didn't reveal his divine sense. Because Yiyun had his own plans. It was still hard to say whether or not the 7 lakes were a 7 stars formation. On the other hand, this Uncle Sui still had a backup plan in the depths of the immortal underworld ancient land. If they worked together, they would be even stronger. At that time, the 7 bone dragons that were already at odds with Uncle Sui might not be able to hold themselves back from attacking. Yiyun had been waiting for this moment. No matter who you are, if you dare to threaten me, then die. Uncle Sui suddenly roared and pounced towards Yiyun. Yiyun punched out. Boom, he sent Uncle Sui flying with a single punch. Uncle Sui spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. This person was at the same level as him, but his strength was so terrifying. Where did he come from? How could there be such a terrifying eternal realm cultivator in the Tsangnan continent? Looking at the bewildered Uncle Sui, Yiyun smiled faintly. He purposely controlled his realm to be at the eternal realm, the same realm as Uncle Sui, so that he wouldn't frighten Uncle Sui. You must be from the divine land. Am I right? Uncle Sui kept retreating. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and asked unwillingly. That's right. If I didn't come from the divine land, how could these spirit stones appear in the Xianxia continent? Yi Yin smiled. Uncle Sui's expression changed greatly, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the black fog. Yi Yin didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around and walked back. He would let Uncle Sui use his backup plan. He just needed to sit back and watch. Master, you're here? The big black cat mustered up its courage and asked. Yi Yin nodded. At this moment, a mysterious change suddenly occurred in Luo Li's eyes. Countless tiny runes the size of stars appeared in the depths of Luo Li's eyes. The power of changing life and death swept through the surroundings like a gale. Everyone entered a dazed state at this moment. Only a second passed. Everyone regained their senses. Yi Yin erased this part of Uncle Sui's memory. Yi Yin didn't want these juniors to know the truth about Uncle Sui. Naturally, he didn't want them to carry too much burden. Carrying a heavy burden and trapping the mastermind behind the scenes was his responsibility as an invincible ancestor. Yi Yin controlled Luo Li's body and walked to the bottom of the Heaven's Mystery Tower. He sat down cross-legged and took out a spirit stone to absorb it. Sect Master, why are you absorbing the spirit stone? What if Uncle Sui sees it? The big black cat, who woke up, was shocked and hurriedly asked. It's fine. Everyone, don't worry and absorb it. Luo Li smiled. Then, she closed her eyes and started absorbing the spirit stone. Seeing their sect master doing so, the others didn't hold back and also took out spirit stones to absorb. After Yi Yin left Luo Li's mind, he also changed a part of Luo Li's memories. After doing all of this, Yi Yin cast his gaze into the distance, looking at the streak of light that was rapidly traversing through the black fog. Uncle Sui was escaping with all his might and was heading to the 108th Heaven's Mystery Tower. It's really strange. How could an eternal realm cultivator barge into the underworld immortal ancient land? And he's from a divine land. How is this possible? Uncle Sui, who was flying crazily, kept guessing the origin of that mysterious eternal realm cultivator. In the eyes of divine land cultivators, Xianxia continent was called the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area. No divine land's gods were willing or dared to enter this place. And to enter the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area, one had to pass through an extremely dangerous ancient path to heaven. Those below the true God realm couldn't enter at all. Those below the 5th level of the true God realm had a great chance of dying on the ancient path to heaven. Even true gods couldn't enter. How did this mysterious eternal realm cultivator pass through the ancient path to heaven? Uncle Sui was puzzled. Although he suffered a loss just now, he didn't feel gloomy. Instead, he was full of confidence. Now, he was no longer the same person who was bullied by the bone dragon. After almost 100,000 years of hard work, he was extremely lucky in the opening of the underworld immortal ancient land this time. With the help of those divine dragon tiger pills and spirit stones filled with divinity, he got rid of that strange power. As long as he merged his yin and yang bodies, he would have a chance to return to the true God realm. It could be said that he had spent almost 100,000 years on this plan. Now, he was finally going to succeed by chance. After he succeeded, with his divine power, he would definitely be able to pass through the ancient path to heaven and return to the divine land. At the thought of the divine land, Uncle Sui became extremely excited. To be exact, he hadn't returned to the divine land for millions of years. He didn't know what the divine land had become. Because the body he possessed was a native cultivator of Xianxia continent, he wasn't restricted by that mysterious curse at all. Therefore, after returning to the divine land, his cultivation could continue to increase without any restrictions. I must return to the divine venerable realm and return to the divine land. I must restore my past glory. Uncle Sui thought to himself. As Uncle Sui regained his youth and shed those strange long hair, the memories that were originally dormant in his mind gradually recovered. There were still some key memories that hadn't been recovered yet. The 108th Heavenly Mystery Tower was the largest Heavenly Mystery Tower in the entire underworld immortal ancient land. It was tens of thousands of feet tall. From afar, it looked like a giant pillar that reached the heavens, emitting endless silver light. The black fog here was terrifyingly dense. One could imagine how powerful the poison in the fog was. None of the cultivators who had gone through training had ever reached the 108th Heavenly Mystery Tower. It was already extremely difficult to reach the 80th or 90th Heavenly Mystery Tower. There were only a few people who had broken through the 100th Heavenly Mystery Tower in history. A ray of light broke through the black fog and flew into a valley. In the valley, there was a palace made of black stones that looked extremely simple and crude. In the palace, two burly figures, one male and one female, were sitting cross-legged. They were sitting opposite each other with their hands forming hand seals. Their eyes were closed and they didn't move at all. Both of them had a common characteristic, which was that their bodies were covered in long red and black hair. Haha, now that my main body has returned from an old body to a young body, I used the power of rejuvenation to expel all the strange power. I have to admit that this inverse yin-yang illusion spell is indeed extraordinary. As long as I merge these two yang and yin bodies into one, the inverse yin-yang illusion spell will be completed and I will break through to the true God realm. Standing in the palace, Uncle Sui looked at the two doppelgangers with a fanatical look in his eyes. This inverse yin-yang illusion spell was a supreme divine level superpower that he obtained by chance in an extremely ancient relic in the divine land. Uncle Sui relied on this divine level inverse yin-yang illusion spell to turn the tables in his life. Let's begin. Uncle Sui didn't hesitate. He stood in between the two doppelgangers and started to perform the inverse yin-yang illusion spell. Two rays of light, one black and one white, descended on the two doppelgangers. These two doppelgangers were naturally the male and female Uncle Sui that Luoli and the others had seen before. The two doppelgangers that were enveloped by the light soon disappeared. At the same time, Uncle Sui's aura grew stronger and stronger. He kept breaking through from the first level of the eternal realm. At the same time, long red and black hair grew out of his body again, making him look strange again. Yian saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but smile indifferently. This set of yin-yang illusion incantation really did have some redeeming qualities. It was commendable that he was able to expel this strange power through various tortuous means. Thinking of this strange power, Yian couldn't help but recall the claw of the dark heavenly dragon that he met in the divine land. The dark heavenly dragon was one of the super divine dragons in the divine king realm. When he was hit by the blood-red broken sword, he was also affected by the strange power. He didn't know if he could expel it. Anyway, after that earth-shattering battle, the dark sky dragon had completely disappeared. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The dark heavenly dragon in the divine king realm couldn't expel the strange power. However, Uncle Sui, who was only in the eternal realm, could expel the strange power. From this, one could see how terrifying the yin-yang illusion incantation was. Yian also planned to study this set of cultivation technique after dealing with Uncle Sui. Now, he was waiting for Uncle Sui to successfully fuse with it and see how the 7 bone dragons would react. Just as Uncle Sui was fusing with his 2 clones, 10,000 miles away from the nether immortal ancient land, a black-clothed youth was slowly walking in the air. There was a unique symbol between the young man's eyebrows. It was a dense black color and looked slightly sinister. It looked somewhat shocking. The aura on his body was erratic, making it difficult for others to determine his cultivation. Sigh, Lord Godfiend asked me to look for the violet gold tobacco pipe. I've searched the entire Tsangnan continent for so long, but I don't even have a single clue. Am I too useless? The black-clothed youth muttered to himself dejectedly. His voice was very soft, and it surrounded him tightly, unable to be transmitted out. This black-robed youth was naturally from the primordial demon clan of the netherworld demon realm on the divine land. He was ordered by the demon god to enter the hidden dragon forbidden zone to search for a purple gold tobacco pipe. Eh? The black-clothed youth looked up, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a huge bronze gate in the distant valley. This is the nether immortal ancient land, and it's also a small world. Since there's nothing outside, why don't I try my luck inside? The black-clothed youth, who was originally dejected, suddenly became excited. Since he couldn't find it outside, then he would explore some small worlds. Although the chances were slim, it was still better than doing useless work outside. At the thought of this, the black-clothed youth turned into a ray of light, broke through the air, and entered the bronze gate. This fog is poisonous? After entering, the black-cloaked youth felt the black fog around him and smiled faintly. He was a third-level divine lord, and with the body of a demon, a mere bit of poison naturally couldn't do anything to him. He said bluntly. His cultivation was the best in the entire Sunnan continent, and he was invincible. No person, treasure, or even poison could pose a threat to him. Because the cultivators in this place were extremely weak, and Eternal Realm cultivators were already at the peak of their cultivation. Although they were ridiculously strong, this black-cloaked youth from the Prime Demon clan also knew that the Sunnan continent was being watched by some higher-ups in the Divine Land due to the High Priest's instructions. He had to keep a low profile in this operation, and he couldn't reveal his cultivation. Therefore, since entering the Sunnan continent, he had been extremely patient and didn't attract anyone's attention. After flying forward for a while, countless crows came whistling and pounced on him in a frenzy. Stay away. The black-cloaked youth smiled faintly, and with a gentle wave of his hand, those crows disappeared without a trace. He constantly released his divine consciousness and broke open the storage rings of the surrounding cultivators to see if there was a purple gold tobacco pipe. Near the 108th Heaven's Mystery Tower. In the Stone Palace, Uncle Sway had successfully absorbed the two doppelgangers and was beginning to expel the strange power in his body. After absorbing the two doppelgangers, Uncle Sway's originally short and miniature body became no different from a normal person at this moment. The only difference was that he still had a layer of long black and red hair on his body. A layer of white light enveloped Uncle Sway completely. Pieces of long fur kept peeling off from his body and fell to the ground. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Uncle Sway successfully removed all the long hair on his body and returned to the appearance of a normal human. Ji Wushuang? Yi Yan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Uncle Sway's handsome face. This Uncle Sway who had returned to normal looked exactly the same as his fourth disciple, Ji Wushuang. A dazed look flashed across Uncle Sway's eyes. Don't struggle anymore. Go to sleep obediently. Now, I have completely taken over your body. In the empty palace, Uncle Sway laughed loudly with an insolent expression. The dazed look in his eyes was immediately suppressed. Uncle Sway's aura became cold and gloomy again. From now on, I'm the only one in the world. Uncle Sway looked into the distance and released a powerful True God Realm aura as he spoke arrogantly. This True God Realm aura spread out from the 108th Heaven's Mystery Tower and instantly engulfed the entire underworld immortal ancient land. Many cultivators fainted when they sensed this aura. In the black fog, a girl in colorful clothes held a blue kitten in her arms. She raised her head and looked into the distance curiously. True God Realm? Why would a True God Realm cultivator appear in this place? That's interesting. The blue kitten laughed in its heart and cancelled out the True God Realm aura. The Su family's team wasn't affected at all. Below the 53rd Heaven's Mystery Tower, because of Yi Yan's existence, the 6 juniors of the Shenlong sect were naturally safe and sound. Yi Yan didn't even let them feel the True God Realm aura. The black river that connected the entire underworld immortal ancient land surged endlessly and connected the 7 large lakes. At this moment, the 7 red bone dragons at the bottom of the lake woke up from their slumber. Whoosh, the 7 red bone dragons instantly broke out of the water and floated above the lake. As expected, when the aura of a true god was exposed in the nether immortal ancient land, the 7 bone dragons started to move. Yi Yan looked at the scene in the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. He really wanted to see if these 7 bone dragons would summon the 7 stars great array. If it was summoned, then Yi Yan would have to make a move. Naturally, he would have to keep the 7 stars formation and study it carefully. Yi Yan's gaze landed on Uncle Sway, who looked exactly like Ji Wushuang. Based on what Uncle Sway said before, Yi Yan was almost certain that this body was Ji Wushuang's body. Ji Wushuang was possessed by Uncle Sway. The ability he used when he possessed Ji Wushuang's body was naturally the inverse yin-yang illusion technique. I didn't expect my disciple to still be alive. Even though Yi Yan was determined, at this moment, he was so excited that his body trembled slightly. At this moment, he finally understood. Why would the male and female Uncle Sway take such good care of Luoli and the others? Because Ji Wushuang's consciousness hadn't completely disappeared. Therefore, when Ji Wuxuan felt the dragon bloodline aura in Luoli and the others, he naturally felt close to them, which was why he helped them so much. This child. Back then, he was so simple and honest. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, his personality didn't change at all. Yi Yan sighed, and his gaze turned gentle. Although Ji Wuxuan's body was possessed, his consciousness was still there. Yi Yan had plenty of ways to let his beloved disciple take back control of her body. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's original body in the black horse carriage instantly disappeared. 7 annoying bone dragons. You guys have been hiding here for so long, and now you're all out. Uncle Sui walked out of the palace with his hands behind his back. His gaze pierced through the endless black fog, as if he saw the 7 red-haired bone dragons above the 7 black lakes. He smiled coldly, took a step forward, and instantly arrived in the vicinity of the 103 Heavens Mystery Towers, above the Black Lake. Across from him, there was a gigantic red-furred bone dragon, facing him from afar. In the nether immortal ancient land, strange creatures of the true god realm cannot be born. The huge red-furred bone dragon said in a very mechanical and deep voice. Then, it raised its head and let out a furious roar. At the same time, the other 6 red-furred bone dragons also roared towards the sky. The 7 dragon roars shook the heavens and the earth. It was abnormally terrifying, causing the entire nether immortal ancient land to tremble. Strange, why would there be a true god stage cultivator in the nether immortal ancient land? Not only are there true immortal realm cultivators, but there are also 7 eternal realm bone dragons. The prime demon youth who was strolling near the 3rd heavenly mystery pagoda in the dark immortal ancient land suddenly looked into the distance. At this moment, somewhere in the sky above the 7th black lake, the space was silently torn apart. Yi Yan, who was dressed in white, walked out quietly like an immortal. Uncle Sui and the 7 bone dragons did not notice Yi Yan's existence. However, the young man from the prime demon clan in the distance saw Yi Yan at first glance. Who is this person? Why can't I see his cultivation level? The black-robed youth's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He did not expect to meet so many powerful figures after entering the nether immortal ancient land by mistake. It was truly inconceivable. Looks like I have to join in the fun. There are many experts in that place. What if someone has the whereabouts of the purple gold tobacco pipe? The black-robed youth's eyes turned, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he disappeared on the spot. He could not see the cultivation level of the white-robed youth, but he was not afraid. Lord Demon God had left him a backup plan. He was confident that no one in the Tsangnan continent could take it. In another direction above the 7th lake, the void was suddenly torn apart, and a black-robed youth walked out. When the void rippled, Yi Yan sensed that something was amiss. Therefore, when he saw the black-robed youth walk out of the void crack, Yi Yan's expression froze. The black-robed youth was actually a 3rd-level divine monarch realm cultivator. Where did this guy come from? Could he be hiding in the nether immortal ancient land too? Yi Yan's eyes flickered, as deep as the netherworld flame. He kept sizing up the black-robed youth opposite him. The black-robed youth also kept looking at Yi Yan, trying to find some useful clues. At this moment, Uncle Sui looked at the huge bone dragon arrogantly and laughed arrogantly. A few eternal realm dragon skeletons that were lucky enough to survive until now because of some strange power. Do you think you can be my match? Everyone below the true god realm is like an ant. I can kill you with one slap. After saying that, Uncle Sui reached out his hand and grabbed the red-furred bone dragon. The red-furred bone dragon suddenly shrunk and curled up like a ball. Its body suddenly emitted a layer of red light, completely enveloping it. A beam of red light shot up into the sky like a pillar. The other 6 bone dragons did almost the same thing. They also shot up the same 6 red pillars of light, shooting straight into the sky. There were 7 red light pillars in the entire nether immortal ancient land. At the top of the void, under the dome, 7 blood-red stars suddenly appeared. Each star was emitting a thick blood-red light, giving off an unusually terrifying feeling. This is? Uncle Sui looked at the 7 stars and suddenly had a bad premonition. So this 7 stars formation is hidden above the dome. However, these 7 stars aren't silver, but a rare red. Yi Yan muttered to himself. The black-robed young man put his hands behind his back and chuckled. This small world is really interesting. There's even a 7 stars formation hidden above the dome. I underestimated it. Although his voice was loud, Uncle Sway, who was far away, couldn't hear him. You're from the Divine Land? Yiyan smiled faintly and asked the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man had a unique mark between his eyebrows. He didn't look like a deity from the Divine Land. You're from the Divine Land too? The black-robed young man glared and asked in return. Seeing that the black-robed young man was quite arrogant, Yiyan shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, he stretched out a finger and froze the black-robed young man in midair. At this moment, he didn't have time to deal with the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man from the primordial demon clan who was frozen in midair couldn't move. His eyes were filled with terror. He never dreamed that the white-robed young man opposite him would be so powerful. He tapped him lightly. He was frozen in midair. He couldn't even activate the mark left by the demon god. After the 7 blood-red stars appeared, they formed the shape of the Big Dipper. Whoosh, a powerful formation power suddenly descended from mid-air, forming hundreds of blood-red swords. I'm dead. Uncle Sway suddenly realized that he couldn't move after being locked in by the blood-red 7 stars formation. Moreover, each of those blood-red swords released a terrifying aura that could kill a true God Realm cultivator. If they landed on his body, he would be instantly riddled with holes and die on the spot. Uncle Sway never dreamed that there would be a formation in the nether immortal ancient land that was specially used to kill true gods. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of Uncle Sway. It was Yiyan. Looking at the blood-red swords that were shooting towards him, Yiyan waved his hand lightly, and all the swords immediately disappeared. The powerful attack formed by the 7 stars formation was nothing in front of him. This is? Uncle Sway couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yiyan suddenly appear. Where did this expert come from, to be able to withstand the attack of the 7 stars formation so easily? His cultivation was probably at least in the God Monarch realm. Uncle Sway's expression was complicated. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly guessed the background of this white-robed youth. His gaze unintentionally flashed, and he suddenly discovered that in another direction, there was also a black-robed youth standing in the void. That black-robed youth actually released the aura of a God Monarch realm. Uncle Sway's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat dripped down his back. How could there be 2 God Monarch realm cultivators in the small underworld immortal ancient land? Could it be that the gods of the Divine Land had already broken the mysterious curse of the Sunnon continent? Whoosh, Yiyan reached out his hand and grabbed the 7 stars formation in the air. The 7 stars became extremely small, and they constantly floated in his palm, releasing a unique aura. Yiyan observed for a few seconds, and discovered that this 7 stars formation was different from the ones before. He reached out his left hand again, and grabbed the 7 bone dragons above the 7 lakes as well. Then, he sealed them and temporarily put them away. Senior, Uncle Sway felt fear in his heart, and he said with a trembling voice. Hearing Uncle Sway's call, Yiyan turned around and looked indifferently at the face he was most familiar with. What should I call you? Uncle Sway. That's not your name, right? Yiyan asked calmly. Senior, I used to be Sage Sway Han of the Divine Land, and my cultivation is at the 9th level of the True God Realm. Uncle Sway said respectfully. Sage Sway Han? 9th level of the True God Realm? Yiyan smiled faintly. His gaze towards Uncle Sway underwent a mysterious change. At this moment, countless tiny inscriptions the size of stars appeared in the depths of his eyes. A power of change instantly descended upon Uncle Sway's soul. Strange. There's actually a seal in the depths of this guy's memories. Yiyan suddenly stopped moving, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Afraid that the sudden explosion of his primordial spirit would affect Ji Wushuang's corporeal body, Yiyan suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Uncle Sway's primordial spirit. Then, he continued to activate the heavenly illusory eyes and started to break through the restrictions on Uncle Sway's primordial spirit. Pa, the forbidding aura shattered into pieces. So it's a restriction set up by a divine venerable. It's not the kind of restriction set up by the mastermind. After breaking the restriction, Yiyan smiled and started to read Uncle Sway's complete memories. After a few breaths, Yi Yan withdrew the heavenly illusory eyes and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This Uncle Sui wasn't an ordinary divine spirit from the divine land. Naturally, he wasn't called Sage Sui Han. His real name was Supreme God Qian Yu, and he was also a powerful divine venerable. This Supreme God Qian Yu had followed the army of divine spirits to invade the Dark Meru world several million years ago. There, he fought a great battle with the army of the Dragon Clan. It was said that the army of divine lands divine spirits invaded the Dark Meru world to search for a scabbard. This scabbard had been secretly sealed in the depths of the Dark Meru world by Zhu Long. In that battle, the leader of the Dragon Clan was the ancient Void Dragon. Due to the large number of divine spirits, they had the upper hand. The ancient Void Dragon broke the seal, took out the scabbard that Zhu Long had sealed, and engaged in a great battle with the divine spirits. Supreme God Qian Yu was severely injured by the aftermath of the scabbard. His body was invaded by a strange energy, and a layer of red and black hair grew on his body. Supreme God Qian Yu was unconscious for an unknown period of time. When he woke up, he was already in the immortal underworld ancient land. Although the strange energy was very strong, Supreme God Qian Yu had cultivated the inverse yin-yang illusion technique before. At the crucial moment, this technique saved his life. However, due to his severe injuries, Supreme God Qian Yu fell into a deep sleep. He would wake up after a period of time to find a suitable body to be the embryo for the inverse yin-yang illusion technique. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yan's disciple, Ji Wushuang, accidentally entered the immortal underworld ancient land. With the bloodline of the divine dragon and unparalleled talent, he was naturally targeted by Supreme God Qian Yu. Hence, Supreme God Qian Yu took over Ji Wushuang's body and started to cultivate the inverse yin-yang illusion technique in an attempt to be reborn. Although the inverse yin-yang illusion technique was miraculous, it was also very difficult to cultivate. In addition, the strange energy in the immortal underworld ancient land was very difficult to deal with. There was also no divine energy in the spiritual qi to assist in cultivation. After nearly 100,000 years, with the help of Luo Li's divine dragon tiger pill and spirit stones, Supreme God Qian Yu successfully expelled the strange energy in his body and successfully cultivated the inverse yin-yang illusion technique. This was the true origin of Uncle Sui. A god who was at the divine earth god realm millions of years ago was invaded by a strange energy. He took over Ji Wushuang's body and became a terrifying humanoid creature in the eyes of the world. Uncle Sui. Although he took over Ji Wushuang's body, Ji Wushuang's belief had always been very strong. Even if it was suppressed for a short period of time, it would still emerge under special circumstances. It affected Supreme God Qian Yu's thinking. After all, under the situation of the strange energy invading his body, Supreme God Qian Yu, who was no longer the same as before, couldn't maintain a clear mind at all times. Like most strange creatures, he was also in a state of confusion. At this moment, Supreme God Qian Yu woke up. "What did you do to me?" Supreme God Qian Yu turned pale with fright when he found that his primordial spirit had been extracted. "Of course I exposed your background and saw through all your memories." "Supreme God Qian Yu, do you know that Ji Wushuang, who you took over, is my disciple?" Yi Yan sneered. "What? Ji Wushuang is your disciple? Then aren't you the sect master of Shenlong sect, the most powerful eternal realm expert in the history of Songnan continent?" Supreme God Qian Yu said in shock. He had taken over Ji Wushuang's body, so he naturally knew a lot about Shenlong sect. He naturally admired the sect master of Shenlong sect for being able to cultivate to the peak of level 10 eternal realm at the age of 24 in a barren place like Songnan continent. If such talent went to the divine earth, he would be an amazing genius. He was even more talented than Supreme God Qian Yu in his previous life. "You really deserve it. Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough." Yi Yan's eyes fell on Supreme God Qian Yu. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he flicked his finger and the primordial spirit of Supreme God Qian Yu burst into pieces in an instant with a scream. Supreme God Qian Yu's primordial spirit had no meaning to live. After all, Yi Yan had read all his memories, including the inverse yin-yang illusion skill, which he was most interested in. Naturally, Yi Yan also got it. After dealing with Supreme God Qian Yu, Yi Yan felt a little better. He looked at Ji Wushuang with a complicated look. At this moment, Ji Wushuang was floating in the air in a daze. Although Supreme God Qianyu's primordial spirit was gone, he still didn't wake up. Puff, Yi Yan flicked a drop of triple brilliance holy water into Ji Wushuang's mouth. After this drop of triple brilliance holy water entered Ji Wushuang's body, his dull face quickly changed and became more lively. Triple brilliance holy water had unimaginable miraculous effects on injuries to the will, body, and divine soul. It was the #1 healing medicine in the untainted land. Under the effect of triple brilliance holy water, Ji Wushuang's divine soul was unprecedentedly strengthened and took over his body, completely waking up. Looking at the white-robed young man in front of him and the familiar facial features, Ji Wushuang rubbed his eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. "Master, am I dead? Have we met again in hell?" Ji Wushuang was heartbroken. His knees went soft and he suddenly knelt down. "What a silly boy. You're living well now. How could you die?" Yi Yan appeared in front of Ji Wushuang and helped his beloved disciple up with both hands and said with a smile. Feeling his master's strong arms, Ji Wushuang realized that he was not really dead. But then a terrible problem appeared. Wasn't his master dead? How could he suddenly come back to life? "Master, you're not dead?" Ji Wushuang asked hurriedly as an idea flashed through his mind. "Back then, I was trapped in a mysterious space. To the outside world, I might be dead. But 100,000 years later, I got out of that mysterious space and came back to life again." Yi Yan explained with a smile. "Master, you're still alive. That's great." After receiving his master's affirmation, Ji Wushuang could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and burst into tears. Yi Yan stood still and waited quietly. Ji Wushuang had suppressed his emotions in his heart for 100,000 years. Now, let him cry to his heart's content. After crying for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ji Wushuang's crying gradually stopped. "Master, you saved me, right? I remember that there was a guy called Divine Thousand Feathers in my body who took over my body." Ji Wushuang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked excitedly. "I killed Hierarch Thousand Feathers on the spot," Yi Yan said with a smile. Ji Wushuang asked in shock, "Master, what's your cultivation base now? How could he be so strong?" "Hierarch," Yi Yan said softly. There was no need for him to hide anything from his beloved disciple. "Master, back then, you were already so powerful. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, you would still be so powerful?" Ji Wushuang's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He tried to sense his master's aura, but he couldn't detect his master's cultivation. "Ha, you don't have to flatter me. This time, you also profited from a disaster. Although you became a strange creature, you also preserved your life. Now, with the help of Supreme Divinity Thousand Feathers Yin Yang Illusion Reverse Art, you even broke through to the true God Realm cultivation in one go." Yi Yan nodded and smiled. Among his 4 disciples, perhaps only Ji Wushuang had such good luck. After going through a series of painful twists and turns, he could be considered to have achieved success. Ji Wushuang sighed silently, his heart was also filled with sorrow. 100,000 years seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. "Wushuang, how did you enter the immortal underworld ancient land back then?" Yi Yan suddenly asked. Ji Wushuang's expression dimmed, as if the tragic battle 100,000 years ago had appeared in his mind. He lowered his head and said in a sorrowful voice, "Master, back then, when the immemorial giant demons besieged my Shenlong sect, countless disciples were killed and injured. I also took advantage of the chaos to escape. However, at that time, there was a force that was constantly wiping out the disciples of my Shenlong sect. At a critical moment, a masked woman suddenly saved me and guided me to enter the immortal underworld ancient land to seek a chance of survival by hiding there." "A masked woman saved you?" Yi Yan's expression changed greatly. He immediately interrupted Ji Wushuang's words and asked loudly. "Yes, master." Ji Wushuang quickly nodded. After listening to Ji Wushuang's words, the expression on Yi Yan's face became complicated, and a storm rose in his heart. This masked woman had saved Lu Yi before, and now she had guided Ji Wushuang to enter the immortal underworld ancient land. Most likely, it was Nan Gongyu's doing. However, why did Nan Gongyu do this? this made Yi Yun extremely confused. Nangongyu and Long Xian, these two people, in his mind, were becoming more and more mysterious. Nangongyu was capricious, and it was difficult to judge whether she was good or evil. Long Xian, on the other hand, was cunning and unusually mysterious. After entering the Divine Land, he completely disappeared. Back then in the Nine Nether Underground Palace, Long Xian crossed endless space and just took a look at the Nine Nether Sovereign, and the Nine Nether Sovereign's body that was full of decaying divinity collapsed. This showed how powerful Long Xian was. According to the juniors of the Shenlong sect, the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect had once offended a very strong force. Who on earth was this force? Why was Long Xian so afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases and abandoning the Shenlong sect? All kinds of thoughts surged in his mind, like countless threads intertwining together, making Yi Yun even more confused. Master, is there any successor of the Shenlong sect outside now? Ji Wushuang asked carefully. After all, the Shenlong sect was so badly killed back then. According to that way of killing, the Shenlong sect would be completely destroyed within 10,000 years. Of course there is. Now the disciples of the Shenlong sect have been passed down to the 298th generation. The little girl you saw before is the current sect master of the Shenlong sect. Hearing Ji Wushuang's words, Yi Yun did not know why, but his mood inexplicably improved. He waved his hand, and a water mirror condensed by Dharma power suddenly appeared in front of him. On the water mirror, the image of Luoli, who was sitting cross-legged under the Divine Mystery Tower, was clearly revealed. So it's her. I was wondering why he was so kind to her. Ji Wushuang scratched his head. Thinking of what happened before, he smiled embarrassedly. Those three little guys with the bloodline of the Divine Dragon are the only three successors of the 298th generation of our Shenlong sect. Now some evil beasts have joined our Shenlong sect. Now the Shenlong sect is very powerful. Yi Yun said with a smile. Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of something and smiled again. Do you still remember Xianxia? That little bird is still alive. That's great, Master. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Ji Wushuang was so excited that his eyes filled with tears. The Shenlong sect was still there. This was the best news they could get. Yi Yun turned around and gently lifted the fixed body skill on the black-clothed youth with a point of his hand. I'll give you a chance to tell me your origin. Yi Yun smiled faintly and threw an olive branch. The reason why he did this. He was afraid that the black-clothed youth was a pawn left by the mastermind behind the scenes in the underworld ancient land. If he was a pawn, there would naturally be a restriction in his mind. Breaking it by force would not yield any information. It was better to probe the black-clothed youth's mouth first. Give me a chance? Haha. The black-clothed young man suddenly laughed and his face became extremely ferocious. A ray of black light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The ray of light was extremely dark. After it shot out from his forehead, it turned into a huge black hand that covered the sky and slapped towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun sighed softly. This black-clothed young man was really arrogant. Did he think that he could do anything to him just because he had such a trump card in his body? Yi Yun gently pointed with his finger. That huge hand that covered the sky immediately shattered with a poof. It was like a steel needle piercing a rubber ball. It broke easily. How is this possible? You. What is your cultivation level? The black-clothed young man kept retreating in the air. His eyes were filled with fear as he asked. He remembered that Sir Demon God said that the seal was so powerful that no one below level 10 Divine Monarch realm could withstand it. However, the white-clothed young man in front of him broke it easily. Could it be that his cultivation level had reached the hierarch realm? But how was this possible? How could a powerful hierarch realm divine being from the Divine Land enter the hidden dragon forbidden area? Was this not cutting off his cultivation path? This was absolutely impossible. Ji Wushuang saw the black-clothed young man's shocked expression and could not help but feel happy. He laughed and said, "My master is an hierarch realm divine being." So, he's an hierarch realm divine being. The black-clothed young man's face was ashen. At this moment, he did not have any intention to escape. He was just a level 3 Divine Monarch realm divine being. There was no way he could escape from the pursuit of an hierarch realm divine being. Sigh. You're in Hierarch Realm divine being, why did you cut off your cultivation path and enter the hidden dragon forbidden area? Aren't you afraid of the mysterious curse? The black-cloaked young man asked in a muffled voice. You're just a level 3 divine monarch realm divine being, yet you dare to enter the hidden dragon forbidden area. Why would I be afraid of you? Yi Yun asked with a smile, following the meaning of the black-cloaked young man's words. He noticed that the black-cloaked young man's reaction and words were very interesting. He did not seem like a pawn of the mastermind. The black-cloaked young man blurted out, I entered the hidden dragon forbidden area to look for a treasure. What kind of treasure are you looking for? It actually made you give up on your cultivation? Quick, tell me, maybe I've seen this treasure before? Yi Yun's heart moved, and he quickly asked. Seeing that the Hierarch realm expert had no intention of killing him, the black-cloaked young man heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down a little. I'm looking for a purple gold tobacco pipe. I wonder if Senior has seen it before? The black-cloaked young man cupped his fist and said respectfully. Purple gold tobacco pipe? Yi Yun was stunned when he heard the black-cloaked youth's words. He hurriedly touched his wrist and took out a purple gold tobacco pipe. Is this it? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Yes, this is the violet gold tobacco pipe. I didn't expect it to be in Senior's hands. The black-cloaked young man's face was filled with ecstasy as he nodded repeatedly. The purple gold tobacco pipe in the ultimate god Senior's hand was exactly the same as the one Sir Demon God had described. He had been looking for it in the Tsungnan continent for so long without any clues. He did not expect to meet a Senior in the Hierarch realm in the nether immortal ancient land. Moreover, this Senior happened to have a purple gold tobacco pipe. It was unbelievable. Yi Yun had a strange expression on his face. He took a deep breath and did not know what to say. Everyone who had seen this purple gold tobacco pipe was dead. How did this black-cloaked young man know about it? Who told you to look for this purple gold tobacco pipe? Yi Yun looked at the black-cloaked young man again and asked indifferently. Senior, this purple gold tobacco pipe is what Sir Demon God was looking for. I didn't expect it to be in your hands. I know I'm not your opponent, but I'm willing to give up everything I have to exchange for this purple gold tobacco pipe. The black-cloaked young man cupped his fist again and bowed respectfully. Sir Demon God had only asked the black-cloaked young man to look for the purple gold tobacco pipe, but he did not tell him the grade of this purple gold tobacco pipe. In the black-cloaked young man's mind, this purple gold tobacco pipe was at most of the Emperor grade. He had a few Emperor grade treasures in his storage ring that he could use to exchange for the purple gold tobacco pipe. Yi Yun was amused by the sudden change in the black-cloaked young man's attitude. He nodded and asked, so you're from the Demon Clan? I'm from the Yuan Demon Clan. The black-cloaked young man said respectfully. How did your Sir Demon God know that I have this purple gold tobacco pipe? Yi Yun asked with a smile. The black-cloaked young man scratched his head with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He replied respectfully, Senior, this purple gold tobacco pipe should belong to my Sir Demon God. He said he lost it and might have lost it in the hidden dragon forbidden area, so he sent me to look for it. I see. Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he seemed to understand. There must be something wrong with this Sir Demon God. How did he know that he had a purple gold tobacco pipe? Yi Yun had only taken out this purple gold tobacco pipe on the ancient path to heaven. He did not expect that he would be targeted after taking it out just once. What kind of divine ability did this Sir Demon God have to have such a terrifying premonition? At this thought, Yi Yun activated the heavenly disillusionment eye without hesitation. The black-cloaked young man was in a trance for a moment before he came back to his senses. At this moment, Yi Yun had already read all his memories. It turned out that this Sir Demon God was summoned by the Yuan Demon Clan. He came from a demon world. That demon world was somewhat related to this world, so he could be summoned. That's not right. This purple gold tobacco pipe is a treasure of a powerful existence in a certain universe. It's completely different from the demon world. Yi Yun muttered to himself. For a moment, he could not figure out the origin of this demon god. However, since he had already come to his doorstep, Yi Yun naturally wanted to go to the Yuan Demon Clan and ask this demon god what was going on. I'm also a smoker, and I appreciate your Lord Demon God. It's not that I can't give him this purple gold pipe, but I want to personally go to your underworld devil domain and exchange my smoking experience with your Lord Demon God face to face. Yi Yin made up his mind and said with a smile. This? Ji Wushuang next to him looked shocked. 100,000 years ago, his master's greatest hobby was drinking, fighting, and picking up girls. He had never smoked before. What was going on now? Why did he like smoking? It's great that Senior has such an idea. I just don't know when you'll leave for the Divine Land? Hearing Yi Yun's words, the black-clothed young man rubbed his hands excitedly. Today will do. Yi Yun smiled and looked in a certain direction in the distance. He said softly, there's a place in the underworld immortal ancient land that I need to explore. You stay here and wait for me to come back. Yes, sir. The young man in black cupped his fists obediently and said with a smile. This divine venerable senior's way of doing things made him feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze, which made him admire this senior even more. Yi Yun brought Ji Wushuang and instantly disappeared from the spot. Only the young man in black was left. I didn't expect this. The mission this time went so smoothly and we found the violet gold tobacco pipe in less than a year. Lord Demon God will definitely reward me when I go back. The young man in black stood where he was with a touch of joy on his face. However, good things did not last long. Immediately, the joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by a dejected expression. They say that entering the hidden dragon forbidden area will lead to a mysterious curse. My cultivation path will be cut off after I go out. The young man in black sighed and his face suddenly became bitter. There was an indescribable depression in his heart. He looked around, and when he saw the countless weak cultivators in the fog killing the strange creatures, his eyes turned slightly gloomy, and the black mark on his forehead kept shining. It seemed that he was about to enter the state of demonization. The prime demons were not much different from humans. Once the mark between their eyebrows was activated, they would turn into ferocious giant demons and their combat strength would increase by several times. Puff, it was unknown what the black-clothed youth thought of, but he suddenly became discouraged. He took a deep breath and said with lingering fear, I was almost controlled by the inner demon. If I had started a massacre, I'm afraid that Senior would have taken my life before I could do anything. He shook his head and smiled bitterly for a few seconds. He obediently sat cross-legged in the void, formed a hand seal, and began to cultivate quietly. At this moment, Yi Yun and Ji Wushuang passed through the 108th Heavenly Mystery Tower and flew toward the deepest part of the immortal underworld ancient land. Yi Yun wanted to go to the world barrier of the immortal underworld ancient land. In this small world, there was a barrier at the farthest place. That was where Yi Yun wanted to go. At this moment, Yi Yun was holding a yellowed map in his hand. It was the Dragon Cave Ancient Map. This Dragon Cave Ancient Map was originally with the big black cat, but on the way, Yi Yun grabbed it with one hand. The entire Nether Immortal Ancient Land was under the surveillance of Yi Yun's divine sense. Near the 80th Heavenly Mystery Tower, there was a towering mountain range. It was similar to a certain terrain on the Dragon Cave Ancient Map. However, there were only about 30 to 40% similarities, and there was no definite connection between them and the map of the Dragon Cave. And at the world barrier of the ancient underworld land, there was a place that attracted Yi Yun's attention. The reason why he chose to fly instead of tearing space apart was because there was no difference in speed for a hierarch expert like Yi Yun. The underworld immortal ancient land was not that big for Yi Yun. If he flew over, it would only take him a breath of time. It was similar to tearing space apart. We're here. After a breath of time, Yi Yun suddenly stopped. How terrifying. Master's speed is too fast. Ji Wushuang was shocked. Just now, when his master flew with him, he felt an extreme speed that could only be achieved by tearing space apart. The flying speed was comparable to tearing space apart. This was really terrifying. Have you been to this place before? Yi Yun asked with a smile. At this moment, in front of the two of them, there was a towering black mountain that was forcefully split in half. At the fracture, the spatial energy was raging like a storm, extremely unstable. Master, I've never been here before. Ji Wushuang shook his head as he looked at the terrifying spatial storm that was constantly fluctuating, emitting a powerful energy that made him shudder. The spatial storm at the vertical section of the Black Mountain contained extremely violent spatial energy. Even if a true god went in, it would be difficult to withstand. For a true god realm level 1 like him, he would probably be torn apart if he went in. Yi Yan nodded. He raised the Dragon Cave ancient map in his hand and compared it to the Black Mountain. Ji Wushuang looked at his master's ancient map and came over curiously. He was very obedient. Seeing that his master did not speak, he did not ask. At such a close distance, under such a realistic comparison, Yi Yan's face slowly became solemn. This mountain was almost exactly the same as the one marked on the Dragon Cave ancient map. This also meant that the world recorded on the Dragon Cave ancient map should be the Dark Sumi world. A few million years ago, the army of the Divine Land and the army of the Dragon Clan led by the ancient Void Dragon had an earth-shattering battle in the Dark Sumi world. The ancient Void Dragon, one of the 10 super divine dragons, faced the aggressive army of the divine spirits and used the mysterious scabbard that Zhu Long had sealed here. It was invincible and killed countless divine spirits in the void, dying under the scabbard. It was hard to imagine how intense a battle between divine kings would be, especially when the mysterious scabbard was used. Yi Yan guessed in his heart, after the mysterious scabbard was used, the Dark Sumi world would have been cut into pieces. And the underworld immortal ancient land they were in should be one of the fragments of the Dark Sumi world. As for the mysterious scabbard, it was the scabbard of the blood-red broken sword that Zhu Long had sealed on the moon star. Whether it was the scabbard or the broken sword, both had supreme power and were full of strange power. That was why Zhu Long had sealed them separately. Yi Yan also noticed that many strange creatures had long red and black hair on their bodies. There were more red hair and less black hair. This also meant that the strange power of the scabbard was slightly different from that of the blood-red broken sword. Perhaps the scabbard could restrain the blood-red broken sword. That was why Zhu Long had sealed it here alone. Many thoughts flashed through Yi Yan's mind. Thinking of the countless earth-shattering battles that had taken place on this continent millions of years ago, Yi Yan, as a descendant, could not help but sigh. The outcome of the battle that took place in the Dark Meru world was no longer important. After all, the Dragon Clan was on the verge of extinction in this world. The real victors were the gods of the Divine Land. However, thinking of the Black Dragon King's instructions in the Cloud Scar Cave, Yi Yan began to ponder again. If the Dark Sumi world was already broken into pieces, then the prison from back then was probably in some small fragment. Yi Yan once again picked up the yellowed map of the Dragon Cave in his hand and carefully studied it. Could it be? Yi Yan looked at the place where the treasure was hidden on the map of the Dragon Cave and suddenly had a guess in his heart. The place where the treasure was hidden might have some connection with the prison. Yi Yan's hand shook violently and he put away the map of the Dragon Cave. The harvest of this trip to the underworld immortal ancient land was huge beyond imagination. The biggest gain was that he had rescued his beloved fourth disciple, Ji Wushuang. At the same time, he had also uncovered a mysterious corner of the Dark Sumi world. Yi Yan also understood that the battle between the ancient Void Dragon and the army of gods was for the mysterious scabbard. Let's go. Yi Yan exhaled softly and brought Ji Wushuang back to the big lake near the 108th Heaven's Mystery Tower. Yi Yan could not help but laugh when he saw the young man in black sitting cross-legged in the air obediently with his eyes closed. This young man was known as the Demon Clan and should be an extremely ferocious person. He did not expect him to be so obedient after being frightened by him. Wushuang, I'm going to the Divine Land. Protect the little guys from the Shenlong sect in secret. Yi Yan looked at Ji Wushuang and instructed with a smile. Above the coastline of the Daluo region. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and two figures walked out. It was Yi Yan and the black-clothed youth from the Yuan Demon Clan. However, at that moment, Yi Yan's appearance had changed. It was still the new appearance he had when he entered the divine soil. The black-clothed youth seemed to be unaware of Yi Yan's change. This was also because Yi Yan had forcibly tampered with a small part of the black-clothed youth's memory. This youth from the Yuan Demon Clan had nothing to do with the mastermind, so there were no restrictions in his primordial spirit that Yi Yan could change at will. Senior, the Daluo region is in front, and our netherworld devil domain is in the southeast. The black-clothed youth rubbed his hands and said with a smile, looking very respectful. Yi Yan nodded. The netherworld devil domain was quite far away, but for Yi Yan, it was not a problem. He could easily tear the void to reach that location. As soon as he returned to the Daluo region, Yi Yan's heart rose with a different kind of emotion. He thought of his lover, Louis. However, this beautiful sword fanatic was cultivating in seclusion, and it was impossible for her to come out to see him. Originally, the last time we separated, it would be at least a few decades or even 100 years. I didn't expect that I would be back again after only a month. Yi chuckled softly, revealing a helpless and bitter smile on his face. This time, after coming out of the ancient road to heaven, Yi did not go to the ancient road to heaven. Instead, he directly tore the void and arrived near the coastline of the Daluo region. Looking at the familiar terrain in the distance, Yi heart suddenly stirred as he thought of another person. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. This emperor of the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty was too arrogant because of the dragon in his name. Previously, Yi had fiercely beaten him up. From then on, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor changed his name to Myriad Dao Divine Emperor. At that time, Yi idea was to let this guy announce to the world, and slowly eliminate the influence of the original Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor in people's hearts. Now, a few months had passed. I wonder how the Myriad Dao Divine Emperor did with this matter. Yi tore the space apart again and brought the black-clothed youth to a nearby city. This was a small city on the border of the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty. There weren't many people here, only about 10 million. In the void, Yi stopped several cultivators heading towards the city. Fellow Daoist, may I ask if you are a cultivator from the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty? Yi smiled and cupped his hands. The reason why Yi didn't take their memories was because he felt that it wasn't a good idea to casually take other people's memories. After all, he was also a transmigrator. He also knew the importance of other people's privacy. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Yi wouldn't easily search other people's memories. Of the few people he stopped, the one with the highest cultivation was only at the first level of the Divine Lord realm. The others were all around the 10th level of the True God realm. That's right. May I know what fellow Daoist has in mind? The middle-aged man in the lead cupped his fists and said politely. Of the two people in front of him, one was at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm, and the white-clothed youth who spoke to him was actually at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. With such a high cultivation, he was naturally not someone a mere cultivator at the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm like him could provoke. It was better to be polite. Otherwise, he would suffer some unexpected calamity. The last time Yi fought in the Great Luo region, he revealed his cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm, so this time, he still fixed his cultivation at this realm. Fellow Daoist, let me ask you a question, right now, the Emperor of the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty, I wonder if he is the Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor or the Myriad Dao Divine Emperor? Yi said with a smile. Seeing Yi say this, the middle-aged man was startled, and immediately laughed. Fellow Daoist, the Emperor of my Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty has always been the Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Where did the Myriad Dao Divine Emperor come from? Is that so? Has the Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor not announced it to the world recently? Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with a smile. No, fellow Daoist's question is really strange. The middle-aged man looked at Yi curiously, his face a little dumbfounded. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Yi cupped his fists, turned around and left with the black-clothed youth. What a strange person. The middle-aged man looked in the direction Yi left in and said helplessly. Senior brother, I'm afraid I know the background of this white-clothed youth. A man beside him said excitedly with a flushed face. You know who he is? The middle-aged man turned his head and asked. If I'm not wrong, the man's body trembled slightly as he said excitedly, he is the mysterious white-clothed sword cultivator whose name shook the Great Luo region. It is said that this person might be the successor of the Sword Pavilion. In the past, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm, he first killed the sect master of the Overlord sect, Wan Teng, and then defeated the powerful sword cultivator at the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm at the peak of the Sword Cloud sect. So it's him. The middle-aged man slapped his thigh as a vexed expression appeared on his face. He actually didn't recognize such an expert in front of him. It was too rude. Senior brother, we didn't participate in the Sword Cloud sect sacrificial ceremony, so we naturally didn't see this white-clothed sword cultivator before. You don't have to blame yourself too much. The few people beside him advised. The middle-aged man sighed as his expression slowly returned to normal. Myriad Dragon City, this was the imperial capital of the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty. The imperial palace had high walls and courtyards, richly ornamented rafters and painted rafters. It was dazzling and there were countless arrays everywhere. Countless true God Realm imperial guards were everywhere. In the deepest part of the imperial palace. Instead, there was a quiet small courtyard. The small courtyard wasn't big and there were many plants and trees planted there. It was green and full of vitality. A man in a yellow dragon robe was kneeling beside a wooden house, motionless. This man was the Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, the man with the greatest authority in the entire Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty. But for some reason, right now, he was kneeling extremely quietly beside that small wooden hut. It was as if the identity of the person in the wooden house was even stronger than him. You've been kneeling for a few months. Have you realized the mistake you've made? An old voice suddenly came out from the wooden house. The voice contained a trace of anger. Old ancestor, the imperial grandson is indeed wrong, but that white-clothed sword cultivator is indeed very powerful. Although you're a great cultivator in the hierarch realm, you don't have much lifespan left. The imperial grandson really doesn't want you to take any risks. The Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor's face was a little dejected as he said in a low voice. In the wooden house. He was the strongest old ancestor in the Myriad Dao Divine Dynasty's imperial family. This old ancestor was a low-key person and outsiders didn't know that 100 years ago, the old ancestor who was nearing the end of his lifespan devoured 10 divine dragons and used a special secret method to break through to the hierarch realm. Although it increased his lifespan, it also hurt his foundation. He didn't have much lifespan left. The Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor also hoped that this old ancestor could live for a few more years. There was no need to fight with that powerful and mysterious white-clothed sword cultivator because of him tampering with his name. Back then, after communicating with the old ancestor about this matter, the old ancestor flew into a rage and made him kneel here for a few months. The Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor felt helpless. The old ancestor had a bad temper and was extremely traditional in his bones. He couldn't tolerate tampering with his name at all. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, I didn't expect you to be here. A gentle voice suddenly fell from the sky. It's over. That terrifying white-clothed sword cultivator is here. Hearing Yi Yun's voice, Dragon Emperor Wan Dao's heart skipped a beat as he felt that something was amiss. The white-clothed sword cultivator was too terrifying. He was not confident that the old ancestor could defeat the white-clothed sword cultivator. Who is it? Bang, the wooden door was broken open and an old man in yellow clothes walked out. The old man was extremely well-built and abnormally tall and sturdy. The blood and chi in his body were boiling and there were 10 faint illusory figures of divine dragons swimming continuously behind him. His eyes were blood-red in color, giving him an eerie look. His aura was extremely powerful and he was releasing the unique aura of a hierarch. After he appeared, there was a strange change in the heavens and earth. Yi Yun stood in the air, indifferently looking at the yellow-clothed old man and the Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, his face revealing a trace of ridicule. No wonder Dragon Emperor Wan Dao did not announce it to the world. He was punished by the old man. Looks like he's the old ancestor that Dragon Emperor Wan Dao mentioned. The old man is still very confident. He wants to arm wrestle with me. Yi Yun's gaze swept across. When he saw the divine dragon shadows behind the yellow-robed old man, his expression froze. How many dragon souls are there? 1, 2, 3, 10. At least 10 divine dragons died in the old man's hands. Even though these mystical dragons were merely reared by the dragon breeders, Yi Yun felt that this was unforgivable. He could see that the old man in yellow had used some kind of secret method to break through to the hierarch realm. Although he had reached the hierarch realm, it was not stable. Although this method had extended the old man's life, it had damaged his foundation and he would not be able to live for long. So, you're the white-clothed sword cultivator? The old man in yellow squinted his eyes and asked coldly. Suddenly, his body flashed and he rose into the air, facing Yi Yun from afar. The old ancestor is too impulsive. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao stood up in annoyance and did not know what to do. He had already predicted this situation when he was being punished. After breaking through to the hierarch realm using a secret technique, The old ancestor's combat strength was extremely powerful, but once he was injured, there was no way he could heal. It would shorten his already short lifespan even further. He's also a hierarch expert. Beside Yi Yun, the black-robed youth from the Prime Demon clan looked at the yellow-robed old man with a hint of surprise on his face. If two ultimate gods were to fight, the resulting shockwaves would be unimaginable. He was so close that it would be difficult for him to escape. Just as he thought of this, all of a sudden, he saw the senior suddenly stretch out a hand and lightly tap the void with his finger. It's this terrifying immobilizing divine ability again. The black-clothed youth's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked at the yellow-clothed old man. When he saw that the yellow-clothed old man was frozen like a statue, he was instantly shocked. The black-clothed youth was shocked. This divine ability was effective against hierarch realm cultivators of the same level as him. Senior's strength is unfathomable. Facing a cultivator of the same level, he can immobilize him with just a finger. How terrifying! The black-clothed youth was uneasy, but he was also feeling lucky. Fortunately, this senior was also a smoker and was considered a kindred spirit of their Lord Demon God. Otherwise, it would be difficult to predict who would win if this senior fought with their Lord Demon God. What kind of divine ability is this? The yellow-clothed old man roared inwardly, and a storm of emotions rose in his heart. The white-clothed youth had only stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the air, and he was immobilized. Even if he had a body full of divine abilities, he could not use them at this moment. He was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Great fear rose in the yellow-clothed old man's heart. A feeling of death descended on him at this moment. He originally thought that after breaking through to the hierarch realm using a secret technique, no cultivator below the Divine Lord realm would be his match. He did not expect that the youth opposite him, who was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, could immobilize him with just a finger. This made the yellow-clothed old man despair. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao, who was standing in the courtyard, was shocked when he saw this scene. This? How could the white-clothed sword cultivator be so strong? This time, he did not use any sword technique at all. He only used a finger to immobilize the old man in midair. It was terrifying. What kind of person is he? I'm afraid he's even stronger than the sword pavilion. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao said with a long face, unable to describe his terrible mood at this moment. If he was the successor of the sword pavilion, he would only use a sword in battle. However, the divine ability that the white-clothed sword cultivator had just displayed had surpassed the sword pavilion's inheritance. He was definitely not the successor of the sword pavilion. Whoosh! Yi Yun stretched out his hand and grabbed. The yellow-clothed old man suddenly let out a tragic cry. His body trembled violently, and then 10 divine dragon phantoms were forcibly pulled out. These were 10 dragon souls. Yi Yun held the 10 dragon souls in his hand and looked at them for a moment. His eyes were a little bleak. He came a little late, and these dragon souls had already lost their consciousness. They were no different from walking corpses. Sigh, all of you go. Yi Yun suddenly sighed, and his pupils shrank slightly. The dragon souls in his hand instantly turned into countless particles and dissipated between heaven and earth. Since they could not be resurrected, he would let them return to heaven and earth and enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Ah! Ah! The yellow-robed old man let out a series of cries of agony. After losing the 10 dragon souls, the aura on his body rapidly weakened. His cultivation realm also fell from the ultimate god realm to the peak of the divine lord realm level 10. However, the falling momentum did not stop at all. It fell all the way to the divine lord realm level 9 before it stopped. However, at this moment, the yellow-clothed old man's face was pale and bloodless. His body was emitting a strong aura of death as if he was not far from death. It's a waste for a scum like you to live. Yi Yun smiled gently. The yellow-clothed old man's body suddenly turned into particles and disappeared between heaven and earth. This? Beside Yi Yun, the black-clothed young man who witnessed all this could no longer hold back the fear in his heart. He was sweating profusely and was in a daze. This senior was too terrifying. With a raise of his hand, an ultimate god expert disappeared just like that. Fortunately, he was lucky in the nether immortal ancient land and his attitude was very obedient. That was why he was able to keep his life. The old ancestor is gone, Wandao Dragon Emperor's body stiffened as he stared blankly at the old ancestor who disappeared between heaven and earth. He felt cold all over and there was no longer any will to live in his heart. Yi Yan descended from the sky and landed beside Wandao Dragon Emperor. That old thing doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves it now. Yi Yan smiled indifferently as his gaze fell on Wandao Dragon Emperor and said, I can give you a way out if you are willing to live. Senior, I am willing to live. Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, Wandao Dragon Emperor shuddered and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. From today onwards, change your name to Wandao Divine Emperor and announce it to the world. Yi Yan said indifferently. Yes, Senior. Wandao Dragon Emperor hurriedly agreed. Even now, he still couldn't understand why this white-clothed sword cultivator senior would rather keep his life and change his name to Myriad Tao Divine Emperor. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Wandao Dragon Emperor changed his name to Myriad Tao Divine Emperor. This announcement immediately spread throughout the entire Myriad Tao Divine Dynasty. The people of the Myriad Tao Divine Dynasty all turned pale with fright. In the small city at the border, a Divine Lord Realm cultivator couldn't help but sit on the spot in a daze when he heard the mighty announcement that came from the sky. It must be that sword cultivator senior who made his move. The middle-aged man in the Divine Lord Realm muttered to himself with a fanatical look in his eyes. Underworld Devil Territory. Southwest. Above you on Demon Mountain. There was a fluctuation in space and two figures appeared. They were none other than Yi Yan, who had come from the Daluo domain, and the black-clothed youth from the Prime Demon clan. Senior, you tore space apart too quickly. I remember that when Lord Demon God and I went to the 10th Ocean region, Lord Demon God did not tear space apart. The black-robed youth was extremely shocked after he appeared. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of this senior's strength. As if sensing the appearance of the two people, a black light broke through the air and a sexy and charming woman in a black robe appeared. Greetings, High Priestess. The black-robed youth quickly bowed and said solemnly. Why are you back so soon? The High Priestess had an exquisite figure and a suspicious look appeared on her sexy little face. She glanced at the white-robed youth next to her. The white-robed youth had an extraordinary temperament and was like an immortal. His facial features were deep and his black hair danced in the wind. His every movement was filled with a kind of mesmerizing charm. Thump, thump, the High Priestess' heart pounded. She had never seen such a charming man in her life. Although he was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord Realm, he was dazzling and seemed to be more charming than Lord Demon God. Who is this person? His cultivation is higher than Yuan Hu's? The High Priestess guessed. Reporting to the High Priest, I have found Lord Demon God's purple gold tobacco pipe. It is in the hands of this senior. Moreover, this senior is also a fellow smoker. He would like to exchange pointers with Lord Demon God. The black-robed youth, Yuan Hu, cupped his fists and said respectfully. You found it so soon? Yuan Hu? The High Priestess looked at Yi Yan in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, High Priestess. Please inform Lord Demon God. The black-robed youth, Yuan Hu, said in a deep voice. Seeing how certain Yuan Hu was, the High Priestess' beautiful face showed a hint of joy. That purple gold tobacco pipe was something that Lord Demon God could not forget. Since it had been found so quickly and the other party had taken the initiative to deliver it to her, it was really a matter of great joy. However, what the High Priest did not expect was that such a valiant young man in white was also a man who liked to smoke. She was taken aback. Thinking of this, the High Priestess deliberately sniffed with her delicate nose, but she did not smell the faint smell of smoke in the air. This made her a little puzzled. When Yi Yan saw the High Priest wrinkle his nose, he found it funny. Could it be that she wanted to smell if there was any smell of cigarettes on his body? He was a non-smoker, so he didn't smell like cigarettes. Sigh, the High Priest's expression suddenly changed slightly. He sighed and said, You guys came back a little late. Lord Demon God has already gone to the Taisheng region. Go to the Taisheng region? The young man in black was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he didn't expect that Lord Fiend God wasn't on Prime Devil Mountain at the moment. Why don't we do this? Fellow Daoist, please rest in my primordial demon mountain for a while. Lord Fiend God should be back soon. The high priest said with a smile. He looked at Yi Yun with a look of expectation. Where did the demon god go? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Yi Yun naturally knew the look on the high priest's face. He was an experienced driver. What kind of woman had he not seen before? It was just that after signing in for 100,000 years, Yi Yun's Dao heart was firm and determined. He was not as passionate about women as he was in his previous life. Lord Demon God went to the Taishang region's heavenly venerable Yu of the Taishang region. The high priest hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. It seemed that in front of Yi Yun, she didn't dare to hide anything. Heavenly venerable Yu. When Yi Yun heard this name, the muscles on his face twitched. There was an indescribable shock in his heart. From the word Yu, he instantly thought of Nangong Yu. Could it be Nangong Yu? Yi Yun muttered to himself, not daring to be sure. In addition to this heavenly venerable Yu, the name of the Taishang region's palace also gave Yi Yun a very familiar feeling. 100,000 years ago, when Yi Yun and Yun Xiao were exploring an ancient site, they obtained a supreme technique. It was the Taishang region's great Tao of Oblivion that Yun Xiao cultivated later. After cultivating this technique, although it could increase one's cultivation base rapidly, it also completely changed one's person. This was equivalent to cutting off all emotional fetters. Only then could one achieve the great Tao of Oblivion. And in the Divine Land, there was a Taishang region's palace. This made Yi Yun think of something. I have to make a trip to the Taishang region's palace. At the same time, I have to see who this heavenly venerable Yu is. Yi Yun thought to himself. High priest, Lord Demon God went to the Taishang region's palace. Could it be that he also went to participate in the martial arts competition? The black-robed youth, Yuan Hu, asked in a low voice. It should be. It seems that Lord Demon God is very concerned about this martial arts competition. After receiving the news, he set off. It has been 3 days since he set off. The high priest said. In which direction is the Taishang region? Yi Yun looked at the high priest and asked calmly. The high priest blushed slightly under Yi Yun's gaze. She quickly pointed in a certain direction with her jade-like hand. I'm going to look for your Lord Demon God. At the same time, I'm also going to the Taishang region. Yi Yun smiled and disappeared on the spot in an instant. He left just like that? The high priest sighed, a disappointed look on his face. She wanted to keep the white-robed youth in this place for a few more days until Lord Demon God came back. She didn't expect that the white-robed youth would go after heavenly venerable Yu of the Taishang region's palace. Men are all bad. The high priest cursed in her heart. Why is there a divine lord cultivator in the Zhongnan continent? The high priest came back to her senses and turned to ask. I don't know about that, high priest. However, Senior is not a divine lord, but a divine venerable. Yuan Hu said respectfully. What? He's in the hierarch realm just like Lord Demon God? The high priest shouted in surprise, her face pale. She did not expect the white-clothed young man to be an ultimate god expert as well. High priest, does heavenly venerable Yu's martial arts competition have to be in divine venerable to participate? Yuan Hu seemed to have thought of something and asked with a smile. Although celestial venerable Yu is only a half-step ultimate god, the supreme ultimate god has said that those who wish to participate in the martial arts contest must be stronger than celestial venerable Yu. The lowest cultivation level must be first level ultimate god. The high priest said angrily. The Taishang divine venerable is a human divine venerable. Shouldn't he find a human divine venerable to marry heavenly venerable Yu? Why can the Lord Demon God of the Prime Demon clan participate? Yuan Hu asked in confusion. The Taishang divine venerable of the Taishang region has a total of 7 personal disciples. They are known as the 7 heavenly venerables. Other than heavenly venerable Yu, the others are all human divine venerables. The high priest said. Then what is heavenly venerable Yu if not a human divine venerable? Yuan Hu asked anxiously. How would I know? The Taishang divine venerable didn't make it clear this time. The high priest glared and a powerful aura erupted from her body. Yuan Hu was so frightened that he lowered his head and dared not speak again. An immortal boat glowed brightly as it traveled through the clouds at high speed. Wu De, who was dressed in a black robe, stood on the ferry boat with his hands behind his back. He was looking at the vast land below, feeling extremely comfortable. He was going to the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion in the Taishan region to participate in the martial arts contest for marriage. Although Wu De liked to smoke, he also liked to drink and have fun with beautiful women. However, apart from the High Priestess, he was not interested in the women of the Prime Demon clan. After all, he was a supreme existence, and his requirements for martial virtues were still very high. Moreover, Wu De would never let a rabbit eat the grass near its nest. That would be too damaging to his dignity as a demon god. Wu De still coveted that beautiful celestial venerable Yu very much. Although he had never seen her before, he had heard that heavenly venerable Yu's beauty was unparalleled in the world. Any man who saw her would covet her. Although Wu De was only a first-level ultimate god, his primordial spirit was a supreme being. Therefore, his combat strength was also very terrifying. Wu De was very confident about this martial arts contest for marriage. The Nether Devil territory was extremely far away from the Taisheng region, but Wu De could not bear to tear the void apart. It was too tiring to travel that way. The Grand Ultimate God had given everyone plenty of time. The martial arts contest for marriage would only be held a month later. This period of time was enough for Wu De to travel. There was a fluctuation in the void and a white-robed figure suddenly walked out 1,000 miles behind Wu De. Wu De was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the white-robed young man. He had seen some ultimate god cultivators along the way. Tearing the void was nothing. Yi Yin stood in the void and looked at the black figure on the immortal boat with a faint smile on his face. That guy was the demon god of the Prime Demon clan. He had taken the memory of the black-robed young man and naturally knew what the demon god looked like. Yi Yin's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared on the immortal boat. This gave Wu De a fright. "I say, fellow Taoist, you've boarded my immortal boat for no reason. What is the meaning of this?" Wu De pulled a long face and asked solemnly. "I just came from Prime Devil Mountain." Yi Yin was also sizing up the black-cloaked man in front of him as he spoke faintly. "Prime Devil Mountain?" Wu De was slightly taken aback and stared at Yi Yin vigilantly. "Fellow Taoist, why are you looking for me?" Yi Yin said with a faint smile, "The purple gold tobacco pipe you are looking for is unfortunately in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. I found it in advance." "What? The violet gold tobacco pipe is in your hands?" Hearing Yi Yin's words, Wu De suddenly became excited. The aura on his body suddenly surged. It was as if they would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. "Not bad." Yi Yin's expression was calm. With a gentle shake of his hand, a purple gold smoking rod with light flowing around it appeared in his palm. "My pipe." Looking at the familiar purple gold pipe, Wu De's eyes turned red as if it was the lover he had yearned for many years. With a roar, he charged over. Yi Yin had long realized this. With a light tap of his hand, the fixed body art was activated. Wu De's body was instantly fixed in midair. Fixed body art? Wu De was shocked. He did not expect the ultimate god young man in white to have such a miraculous divine ability. At this moment, Yi Yin had already revealed his ultimate god realm cultivation base. This was because he was going to the Palace of Forgotten Emotion, and the minimum requirement to participate in the martial arts contest was the ultimate god realm cultivation base. When he left Prime Devil Mountain and tore open the void, Yi Yin revealed his true cultivation base. Therefore, Wu De could see Yi Yin's cultivation base as soon as he saw Yi Yin. After all, he was a powerful being from a certain world. Wu De immediately calmed down. He secretly activated a divine ability and his body immediately emitted a black light. At this moment, he broke free from the fixed body art's restraints. "Give me back my violet gold tobacco pipe." Wu De roared and tried to grab Yi Yin again. Yi Yin was slightly taken aback. This guy was able to break his fixed body art at the first level of the ultimate god realm. Most likely, it was the same as his guess. However, Yi Yin still needed to confirm it. Yi Yin threw a punch. Boom, the fist and palm collided with a loud bang. The ferry boat under his feet shattered and Wu De's body was sent flying. This guy has such a strong physical body. Wu De, who had been defeated twice in a row, was extremely shocked. After he descended to this world, he had fought against the ultimate god realm experts of the bloodthirsty demon clan and defeated them easily. Therefore, Wu De thought that there were very few people in this world who could fight against him at the same level. However, he did not expect this mysterious young man in white to be able to defeat him twice in a row. "Take a punch from me too." Wu De's competitive spirit rose instantly. He roared and threw a punch at Yi Yun. The punch changed the color of heaven and earth. An unimaginably vast energy smashed through the void and landed on Yi Yun. Yi Yun was unmoved and threw a punch at him again. Boom, the two fists collided. The two of them clashed once again. With a scream, Wu De's body was sent flying again. Wu De stopped in midair and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yi Yun with fear, hesitating if he should use his full strength. This mysterious young man in white was too strong. Even if he used his full strength, Wu De was not confident that he could defeat him. His violet gold tobacco pipe was still in the young man's hands. If the young man escaped, it would be extremely difficult for him to chase after him. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Wu De's mind. He was in a dilemma and felt extremely uncomfortable. "You're not my match." Yi Yun suddenly chuckled and said faintly. Wu De was furious. He was the supreme being of a world. How could he endure such humiliation? Although it was only the primordial spirit of his avatar that resided in the Fian Celestial's body, he did not want to admit defeat and be looked down upon. "We're fellow cultivators. Why do we have to kill each other here? Can't we just shake hands and make peace?" Yi Yun asked with a smile. "Fellow cultivators?" Wu De was stunned and looked at Yi Yun in surprise. Yi Yun held the violet gold tobacco pipe and gestured symbolically. Wu De suddenly understood. It turned out that this guy was also a fellow cultivator who liked to smoke. "It's not impossible for me to return this violet gold tobacco pipe to you, fellow cultivator," Yi Yun said with a smile again. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. "Fellow cultivator, please speak." Wu De felt that there was a turning point and was excited. He quickly cupped his fists. "As fellow cultivators, we hit it off at first sight. That's why we didn't fight to the death." Yi Yun said with a smile, "The Essence Demon race calls you Lord Fiend Celestial. May I know what your real name is? Can you be honest with me?" "So you're asking for my name?" Wu De rolled his eyes and a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. He sized up the young man in white in front of him again but could not find any clues. He thought about it and realized that this world was so sturdy that even his avatar could not enter. Even if he said his real name, no one in this world would know. A name was just a code. If he said his name and could easily get the violet gold tobacco pipe back, it would be a very suitable deal. Wu De was tempted. "Fellow Taoist, are you serious?" Wu De stared at Yi Yun with burning eyes and asked seriously. His purple gold tobacco pipe was an incredible treasure. It had reached the peak of the divine level. He had spent countless heavenly treasures to make it. It had taken him a lot of effort. He didn't believe that the young man in white would give him such a precious treasure after he said his name. "Of course I am serious." Yi Yun nodded sincerely. "This purple gold tobacco pipe is also a divine level treasure. I find it hard to believe that you would give it to me," Wu De said hesitantly. "It's normal for you to do that. I don't blame you." Yi Yun smiled faintly. Suddenly, a simple golden tobacco pipe appeared in his hand. He waved it a few times and said with a smile, "I don't lack tobacco pipes. One is enough for me to smoke." Seeing the golden tobacco pipe, Wu De's eyes widened. The quality of this golden tobacco pipe was exactly the same as his purple tobacco pipe. They were on par with each other. Hiss, he couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the young man in white was so arrogant. He also had a tobacco pipe. When it came to smoking, a pipe was enough. More would be useless. Wu De now believed Yi Yun's words. "I am Wu De." Wu De cupped his fists and said openly. Hearing Wu De's self-introduction, Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately knew that something was wrong. It was exactly as he had guessed. The original owner of this purple gold tobacco pipe was called Wu De. He was an extremely powerful existence in the universe. He didn't expect this guy to break through the barrier of this world and enter the body of a demon god to search for the purple gold tobacco pipe. It was truly inconceivable. Yiyan couldn't help but look around with a guilty conscience. That day, he took out thousands of tobacco pipes. If those victims all came to find him, it would be troublesome. But if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Even if those people came knocking on his door, Yiyan was not afraid, just like Wu De in front of him. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Yiyan had ways to deal with those people. Yiyan was not prepared to kill Wu De, who had a great background. He had to think of a way to recruit such a powerful being from the outside world. On the Divine Land's side, Yiyan also wanted to recruit some powerful subordinates. So it's Dao friend Wu De. My apologies for not recognizing you. Since you like this violet gold tobacco pipe, please take it. Yiyan laughed and immediately threw the purple gold tobacco pipe in his hand. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Wu De excitedly caught the violet gold tobacco pipe and gently brought it to his nose. He took a deep breath and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. I haven't smoked in a long time. His addiction to smoking was really unbearable. Wu De quickly took out a bag and poured some tobacco into the ashtray. Then, he lit a fire and took a few puffs. It's so comfortable. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Wu De closed his eyes and said happily. When Yiyan saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that some powerful beings did have some special hobbies. Even if they reached the top of the world, these hobbies did not change. Wu De suddenly opened his eyes and flew over to Yiyan. Fellow Daoist, this is the best tobacco I found in the Divine Land. Why don't you take a few puffs? Wu De giggled. Yiyan raised his eyebrows and felt a little awkward. However, he had no choice but to hand over the violet gold tobacco pipe in his hand. Since he had already said that he was a fellow Daoist, if he had a tobacco pipe but did not smoke, it would easily make Wu De suspicious. Smoking a few puffs was not a big deal. Although Yiyan has never smoked since he transmigrated, he did smoke when he was on Earth before transmigrating. After the tobacco was finished, a flame appeared on the ashtray. Then, green smoke rose in spirals. Yiyan lifted the violet gold tobacco pipe and put it to his mouth. Then, he started smoking as well. It had been a long time since he smoked, so he found it very interesting. The two ultimate god experts stood in the air and smoked at the same time. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was shortened. Fellow Daoist, I'm going to the Palace of Supreme Emotion. Why don't we go together? Yiyan looked at Wu De from the corner of his eyes, took a puff, and said with a smile. Fellow Daoist, you also want to participate in Celestial Venerable Yu's martial arts contest? Wu De was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect this. Yiyan laughed. Everyone says that Celestial Venerable Yu is beautiful. Of course, I don't want to miss it. Fellow Daoist, I also want to participate in the martial arts contest. It seems that there will be a battle between the two of us. Wu De sighed. You are no match for me. If you meet me, just admit defeat obediently. Yiyan laughed. That's not necessarily true. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Wu De's eyes flickered as he patted his chest confidently. Okay, it's settled then. Yiyan said. The two of them puffed and exhaled smoke. Soon, they finished the cigarette. Yiyan originally wanted to tear the void and rush to the Taisheng region. However, through the chat just now, he learned that the martial arts contest would only officially begin a month later. Therefore, he took out a ferry boat and threw it into the air. A god-grade ferry boat. Wu De's eyes widened. His eyes were shining as he exclaimed in shock. A divine-level immortal boat was an extremely rare flying treasure in the Divine Land. Since entering this world, Wu De had never seen anyone with a god-grade ferry boat. Fellow Daoist, you have good eyesight. Yiyan laughed and did not take it to heart. He suddenly stepped onto the ferry boat. Wu De immediately followed. Fellow Daoist, your foundation is really deep. Wu De said resentfully. That's why I said, you're no match for me. It's not shameful for you to admit defeat early. Yiyan laughed. Haha. Wu De laughed dryly. His old face was flushed red, and he said no more. The ferry boat started up and disappeared from the spot. After flying for a while, Wuda suddenly thought of something and said, "This is really strange. I heard that Celestial Venerable Yu's martial arts contest is only open to the demon race and the demon race. There aren't any human god cultivators?" Yiyan asked curiously. Wuda shook his head and said, "That's just what I heard. I don't think there are any human god cultivators, that's a little strange. As the saying goes, dragons mate with dragons, phoenixes mate with phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes. Celestial Venerable Yu is looking for a demon race and a demon race cultivator as her husband. Is she not a human god herself?" Yiyan frowned and said thoughtfully. Wuda sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're right. It's said that Celestial Venerable Yu is not a human god, but no one knows what her true form is." "I see." Yiyan's expression became serious. He had thought that Celestial Venerable Yu would have some relationship with Nangong Yu. However, if this Celestial Venerable Yu was not a human, then she might not be Nangong Yu. Yiyan felt a little disappointed at the thought of not being Nangong Yu. However, no matter what, he had to make a trip to the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotions. First, he wanted to see this fairy-like Celestial Venerable Yu. Second, he wanted to learn the ultimate techniques of the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotions. Although Yiyan took out a divine-grade fairy boat, he did not really activate it. After all, the martial arts contest of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace would only be held a month later. There was plenty of time on the road. The flying speed of the ferry boat was already very slow in Yiyan's eyes, but it was faster than the planned journey. The two of them only spent 20 days to enter the Grand Forgotten territory. It took him another day of work. The ferry boat finally arrived at the sphere of influence 10,000 miles away from the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace. At this moment, bang, Yiyan's body moved slightly. At this moment, his cultivation level had entered the second level of the Divine Venerable Realm. "Fellow Taoist, your breakthrough is too timely, isn't it?" Wuda held the pipe in his hand and said in shock with his eyes wide open. He did not care about smoking. They were about to reach the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace, and this guy had broken through a small realm. Was all of this intentional? Wasn't this too much of a bully? Although Wuda was full of confidence, now that Yiyan had broken through a small realm, there was a gap between them. This made him feel a strong sense of crisis in his heart. "I've already said that you're no match for me, but you didn't believe me." Yiyan laughed. After saying that, Yiyan raised the golden pipe, took a puff, and blew it out. This puff of smoke turned into a smoke ring and landed on Wuda's face. "Fellow Taoist, you're bullying me." Wuda was caught off guard and choked on the smoke. He coughed twice and shouted with a red face. "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. You and I are of the same kind, why would I bully you? It's just that in this martial arts contest, only one husband can be chosen in the end, so you and I will have to fight. Now that I've broken through, I just want you to back off." Yiyan said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, I won't give up." This Celestial Venerable Yu is said to be unparalleled in beauty. Which man in this world doesn't want to hold her in their arms and have fun? Wuda said angrily. "Alright then. Let's see who's the real deal after the competition begins." Yiyan smiled. He did not mind Wuda's performance. Yiyan did not doubt Wuda's strength. After all, he was a true universe supreme. Although only a wisp of his primordial spirit had entered the body of the demon god of this world, his combat strength was not to be underestimated. For Wood, leaping levels to battle was naturally nothing difficult. After listening to Yiyan's words, Wuda was unhappy. He lowered his head and smoked alone. Seeing Wuda puffing out smoke over there, Yiyan looked at the huge towering mountain range in the distance and said with a smile, "This Taisheng Wanqing Palace is quite imposing. Now that we have arrived here in advance, shouldn't we pay our respects?" "Of course." Wuda raised his head and looked at the supreme palace of forgotten emotion. His eyes were burning with passion. Just then, a ray of light flew over from afar. It stopped in midair and landed in front of the two. It was a middle-aged man in a red robe. The middle-aged man had a single horn on his head. His eyes were blood red and there were some strange patterns on his face. At first glance, one could tell that he was not a human cultivator. So it's brother demon god of the primordial demon clan. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to the supreme palace of forgotten emotion. The red-robed man cupped his fists and smiled very flatteringly. Wuda took a puff of his cigarette and glanced at the red-robed man in front of him. He scolded angrily, I was wondering who it was. So it's Bloodthirsty Demon King, you loser. Why, are you also interested in participating in the competition? Brother Demon God, I naturally covet celestial venerable Yu's beauty and want to participate in the competition. Of course, if I meet Brother Demon God, I'll have to admit defeat. Bloodthirsty Demon King laughed and said very naturally. Seeing how thick-skinned this guy was, Yin could not help but shake his head gently. Fellow Taoist, you don't look like a member of the demon clan. Instead, you look like a human god. Are you also participating? Bloodthirsty Demon King looked at Yin and said with surprise. That's right, fellow Taoist. You're not a member of the demon clan or the demon clan. You're not qualified to participate in this competition. Haha, I have no opponent. When Wuda realized this, he suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed out loud. Yin sneered without batting an eyelid. My true form is a divine dragon. I'm also considered a member of the demon clan. Why can't I participate in this competition? No way, why can't I sense any dragon aura from you? Wuda asked with a shocked face. Yes. This fellow Taoist's aura is very pure. I can't feel any other aura either. Bloodthirsty Demon King echoed from the side. His cultivation level was also at the second stage of the divine venerable realm, but he was no match for the demon god of the prime demon clan. Therefore, he was willing to be a supporting character at this time. Whatever Wuda said, he would agree with him. After all, Wuda did not kill him that day. Instead, he spared his life. Although the Bloodthirsty Demon Clan did not submit to the Prime Demon Clan, in Bloodthirsty Demon King's heart, it was about the same whether he submitted or not. That's because you're too weak. Of course you can't feel it. Yin did not take it to heart. Instead, there was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Seeing Yin use his strength as a comparison, Wuda was rather depressed and started smoking again. Yin was indeed very mysterious in his heart and had a very deep foundation. Along the way, Wuda often saw this fellow Taoist taking out some rare elixirs and swallowing them to aid his cultivation. This made Wuda very angry. Not only the Prime Demon Clan, but all demons were not good at refining elixirs. They relied on their strong physical bodies to cultivate. Although he could refine elixirs, the Prime Demon Clan's foundation was very poor. There were no good treasures in the clan's treasury. Even if he wanted to refine elixirs, he did not have the materials at all. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This was the awkward situation Wuda encountered in the Prime Demon Clan. On the Divine Land. It wasn't just the demon race that was like this, even the Yao race was like this. These two major clans had strong physical bodies and extremely strong cultivation talent. Even without the support of elixirs, their cultivation progress was not inferior to human cultivators. Bloodthirsty Demon King glanced at Wuda curiously, puzzled. Why was this demon god of the Prime Demon Clan so low-key? Could it be because the two of them came on the same immortal boat and were very familiar with each other? Was he too embarrassed to confront this demon in white, thinking of this? Bloodthirsty Demon King did not know where his courage came from. He glared fiercely at Yin and said loudly, "You're too arrogant, aren't you? Who gave you the guts to speak so arrogantly?" At this point, Bloodthirsty Demon King actually reached out a big hand and grabbed Yin. Swoosh, this big hand turned into a blood cloud in midair, covering the sky and earth. It was vast and mighty, like a red heavenly net falling down. This fool. Wuda's pupils twitched. He could not bear to see Bloodthirsty Demon King's end and quickly closed his eyes. Although the Bloodthirsty Demon King was at the second level of the ultimate god realm and looked majestic, Wuda was well aware of his combat strength. Even he didn't dare to casually make a move against Yin. Facing Yin, the Bloodthirsty Demon King had no chance of winning at all. Seeing the red cloud descend, Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. The bloodthirsty Demon King seemed to want to please Wu De. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong target. Yi Yan waved his hand casually and a tidal wave of power swept out. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept up and blew away the red cloud. The bloodthirsty Demon King screamed and suddenly turned into countless drops of blood-colored liquid and flew back into the distance. After retreating for thousands of feet, the blood-colored liquid gathered again and the bloodthirsty Demon King's form reappeared. At the critical moment, the bloodthirsty Fiend King unleashed a trump card to completely neutralize the power of Yi Yan's wave of his hand. So strong? The bloodthirsty Demon King stood in the distance, trembling and pale. He never thought that the mysterious young man in white would be so powerful. He, a Demon King at the second level of the ultimate god realm, could not even withstand a single blow from him. The bloodthirsty Demon King finally understood why his big brother Demon God was so low-key. "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life." The bloodthirsty Demon King turned into a blood-colored light and landed on the ferry boat, kneeling on the ground. He looked miserable and begged for mercy. "Get up. If I really wanted to kill you, your divine ability would not be able to stop me." Yi Yan laughed and waved his sleeve. A wave of magic power swept out and lifted the bloodthirsty Demon King up. Since he wanted to rope in the Yuan Demon Clan, he naturally wanted to rope in the bloodthirsty Demon Clan as well. In Yi Yan's mind, he wanted to cultivate more ultimate god forces in the Divine Land. Now, it seemed that the Demon Clan was a very good target. "Thank you, Senior," the bloodthirsty Demon King said with a red face and lingering fear. Wu De, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, nodded secretly. He was quite impressed with Yi Yan's approach. Yi Yan raised his golden tobacco pipe and took a few puffs. He looked at Wu De and said with a smile, "Let's go to the Palace of Forgotten Emotion." "Okay." Wu De nodded. The ferry boat turned into a beam of light and flew in the direction of the palace. The bloodthirsty Demon King stood on the ferry boat. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Dragon demon cultivators could be this strong. The dragons in the Divine Land had always been raised and nurtured by the dragon breeders, so their strength was not high. Despite living for so long, bloodthirsty Demon King had never heard of a divine venerable realm dragon. However, the Divine Land was vast and boundless. There were many places that bloodthirsty Demon King had not been to. It did not exclude the possibility that there would be such a powerful hierarch realm divine dragon in other places. The ferry boat soon landed at the foot of the Palace of Forgotten Emotion. With Wu De's reminder, Yi Yan put away the ferry boat and the three of them walked up the mountain. There was a large formation in the void above the Palace of Forgotten Emotion. It was always in a state of activation. It was impossible to enter from the void above. They had to land at the foot of the mountain and walk up the mountain. After registering at the entrance of the mountain, they could officially enter the Palace of Forgotten Emotion. Yi Yan and Wu De each held a tobacco pipe and walked slowly on the mountain path. They smoked and gave off a very comfortable feeling. The bloodthirsty Demon King next to them was out of place. On the mountain path, it was not just the three of them. There were also some hierarch realm experts walking on different steps. These people were also here to participate in the matchmaking contest of the Taishang Wangqing Palace. Many people could not help but frown when they saw the two heavy smokers. Some people really don't know their place. Think about how pure Yu Tianzuan is. Why would she like a stinky smoker? A burly young man turned his head and sneered. His face was full of mockery. "Brother, you're right. These two smokers with low cultivation levels will only be cannon fodder even if they participate in the contest," another grey-robed man laughed and said. Both of them were exuding a strong demonic aura. Their cultivation levels had reached the ultimate god realm 4th level. After breaking through to the ultimate god realm, it was extremely difficult to break through each small realm. Therefore, even if it was only a small realm advantage, it would often form a huge and overwhelming combat power. Of course, there were many peerless geniuses in the Divine Land. They could often fight above their level, even if they had reached the ultimate god realm. However, such people were very rare and precious in the vast Divine Land. "Brother, someone is laughing at us two heavy smokers?" Yi Yan calmly took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Wu De with a smile. "They're just a bunch of clowns. Why should we care about them? We'll meet them in the contest. We'll deal with them then. Wu De said nonchalantly. He took a deep puff and found that there was no more tobacco left in the purple gold pipe. He hurriedly took out some tobacco and pounded it into the tobacco pouch before lighting it up. After sucking a few mouthfuls, Wu De's face showed an intoxicated expression. Brother, you're right. Yi Yun laughed and did not take it to heart. Wu De was really a heavy smoker. He had not been idle along the way. He must have collected a lot of tobacco in his pouch. It seemed that the amount of tobacco in his pouch did not decrease even after smoking so crazily. The three of them walked up the stairs. After 4 to 6 hours, they finally arrived near the mountain gate. At this moment, there was a table placed at the entrance of the mountain. There were also 2 disciples from the Taishang Palace. They did not look very old, and they looked to be in their 20s. They were registering everyone there. The 3 of them walked over. I'm from the bloodthirsty demon clan of the Nether Demon Realm. The bloodthirsty demon king was the first to report his name. The 2 young disciples glanced at the bloodthirsty demon king and felt his demonic aura. They registered him without hesitation. Then, they gave the bloodthirsty demon king a waste token. With this waste token, you can go up to the Yunlu courtyard to rest. The number on the waste token is the number of the lottery. Please remember it well. One of the young disciples said politely. Thank you. The bloodthirsty demon king took the waste token and happily took 2 steps forward. Then, he turned around and waited for Wu De and Yi Yun. Wu De was the second to report his name and also received a waste token. Yi Yun walked to the table and said calmly, Overseas Demon Cultivator, Daoist name is Long Yunzi. Demon Cultivator? The 2 young men looked at Yi Yun with a shocked expression on their faces. He was obviously a human deity cultivator, okay, his aura was pure and there was no demonic aura at all. At this moment, Yi Yun's body moved slightly and released the aura of a divine dragon. He's actually a dragon senior? One of the young men muttered to himself. His expression suddenly changed. Ancient times. There were many earth-shattering battles between the gods of the divine land and the dragon clan of the hidden dragon continent. After a series of bitter battles, the gods of the divine land won in the end. It was a part of history. Almost every living being in the divine land knew about it. After the dragon clan was defeated, they didn't have any status in the godlands. Instead, they became mounts for some god spirits or were trained to become god pets. Generally speaking, no force would nurture a divine dragon to the godly venerable realm. It would cost too much resources. What shocked the 2 disciples of the Supreme Emotion Palace was that the Dragon Clan Senior was a rogue cultivator. It was unbelievable that a rogue cultivator of the Dragon Clan could reach the ultimate god realm without the support of cultivation resources. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was also famous among the demon clans. Therefore, when Yi Yun announced his name, some of the demon clans not far from the mountain gate were shocked when they heard Yi Yun's words. What a pity. He's only at the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. He's still far from being able to win Yu Tianzuan's favor. Someone shook his head and said. Yes. Those below the 4th level of the ultimate god realm won't even have the chance to enter the top 10, let alone the 2nd level of the ultimate god realm. Another cultivator laughed. Yi Yun naturally heard the whispers from all around, but he didn't care about it. Looking at the 2 disciples, Yi Yun smiled and shrugged. Is that enough? Yes, senior. A young disciple quickly raised a waste token and respectfully handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took the waste token, smiled gently and stepped forward. He met up with Wu De and Bloodthirsty Demon King who were waiting for him. The 3 of them continued to walk deeper into the mountain gate. They were going to Yunlu courtyard to settle down. After all, the 3 of them had arrived early and there were still a few days before the contest. After the 3 of them entered Yunlu courtyard, they found their own rooms and didn't come out again. They began to conserve their energy and prepare for the contest. Without Wu De smoking beside him, Yi Yun had a rare few days of peace and quiet. He placed the golden pipe to the side, closed his eyes, and began to seriously cultivate. In less than 2 months, Yi Yun had broken through from Hierarch Realm Level 1 to Hierarch Realm Level 2. This kind of progress was already rare in the world. If it were a genius from the divine land, it would take thousands of years of hard work to break through this minor realm. Time passed slowly. There was only one day left before the contest for marriage. At this time, the entire Cloud Foothill courtyard was already filled with powerhouses from all walks of life. In the depths of the Supreme Emotion Palace, in a mysterious small cave, a blurry figure slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the temperature of the entire grotto heaven plummeted. Not bad, there are quite a lot of people here this time. This man's voice was cold, revealing a hint of inhumanity. After saying this, he closed his eyes again and entered a state of cultivation. That man was the Supreme Ultimate God. His cultivation level was unparalleled and had already reached the peak of the Hierarch Realm level 10. He was only half a step away from the Divine King Realm. Because of this half a step, the Supreme Ultimate God had not broken through after 100,000 years. This showed how difficult it was to break through this half a step. In one of the pavilions in the Supreme Emotion Palace, a beauty in a red dress held a jade slip in her hand and said excitedly, "Master, this jade slip contains the names of all the Hierarch Realm powerhouses who are participating in the contest. Do you want to take a look?" Opposite the beauty in the red dress stood a beautiful woman in green with a graceful figure. She was beautiful and had skin of ice and bones of jade, but she was as cold as ice. Her whole body was emitting a sense of coldness that made it difficult for people to get close to her. "Just put it there." The beauty in green stood by the window with her eyes slightly closed and said faintly. She did not mind her disciples' enthusiasm at all. After being splashed with a bucket of cold water by her master, the beauty in red was depressed. She pouted and could only put the jade slip on the table. The beauty in green was one of the 7 heavenly masters of the Supreme Emotion Palace, Heavenly Master Yu. She was also her master. The beauty in red's cultivation was only at the first level of the Divine Lord Realm. She was only at the entry level of the Supreme Emotion Tao. Not every disciple was qualified to cultivate this supreme divine power of the Supreme Emotion Palace. The requirements for the cultivator were extremely strict. In the entire Supreme Emotion Palace, apart from the Supreme Ultimate God, only the 7 heavenly masters were able to cultivate it successfully. The 7 heavenly masters were all disciples of the Supreme Ultimate God. Other than her master who was at the half-step Hierarch Realm, the other 6 heavenly masters had already reached the Hierarch Realm. However, if one were to talk about who cultivated the great Tao of Supreme Indifference the best, it would be Celestial Venerable Yu. This was the unanimous opinion of the entire Supreme Emotion Palace. The Supreme Ultimate God once said in front of many disciples, "Below the Supreme, there is only one person, Yu." With such high praise, it could be seen how deep Celestial Venerable Yu's comprehension of the great path of indifference was. The beauty in red also felt that her master was different. Heavenly Master Yu's Supreme Emotion Tao was not only different from the 6 heavenly masters, but also from the Supreme Ultimate God. Her master had long since severed all his lust for her. He had even cut off all his past. His mind was blank and only the Supreme Emotion Tao was left. Even the Supreme Ultimate God did not seem to be able to do this. However, the strange thing was that Heavenly Master Yu had not broken through to the Hierarch Realm. This made many people puzzled. The beauty in red stood in the same place for a while and felt bored when she found that her master was still as old-fashioned and cold as before. She felt bored, so she said goodbye and quietly turned around to leave. After an unknown period of time, Heavenly Master Yu, who was standing in front of the window like an ice sculpture, suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, her eyes were a strange silver-white color. It was as if there was an endless world of ice and snow hidden in the depths of her eyes. It was extremely cold. All the coldness released by Heavenly Master Yu seemed to come from this silver world in her eyes. If someone saw this pair of silver eyes, they would definitely shudder. This pair of strange silver eyes did not have any other colors. They were cold and emotionless, making people feel very frightened. Heavenly Master Yu turned around. She looked at the jade slip on the table. Her silver eyes were still strangely cold and emotionless. It was eerie and terrifying. She just stared at the jade slip. Her body was like an ice sculpture, motionless. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. After an unknown period of time. As a disciple, I can't disobey my master's words, Heavenly Master Yu opened her mouth and suddenly said something very inexplicable. At that moment, a trace of magic power suddenly shot out from her eyes and landed on the jade slip. Suddenly, a light and shadow rose from the jade slip. Images of people flashed past one by one like a merry-go-round. There were at least thousands of Hierarch realm experts from the demon and monster clans who came to participate in the martial arts competition. They covered thousands of territories around the Taisheng region. Heavenly Master Yu looked at those flickering images. Heavenly Master Yu was indifferent. In her supreme emotion Tao, everything in the world was dead in her eyes. Suddenly, a handsome young man in white appeared in the flickering images. Early morning. Thousands of rays of light shone from the peak of a mountain far away. The golden rays shrouded the entire palace of the forgotten emotion, adding an indescribable sense of mystery to it. Thousands of Hierarch experts had gathered at the plaza at the peak of the mountain. Yi Yun, Wu De, and the bloodthirsty Demon King were among them. The martial arts contest is about to begin. The bloodthirsty Demon King said excitedly. You're so weak, you'll just be cannon fodder if you participate. Wu De took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a few smoke rings, pouring cold water on the bloodthirsty Demon King's enthusiasm. Big brother, I'm just participating. After all, everyone covets Heavenly Venerable Yu's beauty, I don't feel right if I don't participate. The bloodthirsty Demon King scratched his head and said with a smile. You're so honest. Yi Yun praised from the side. The bloodthirsty Demon King revealed the man's thoughts with just one sentence. He said it so righteously, he was a real man. Thank you for your compliment, Senior. If I meet you, I'm willing to admit defeat. The bloodthirsty Demon King said with a smile. Yi Yun nodded and looked at the Hierarch experts of the demon race and demon race. There were indeed many people participating in the martial arts contest, thousands of them. This showed how deep the foundation of the vast divine land was. Among these experts, the highest cultivation level was at the 5th or 6th level of the Hierarch realm. The cultivators of the demon race were all tall and ferocious. On the other hand, the cultivators of the demon race, after transforming into their human forms, were all incomparably handsome. Their brows revealed a hint of demonic charm, which made them easier to accept. Clang, 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 3 clear chimes of the bell resounded throughout the mountain range of the Palace of the Forgotten Emotion. In the void at the peak of the mountain. Suddenly, 7 colorful lotuses appeared. Each of the lotuses bloomed with colorful light. The light was so strong that it was much stronger than the rosy clouds in the sky. Heavenly Venerable Ju, please. A woman's clear voice suddenly sounded. The void rippled. A young man in a white robe slowly walked out from the inside. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his bearing was outstanding. There was a kind of coldness between his brows, giving people an extremely cold feeling. He took a step forward and walked to the colorful lotus flower. He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. Wow, so this is Empyrean Absolute. The Grand Ultimate God's chief disciple, the leader of the 7 great heavenly masters. His cultivation has reached the 5th level of the ultimate God realm. Bloodthirsty Demon King blinked his eyes and swallowed his saliva in envy. Yi Yun took a glance and knew what was going on. Heavenly Venerate Ju seemed to have cultivated the great Oblivion Tao. Hence, he gave off a cold vibe. Exalted Celestial Master Ju's appearance caused a commotion. Although there were level 5 and level 6 godly venerables present, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear when they saw absolute heavenly venerables. Empyrean Ju was the most vicious and merciless person in the entire Supreme Forgotten Emotion Palace. More than 100 Hierarch realm experts had died in his hands. Hence, many Hierarch realm experts who participated in the martial arts competition shuddered when they learned about Absolute Heavenly Venerate Ju's background. Absolute Heavenly Venerate Ju was ruthless and merciless. He had offended many forces after killing so many Hierarch realm experts. However, many forces were afraid of the Grand Ultimate God of the Supreme Forgotten Emotion Palace. Hence, no one dared to seek revenge on Absolute Heavenly Venerate Ju. The Grand Ultimate God was a veteran Hierarch realm expert. He had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. He had cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the Ultimate God realm and was only half a step away from the Divine King realm. Unless there was a half-step divine king realm expert in the sect, no one dared to challenge the grand ultimate god. Even a half-step divine king expert might not dare to compete with the supreme ultimate god. The grand ultimate god's great oblivion Tao was extremely terrifying. If one was in the same realm, one would not be able to defeat the grand ultimate god without a solid foundation. Hence, there were only a few people who dared to challenge the grand ultimate god. Let's welcome Heavenly Venerate Chi. The clear voice was heard again. There was a ripple in the void and a lady in a pink robe walked out. The lady was beautiful and had a graceful figure. Her temperament was cold and noble. She did not even look at the thousands of hierarch realm experts on the square at the top of the mountain. She stepped onto the lotus platform and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Heavenly Venerate Chi is really arrogant. Bloodthirsty Demon King curled her lips and said. It's not that she's arrogant, it's just that everyone in the Supreme Forgotten Emotion Palace is like that. Wuda exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. This Heavenly Venerate's cultivation is not low either. She's already at the peak of the 4th level of the ultimate god realm. She's only a little bit away from the first absolute Heavenly Venerate Jew. Yi Yin smiled faintly. This girl is not bad either. What a pity. She can only watch. The grand ultimate god only let Heavenly Venerate you go this time. Wuda looked at Heavenly Venerate Chi with a burning gaze. He was a little anxious and quickly took a few puffs of smoke to calm himself down. My friend. Your Tao heart is not firm enough. Yi Yin said deliberately. My Tao heart is not firm enough? It's just that I've seen through the essence of all the prosperity in the world. That's why I like to smoke and like beautiful women. Wuda raised his eyebrows and said with conviction. Haha, do you still like to drink? Yi Yin laughed and asked. Yes. Wuda said loudly. Yi Yin reached out and patted Wuda's shoulder. He said meaningfully, my friend and I are indeed kindred spirits. Wuda chuckled. After Heavenly Venerate Chi, 4 more Heavenly Venerates appeared. They were Heavenly Venerate Qing, Heavenly Venerate Yu, Heavenly Venerate Hua, and Heavenly Venerate Bai. These 4 Heavenly Venerates were all beautiful women. My goodness, other than Heavenly Venerate Ju, the grand ultimate god has taken in 6 female disciples. The bloodthirsty Demon King shook his head. He looked at the beautiful figure on the 6 colorful ribbons with a burning look in his eyes. Put away those dirty thoughts. Other than Heavenly Venerate You who has a lower cultivation base, look at these female Heavenly Venerates. The lowest cultivation base is at the 3rd stage of the ultimate god realm. You're far from them. Wuda extended his purple gold pipe and gently knocked bloodthirsty Demon King's forehead as he scolded him. Brother Demon God, I'm just saying, bloodthirsty Demon King rubbed his head and said in a wrong tone. Wuda glared at him and did not say anything else. 6 of the 7 Heavenly Venerates of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace had appeared. 5 of them were beautiful women who could topple cities. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the experts from both the demon and demon clans in the square. The boisterous discussion never stopped. It was like a surging tide that swept over and over. The next one to appear should be Heavenly Venerate You, right? A devilishly handsome demon race cultivator rubbed his hands together and looked into the sky excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking. Let's welcome Heavenly Venerate You. The woman's clear voice sounded again. The void rippled. A beautiful woman in a green robe walked out of the void and appeared in front of everyone. The beautiful woman in green was prettier than the other female Heavenly Venerates. Her cold and aloof temperament made her stand out from the crowd. This celestial venerable you, how could she be Yun Xiao? Looking at the beautiful woman in green, the familiar face that appeared in Yi Yun's dream once again awakened the memories hidden deep in his heart. Yi Yun never expected that the celestial venerable you of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace was not Nangong Yu, but Yun Xiao. 100,000 years ago. That cute little girl with 2 pigtails followed behind Yi Yun every day, clamoring to chase away all of Yi Yun's women. After Yi Yun disappeared, Yun Xiao cultivated the Grand Forgotten Emotion Great Tao and severed all her desires and memories of this life. She became the ancestor of all demons revered by all demons in the Tsangnan continent. How did Yun Xiao come to the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace? Could it be that the Grand Forgotten Emotion Great Tao that she cultivates comes from the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace? Yi Yin muttered to himself as many thoughts surfaced in his mind. The current Xianxia was also very different from the Xianxia in the ancient painting. The eyes under Yunjiao's willowy eyebrows were actually a strange silver-white color. They constantly emitted a terrifying chill that made people shudder. This celestial venerable Yu Yunxiao was obviously above the grand forgotten emotion Great Tao and was even stronger than the will sealed in the Sunnan continent. She was even more indifferent and heartless. Yi Yin knew that even if he appeared in front of her now, this Yunxiao who was proficient in the grand forgotten emotion Great Tao would definitely not recognize him. Looking at the silver-eyed Yunxiao, who walked to the lotus platform and sat down in such a cold and aloof manner, Yi Yin sighed in his heart. 100,000 years ago, his disappearance was the real reason why Yunxiao cultivated the grand forgotten emotion Great Tao. At that time, Yi Yin had always felt that Yunxiao was too young and was also a demon, so he had never acted too intimately with her. To a certain extent, it was Yunxiao who took the initiative to follow Yi Yin and express her goodwill. She was like an unruly little princess who pestered him every day. Yi Yin once again looked at celestial venerable Yu on the colorful lotus. He didn't know what happened to Yunxiao. Was it because she cultivated the grand unmoved Tao, broke through to the true God realm, and then left the Sunnan continent, or the grand supreme ultimate God had long left behind the grand supreme unruffled Tao cultivation method inheritance in the Sunnan continent? Then, he sensed it and sent someone to bring it out. Yi Yin thought about it, but he had no clue. However, Yi Yin felt that this trip to the divine land was indeed worth it. Originally, he wanted to find the fiend celestial of the Prime Devil clan and find out how this guy knew that he had a purple gold tobacco pipe. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal? Instead, a supreme being from another world had appeared. Yi Yin followed Wu De to participate in the Taisheng Wangqing Palace's martial arts contest for marriage. Once again, Yi Yin saw an old acquaintance from 100,000 years ago. This was truly inconceivable. Originally, towards this spouse finding martial competition, Yi Yin also only had the attitude of having fun. However, now that Yunxiao was out, he naturally couldn't let anyone touch her. Yi Yin wanted to win the contest for marriage. Then, Yi Yin planned to find out more about the Grand Supreme Ultimate God and find out how Yunxiao came to the Taisheng region. At the same time, he also wanted to have a serious conversation with the Grand Supreme Ultimate God to see if there was a way to get rid of Yunxiao's state. What a cold little beauty. She's more charming than those heavenly venerables. Wu De took a few puffs of his cigarette and laughed excitedly. Stop dreaming. This celestial venerable you can only belong to me. Yi Yin said lightly. No matter what, I'll only be satisfied if I fight with you. Wu De chuckled. He still had great confidence in himself. Senior, there are many experts in the 5th and 6th stage of the ultimate God realm. Bloodthirsty Demon King glanced at Yi Yin and said hesitantly. So what? Yi Yin's expression turned cold. Senior, if you can defeat them, it's really unimaginable, Bloodthirsty Demon King said weakly as he shuddered under Yi Yin's cold gaze. Senior Long Yunzi was only at the 2nd stage of the ultimate God realm. Could he really defeat a 6th stage ultimate God realm expert? Was the Dragon Clan really that terrifying? Bloodthirsty Demon King also had doubts about whether Yi Yin could win. After all, the gap between them was too big. Those present were either from the Demon Clan or the Demon Clan. Their physical bodies were extremely strong and their cultivation realm was high. It was almost impossible for them to fight above their level. Let's welcome the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. The lady's voice sounded again. This time, her voice was louder and almost spread throughout the Taisheng region. An enormous pressure instantly descended upon the entire Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion. Everyone could not help but tremble under this kind of pressure. So powerful. She's indeed the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. She's only half a step away from the Divine King realm. Someone said in a trembling voice. At this moment, the other cultivators had the same thought. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God was a veteran Ultimate God expert who had cultivated in the Taisheng region for hundreds of thousands of years. Her strength had always been unfathomable. This Grand Supreme Ultimate God is really powerful. Wu De's lips twitched as he whispered to himself. He naturally felt the strong pressure, but he could only dissolve part of it. He raised his head and looked at Yi Yin who was next to him. Wu De was shocked. He noticed that Yi Yun was still calm as if nothing had happened. Brother, is the divine dragon's body so strong? How could he withstand the Grand Supreme Ultimate God's powerful pressure? Wu De asked quietly. I've already said that I'll be the winner of this contest. You're not my opponent. Do you understand now? Yi Yun smiled faintly. I still want to fight with you so that I can accept my defeat. Wu De snorted gloomily as he raised his purple gold tobacco pipe and took a puff. At that moment, an illusory figure walked out of the void. The figure's face could not be seen clearly as it was between illusion and reality. The appearance of the Grand Supreme Ultimate God caused the surrounding void to fluctuate strangely. An even bigger colorful lotus flower suddenly appeared under the illusory figure's feet. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God sat cross-legged as 9 divine rings suddenly appeared behind his head. The divine rings were silvery white and bright with a mysterious aura constantly flowing around them. He's indeed the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. He has already cultivated 9 divine rings for the Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao. A cultivator whispered to himself with a frightened expression on his face. Everyone, the blurry figure of the Supreme Ultimate God in the void suddenly spoke. The entire place fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The contest for espouse will be divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, and will be conducted simultaneously. The first person in each group will be selected and the final winner will become Yu Tianzuan's husband. Does everyone understand? As the Grand Supreme Ultimate God's cold voice resounded throughout the square, all the ultimate gods from the Demon Clan and the Demon Clan were excited. We understand, Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Countless people shouted at that moment. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God looked at the agitated cultivators below with a calm expression. Suddenly, he gently waved his hand. 4 huge martial arts practice spaces appeared in midair. Each space was extremely spacious and was isolated by a powerful formation which prevented any shock waves from leaking out. Let's begin. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God's words suddenly sounded from midair. Practice Field A, number 28 Long Yunzi against number 25 Bloodthirsty Demon King. A disciple of the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion stood in the square with a scroll in his hand and shouted loudly. I'm the first to fight? Yi Yun was slightly stunned and then looked at the Bloodthirsty Demon King beside him in amusement. The Bloodthirsty Demon King immediately had a bitter expression. He did not expect to meet a senior that he could not defeat first. I admit defeat. The Bloodthirsty Demon King hurriedly raised his hand and shouted at the disciple of the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion. You're admitting defeat so quickly? That disciple shook his head and had no choice but to cross out a name on the scroll. Practice Field B, number 27 Essence Fiend God against number 45 Jiuli Demon King. That disciple yelled again. Fellow Taoist. It seems like you and I are not in the same group. I'm relieved. Wu De glanced at Yi Yun and chuckled. With a slight shake of his body, he immediately appeared in the martial arts practice field B in the air. Practice Field C, Practice Field D, Practice Field A. Following the disciple's shout, figures flew into the martial arts practice field in the void. In less than a few seconds, the battles in the 4 practice fields began fiercely at the same time. There were a total of 4 battles. The thousands of cultivators below raised their heads and watched these battles carefully. They studied the battle characteristics of every participant. Yi Yun was not interested in such battles at all. He only looked at Xianxia quietly. In the depths of his eyes, there was also a trace of indescribable sorrow. At this moment, it was as if all the noise in the world had completely disappeared. In Yi Yun's eyes, the heavenly venerable Yu with the demonic silver eyes had long disappeared and was replaced by a little girl with braids on her head. Brother Yun, Lu Yi wanted to come and find you, but I chased her away. Brother Yun, that coquettish little fox Nangong Yu came again. I said you weren't here. Big Brother Yun, I set up an illusion array at the entrance and trapped Qin Yao inside. Haha. She can forget about seeing you. Big Brother Yun, Lu Linlang brought you wine, I didn't let her in, good Yun Xiao, you've even chased away this father's woman. Watch how I spank you. With a roar. Pa, pa, immediately after, Yun Xiao's miserable voice rang out. Big Brother Yun, spare me. Don't hit me again, I won't do it again. Xianxia was in so much pain that he was crying as he spoke with teary eyes. Just this once. Yi Yun clasped his hands behind his back and immediately disappeared. Big brother Yun, how can a woman's words count? As long as I find you, I won't let them get close to you again. She wiped away her tears. The little girl with ponytails became strong, and a fierce expression appeared on her little face again. All the images of the past floated past Yi Yun's eyes like flowing water. After reliving his memories, Yi Yun's heart was filled with both joy and sorrow. There was once a most precious relationship placed in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. Yi Yun recalled this familiar classic line, and at this moment, he really felt the same way. Looking at the silver-eyed heavenly venerable Yu again, the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. Due to the large number of participants in this competition, even though it was held in 4 martial arts arenas at the same time, it took a full 10 days before the first place of Group A, B, C, and D was chosen. Group A was naturally Yi Yun. Group B was Wu De. Group C was a godly 6th stage cultivator from the demon clan of the vast ocean. Group D was a godly 6th stage cultivator from the demon clan. Such an outcome was completely out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that a godly 1st stage and a godly 2nd stage cultivator would be ranked first in Group A and B. These two fellows are really lucky, aren't they? Their group is really strange. The highest cultivation level is only godly 4th stage. One of the cultivators said angrily. It can't be helped, it's also a random decision. The Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace won't play any tricks in this matter. Another cultivator sighed, shrugged, and said helplessly. These two cultivators won't be able to go far, they'll definitely be eliminated in the next round. A cultivator from the demon clan said. Everyone nodded, deeply agreeing with him. At this moment, 2 of the 4 martial arts arenas in midair suddenly disappeared into thin air. That was naturally the Grand Divine Master's action. The Grand Ultimate God who was in midair quietly looked at the 4 of them with a surprised expression in his eyes. The godly 1st stage of the godly 1st stage from the primal demon clan was summoned from another world. He did not expect to be so powerful. It was not difficult to win against someone of a higher level. As for the other one, Long Yunzi, the Grand Divine Master had a higher opinion of him. This guy claimed to be an overseas itinerant cultivator, and he was from the Divine Dragon clan. To be able to cultivate to the godly venerable realm, he was indeed quite capable. A godly 4th stage of the godly venerable realm demon clan was no match for him and was defeated within a few moves. Perhaps this Long Yunzi is more suitable for heavenly venerable Yu. The Grand Divine Master's expression changed slightly as if he had thought of something. His eyes also revealed a hint of gloominess. At this moment, the disciple of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace shouted, next round, Long Yunzi versus the Primal Demon God. Fellow cultivator. I didn't expect that we would finally be able to fight this time. Wu De's expression changed slightly as he spoke very seriously. Let's go, you won't admit defeat until we have a real fight. Yi Yun laughed and soared into the sky, entering the martial arts arena. Wu De followed closely behind. The 2 of them stood in the martial arts arena, facing each other from a distance. Whoosh whoosh, the aura on Wu De's body grew stronger and stronger as the black light emitted from his body surged into the sky. Fellow cultivator, I'll only use one move. If you can take it, it'll be my loss. Wu De kept building up his aura and secretly activated some kind of divine ability, then said with a serious face. Come on. Yi Yun smiled faintly as a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Wu De was a supreme being from another world. The divine ability he was using now must be extraordinary. In the previous few battles, Wu De had never used this divine ability. The Grand Divine Master in midair could not help but widen his eyes and carefully observe Wu De when he saw the strange changes happening to him. Based on his amazing intuition, he realized that the Primal Demon God was probably going to use an extremely powerful divine ability. Whoosh, suddenly, 6 black gates appeared behind Wu De. They were hundreds of meters tall, and each of them released a powerful aura. At that moment, Wu De's body was also covered in a layer of light that resembled an armor. It made his aura even more powerful as if he was a supreme god of war. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the 6 doors and seemed to understand something. The 6 doors represented the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seemed that Wu De was going to use some kind of reincarnation divine ability. Heavenly Fate Reincarnation Finger. Wu De roared and gathered all the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation gate behind him onto his index finger before pointing it at Yi Yun. A strong force of reincarnation surged toward them. This divine ability is really not bad. In the face of such a powerful attack, Yi Yun drew a sword and held it in front of his chest. The Life Realm Sword. Nothing in the world could break it. As soon as the two-dimensional sword technique was used, the momentum of heaven and earth suddenly reversed. A mysterious feeling came from the sword. The one who bore the brunt of it was naturally Wu De, who was using the Samsara Finger of Destiny. This swordsmanship, Wu De was shocked. His pupils constricted, and the muscles on his face twitched. In his eyes, all the phenomena of the world suddenly disappeared. There was only one sword. It floated in the ancient river of time. No attack could shake the invincibility of this sword. Wu De's Samsara Finger of Destiny stopped abruptly in midair. The 6 black doors behind him suddenly disappeared. Sigh. Wu De's hands hung down and he sighed dejectedly. He knew that he could not defeat Yi Yun with his strongest magic, the Samsara Finger of Destiny. If he wanted to defeat, unless his cultivation was a few small realms higher than Yi Yun's, or his original body could enter this world. But obviously, the latter was impossible. Therefore, Wu De was depressed. He pessimistically believed that as long as he was in this world, he would never be able to defeat Yi Yun. After all, this guy's foundation was unimaginably deep. His cultivation speed would definitely surpass his. Could it be that he's the son of destiny of this world? Wu De thought to himself. If he was really the son of destiny and had gathered the endless luck of this world, then as an outsider, it was not unjust for him to lose. Seeing the strange phenomena in the sky suddenly disappear, Wu De stopped in midair and stopped. Yi Yun smiled and put away his sword. This Wu De was worthy of being a supreme-level character. He was extremely knowledgeable. She was able to see the profundity of his sword with a single glance. Perhaps everyone present, including the Supreme Divine Master, could not truly understand the mystery of this sword. I've lost. Fellow Taoist. Wu De cupped his fists and said dejectedly as he descended from the sky. Seeing that the battle had suddenly ended before it even started, everyone in the square below was in an uproar. It can't be, right? The battle ended so quickly? That Long Yunzi placed his sword in front of his chest and looked like he was doing it. He won so easily? The primordial demon god's Samsara Finger of Destiny looks extremely domineering. How could it lose? Don't make wild guesses. Bloodthirsty Demon King and the two of them came together. They already know each other. They must have purposely thrown the match. I see, the surrounding experts discussed animatedly with different expressions. Everyone had different opinions about the sudden end of the battle. Most people thought that Yi Yun was just putting on an act. How could he scare off such a powerful reincarnation finger by simply holding his sword in front of his chest? This was the biggest joke in the world. Other than the fact that it had been premeditated and that they had intentionally thrown the match, there was no other explanation for this match. In the void. Except for the indifferent celestial venerable Yu. The other 6 celestial venerables also saw this scene with their own eyes. Their eyes were filled with disdain. That Long Yunzi's posturing was hard to enter the 6 great Empyrean's arcane sights. Instead, it was the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Wu De's divine ability that attracted the 6 great Empyreans. How ridiculous. I didn't expect such a shameless person to be able to compete for the position of Yu Tianzuan's husband. Zhu Tianzuan's face was calm. His gaze was like a knife as he mocked inconspicuously. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. His next opponent is a 6th-level godly venerable. He definitely won't throw the match. Zhi Tianzuan said indifferently. That's right. The other Empyreans nodded. It seemed that at this moment, the Empyreans did not have a good impression of Long Yunzi and hoped that he would lose the next match. In another direction. The Grand Ultimate God, who was sitting cross-legged on the huge lotus platform, had a slightly moved expression. He could see the knack of that sword technique. This sword technique is quite interesting, but it's much weaker than the Samsara Finger of Destiny. It seems that the primordial demon god had thrown the match. The grand ultimate god shook his head gently. There was nothing he could do about it. Yi Yin descended from the sky. At this moment, another battle had begun. However, he was not in the mood to observe that battle. In Yi Yin's mind, no matter who won, they were no match for him. Fellow Taoist. You're really amazing. As soon as Yi Yin's feet landed, Wu De gave him a thumbs up and showed a look of admiration. Are you convinced now? Yi Yin laughed. It seems that it's impossible for me to surpass you in this lifetime. Wu De said bitterly. Yi Yin was quite impressed to see that this guy from the other world had some self-awareness. It's said that a tall tree provides shade. Why don't the two of you follow me from now on? Yi Yin suddenly smiled and said his thoughts very calmly. Follow you? Wu De's eyes widened in disbelief. Next to him, the bloodthirsty demon king also looked at each other. They did not know why Long Yunzi would suddenly say such a thing. Long Yunzi was from the demon clan while they were from the demon clan. Were they completely unrelated? You can think about it. You don't have to answer me in a hurry. Yi Yin said with a smile. Wu De did not think that Yi Yin's words were a joke. He lowered his head and pondered seriously. To be honest, after being in contact with Yi Yin for so long, he did not know anything about him. He only felt that this person was unfathomable. He did not seem to have any reputation in the divine land. However, this terrifying guy was not only far superior to him, a demon god of the Essence Demon clan, in terms of strength, swordsmanship, and divine abilities. His purple gold tobacco pipe had gone missing for no reason at all. After entering this world, it had fallen into Yi Yin's hands. What was the reason for this? Wu De could not imagine how Yi Yin did it. He suddenly had an idea. It would be good if he followed Yi Yin. After all, he had returned the purple gold tobacco pipe. In addition, they had been getting along well these days. With such a big tree, he would be much safer in the divine land. Although he was the supreme of a world, Wu De was still very clear-headed. In this world, he was not among the strongest on the pyramid. The divine land was vast and there were many people stronger than him. Okay, then I'll follow you from now on. Wu De suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Yin with bright and piercing eyes. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yi Yin's eyes were full of admiration, and then he looked at the bloodthirsty demon king. The bloodthirsty demon king's lips moved twice, looking embarrassed. He never thought that this powerful demon god of the Essence Demon clan would suddenly submit to Senior Long Yunzi. If he did not agree, he was really worried that the bloodthirsty demon clan would be destroyed in the future. Senior, I'll follow you from now on. After a mental struggle, the bloodthirsty demon king cupped his fists and said solemnly. Very good. Since the two of you are so sincere, I won't treat you unfairly in the future. Yi Yin smiled softly and looked up at the battle in midair. Yi Yin decided to observe the two for a while longer. If they performed well, he would naturally give them some elixirs. If these powerful demons had the help of divine-level elixirs, their cultivation speed would naturally be faster. The battle in midair lasted for a full 2 hours. In the end, the winner was decided. The winner of this battle was actually the C-class Supreme God Vast Sea. As expected of Divine Sovereign Vast Sea. His water-type divine powers are amazing and he can last a long time in battle. It's not surprising that he won. Divine Sovereign Vast Sea has won the battle. There should be no suspense in his next battle with Long Yunzi. Congratulations, Divine Sovereign Vast Sea. Haha, Divine Sovereign Vast Sea has won glory for the demon clan. He won the battle among thousands of ultimate gods and will become you celestial venerables' husband. In the square, all the godly venerables of the demon race were beaming as they spoke respectfully to Hierarch Vast Sea. This time, the ultimate gods of the demon clan and the demon clan were evenly matched. In the end, the demon clan won. The defeat of the demon clan's army was very satisfying. You celestial venerable will be mine. Divine Sovereign Vast Sea smiled confidently as he listened to the praises of the people below. He looked at the white-robed figure below with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He was only a second-level ultimate god. No matter what, he was no match for him. The final victor of this joust for a spouse would definitely be him, Hierarch Vast Sea. This Divine Sovereign Vast Sea is not bad. His true form is a divine crocodile and his physical body is extremely strong. If he can become your celestial venerable's husband, he'll barely qualify. Grand Ultimate God's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. In his heart, he hoped that Long Yunzi, who had the divine dragon true form, would win. However, Grand Ultimate God knew very well that Long Yunzi's cultivation level was too low. Compared to Divine Sovereign Vast Sea, there was a gap of 4 small realms. Both of them belonged to the demon clan. Whether it was a divine crocodile or a divine dragon, their physical defense and strength were very strong. In terms of physical strength, it was hard to tell who was better. Divine Sovereign Vast Sea, you've just finished a battle. Rest for 6 hours to recover your magic power. Grand Ultimate God suddenly said. Reporting to Grand Ultimate God, I'm more than enough to deal with a second-level Ultimate God. I don't need to rest. Divine Sovereign Vast Sea cupped his fists and said domineeringly. Very well. Grand Ultimate God nodded slightly when he saw that Divine Sovereign Vast Sea did not show any signs of fatigue. Instead, he was full of energy. Boss, this Divinity Vast Sea is really arrogant. After going through such a tough battle, he didn't even rest before challenging you to a duel. Wu De looked at Hierarch Vast Sea with a straight face and grunted in displeasure. At this moment, he had also changed the way he addressed him from fellow Daoist to boss. After all, he had already made up his mind to rely on Yi Yun. Maybe he could do well. He could also ask for some god-tier pills from Yi Yun. The bloodthirsty demon king swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty when he saw the demon god suddenly change the way he addressed him. He found it somewhat unbelievable. This brother fiend celestial really knows when to steer the helm. The bloodthirsty demon king thought that his skin was thick enough, but not to this extent. This guy, he really doesn't care about martial ethics, bloodthirsty demon king cursed in his heart. Boss, this Hierarch Vast Sea is very arrogant. Go teach him a lesson. Taking a deep breath, the bloodthirsty demon king changed the way he addressed Lu Xian and said respectfully. Yi Yun couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the 2 demon gods change the way they addressed him and call him boss at the same time. In his previous life, Yi Yun was the #1 bully in the Tsangnan continent. He had a lot of bad friends and naturally had a lot of good brothers around him. However, after 100,000 years, those good brothers had already passed away. Now that he had 2 more demon brothers, Yi Yun seemed to have found the feeling of being a bully in the past. It was a very good feeling. That was why he left. Don't worry. Since this guy overestimates himself, I'll teach him a lesson. Yi Yun nodded, broke through the air, and entered the martial arts arena. I'm really looking forward to it. Wu De looked at the back of the white-robed figure in the air with a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. He really wanted to know how Yi Yun defeated Hierarch Vast Sea when there was a difference of 4 minor realms between them. If he were to fight Hierarch Vast Sea, even if he used the Samsara Finger of Destiny, Wu De admitted that he was no match for Hierarch Vast Sea. After all, the difference in their realms was too great. Yi Yun and Hierarch Vast Sea faced each other in the air. Yi Yun looked at Hierarch Vast Sea and asked with a smile, aren't you going to rest? Hierarch Vast Sea was furious. Isn't this guy too arrogant? How dare a mere second-level hierarch be so disrespectful to me? Along with the anger in his heart, a blue stream of water suddenly gushed out from the martial arts arena. Boom, boom. The lake water surged like an apocalyptic wave, rolling up blue water dragons. The water dragons were huge and constantly roaring, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, exuding a terrifying aura. Even with the formation of the martial arts arena, the hierarch experts below all paled when they saw this scene. Hierarch Vast Sea is going to use a big move right off the bat. Can that puny Long Yunzi withstand it? One of the cultivators sneered. It'd be strange if he can withstand it. I'm afraid he'll be on his knees after a divine ability. Another cultivator laughed loudly, not concealing his contempt for Long Yunzi. When Wu De heard the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but curl his lips and cast a contemptuous look at them. What do these 2 brats know? From his perspective as the supreme master of a world, he could see that their boss was really terrifying. He was definitely the child of destiny of this world and had gathered all the providence of this world. When he grew up in the future and reached the level of a world supreme, even his true body would not be a match for him. Looking at the arrogant hierarch Vast Sea and the powerful divine ability phenomenon, the corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up slightly and he smiled lightly. Yi Yun had plenty of ways to take down hierarch Vast Sea. He could even use the heavenly illusory eyes to directly turn hierarch Vast Sea into particles and disappear from this world. He could also use Zhu Long's power to destroy hierarch Vast Sea with a single punch. Or he could use other divine abilities. However, Yi Yun didn't want to do that and be too ostentatious. When he appeared in Daluo territory with this appearance, he used swordsmanship the most. Now, it was better to use the dual sword technique. Yi Yun pulled out the sword and held it horizontally in front of his chest, looking at hierarch Vast Sea indifferently. He would give this guy a chance to make a move. Otherwise, once he used the death sword, hierarch Vast Sea would have no chance at all. Roar roar. One after another, water dragons roared and pounced toward Yi Yun aggressively. Yi Yun was indifferent. The expression on his face was calm. This pretentious expression fell into the eyes of the others, and they couldn't help but laugh. This guy, facing hierarch Vast Sea, who was at the 6th level of the Divine Venerable Realm, was still so pretentious. This time, even the Grand Divine Venerable could not stand it anymore. This Long Yunzi was too arrogant, wasn't he? The Grand Divine Venerable frowned. Whoosh, hundreds of huge water dragons whizzed through the air, each of them carrying the weight of a mountain. However, a scene that no one had expected occurred. All of the water dragons seemed to be attracted by a powerful force as they flew towards the sword. When they were within 10 meters of the sword, they began to disappear. The speed of their disappearance was unimaginably fast. At this moment, the ferocious water dragons that filled the sky all disappeared at once. How could this be? Hierarch Vast Sea's expression changed drastically when he saw his attack suddenly disappear so easily. He looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. At this time, in the entire Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion, everyone who was watching the competition was dumbfounded. TSK. How could such a sword technique appear in this world? Wuda's eyes widened after witnessing Yi Yun's duality sword technique. He clicked his tongue in admiration as a storm rose in his heart. Based on his knowledge and experience, Wuda believed that such a powerful sword technique should not appear in the hands of a mere ultimate god cultivator. When the sword was held horizontally in front of his chest, it was as though no attack could break through this sword technique. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Wu Da knew that it was impossible for this sword to only have this one move. If the defense couldn't be broken, then the attack of this sword would be even more frightening. Wuda could not help but shudder when he thought of this. He originally came here to look for the violet gold tobacco pipe and thought that there were no powerful figures in this world. He did not expect to meet the unfathomable Yi Yun. Am I seeing this right? He broke through ultimate god Vast Sea's powerful water elemental divine ability so easily? How is this possible? Long Yunzi was just putting on a show. How did he succeed? Could it be that ultimate god Vast Sea is his acquaintance and deliberately went easy on him? On the square, the ultimate god experts who came to participate in the martial arts contest were all in an uproar. They could not believe the result of the first exchange between the two. On the 7-colored lotus, the 7 heavenly venerables were shocked speechless when they saw the scene. This time, even the heartless heavenly venerable Yu could not help but open her eyes when she saw this sword technique. There was also a hint of surprise on her cold little face. This sword technique was so powerful. This was the same thought that rose in the 7 heavenly venerables' minds at the same time. On the other hand, the Grand Supreme Divine on the other huge lotus was so excited that he almost stood up. How can Long Yunzi be so strong? Logically speaking, the Dragon Clan should not have such powerful sword techniques. In the Divine Land, shouldn't the Sword Pavilion be the strongest in sword techniques? The Grand Supreme Divine muttered to himself with a shocked expression on his face. The one who was most shocked was Yi Yun's opponent, Hierarch Vast Ocean. He never would have thought that even a 5th-level Hierarch Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful divine ability. Yet, the Long Yunzi, who was only at the 2nd level of the Hierarch Realm, was able to withstand it. How could that sword technique be so strange, causing all of his attacks to disappear? Was it because there was a powerful spatial treasure there? Hierarch Vastsi quickly scanned the area with his divine sense, but he didn't find any trace of a magic treasure. This puzzled him. The look in Yi Yan's eyes changed. He no longer gave Hierarch Vastsi any more chances. Now it's my turn. The sword in Yi Yan's hand instantly underwent a subtle change. All of a sudden, his entire person disappeared. A sword light pierced through the air. This sword light was like the dazzling sword light at the beginning of the world. It was a simple sword light, but it had an unimaginably terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth. Hierarch Vastsi's eyes widened in disbelief. Quickly, it was too fast. Hierarch Vastsi felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as blood spurted out. Half of his arm had been cut off by the sword. Yi Yan stood in the air and sheathed his sword. Hierarch Vastsi was in an extremely sorry state. He looked like a man of blood with half of his arm cut off. You've lost. Yi Yan said indifferently. Yes, I've lost. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Long Yunzi to have such a terrifying sword technique. I concede defeat. Hierarch Vastsi's expression was extremely ugly. He grabbed his severed arm with one hand and pressed it hard against the wound. His arm was actually reattached back to his body. However, his face was pale. It seemed that the sword technique had caused him great damage. After he finished speaking, Hierarch Vastsi turned around and left. Divine Sovereign Vastsi turned around and left. He didn't even return to the square. He simply disappeared into the horizon. What kind of sword technique is that? His attack and defense are both so powerful. If he reaches my level, I'm afraid I won't be his match. The Grand Ultimate God on the Lotus platform sucked in a breath of cold air. The shock in his heart was indescribable. However, in the next moment, a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. That sword technique was indeed good. According to the Grand Ultimate God's knowledge, that mysterious sword technique was comparable to the supreme sword technique of the Sword Pavilion. Keep the goodies within the family. Do you think I'll let you escape? The Grand Ultimate God smiled coldly. However, the expression on his face eased in the blink of an eye. After nearly 10 days of competition, the first place of the martial arts competition for marriage has fallen to the overseas itinerant cultivator, Long Yunzi. The Grand Ultimate God said slowly. His majestic voice spread to every corner of the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion. Clap. Clap. All the disciples of the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion applauded excitedly at that moment. The applause was very enthusiastic and lasted for a long time like the tide. Yi Yan turned a deaf ear to it and only looked affectionately at Yun Xiao on the colorful lotus. Celestial Venerable Yu no longer had her eyes closed. Her pair of cold silver eyes were looking at him at that moment. There was no trace of affection to speak of. Yi Yan sighed slightly in his heart. Yun Zhao's appearance made him feel an indescribable bitterness in his heart. The Grand Ultimate God suddenly spoke again in midair. As the saying goes, every minute of the night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. We cultivators are not like the people of the world who pay attention to so many complicated formalities. From now on, Celestial Venerable Yu and Long Yunzi are officially married and sent to the bridal chamber. Sent to the bridal chamber so soon, Yi Yan was slightly taken aback and immediately showed a joyful smile on his face. He did not expect the Grand Ultimate God to be such a sentimental person. Yi Yan liked that very much. Yi Yan would be very resistant if he had to participate in a grand wedding and party for 3 days and 3 nights before entering the bridal chamber. I didn't expect the two of them to enter the bridal chamber so soon. Let's go then. The ultimate gods from both the demon clan and the demon clan in the square were disappointed when they heard the Grand Ultimate God's announcement. They shook their heads and sighed before leaving. Big brother demon god, what should we do? Bloodthirsty Demon King asked anxiously as he looked at the empty surroundings. What else can we do? Boss, every minute of the night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. The two of us will naturally wait nearby. Wuda knocked Bloodthirsty Demon King's head with his purple gold tobacco pipe and quickly pulled him out of the Palace of Supreme Emotion. He watched as the two buffoons left. Yi Yan just smiled and knew that the two of them had not gone far. Bring Long Yunzi directly to the bridal chamber. The Grand Ultimate God suddenly said. Yes, Master. The cold celestial venerable Yu's beautiful little face did not have the slightest hint of joy, but she still stood up and stepped on the seven-colored lotus to Yi Yan's side. Yi Yan took a step forward. He looked at Yun Zhao's unchanging cold expression and remembered how she listened to the Grand Ultimate God's words just now. Yi Yan frowned slightly. It seemed that the Grand Ultimate God had spent a lot of effort on Yun Zhao over the past tens of thousands of years. In the entire Palace of Supreme Emotion, only the Grand Ultimate God could order Yun Zhao. To be able to let such a cold beauty enter the bridal chamber with a man who did not have any feelings. How strong of a will did she have to be to do that? The colorful lotus flew up. It turned into a colorful light and escaped into a pavilion in a valley. I want to enter the bridal chamber with you. You should know what to do, right? After entering the room, Yun Zhao suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Yan coldly and said coldly. This is something that all men know. Yi Yan's expression was awkward. He shook his head gently and said helplessly. At this moment, Yi Yan's expression changed slightly. He discovered that an illusory figure had quietly appeared in the surroundings of the pavilion, and was extremely restrained. Why was the Grand Ultimate God here? Yi Yan frowned. Was this old thing a pervert who liked to squat by the wall? The Grand Ultimate God concealed his aura and quietly hid outside the attic. He stood on the lush green crown of the tree. The lush leaves covered his figure that was between illusion and reality. The Grand Ultimate God looked at the attic with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Soon. The Grand Ultimate God thought to himself. At that moment, his eyes were shining as if a rare treasure was about to appear in the attic. Although the Grand Ultimate God's cultivation was extremely high and he had concealed his aura, he did not know that his appearance had already attracted Yi Yan's attention. In the attic, Yi Yan waited silently for a while and realized that the Grand Ultimate God did not show any signs of leaving. At that moment, Yun Zhao sat on the bed with a cold face and looked at Yi Yan expressionlessly. There seemed to be a hint of doubt in her eyes. She meant to say, since you know so much, why aren't you doing anything? Yi Yan naturally understood the faint resentment in Yun Zhao's eyes. However, the old pervert was squatting outside, so he naturally could not do anything. Yi Yan thought for a while, sighed and walked out. He stood at the door and looked in the direction of the big tree. His face was very calm and he did not say anything. After all, the Grand Ultimate God was Yun Zhao's master. He had to give him some face. Strange, why did this guy come out? They say that a night of romance is worth 1,000 gold. Shouldn't he be doing it with Yun Zhao now? The Grand Ultimate God looked at the white-robed Yi Yan through the gaps between the leaves with a dumbfounded look on his face. Yi Yan stood still. After a few breaths of time. This guy. Did he see me? But that's impossible. He's only at the second level of the Ultimate God realm. I'm already a half-step Divine King expert. The Grand Ultimate God could not hold it in anymore as the muscles on his face twitched. Yi Yan still stood still and looked at the Grand Ultimate God. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This old pervert, if he still didn't leave, he would really chase him away. The more Grand Supreme Divine Master saw the smile on Yi Yan's face, the more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. However, with his proud personality, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to show himself. Deep in his heart, Grand Supreme Ultimate God still felt that it was impossible for Yi Yan to see him. If a mere second-level Hierarch Realm Monster Clan cultivator could see him, then his hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation would have been in vain. Yun Zhao walked to the door. Long Yunzi, why haven't you started? Go back and wait for me. I'll take a breather here and gather my strength. Yi Yan turned around and smiled. He suddenly discovered that Cloud Sky was somewhat impatient. Could it be that her new appearance was really that attractive, or was it because his strength was too formidable, conquering Cloudsky's cold and arrogant heart? After thinking about it, Yi Yan felt that these reasons were unlikely. How could Yun Zhao, who had cultivated the great Tao of indifference, have such mental activities? Absolutely impossible. Cloudsky's abnormal behavior raised a sense of vigilance in Yi Yan's heart. After listening to Yi Yan's words, Cloudsky nodded silently, turned around, returned to the house, and sat on the bed. Yi Yan looked in the direction of the big tree and waved at Grand Supreme Divine Master. He had already made it so obvious. This old thing should know what he meant, right? This guy really noticed me. How did he do it? At this moment, Grand Supreme Divine Master's eyes were wide open. A huge shock appeared on his face as a stormy sea rose in his heart. Long Yunzi, a mere hierarch realm second level, was able to discover him. It was unbelievable. Humph. Grand Supreme Divine Master's face was ashen. His body shook slightly and instantly disappeared from the big tree. Seeing that Grand Supreme Divine Master had left, Yi Yin shook his head and smiled, turned around, and walked back. He casually set up a restriction in the house to prevent Grand Supreme Divine Master from peeping. Heavenly Venerable you look very similar to a friend of mine. Yi Yin stood in front of Cloud Sky and asked tentatively. Is that so? What does this have to do with our wedding night? Cloud Sky raised her head and looked coldly at Yi Yin. Yi Yin's heart ached and could not help but sigh softly. The Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao had really harmed Cloud Sky. No matter what method he used to remind Cloud Sky now, it was difficult for Cloud Sky to regain her original memory. That memory had been completely destroyed. Now is the time to enter the bridal chamber. Since you understand, I'll cooperate with you. Cloud Sky said and suddenly took the initiative to stand up. Yi Yin did not know what to say. Could it be that all of this was instructed by Grand Supreme Divine Master behind the scenes? Otherwise, why would such an unreasonable Cloud Sky be so persistent in carrying out the task of entering the bridal chamber? What was the mystery behind this? Although Yi Yin did not understand for the time being. However, he did not care. Although Grand Supreme Divine Master was a half-step Divine King expert, Yi Yin was not afraid of him. Yi Yin reached out his hand and gently stroked Cloud Sky's cold little face. He felt the bone-chilling coldness transmitted through her skin. You've suffered. Yi Yin sighed, his heart sorrowful. Then, his two hands landed on Cloud Sky's body. In the latter half of the night, it was pitch black outside. Occasionally, the sound of an unknown bird came from the valley. Yi Yin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was surprised to find that Cloud Sky's silver eyes began to glow. Her body was like a huge water pump, frantically extracting the energy in his body. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would probably become extremely weak under this kind of extraction. However, Yi Yin had a Zulong body. This kind of water pump did not have any feelings for him. Yi Yin remained calm. He seemed to have some guesses in his heart now, but he still needed to prove it. If he could help Cloud Sky and let her have a breakthrough, Yi Yin was naturally willing to be a green leaf. The aura on Cloud Sky's body became stronger and stronger. It seemed to be breaking through the threshold of the Divine Venerable Realm. Yi Yin had a smile on his face. Sure enough, the spouse-finding martial competition this time was all planned and arranged. Was it to let Cloud Sky break through to the Divine Venerable Realm through this kind of dual cultivation method? However, if Cloud Sky cultivated the Great Oblivion Tao step by step, wouldn't she be able to break through to the Divine Venerable Realm too? Was there a need to use this kind of method to quickly break through? Yi Yin was puzzled. He was prepared to wait and see what would happen to Cloud Sky after breaking through. An incense stick's time passed. A loud bang came from Cloud Sky's body. A powerful force immediately sent Yi Yin flying. Yi Yin did not resist. He just went along with the force and crashed into the restriction, then rebounded to the ground. Cloud Sky stood up and grabbed with her hand. The green dress was once again worn by her. Master is right. This method is the fastest way to break through to the Divine Venerable Realm. Cloud Sky glanced at Yi Yin, who was lying on the ground beside her, and walked out expressionlessly. It's really that old Grand Divine Venerable who taught Cloud Sky this method. Yi Yin revealed a bitter smile and stood up from the ground. He looked at the bedside. There was a dark red peony on it. It was not plucked 100,000 years ago. He did not expect that 100,000 years later, Yi Yin would meet Cloud Sky in this way. It was really fate making fools of people. At that moment, Celestial Venerable Yu walked out. She had officially broken through to the ultimate God realm and exuded a powerful aura. However, the wave-like aura was suppressed by the valley and did not spread in other directions. Whoosh, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and revealed the Grand Ultimate God's figure. The Grand Ultimate God was dressed in white and looked very young. However, his hair and beard were all white and he exuded an immortal demeanor. He finally revealed his true form in front of Celestial Venerable Yu. You really didn't disappoint me. The Grand Ultimate God's eyes were shining like stars as he looked at Celestial Venerable Yu in front of him as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. Thank you, Master. Celestial Venerable Yu bowed and said respectfully. The Grand Ultimate God said pleasantly, Come here. Let me take a good look at you. Celestial Venerable Yu walked toward the Grand Ultimate God. At that moment, Yi Yin frowned slightly and looked coldly at the pair of master and disciple outside. He felt that something was wrong with the situation in front of him. The Grand Ultimate God's behavior was too strange. Did he have any ulterior motives toward Xianxia? Yi Yin sneered when he thought of that. If he dared to have any ulterior motives toward Xianxia, Yi Yin would definitely destroy the Grand Ultimate God's physical body with a punch. Yi Yin had always disliked the Grand Supreme Ultimate God and would not show any mercy if the Grand Supreme Ultimate God provoked him. Xianxia walked toward the Grand Ultimate God at that moment. The Grand Ultimate God moved slightly and 9 divine halos immediately appeared behind his head. He stretched out a hand and placed it on Yunjiao's head. The 9 divine halos lit up at the same time. Yunjiao's body suddenly shook violently and she fell into a coma. It's really not easy to set up this plan. Now, I can finally reap the fruits of my labor and absorb everything from you. My grand unruffled Tao will be perfected. The Grand Ultimate God muttered to himself with a crazy look on his face. This time, I'll definitely be able to break through to the Divine King realm after perfecting the Grand Unruffled Tao. The Grand Ultimate God roared hysterically and his voice shook the entire valley. However, there was an array formation in this valley, which isolated all movements. Even though Celestial Venerable Yu had broken through to the God Venerable realm, none of the disciples in the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace knew about it. Breakthrough to the Divine King realm? Supreme Ultimate God, you're really scheming. A voice suddenly rang out without any warning. Immediately after, a figure in white walked out from the door of the attic. Yi Yun's face was gloomy. His eyes were cold and filled with endless fury. His right fist was clenched tightly. At this moment, he mobilized the vast power of Zhu Long's body. Long Yunzi, I didn't expect your divine dragon body to be so strong. After being sucked by you for an entire night, you're still so lively. It seems I've underestimated you. Grand Supreme Ultimate God was slightly taken aback by Yi Yun's sudden appearance before his face turned ferocious. Even if Long Yunzi had some tricks up his sleeves, Grand Ultimate God was confident that he could crush a mere second-level Ultimate God with one finger. You think too highly of yourself. I really didn't expect that you'd painstakingly planned this and even sacrificed your own disciple. Yi Yun smiled coldly. In the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. He tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Yi Yun stretched out his fist and slammed it down hard. You're courting death. Grand Supreme Ultimate God was furious and suddenly stretched out his fist to meet the attack. Boom, both of their fists collided in midair and there was a violent sound of bones breaking. Grand Supreme Ultimate God's face was distorted. He was shocked to find that his fist had been smashed into pieces. Then, his opponent's iron fist went straight in and smashed into his chest. Boom, that punch contained Zhu Long's power. The power of the fist was unimaginably great. Grand Supreme Ultimate God did not even have time to scream before he was beaten into a cloud of blood mist by Yi Yun. His primordial spirit did not even manage to escape at that moment. It was also forcefully destroyed by the violent power. One punch. Yi Yun was able to kill a half-step Divine King Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Whoosh, fresh blood fell from midair and onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight. The veteran Ultimate God who had dominated the Taishang region for many years, Grand Supreme Ultimate God, had finally ended his evil life. He probably never dreamed that his body and primordial spirit would be destroyed by a second-level Ultimate God Realm Demon Clan cultivator with one punch. Perhaps, there had never been such a shocking battle record in the entire Divine Land. Huff, after killing the Grand Ultimate God, Yi Yun felt a sense of relief and gently exhaled. Damn it. How dare you attack my woman? Death is inevitable. Yi Yun looked at Yun Xiao. At that moment, Xianxia was lying limply on the ground as if she had lost consciousness. Grand Supreme Ultimate God wanted to absorb Yunjiao's Grand Oblivion Tao, but the first step was to make Yunxiao lose consciousness. He had yet to truly absorb it. Among the 7 heavenly masters and Grand Supreme Ultimate God in the entire Grand Oblivion Palace, other than Yunxiao who had truly achieved oblivion, the others seemed to be a little bit lacking. No wonder. Grand Supreme Ultimate God hasn't had a breakthrough. Yiyan muttered to himself. He roughly understood Grand Supreme Ultimate God's intention behind making a move. Grand Supreme Ultimate God's Grand Oblivion Tao could not be cultivated to perfection, so he wanted to make up for it through Yunxiao. However, there was a huge risk in this method and it might not succeed. Even if it succeeded, Grand Supreme Ultimate God had reached the Divine King realm and wanted to break through again, it would be more difficult than a normal breakthrough. Whoosh, Yiyan flicked his finger and a drop of green life water entered Yunjiao's mouth. The huge breath of life flowed into Yunjiao's body and woke her up instantly. Where did Master go? Yunxiao opened her eyes and stood up before asking Yiyan about Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Yiyan shook his head. It seemed that he, her husband in name, did not have any feelings in Yunjiao's eyes and was just a tool. Even if Yiyan obtained Yunjiao's body, Yunxiao no longer had a heart. In Yunjiao's heart, she seemed to only listen to Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Yiyan's pupils constricted slightly and the heavenly illusionary eye was activated at this moment. Yunxiao was in a trance and her entire person became sluggish. Although she cultivated the Grand Supreme Oblivion Tao, Yunxiao was still unable to resist the heavenly illusionary eye. Yiyan's face was gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth. Yunjiao's appearance really made Yiyan's heart ache and helpless. Yunjiao's Grand Supreme Oblivion Tao had already been cultivated to a deep-rooted level. If it was destroyed, Yunjiao's cultivation would also fall to the lowest point. It was equivalent to destroying all of her 100,000 years of hard work. Yiyan thought about it and felt that he still could not do that. In the entire Grand Supreme Oblivion Palace, the only person Yunxiao listens to is Grand Supreme Ultimate God. If I want to solve this problem, I have to start with Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Yiyan whispered to himself as a light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, thinking of a divine ability that he had recently cultivated, Yiyan suddenly thought of an idea. Yiyan stretched out his hand. On the ground, a drop of the Supreme Divine Master's blood floated into his palm. With the operation of the Supreme Divine ability, the drop of blood quickly disappeared in his palm. Then, Yiyan's image began to change. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, the original Long Yunzi had disappeared and was replaced by a new Supreme Ultimate God. Not bad, it's basically the same. Yiyan felt his body and said with a smile. His divine ability was called the Myriad Manifestation Mantra. With a thought, he could transform into the image of everything in the world. It was lifelike and extremely realistic. If he could obtain some information about the target of the transformation, such as a strand of hair or a drop of blood, he could make the transformation more realistic. It was almost the same as a real person. Not only did his appearance and temperament look the same, but Yiyan even read the Supreme Divine Master's memories through that drop of blood. It could be said that this divine ability was not inferior to the heavenly illusory eye. This Supreme Divine Master had nothing to do with the mastermind. There were no restrictions in his memories, so Yiyan successfully read his memories through his blood. The reason why Yiyan wanted to become the Supreme Divine Master was that he wanted to use this method to completely change Yunxiao. Through reading the Supreme Divine Master's memories, Yiyan learned an even more shocking news. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the 9yu Emperor was framed in the Divine Land and fled to the Xianxia continent. The person who framed him was actually the Supreme Divine Master. At that time, the 9yu Emperor was seriously injured. The Supreme Divine Master sent a clone into the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area to kill the 9yu Emperor, but the operation failed. After that, doppelganger was killed. Instead, he left behind the inheritance of the Supreme Great Path of Indifference in the Xianxia continent. However, this Supreme Great Path of Indifference was only 1/3 of it. At most, it could allow people to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm. There was no further part. Then, this small half of the Supreme Great Path of Indifference was obtained by Yiyan and Yunxiao. After Yi Yin died, Xianxia was disheartened and began to cultivate the supreme great path of indifference. 70,000 years ago, Xianxia cultivated to the true God realm and left the Cangnan continent alone. The power of the great Tao of great oblivion was extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia was extremely lucky, she had passed the various trials of the ancient heaven-reaching path and arrived at the godly land. After reaching the divine land, it caused the Supreme Divine Master to sense it. He personally went out of the mountain to find Xianxia and brought her back to the Supreme Emotion Palace. This was the cause and effect. At that time, the Supreme Ultimate God was stuck at the half-step Divine King realm for a long time. This was because when he started cultivating the great Tao of great oblivion in the past, he only severed his lust and not his past. Therefore, there would always be flaws. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God, who had always been depressed, was pleasantly surprised when he saw Xianxia. She had cut off her past and her 7 emotions and 6 desires from the beginning of her cultivation. She had actually gone further than him on the Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao. It was just that his cultivation level was slightly lower. Therefore, the Grand Supreme Ultimate God had an idea. It was by devouring Xianxia's Grand Oblivion Great Tao to make up for it. Although he knew that this move was very risky. However, the Grand Supreme Ultimate God had no other choice because as long as he could not break through to the Divine King realm, he would not be able to live for long. Yi Yin waved his hand, and all the blood around him disappeared. As for the dilapidated pavilion, it was restored to its original state by him. Then, Yi Yin withdrew the power that controlled Xianxia's life and death. She woke up from her trance again. "Master, where's Long Yunzi?" Xianxia saw that her master was right in front of her and felt a little relieved. Then, she glanced at the pavilion and found that Long Yunzi had already disappeared. "He's not feeling well. He said that he wants to go on a long trip and go back to the cave abode overseas to get some things. He'll be back in a while," Yi Yin said with a smile. "I understand, Master," Xianxia said respectfully. Although this great Tao of great oblivion wants to cut off all lust, it's not really perfect. Yi Yin looked at Xianxia and began to persuade her earnestly. Since he had transformed into the Supreme Divine Master, he naturally had to change Xianxia's understanding of the great Tao of great oblivion. As a transmigrator, Yi Yin naturally knew how to change Xianxia bit by bit. After hearing Yi Yin's words, Xianxia's Tao heart trembled slightly, as if something had changed at this moment. After all, in her heart, the Supreme Divine Master's position was extremely important. Her inheritance, including the cultivation system and cultivation resources after entering the Divine Land, were all given to her by the Supreme Divine Master. "Master, what is the perfection of the great Tao of great oblivion?" Xianxia asked. "You need to be full of love for this world," Yi Yin smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, he made a grabbing motion with his hand and a red bird egg appeared out of nowhere. "You have to think of a way to hatch the bird in this egg. Then, you have to raise it carefully and feel life and love," Yi Yin said with a smile. "Oh." Xianxia was stunned and took the bird egg in a daze. There were some red patterns on the surface of the bird egg, and there was a trace of heat. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast was inside. "I'm going to cultivate first. If you don't have anything to do in the near future, don't leave the sect again," Yi Yin instructed, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. The reason why Yi Yin let Xianxia hatch the egg was that he wanted Xianxia to experience the process of the birth and growth of life. He wanted her heart to change bit by bit. This was a painstaking effort and could not be done overnight. To take a step back, this method also had the risk of failure for the heartless Xianxia. If there was really a day when she failed, then Yi Yin could only bear the pain and abandon Xianxia's great Tao of great oblivion. Then, he would let her cultivate from the beginning. This deadline. Yi Yin only left himself 100 years. If he could not solve the problem in Xianxia's body within 100 years, then he would have to break the great Tao of great oblivion in her body. Back at the Great Oblivion Palace. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in to report. "Palace Master, there's someone outside who wants to see you. Who is it?" Yi Yin asked faintly. Originally, Yi Yin wanted to gather the 6 heavenly venerables disciples and announce that he had been in seclusion recently. However, he did not expect that someone would come looking for him as soon as he arrived at the sect master's hall. It's a female senior who claims to be Divine Venerable Yoga. The disciple reported respectfully. I know who she is. Let her in. Yi Yin frowned slightly. In an instant, he read the origin of Divine Venerable Yoga from the Grand Divine Venerable's memory. Divine Venerable Yoga came from the West Buddha region, which was extremely far away from the Taisheng region. That was also the palace master of Divine Venerable Yoga's underground palace. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Divine Venerable Yoga, Supreme Emperor Nine Nether, and Grand Divine Venerable were close friends and had once explored an ancient site together. Grand Divine Venerable brother, there's no need for me to invite you. I'm already here. A clear and melodious voice, like that of an oriole, suddenly came from outside. A fragrant wind blew past. A beautiful woman in a short skirt with a seven-colored crown on her head suddenly appeared in the hall. Her skirt was fluttering in the wind. Sister Yoga, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Why did you suddenly come to my great Oblivion Palace? Yi Yin lowered his eyelids and said faintly. Although Divine Venerable Yoga was extremely beautiful and had a sexy figure, she was still unable to move Yi Yin's Tao heart. Grand Divine Venerable brother, the ancient star grave has appeared. We worked together the last time. This time, I naturally wanted to invite you. Divine Venerable Yoga looked at Yi Yin with her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Ancient Nether Star Tomb. Yi Yin narrowed his eyes and softly muttered these 4 words as he fell into his memories. Through that drop of blood, Yi Yin used the myriad manifestations following heart technique to read the Grand Supreme Ultimate God's memories. The myriad manifestations following heart technique was a top God-level technique. However, it was not omnipotent. There were also certain limitations when it came to reading memories. The further the time, the less useful information could be read. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Grand Supreme Ultimate God, Holy Master Yoga, and Emperor Nine Nether explored the ancient Nether Star Tomb together. Many details were now blurred. The ancient Nether Star Tomb was hidden in the Yaoguang Galaxy. The Yaoguang Galaxy was located in the north of the West Buddha region. In the far north. This was a mysterious galaxy that flowed through the 9 heavens, Divine Land, and 9 Nether. The origin of the Yaoguang Galaxy was extremely ancient and difficult to recall. Even an ancient expert like the Grand Supreme Ultimate God did not know the origin of the Yaoguang Galaxy. The ancient Nether Star Tomb was hidden in the Yaoguang Galaxy and only appeared in the vast galaxy by chance. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God knew a little about the origin of the ancient Nether Star Tomb. It was said that in an extremely ancient era, at least a few million years ago, one day, heaven and earth shook and the dome of the Divine Land was pierced through. The ancient Nether clan descended from the sky. The powerful ancient Nether clan invaded the Divine Land. They engaged in a fierce battle with the Divine Land's clans. This battle lasted for a long time. In the end, the ancient Nether clan was repelled and the dome of the Divine Land was sealed again. The ancient Nether Star Tomb was the place where many experts of the ancient Nether clan died. In the vast history of the Divine Land, the ancient Nether Star Tomb had appeared several times, but it became a paradise for cultivators from all over the Divine Land to explore. Many cultivators could obtain some rare magic treasures and divine powers from there. However, that place was extremely dangerous and the chances of dying were also extremely high. Once one entered the ancient Nether Star Tomb, one's cultivation level would be suppressed to the Divine Lord realm. This suppression was also random and did not necessarily suppress one's cultivation level. Therefore, the higher the cultivation level of those big shots in the Divine Land, the more fearful they were of the ancient Nether Star Tomb and did not dare to enter it easily. Instead, they sent their disciples to the ancient star graveyard to search for various opportunities. Last time, the 3 of them had explored the ancient Nether Star graveyard together, and each of them had made great gains. The Grand Supreme Divine Venerable's Grand Unruffled Emotions Great Tao, Venerable Yogi's Vajra Umbrella, and Venerable Nine Serenity's 7 Stars Chaos Technique all came from the ancient Nether Star Tomb. This place is interesting, Yi Yin thought to himself. After sorting out the memories just now, Yi Yin realized that the 9 Nether Emperor's 7 Stars inheritance also came from the ancient Nether Star Tomb. Could it be that the ancient Yu tribe was the mastermind? Otherwise, how could there be the 7 Stars Chaos Technique, The 7-star chaos technique was extremely similar to the various 7-star formations that Yi Yun had seen in the Sunnan continent. It was a different approach, but the result was the same. Although Yi Yun had such a guess in his heart, he was not sure. After all, the ancient Yu clan had been defeated. In that battle, the races of the Divine Land won the final victory. Logically speaking, this battle took place in the Divine Land and had nothing to do with the Sunnan continent. Could it be that the defeated ancient Yu clan would specially target the dragon clan of another world and the weak Shenlong sect, and set up so many backup plans? The clues in his mind were like a spider web, densely intertwined. For a moment, Yi Yun could not distinguish them. However, Yi Yun still felt that it was better to go to the ancient Nether Star tomb personally after hearing Holy Master Yoga's suggestion. After all, the Grand Ultimate God could not remember much about the exploration of the ancient Nether Star tomb 300,000 years ago. Yi Yun wanted to explore it personally. Seeing that the Grand Ultimate God in front of her had his eyelids drooping and had been in deep thought, Holy Master Yoga's beautiful eyes wandered and her small face revealed a trace of sadness. Brother Grand Ultimate God, I came all the way here to invite you. You won't refuse me, right? Supremacy Yogi sighed. Of course I won't. Yi Yun smiled and raised his head to look at the exotic beauty in front of him. He smiled and said, how can I miss such a great opportunity in the ancient Nether Star tomb? I just thought of Brother Nine Nether and felt a little sad. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Holy Master Yoga's face was suddenly covered with a layer of sadness. Yes. I don't know where Brother Nine Nether has gone. He has been missing for so long and we don't know if he is still alive. Holy Master Yoga said in a low mood. Sigh. Yi Yun also sighed. He naturally knew that the Grand Ultimate God was the one who had secretly attacked the Supreme God Nine Nether. The Supreme God Nine Nether had escaped to the Sunnan continent and finally defeated the avatar of the Grand Ultimate God. In fact, the Supreme God Nine Nether was really unlucky. Later, he encountered the evil beetle demon dragon who had escaped. The two of them fought continuously and almost perished together in the end. Yi Yun was the only one who could understand the complete cause and effect of the incident. Let me go with you. Yi Yun looked at Holy Master Yoga's beautiful little face and nodded. He naturally had nothing to do with the death of the Supreme God Nine Nether. Yi Yun's killing of the Supreme Ultimate God could be considered as indirectly avenging the Ninth Nether Supreme Emperor whom he had only met once. Supreme Brother, now that we have reached the peak of the 10th level of the Ultimate God realm, there will be a certain risk if we enter the ancient Nether Star grave. Do you want to bring some disciples with you? Holy Master Yoga said softly. Sure. Yi Yun thought for a while and agreed. Although he was very strong, he could not do everything himself since he had transformed into a Supreme Ultimate God. Now that he had given Yunxiao a task, Yunxiao naturally could not go. Then, the remaining 6 disciples were the so-called 6 great celestial venerables. Among these 6 people, he could pick 2 or 3 to bring along. At the same time, he could also bring some Divine Lord Realm disciples along. After all, the Divine Lord Realm disciples would not be suppressed in the ancient Nether Star grave. Yi Yun opened his mouth slightly and gave an order. Not long after, figures flashed as the 6 great heavenly masters gathered in the main hall. Yi Yun told them about the ancient Nether Star grave. The 6 great heavenly masters were very excited and were willing to follow their master. After a round of selection, Yi Yun finally chose Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu. As for the other 4 great heavenly masters, they were responsible for guarding the Supreme Emotion Palace. As for the Divine Lord Realm disciples, Yi Yun selected about a dozen disciples from each of the great heavenly masters. The total number of disciples was close to 100. The Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion is really strong and has a lot of talents. I really admire you, brother. Holy Master Yoga looked at the handsome men and beautiful women in the main hall. Each of them had a strong aura and a high cultivation level. Even he was envious. You don't have to flatter me. Your Yogi Underground Palace has been passed down for millions of years. Your strength can only be stronger than my Supreme Emotion Palace. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled nonchalantly. Although the Yogi Underground Palace was very glorious in the past, it has never had a Divine King Realm expert. It is still a weak force. Holy Master Yoga's face dimmed as he sighed. Let's go. Yi said a few words to the great heavenly master's disciples under him. Then, he strode out of the main hall. The other two great heavenly masters and hundreds of divine Lord Realm disciples followed closely behind him. Let's go. Yi walked to the square of the main hall. He threw a beam of light into the air, and a god-level immortal boat appeared. The immortal boat shone brightly and released an extraordinary aura. God-level immortal boat? Brother Grand Supreme, you must have made a fortune all these years, right? Looking at the God-great immortal boat, Reverend Yogi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. God-level immortal boats were extremely rare in the divine land. One had to pay an unimaginable price to get one. Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu looked at each other, wondering. When did Master get a god-level immortal boat? When the two Celestial Venerables looked at each other, they seemed to understand. Master, he's still my master. His foundation was too deep. It was far beyond what disciples like them could compare to. This place is far from the West Buddha region. Everyone, board the immortal boat quickly. Ignoring Divine Venerable Yoga, Yi waved his sleeves and smiled faintly. Then, he stepped forward and landed lightly on the immortal boat. The others followed closely behind. Sigh. Divine Venerable Yoga pouted and flew up as well. After everyone was on the immortal boat, Yi took out some spirit stones and put them into the immortal boat's formation. With the help of the spirit stones, Yi drove the immortal boat with all his might and quickly flew in the direction of the West Buddha domain. When the immortal boat just started moving, Yi even used his consciousness to find Wu De and Bloodthirsty Demon King, who were thousands of miles away from the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion. He sent a voice transmission to them, asking them to wait in the Netherworld Devil region. Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Wu De gazed at the familiar immortal boat that flashed across the distant horizon, and he was somewhat puzzled. Didn't they say that a night of romance was worth 1,000 gold? Boss had just entered the bridal chamber, and he left in a hurry on the immortal boat the next day. What was so urgent that he didn't even inform them? Although he was a little depressed, Wu De still took the Bloodthirsty Demon King and flew back in the direction of the underworld devils. The West Buddha region was extremely far from the Grand Supreme region. There was no teleportation array that led directly to the destination. If he were to use the method of void transmission, the cost would be extremely high. Even the Supreme Palace could not afford it, so Yi did not use it. The space in the Divine Land was completely different from the space in the Sunnan continent. In this place, if one were to use void delivery, the amount of resources consumed would be even more terrifying. If the God-tier immortal boat were to be driven at full speed, its speed would be unimaginably fast. It was more than enough for them to travel. After a month of long flight, the boat had finally arrived at the West Buddha domain. As expected of a divine great immortal boat, its speed is simply too fast. Previously, when I was rushing from the West Buddha region to the Grand High region, it took me a full 2 months to get here on my Sex Flying Lotus boat. Looking at the familiar mountains and rivers of the West Buddha domain, Supremacy Yogi took a deep breath and said emotionally. Yi nodded silently. As an ultimate God realm expert, he could naturally tear through the void to travel, but it was only possible for a short period of time and a short distance. Even the half-step Divine King Supremacy Yoga couldn't tear the void apart by consuming so much of his spiritual power. The loss outweighed the gain. A month or 2 was nothing to an ultimate god with a long lifespan. After cultivating on the flying magic treasure for a while, they would basically arrive at their destination. After this 1 month, Yiyan's cultivation base was also rapidly increasing. Although he had yet to break through to the 3rd level of the ultimate god realm, he had already reached the late stage of the ultimate god realm. He estimated that he would be able to officially break through to the 3rd level of the ultimate god realm in about a month. Although Yiyan's real cultivation base wasn't high and was several small realms away from the real supreme ultimate god, he gave off the feeling that he was at the peak of the 10th level of the ultimate god realm due to the miraculous effects of the manifestation of mental manipulation technique. Even an ultimate god realm expert wouldn't be able to tell. After entering the West Buddha domain, various tall and majestic temples could be seen everywhere, hidden between the mountains and rivers. Incense burned in spirals and there were many believers. One could see how popular the various branches of Buddhism were in the vast land of the West Buddha domain. The Yogi Underground Palace was also one of the branches of Buddhism. It was considered a branch of Buddhism. Although unorthodox, it had a very high reputation in the entire West Buddha domain. At this moment, Supreme God Yogi had his small hands behind his back as he looked towards the extreme north. He smiled and said, "Supreme Brother, although there are traces of the ancient star grave, its body is still floating in the galaxy and hasn't really settled down yet. So why don't we go to my Yogi Underground Palace and wait for a few days?" "All right." Yi Yin nodded and said. Supreme God Yogi naturally knew more about the ancient star grave than an impostor like him. In his thin memory, the ancient star grave was constantly floating in the Yaoguang galaxy, moving with the flow of the galaxy, and was very difficult to get close to. In the Yaoguang galaxy, the power of the galaxy was extremely terrifying. If one couldn't directly enter the ancient star grave and stay in the galaxy for a long time, even an expert in the Divine King realm wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Along the way, Yi Yun had been speculating about the origin of the Yaoguang galaxy. In his knowledge, the last star of the Big Dipper was called Yaoguang. Could the Yaoguang galaxy be related to the Big Dipper? However, Yi Yun thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. How could the Big Dipper above the 9 heavens send down such a majestic galaxy? The Big Dipper couldn't withstand such a mighty force. After entering the West Buddha region, Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu kept looking at the exotic temples in the West Buddha region. They were very curious. These two Celestial Venerables looked like they were in their early 20s. They were young and beautiful, only slightly inferior to Yun Shao. Celestial Venerable Qing wore a plain robe and was charming and graceful. Other than the coldness in the heart of her brows, her whole body exuded an ethereal aura. Celestial Venerable Yu wore a long silver robe, and her black hair fell behind her waist. She carried a silver sword on her back, making her look extraordinary. Celestial Venerable Yu also cultivated the Grand Great Tao of Indifference. She usually didn't smile and gave people the feeling that she was as cold as ice. Only in front of their master, Yi Yun, would their attitudes soften slightly. "We've arrived at the Yoga Master's underground palace." After flying for a day, God Venerable Yoga, who was standing on the immortal boat, suddenly said softly. Everyone was shaken. On top of a towering mountain in the distance, there was a huge bright yellow temple that exuded a majestic and sacred aura. It was a huge temple. There were countless small temples in the surroundings, with incense burning in spirals. Countless believers shuttled between the temples. Hell! The immortal boat flew to the sky above the mountain. Yi Yun was about to disembark when he suddenly heard a huge roar from the mountain. The sound was earth-shattering, scaring countless believers into fleeing. A dragon's roar. Yi Yun was slightly stunned, and a familiar feeling rose in his heart. He immediately looked towards the back of the mountain. In the valley behind the mountain, there was a huge formation that locked an old black dragon. The reason it felt old was because this old black dragon, despite its earth-shattering roar, had an aura of aging. It seemed that it didn't have long to live. "Why is there a black dragon in your Yoga Master's underground palace?" Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked plainly. After listening to Yi Yun's explanation, Supremacy Yoga's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. "Grand Supreme Brother, your Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao has improved again. You have forgotten many things from the past." Supremacy Yoga seemed to have thought of something. She then relaxed and said with a chuckle. As the palace master of Yogi's underground palace, she was very knowledgeable. Especially since she had a good relationship with Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao, she naturally knew some things about the Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao. The Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao not only required one to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, but also the memories of the past. However, she knew that Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao was unable to cut off the memories of the past. They had not seen each other for more than 100,000 years. Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao had forgotten that he had been to Yogi's underground palace and that he had seen the black dragon. This meant that he had gradually cut off the memories of the past. The Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao would become stronger with every memory that was cut off. Supremacy Yoga's heart trembled slightly. Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao was the most powerful among the 3 of them. He was still growing stronger. He was a terrifying opponent. Yi Yin felt a little awkward after listening to Supremacy Yoga's words. He could not retrieve the memories that were too long ago from the drop of blood. Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao happened to be cultivating the Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao and had always wanted to cut off the past. Now that he had forgotten many things, it gave him a perfect excuse. He did not need to explain, as Supremacy Yoga had already done it for him. It was a godly assist. Aoo. 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 The black dragon that was chained by the iron chain kept struggling to break free from the chains. It looked furious as it roared towards the sky. At that moment, swoosh swoosh, dozens of figures suddenly flew out from various places in Yogi's underground palace and landed in the valley behind the mountain. More than a dozen figures surrounded the black dragon. They constantly struck out seals to suppress the black dragon. The black dragon was unwilling to give up and tried to twist its body, but to no avail. It was nearing the end of its lifespan and was on the verge of death. Even though it was an 8th level hierarch, its true strength was only at the 3rd level hierarch realm. After the black dragon was suppressed, its body stopped writhing. It lay on the ground on its last breath, and its huge dragon eyes revealed a sorrowful look. It was no longer roaring. It was as if the black dragon had completely accepted its fate at this moment. It no longer resisted and waited for death to descend upon it. This black dragon. It has lived for millions of years, and it was captured by the 8th Palace Master of the Yogi Underground Palace during a battle against the Dragon Clan. This old dragon was very obedient in its early years. Now that it's about to die, it's becoming more and more disobedient. Supremacy Yogi looked in the direction of the back mountain and sighed. Don't tell me, you yogis tortured it in the underground palace? Yi Yin said with a frown. How am I being abused? This black dragon has always been the guardian beast of my yogi's underground palace. Naturally, it was treated well. Now that it's about to die, it suddenly went berserk. Supremacy Yogi said honestly. It was as if she didn't want to hide this from Yi Yin. Yi Yin nodded silently and didn't say anything else. They got off the immortal boat and landed on the square. Master is back. From the gigantic temple, a group of disciples gushed out, welcoming Reverend Yogi warmly. You're back. This is your Grand Uncle Master and his disciples. Supremacy Yogi introduced them with a smile. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters of the Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion. Everyone greeted them. Celestial Venerable Qing, Celestial Venerable Yu, and the rest returned the greeting. After both sides met, a disciple walked in front of Supremacy Yogi, put his palms together, and said softly, Master, the dragon raisers are here. Hi. These dragon raisers are really anxious. Our black dragon isn't dead yet, and they want to collect its corpse. Supremacy Yogi looked unhappy. He waved his sleeves and said indifferently, let them wait. We'll make a decision after your Grand Uncle Master and I return from exploring the ancient star grave. Yes, Master. The disciple bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out. Dragon raisers. When he heard these 3 words, Yi Yun's pupils constricted and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to see a dragon raiser in Yogi's underground palace in the West Buddha domain. He had fought with the dragon raisers several times. Although he had the upper hand, they were all puppets. He wondered if the dragon raiser in Yogi's underground palace was also a puppet. Yi Yun was curious. He naturally wouldn't let this dragon raiser go. However, he didn't take any action since it was his first time here. Since this dragon raiser was here for the black dragon, he wouldn't leave Yogi's underground palace until he achieved his goal. Yi Yun would find a chance to make trouble for him. Next, Supremacy Yogi arranged accommodation for the hundreds of people in the Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion. They rested for a while. Yi Yun walked out of the room, toward the void, and went directly to the back of the mountain. Above the valley, there was a fluctuation in the void and a white figure walked out. Yi Yun looked down. It was an old dragon that was about to die. The black dragon scales all over its body had lost their luster and were very dim. Its huge dragon body was curled up on the ground. The dragon scales on many parts of its body had fallen off and were badly mutilated. It was unbearable to look at. Whoosh! Whoosh, the old dragon, whose chi and blood had withered, lay weakly on the ground. Its eyes were closed as it panted heavily. Seeing the black dragon in such pain, Yiyan felt an indescribable sadness. There was no doubt. This was a pure-blooded black dragon. It was a member of the invincible Black Dragon army under Dark Sky Dragon, one of the 10 great gods super dragons. Yiyan was about to land. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void and a masked man in black clothes walked out. Dragon Razor? Yiyan was slightly taken aback. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had not gone to look for the Dragon Razor and this guy came to look for him first. Supreme Ultimate God, why didn't you stay in Yogi's underground palace? Why did you come to the back of the mountain to look at the black dragon? The Dragon Razor stared at Yiyan and said in a gloomy tone. I heard that you want to buy the black dragon's body? Yiyan did not answer the Dragon Razor's question. Instead, he asked from a different angle. The Dragon Razor said proudly, that's right. The black dragon's body has already been reserved by us. The black dragon is not dead. Don't you think you came too early? Yiyan sneered. It can't live for more than a year. If it dies now, isn't it a relief for it? The Dragon Razor laughed. This is Yogi's underground palace. Do you really dare to attack it? Yiyan's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the Dragon Razor's arrogance and said with a gloomy face. The Dragon Razor's cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the ultimate god realm. Logically speaking, such a person should not be so arrogant to a half-step divine king supreme ultimate god like him. It seemed that the Dragon Razor had something to rely on. We'll get the black dragon's body after a year. There's no need for us, the Dragon Razor, to attack Yogi's underground palace. The dragon breeder chuckled. Suddenly, his attitude changed. I like this black dragon very much. A cold light flashed in Yiyan's eyes. He suddenly smiled grimly and stretched out his hand like a mountain, grabbing at the dragon breeder. Whoosh, the huge hand that covered the sky was as heavy as a mountain as it fell from the sky. Grand Ultimate God, how dare you attack the Dragon Razor? The Dragon Razor glared at him and roared. He was about to fight back when he suddenly realized that he could no longer move his body. Boom, the Dragon Razor was sent flying with a slap. Before he hit the valley, Yiyan waved his hand and the Dragon Razor flew in front of him again. He looked at the blood on the mask. Yiyan nodded to himself. This guy was not a puppet. He was made of flesh and blood. Yiyan had sealed a few Dragon Razors when he was at the Black Sky Burial Ground. The reason why he sealed them was that he was afraid of triggering a counterattack when he searched their primordial spirit memories, which would cause the Dragon Razor to explode. The loss would outweigh the gain. Now that he had another Dragon Razor, Yiyan could use the heavenly illusory eyes to try to read his memories. If he could find something. That couldn't be better. Yiyan would not lose anything even if the Dragon Razor exploded and died. Clang, the sound of an iron lock could be heard from the ground. The old black dragon raised its head and looked at Yiyan in shock. It never thought that the grand ultimate god from the Taisheng region would be willing to offend the famous Dragon Razor for it. It was really hard to imagine. The black dragon was silent and looked at Yiyan quietly without saying a word. The Dragon Razor got up. His body was swaying and he kept coughing up blood. The terrifying slap had seriously injured him. His meridians were broken and his combat power was greatly reduced. If he were to receive another slap, he was afraid that his life would end here today. Grand Ultimate God, you're so cruel. You've offended the Dragon Razors. Just wait for the destruction of the Taisheng Palace. Haha. The Dragon Razor wiped the blood on his mask and waved his arm as he laughed arrogantly and crazily. The Dragon Razors were unimaginably powerful in the Divine Land. It was a piece of cake for them to destroy the Taisheng Palace. You're just an errand boy. How dare you threaten me? You're courting death. Yiyan smiled coldly. At that moment, countless tiny mysterious runes as small as stars appeared in his eyes. A huge force of life and death instantly descended on the Dragon Razor's primordial spirit. Yiyan saw a familiar restriction as soon as the force entered. The restriction was made up of 7 tiny runes that formed the shape of the Big Dipper. Boom! When Yi Yun's power of life and death came into contact with the 7 restriction runes, the restriction runes suddenly exploded. The dragon razor's head was instantly blown to smithereens. Even the upper half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. Only 2 legs remained. Blood gushed out of them as they fell from the sky. Yi Yun smiled faintly. He was prepared. At the same time, in a mysterious hall in Yogi's underground palace, 2 figures were dumbfounded as they watched Taishang Divine Master kill the dragon breeder. Is the Grand Ultimate God crazy? How dare he attack the dragon razor? Divine Master Yoga's body stiffened as she muttered to herself. Her face was filled with disbelief and fear. It seems that the Grand Ultimate God is about to break through to the Divine King realm. That's why he's not afraid of the dragon razor. The man beside him was wearing a bronze mask. He was tall and straight, and his voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke faintly. I heard that the Dragon Razor clan has a Divine King realm expert. The Grand Ultimate God. He hasn't broken through to that level. How could he be a match for the Dragon Razor clan? Divine Master Yoga said disdainfully with a straight face. The Grand Supreme Deity's Grand Supreme Emotionless Great Tao comes from the ancient Nether Star graveyard. As far as I know, some of the higher-ups also want to see how the ancient Nether clan's divine power shines among the cultivators of the Divine Land. Therefore, I don't think they'll kill the Grand Ultimate God for a mere Ultimate God Dragon Razor. There's such a saying? 9 Nether. You're just the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor's descendant. How did you know? Divine Master Yoga's eyes lit up as he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. 2 months ago, the mysterious man wearing a bronze mask sneaked into Yogi's underground palace and found her. He claimed to be the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor's disciple. His Taoist name was 9 Nether. The man named 9 Nether had the same cultivation level as Divine Master Yoga, the peak of the 10th level Ultimate God realm. If the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor was still alive, he might have cultivated to that level. However, how could his disciple cultivate so quickly? Although Divine Master Yoga was confused, 9 Nether showed him the 7 stars chaos technique that the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor had obtained from the ancient Nether Star graveyard. Supremacy Yogi firmly believed in this. The purpose of 9 Nether's visit was to let Divine Master Yoga lure the Grand Ultimate God from the Grand Unruffled Palace to Yogi's underground palace. There, he would set up a killing formation to kill the Grand Ultimate God and avenge his master, the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor. 9 Nether told Divine Master Yoga about how the Grand Ultimate God secretly hunted down the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor. Divine Master Yoga was furious after hearing about it. Back then, Divine Master Yoga had a good impression of the 9 Nether Supreme Emperor. Although there was no romantic relationship between them, there was an indescribable feeling of ambiguity. Supreme God Yuji naturally wanted to avenge 9 Nether when he remembered that 9 Nether Emperor had died in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. Therefore, he and 9 Nether went to the Taishang region to invite Taishang Divine Master over. As for the so-called ancient Nether Star graveyard, it was all made up by her. Because, she could only use the ancient Nether Star graveyard as a reason to invite the Grand Ultimate God over. However, Supremacy Yoga hadn't expected that 9 Nether's words would cause her to waver a little. She did not expect the big shot of the Divine Land to care so much about the ancient Nether clan's divine powers. Could it be, were they going to train the Grand Ultimate God? Since they were going to train the Grand Ultimate God, how were they going to avenge him? I have my ways. You don't have to ask. Although the Grand Ultimate God can't be killed by others, I can. 9 Nether smiled coldly with a hint of complacency in her laughter. Divine Master Yoga was shocked and quickly asked, aren't you afraid of the big shots of the Divine Land? It doesn't matter. Killing the Grand Ultimate God won't affect the ancient Nether clan's Grand Oblivion Great Tao. 9 Nether said proudly. Why is that? Divine Master Yoga asked curiously. The Grand Ultimate God's Grand Oblivion Great Tao isn't complete. On the other hand, Heavenly Master Yu from the Grand Oblivion Palace is the most complete and has a chance to break through to the Divine King realm, hence, I'll report this to the higher-ups. Even if I kill the Grand Ultimate God today, it won't affect the Big Shots plan. 9 Nether smiled faintly. I see. I understand. Divine Master Yoga nodded silently with a strange light flashing in his eyes. the Grand Ultimate God would definitely die today. In that valley, Nine Nether had long set up a shocking killing formation. Divine Master Yoga originally wanted to use the excuse of bidding farewell to the Black Dragon to invite the Grand Ultimate God to the back mountain. Now, the Grand Ultimate God was lucky enough to go to the back mountain and made the plan even more perfect. With the death of the Grand Supreme Ultimate God, Yu Tianzuan will be the one to take over the Grand Supreme Emotion Palace. The inheritance of the ancient Phantom clan will also be passed down and I'll be able to avenge my master. Haha. It's killing two birds with one stone. Nine Nether praised with a hint of joy in his voice. The Nine Nether Supreme Emperor is so happy to have a disciple like you. Holy Master Yoga said with emotion. You should say it in another way. Nine Nether cast a sidelong glance at Supremacy Yoga. His deep eyes behind the mask revealed an indescribable sense of pride. Another way? Holy Master Yoga was slightly stunned. You should say that the Nine Nether Supreme Emperor is so lucky to have met a child of destiny like me. Nine Nether laughed. His voice was like a raging wave that shook the entire space in the hall. He flicked his finger and a magic seal suddenly broke through the air and disappeared. At the same time, in that valley, a dazzling silver light suddenly rose up, firmly enveloping the entire valley like an iron bucket. Yi Yan's expression changed slightly when he saw the formation that suddenly appeared. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that someone had already set up a killing formation and was waiting for him? How could it be so coincidental? Was he not walking into a trap by entering the valley? Yi Yan took a closer look and realized that the formation was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than the formation that trapped the Black Dragon. It would be difficult for anyone below the Divine King realm to survive in the formation. Yi Yan's face darkened. At this moment, he immediately guessed who the target of this formation was. Such a peerless killing formation naturally wanted to kill him, the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Yi Yan could not help but feel unlucky. He was acting as the Grand Supreme Ultimate God and the other party was also killing the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. He was taking the blame for the Grand Supreme Ultimate God's death. Who wants to kill me? Yi Yan did not panic at all as he stared at the formation with a cold expression. 9 divine rings appeared behind his head. Since he was acting as the Grand Supreme Ultimate God, he naturally had to use the manifestation of mental manipulation technique to create the illusion of 9 divine rings. It gave off the feeling that he was already prepared to defend himself against the formation's attack. Before Yi Yan could make a proper conjecture, 2 silhouettes suddenly flashed and appeared from the void, floating above the formation. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a masked man standing beside Supreme Reverend Yuji. Yogi girl, what do you mean by this? Did you invite me all the way to the Yogi's underground palace just to kill me? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows and asked. Grand Supreme, don't you know what you've done in the past? Now that he has ended up like this, he deserves it. Supremacy Yuji sighed. His eyes were as sharp as knives as they landed on Yi Yan, who was standing below the array. Hearing this, Yi Yan's expression changed and his gaze fell on the masked man beside him. How did you know? Did this guy tell you? Yi Yan sneered. Back then, the Grand Supreme Ultimate God's pursuit of the Abysmal Supreme Emperor was extremely secretive. Even Holy Master Yoga was kept in the dark. However, she now knew the truth. It must have been the masked man who told her. But who was this man? Why did he have to kill the Grand Supreme Ultimate God? Is the Grand Supreme Ultimate God really that unpopular? Just as Yi Yan's imagination was running wild, Holy Master Yoga's face suddenly turned cold and said with hatred, Grand Supreme, I bet you didn't expect this. The disciple of the Abysmal Supreme Emperor is here to seek revenge. The disciple of the Abysmal Supreme Emperor, Yi Yan's heart was in turmoil when he heard Holy Master Yoga's words. Could it be Long Xian? Yi Yan was furious when he thought of the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect, Long Xian. He wanted to beat him up, lock him up, and torture him every day. This guy had dragged the Shenlong sect into the fire pit. They had been hunted down for so many generations. If he had not been resurrected from the check-in space and stopped Luoli, the Shenlong sect would have been disbanded a long time ago. Nonsense. I've killed all the disciples of the Abysmal Supreme Emperor. How could there be any fish that escaped the net? Even if there were fish that escaped the net, his disciple wouldn't be able to cultivate to the peak of the 10th level of the ultimate god realm. Yiyan stared coldly at the masked man. He could not be sure if it was Long Xian. However, Yiyan knew that the abysmal Supreme Emperor did not have any disciples alive through the Grand Supreme Ultimate God's memory. Therefore, he wanted to trick the masked man into revealing his background. Grand Supreme Ultimate God. You're also a ruthless person. You killed all the disciples of the abysmal Supreme Emperor and left none alive. Nine Nether suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Yiyan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I chased the abysmal Supreme Emperor to the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area and he died there." "Could it be, you're the disciple he took in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area?" "Yes, I'm the disciple the abysmal Supreme Emperor took in the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Area. My name is Nine Nether. Today, I set up a trap to kill you and avenge my master." Nine Nether straightened his body and said loudly. After listening to his words, the expression on Yiyan's face froze, but his eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Nine Nether was most likely the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect, Long Xian. This guy had painstakingly planned for so many years to set up a sure-kill trap to kill the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. His forbearance was really terrifying. There was a few seconds of silence. "Nine Nether, your master has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Why do you still want to avenge him? Are you a person who respects your master?" Yiyan looked at Nine Nether with ridicule in his eyes and suddenly laughed. Of course, his words had a double meaning. The 250th generation sect master of the Divine Dragon sect had used up all the Divine Dragon blood essences accumulated by the previous generations of the Divine Dragon sect. They had even provoked a powerful enemy, causing the weak successors of the later generations to be hunted down and killed. This process was simply indescribable with words. It was difficult to describe the hardships and pain involved. Nine Nether's anger suddenly rose after listening to Yiyan's words. His eyes were sharp and he said loudly, "As the disciple of the abysmal Supreme Emperor, it's only right for me to avenge my master." After saying that, he casually made a few gestures. Whoosh, the formation surged and its power became stronger. A Big Dipper suddenly appeared on the dome above, exuding a strong killing intent. Swish swish, each of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper blossomed with resplendent light. Suddenly, a sword fell from one of the stars. The sword was crystal clear and exuded a terrifying aura as it pierced toward Yiyan. The other 6 stars were also shining with silver light. It was as if every star contained the same star sword. This deceitful guy. I'll give him a good beating after I break the formation. Yiyan suppressed his anger and cursed in his heart. Looking at the crystal-clear sword falling, Yiyan's expression became cold and emotionless as if the great Oblivion Tao had been activated. Whoosh, one of the 9 divine halos behind his head suddenly flew out and collided with the sparkling and translucent star sword. At the same time, Yiyan's pupils flickered with runes that were as tiny as stars. At this moment, Yiyan activated the heavenly disillusioning eye. The 9 divine halos behind his head were nothing more than a simulation. In fact, they were far from being comparable to the supreme superpower of the Grand Oblivion Great Tao. However, Yiyan activated the heavenly disillusioning eye. Once the heavenly disillusioning eye was activated, it was invisible and formless. Naturally, it could assist the 9 divine rings in battle. The heavenly disillusioning eye was extremely hidden. Even if Yiyan activated it, Supremacy Yoga and Nine Nether would not be able to see through it. The heavenly disillusioning eye was an invisible illusory force. It was attached to the divine ring as it rushed towards the star sword that was emitting a terrifying aura. Is this the formation formed by the 7 stars chaotic technique? Nine Nether, you have indeed surpassed your master. Supremacy Yoga's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the formation. He sighed softly. There was no doubt about the strength of the formation. Once trapped, any hierarch realm cultivator would not be able to escape. The mysterious 7-star sword formation in midair was extremely powerful and terrifying. It had the power to kill a divine king. My master has only just entered the door. Not only have I entered the door, but I have also cultivated to the great achievement realm. Nine Nether laughed wildly. He did not seem to have any respect for Supremacy Nine Nether. In the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Initially, Nine Nether thought he could kill the Grand Ultimate God with the Star Sword. Unexpectedly, not only did the terrifying Star Sword not break the Grand Ultimate God's divine ring, but the Star Sword also mysteriously disappeared when it collided with the divine ring. What was going on? How could the Grand Oblivion Great Tao be so terrifying? Nine Nether's pupils shrank as he took a deep breath to calm himself down. He did not know much about the Grand Oblivion Great Tao. After all, it came from the mysterious ancient Yu tribe. Kill! Nine Nether roared after recovering from his shock and immediately activated the 7-star sword formation. Whoosh whoosh, a total of 6 star swords emitted a terrifying aura as they fell from the 6 stars. Buzz, the other divine halos behind Yi Yun's head trembled. Suddenly, 6 divine halos flew out, emitting a myriad of rays of light. They whistled through the air, going up against the 6 sparkling star swords. The two met in midair. The 6 star swords also disappeared without a sound. How could this be? The Grand Supreme Ultimate God Supreme Great Oblivion Tao has been cultivated to such a level? Supremacy Yogi's brows widened as he looked down in disbelief. Holy Master Yoga shuddered when she saw Grand Supreme Ultimate God's cold and emotionless face. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated Grand Supreme Ultimate God. Back then, the cunning and shrewd Grand Ultimate God sneakily attacked Nine Nether Emperor and injured him. He then chased him all the way to the Hidden Dragon Forbidden Zone. As a good friend of both of them, she had been kept in the dark. If Nine Nether had not told her, she would not have believed that the Grand Supreme Ultimate God was such a beast in human form. Right now. He originally thought that the 7-star sword formation could easily take the Supreme Ultimate God's life. Unexpectedly, it was easily broken by the Great Tao of Great Oblivion. It was shocking. If Nine Nether could not kill Grand Supreme Ultimate God today, would she not be in danger today? A sense of crisis rose in Holy Master Yoga's heart and her face became extremely serious. Her other hand suddenly shone and a yellow ancient umbrella appeared in her palm. It was the Vajra umbrella that she had obtained from the ancient star tomb. This umbrella had an unfathomable defensive power. Even if it was a god king, they would have to use extremely powerful treasures to break through the defenses of the Vajra umbrella. Although the umbrella had a strong defensive power, it did not have much offensive power. That was the only flaw. I still underestimated Grand Supreme Ultimate God. This old thing is really powerful. Nine Nether muttered to herself. Her hands were constantly forming hand seals and injecting one technique after another into the entire formation like a meteor shower. Rumble, the entire formation quickly rotated and countless rays of light converged toward the 7-star sword formation on the dome. It was like a roaring tide and the momentum was unusually spectacular. Swoosh swoosh, star swords fell from the 7-star sword formation one after another. There were so many that it was impossible to count. These astral swords came down from the dome in a densely packed manner, encompassing the entire mountain valley. Boom, the formation trapping the black dragon was shattered by the power of these terrifying star swords. Yi Yun moved his body. He immediately landed on top of Black Dragon and withstood all the pressure by himself. It was undeniable that the 7-star sword formation was really powerful after it was fully activated. If he did not take action, Black Dragon would be crushed into a bloody mist in the next moment. Buzz, the 9 divine rings behind Yi Yun's head suddenly poured out in full force. They rapidly expanded 100 times during the flight. Each of the divine rings was at least 100 feet in size. They shone brightly and illuminated the entire valley. At the same time, the countless tiny star-like runes in Yi Yun's eyes also quickly intertwined and floated. The power of life and death, like a great river, flew everywhere with the 9 divine rings. Whoosh, the air rippled with the sound of something shattering. When the many star swords with terrifying auras came into contact with those divine halos, they were like snow that had come into contact with boiling water. They instantly disappeared. The divine rings danced in the air, moving up and down. The star swords that fell from the sky had all disappeared. How could this be? Nine Nether was stunned when he saw the scene before him. The Grand Ultimate God was only a half-step divine king. How could he resist his 7-star sword formation? How could the Grand Unruffled Tao be so terrifying? It was 100 times more powerful than his 7-star chaotic technique. This made him feel extremely unbalanced. The sense of superiority that had been in his heart all this time was suddenly shattered. Supremacy Yoga, who was beside him, sucked in a breath of cold air. Without hesitation, she opened the Vajra umbrella and placed it above her head. Rays of light shone down and protected her. The Grand Ultimate God is powerful. Nine Nether, do you have any other ideas? Supremacy Yoga asked nervously. Let's join forces and enter the formation to kill him. Nine Nether said through gritted teeth. Will that work? Supremacy Yoga had a tinge of fear in his eyes. The 7-star sword formation has restrained his 9 divine rings, which is equivalent to restraining half of his strength. With the two of us joining forces and the protection of the Vajra umbrella, are you still afraid of him? Nine Nether said in a deep voice. Reverend Yuji hesitated. Looking at the cold face below, he didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver. Lend me the Vajra umbrella. I'll kill him with my own hands. Nine Nether made up his mind when he saw Supremacy Yoga's expression. He suddenly spoke. All right. Supremacy Yoga agreed. She really did not want to take the risk. The Grand Ultimate God below was too terrifying. It was not a bad idea to lend the Vajra umbrella to Nine Nether. It would be fine as long as she did not have to face the Grand Ultimate God. Nine Nether took the Vajra umbrella and placed it above his head. Rays of yellow light shone down and protected him. His figure flashed. In the next moment, Nine Nether appeared in the formation opposite Yiyun. At the same time, the 7 stars in the sky continued to drop down sparkling and translucent star swords. The 9 divine rings whizzed over. Clashing incessantly with the astral swords, they annihilated one astral sword after another. Vajra umbrella? Haha, how about you try my Vajra hammer? Yiyun looked at Nine Nether, who was protected by the Vajra umbrella, and smiled disdainfully. He suddenly stretched out his hand and a huge golden hammer appeared in his hand. Yiyun moved and swung the Vajra hammer at the Vajra umbrella. His speed was so fast that Nine Nether did not even have time to react before the Vajra umbrella was hit by the huge golden hammer. Boom, the Vajra umbrella flew out of his hand and turned into a ray of light. What kind of treasure is that? Supremacy Yoga, who was outside the formation, widened her beautiful eyes in shock when she saw Grand Ultimate God take out a golden sledgehammer and smash the Vajra umbrella away. Her Vajra umbrella came from the ancient star tomb. It was known as the strongest defensive treasure. For so many years, no one could break the defense of the Vajra umbrella. However, he did not expect that the Grand Supreme Divine Master would take out a golden hammer that he had obtained from somewhere and smash the Vajra umbrella away. It was unbelievable. She had not seen Grand Ultimate God for hundreds of thousands of years. How did he become so unfamiliar? His background was unimaginable. Supremacy Yoga's delicate body trembled slightly and her face turned pale. She regretted it at this moment. If she could not even defeat Nine Nether, she would not be able to survive. Should I join the battle? Supremacy Yoga began to struggle in her heart. Inside the formation, Nine Nether was shocked when the Vajra umbrella flew out of his hand. He felt an indescribable power descending on the Vajra umbrella and he could not hold it. This hammer is so strong. Nine Nether sneered and disappeared in an instant. Waiting for him to reappear. Nine Nether had already appeared below the 7 stars. The 7 stars sent down streams of Milky Way into Nine Nether's body. In an instant, Nine Nether's body was flowing with sparkling starlight as if he was wearing a starlight armor. His aura became stronger and stronger. Sword, come. Nine Nether roared and a starlight sword appeared in his hand. After Nine Nether was strengthened by the 7 stars formation, he was covered in a layer of starlight armor and his aura was stronger than before. Yiyun nodded. The 7 stars primal chaos technique from the ancient star tomb was indeed extraordinary. Just as he was about to fight Nine Nether, a light flashed and a figure appeared beside Nine Nether. It was Supremacy Yoga. At this moment, she finally decided to join forces with Nine Nether to deal with Grand Ultimate God. Supremacy Yoga, you finally made the right choice. Nine Nether laughed. There's no other way. If you're killed by him, I won't be able to live either. Supremacy Yuji's face was frosty as he said sternly. She suddenly beckoned with her lily-white hand, and the Vajra umbrella that had flown to the side immediately returned to her hand. Raising the Vajra parasol, rays of light descended and enveloped her. The power of the Vajra umbrella in the hands of Supremacy Yogi was naturally stronger than that of Nine Nether. After all, she had already refined all of them. He flipped his other hand, and a golden ribbon appeared in his hand. The ribbon shone with golden light like a golden dragon, releasing a terrifying aura. This was the treasure of the Yoga Master's underground palace, the Yoga Divine Silk. It was also a divine-level treasure. Back then, the 8th generation master of the Yogi Underground Palace had used the Yogi Divine Silk to capture the black dragon and tame it, making it the divine beast of the sect. Whoosh, whoosh, the astral swords in the air continued to descend like the tide, clashing intensely with the 9 divine halos. Although these star swords had strangely disappeared by the 9 divine rings, in reality, the number of star swords was endless. Their auras covered the sky and earth, as if there was no end to them. These star swords had completely restrained the 9 divine halos. Kill! Nine Nether, who was wearing the starlight battle armor, roared. She stomped on the void and charged towards Yiyun. Holding the Vajra parasol with one hand and controlling the Yoga Divine Silk with the other, Supremacy Yogi joined the battle. This Yoga Divine Silk was extremely agile. It was like a spiritual snake quivering in the air. Countless illusions appeared and attacked from all directions. The star swords in Nine Nether's hands were wide open. Rays of sword light were sharp, as if they had the aura of destruction. The two of them attacked Yiyun at the same time. Yiyun was unconcerned. He couldn't be bothered to change to other treasures. The Vajra hammer was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Yiyun swung the Vajra hammer and smashed it towards the two of them. Boom boom, the Vajra hammer shone with a golden light. It was indestructible. The surrounding void shattered at this moment. An incomparably powerful force gushed out like an endless torrent of destruction. The first to be attacked was Supremacy Yogi's Yoga Divine Silk. Boom, countless illusions suddenly shattered. A tremendous force surged towards Supremacy Yogi. Chi-chi, the Vajra parasol in Supremacy Yogi's hand suddenly spun violently. When the torrential force came into contact with the Vajra parasol, it was immediately diverted in another direction. On the other side, the rays of sword light were also obstructed when they cut into the torrent. Nine Nether star swords seemed to have pierced into a quagmire. It was extremely slow. How can this treasure be so powerful? Nine Nether looked at the Vajra hammer in disbelief. His eyes were filled with greed. He roared furiously. The starlight armor shone brightly, as if it was giving him endless strength. He slashed the torrent apart. The star swords were unstoppable. When Supremacy Yogi saw Nine Nether's prowess, he was invigorated. He immediately controlled the Yoga Divine Silk in his hands to attack. Once the Divine Yoga Silk got close, even a first-level God King Realm Master wouldn't be able to break free. Yiyun smirked. He raised the Vajra hammer and smashed it heavily on Nine Nether star swords. Boom, the star swords were smashed into pieces. Nine Nether was also swept away by a powerful force and was sent flying. When Supremacy Yogi saw this, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. Yiyun turned around with the Vajra hammer in his hand. Like an apocalyptic war god, he charged at Lord Yoga. Boom, the attack formed by the Yoga Divine Silk was smashed apart by Yiyun's hammer. Yiyun came before Supremacy Yogi in the blink of an eye. Looking at the terrified Supremacy Yogi, he raised the Vajra hammer again and smashed it against the Vajra parasol. Boom, when the Vajra hammer hit the Vajra parasol, it let out a loud bang. The Vajra parasol, which was originally spinning, immediately stopped spinning. Supremacy Yogi was then sent flying into the distance. In the process of flying, Supremacy Yogi spat out a mouthful of blood. She was severely injured by Yiyun's hammer. Yiyun's Vajra hammer was a divine-level treasure. In terms of grade, it was far superior to the Vajra parasol. Moreover, Yiyun's strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Vajra parasol, which was known for its unparalleled defense, couldn't withstand such a heavy treasure. If it weren't for the Vajra parasol, Supremacy Yogi would have died immediately after being hit by the Vajra hammer. After Supremacy Yogi was sent flying, Yiyun sneered and continued to attack Nine Nether. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson and take off his mask to see what this Long Xian looked like. Long Xian. As the 250th sect master of the Shenlong sect, he had always been mysterious. Even the successors of the Shenlong sect did not know what Long Xian looked like. It was as if Long Xian had erased all traces of him. The only clue left behind. It was the ancient painting that the big black horse and the big black cat had obtained from the fake Shenlong sect's treasure vault. However, that ancient painting only showed the back of Long Xian. In Nine Nether Underground Palace. Yi Yun had seen Long Xian's face from the front, but he was wearing a mask and could not see his face. Long Xian never showed his face to others. Such a person. He lived so cautiously. Yi Yun thought that Long Xian was also a formidable person who was good at enduring. Seeing Yi Yun coming for him again, Nine Nether shook his hands and the Big Dipper sword formation made a sizzling sound as the 7 stars shot out a large number of star swords. He waved one hand and an even more dazzling star sword appeared in his hand. This grand ultimate god is too difficult to deal with. If we don't cut off all means of retreat this time, we will fail. Nine Nether looked at Yi Yun with a complicated expression as if he was making a decision. Rumble, a loud noise was heard as Yi Yun smashed away countless star swords with his Vajra hammer. His face was cold and his eyes were cold. He was like a god of war who destroyed the world with his Vajra hammer and killed everyone. Even if I have to sacrifice this avatar, I must kill the grand ultimate god today. After all, Yu Tianzuan is also from Songnan continent. If I train him well, he can become a strong general. Nine Nether thought to himself. At that moment, he made a decision. Pop pop, the starlight armor on his body suddenly burned like a flame and released a powerful and terrifying aura. Nine Nether's aura became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the Divine King realm. Nine Nether is so powerful. He can use some kind of secret technique to break through to the Divine King realm. Standing in the void in the distance. Supremacy Yoga, who was holding the Vajra Garuda umbrella, became excited when he saw this scene. No matter how powerful the Supreme Ultimate God was, he was only a half-step Divine King expert. There was still a huge gap between him and a true Divine King expert. It should not be difficult for Nine Nether to kill a Supreme Ultimate God since he had already broken through to the Divine King realm. Divine King realm? Nine Nether, you really do have some foundation. Looks like I've always underestimated you. Yi Yun sneered and suddenly stopped in midair. He swept his gaze over Nine Nether. After taking a look, he realized that although Nine Nether had reached the Divine King realm, his realm was still unstable and his aura was a little chaotic. It seemed that this was also a temporary upgrade, and there was a time limit. Supreme Ultimate God, I must take your life today to avenge my master. Nine Nether roared and charged towards Yi Yun again. Good timing. Yi Yun laughed out loud. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he smashed the Vajra hammer in his hand. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Boom, 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 the star sword and the Vajra hammer collided in midair, creating a series of loud bangs. After 2 to 3 rounds, Yi Yun figured out the upper limit of Nine Nether's strength. He exerted his strength and smashed Nine Nether's star sword into pieces with one strike. A huge force was transmitted to Nine Nether's body through the sword hilt and sent him flying. Puff puff, Nine Nether vomited blood. After stabilizing his body in midair, Nine Nether looked at the Supreme Ultimate God in shock. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He had already broken through to the first level of the Divine King realm. How could the Supreme Ultimate God defeat him so easily? It was too unconventional. Could it be that the Supreme Unruffled Tao could really make one's battle power to such an abnormal level? His doppelganger was already extremely powerful and was definitely not an ordinary first-level Divine King. Even so, he was still severely injured by the Vajra hammer. What a monster! How could the Supreme Ultimate God be so powerful in the past? Holy Master Yoga exclaimed when he saw the scene. Although the Supreme Ultimate God was the strongest among the 3 of them in the past, she could defeat him if she joined forces with Nine Nether Supreme Ultimate God. In Holy Master Yoga's mind, the Supreme Ultimate God was not as powerful as he had imagined. Nine Nether had already broken through to the Divine King realm, but he was still no match for the Supreme Ultimate God. Could it be, the Supreme Ultimate God had become so powerful after cultivating the Supreme Unruffled Tao for hundreds of thousands of years? Holy Master Yoga was shocked and in disbelief. I'm going to kill you. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nine Nether's eyes were filled with madness. He roared angrily and pounced towards Yi once again. The starlight armor on his body burned fiercely and made crackling sounds. Nine Nether clenched his fist. The starlight on the surface of his fist exuded a terrifying aura as he threw a punch at Jian Wushuang. Yi frowned and sneered when he saw that Nine Nether was still unwilling to let him go and wanted to fight him to the death. To put it bluntly, if Nine Nether was really Long Xian, then what he did was akin to deceiving his master. According to the rules of the Shenlong sect, Jian Wushuang had the right to kill him on the spot. However, Yi did not do so. He wanted to capture Nine Nether alive to confirm if he was really Long Xian. At the same time, he also wanted to see what Long Xian looked like. Yi was the 13th sect master of Shenlong sect while Long Xian was the 250th sect master. If they were to meet, Yi naturally wanted to know who Long Xian had offended. There were many unsolved mysteries that were hidden in Long Xian. Yi naturally did not want him to die. At least, he wanted to wait until Yi understood everything and personally deal with Long Xian in front of the younger generation of Shenlong sect. Starlight filled the sky as his fist landed. Looking at Nine Nether's fist, Yi did not use the Vajra hammer. If he used the Vajra hammer, Nine Nether would probably explode into a cloud of blood mist. Whoosh, Yi reached out a big hand and grabbed Long Xian. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Die. Long Xian's eyes were suddenly filled with madness. His body suddenly expanded and emitted a more intense and terrifying aura. Boom! At this moment, Long Xian's entire body suddenly exploded. A powerful shockwave with the power to kill an expert of the Divine King realm swept out in all directions. Bastard! Yi could not help cursing when he saw Long Xian explode. Yi figure flashed. He retreated to the top of Black Dragon and used the heavenly disillusionment eyes. A powerful force spread out with Yi as the center. The force of life and death collided with the force of Nine Nether's explosion. Popping sounds could be heard constantly. Half of the powerful force of the explosion was neutralized by the heavenly disillusionment eyes. The other half of the power actually shattered the peerless killing array that Nine Nether had set up. In another direction, Divine Master Yoga, who was holding the Vajra umbrella, was also affected by the explosion. She slammed into the side of the mountain with her umbrella. Boom, a loud sound was heard. Reverend Yogi had actually broken a huge mountain next to him. In the depths of the vast divine land, in an extremely mysterious and deep space, a man with an imposing aura was sitting cross-legged in the void filled with chaotic aura. I didn't expect the Grand Supreme Ultimate God to be so powerful. I lost an avatar for no reason. What bad luck! The mysterious man said. There was a few seconds of silence. The ancient Yu tribe's Grand Supreme Unruffled Tao is indeed powerful. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. He's only a half-step divine king, yet he's still alive after fighting against my avatar. I'm afraid someone will see this battle and view the Grand Supreme Ultimate God in a new light. It seems like my plan to support Heavenly Venerable You will have to be put on hold. The man's voice was filled with anger. He was silent for a while as the emotions in his heart slowly calmed down. Losing an avatar has affected my original body. It seems like I have to go into seclusion for a while. After the mysterious man finished speaking, there was no more movement from him. Boundless primal chaos aura began to flow throughout the entire space, shrouding his figure and making it even more blurry. West Buddha Territory. Behind Yogi's underground palace. After Supremacy Yoga had knocked down a mountain and caused a huge commotion, countless disciples of the Yogi underground palace had rushed over. Many people panicked when they saw their master lying in a pool of blood on the verge of death. Master, what's the matter with you? Who were you fighting with? A disciple rushed forward and helped Holy Master Yogi up. I, Supreme God Yuji said with great difficulty. Then, he looked in a different direction from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with fear. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God was too powerful. Nine Nether had been defeated and exploded, but she did not manage to kill the Grand Supreme Ultimate God. If the Grand Supreme Ultimate God realized what had happened, she would die a horrible death. All of you, go back. Don't interfere in this matter. Holy Master Yogi used all his strength and stared at the disciples and elders around him as he shouted at the top of his lungs. This matter concerned the survival of Yogi's underground palace. She could not implicate the entire sect. She would become a sinner of Yogi's underground palace. Master, Palace Master, everyone stared blankly at Supremacy Yoga, not knowing what to do. Hurry up and go back. Without my orders, no one is allowed to take a step out. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the law of betrayal. Supremacy Yuji took a deep breath and shouted. Puff, after shouting, Supreme Reverend Yogi's injuries flared up. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples and elders looked at each other. After hesitating for a few seconds, everyone left one after another. Supremacy Yogi sat on the ground and closed the Vajra parasol. She placed it on her knees and looked calm as she waited for the impending death sentence. Yi Yun slowly walked over from midair. Looking at how calm Reverend Yoga was, Yi Yun let out a cold smile. Helping the tyrant to do evil, how could there be a good ending? However, it would be too easy for her to just kill Supremacy Yogi. The appearance of the ancient Nether Star tomb was made up by you, right? You wanted to lure me to Yogi's underground palace so that you could join forces with Nine Nether to get rid of me, right? Yi Yun stood in front of Supremacy Yogi with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Grand brother, everything is as you have said. Now, I don't want to explain myself anymore. This matter is related to me alone. I just want to avenge Nine Nether. Supremacy Yogi lifted her sad little face and tears rolled down from the corner of her eyes. You are really something. Your acting skills are really good along the way. You even managed to fool me. Yi Yun sneered. Yi Yun really didn't think too much when he set off for the West Buddha region from the Grand High region. He only wanted to explore the ancient Nether Star tomb to see if there were any clues related to the Seven Stars legacy. He did not expect it to be all fake. He was even led into a killing trap. Although Nine Nether and Supremacy Yogi wanted to kill Grand Ultimate God and not Yi Yun himself. But this time, Yi Yun was innocently implicated. Especially when he thought of how Nine Nether, who was suspected to be Long Xian, self-destructed in the end, Yi Yun was even more furious. Originally, Yi Yun thought that Nine Nether was Long Xian. After capturing her, he would be able to obtain many clues. But after Nine Nether self-destructed, all the clues were gone. Although he was a little angry. But Yi Yun had signed in for 100,000 years after all. His Dao heart was extremely firm. After calming down a little, Yi Yun discovered some clues. Even if Nine Nether was Long Xian, there was still a huge gap between her realm and the Long Xian in Yi Yun's heart. Back in Nine Nether Underground Palace, Long Xian only took a glance at the illusory golden humanoid body of Nine Nether from afar and killed Nine Nether on the spot. This showed how terrifying Long Xian's strength was. Nine Nether chose to self-destruct in the end. It was obvious that she did not cherish her life. This did not seem like Long Xian's style of doing things. Yi Yun guessed that there was a high chance that this Nine Nether was just a clone of Long Xian. The real Long Xian had a forbearing and cunning personality. It was unknown where he was hiding and not coming out, secretly plotting everything. Big brother Taisheng, just give me a quick death. Let me bear all the sins. Divine Venerable Yoga looked at Yi Yun with a pleading expression. What's so difficult about killing you? The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up. A cold smile appeared on his face. He was about to end Divine Venerable Yoga's life with a palm strike. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. In the extreme north of the West Buddha region, streaks of seven-colored starlight spewed out from the horizon. Streaks of seven-colored starlight rushed into the sky dome. Then, in the sky above the dome, huge figures suddenly appeared. Even from an extremely far distance, one could see the size of these majestic figures. They were like giants that could support the heavens and earth. These figures were not real. They were just illusory figures. They were dressed strangely and held all kinds of strange treasures. Their style was poles apart from the deities of Divine Land. What is this? Yi Yin withdrew his palm and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He frowned slightly. It seemed familiar, but he could not recall it. He did not have the complete memory of the Taishang Divine Venerable. Oh my God! The ancient star grave has appeared at this time. Holy Master Yogi turned his head to look at the magnificent phenomenon on the dome. His sorrowful little face was filled with shock. Originally, she had lied. She did not expect the ancient star grave to appear when she was on the verge of death. It was too dramatic. So this is the ancient star grave. Sister Yoga, it seems that you did not lie. Yi Yin smiled and retracted his gaze. He looked at Supreme God Yogi with deep meaning. Big brother Taishang, I have sinned deeply and cannot escape death. Please forgive the innocent disciples of Master Yoga's underground palace. Divine Venerable Yoga was emotional. He suddenly knelt on the ground and kowed out continuously. The Taishang Divine Venerable in front of him could not even recognize the strange phenomenon of the ancient star grave. It showed how terrifying his Taishang emotionless Tao was. North of the West Buddha domain. Rays of seven-colored starlight shot out from the Yaoguang galaxy and pierced through the clouds. Powerful anomalies appeared above the dome, causing an uproar in the entire divine land. In the depths of the endless galaxy, a graceful figure slowly revealed herself amidst the resplendent and terrifying starlight. It was a woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly. She had a noble temperament, like an immortal in a painting. She exuded an ethereal and elegant aura. This time, I will make the deities of the divine land pay a painful price. After the woman finished speaking, she took a deep breath and seemed to be exhausted. She turned around and lowered her head as if she was thinking about something. Then, she slowly walked into the depths of the galaxy and disappeared. Yoga Master's underground palace. Back of the mountain. In the ruins of a smashed mountain. Divine Lord Yoga was still kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yi Yin put his hands behind his back and looked at the kowtowing Divine Lord Yoga. His brows relaxed and a faint smile appeared on his face. He said softly, Sister Yoga, I can spare the lives of all the disciples of Yoga Master's underground palace, but I have a condition. What condition? Divine Lord Yoga was stunned for a moment and looked at Yi Yin with hope. I want to take you in. Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Huh? Take me in? Divine Lord Yoga's beautiful face suddenly flushed red. She never thought that Taishang Divine Lord would make such a strange request. Taishang Divine Lord cultivated the great unruffled emotions Tao and was emotionless. How could he have feelings for a woman? Wasn't this too inconceivable, for hundreds of thousands of years? Divine Lord Yoga had never heard of Taishang Divine Lord having a Tao partner. Yi Yin was experienced. He immediately understood what was going on when he saw Divine Lord Yoga's blushing face. He shook his head and smiled. Don't misunderstand. I don't covet your beauty. Yi Yin smiled faintly. After signing in for 100,000 years, the rewards were unimaginable. It also made his Tao heart indestructible and indestructible. How could he be seduced by mere beauty, 100,000 years ago? As the #1 bully of the Tsungnan continent, Yi Yin attracted a lot of attention and had a lot of female friends around him. The current Yi Yin had long since lost interest in beautiful women as he had in the past. I just want you, Yogi, to only listen to me from now on. This condition isn't too much, right? Yi Yin explained softly. Only listen to you? Holy Master Yuji looked at Taishang Divine Master in shock. He could not figure out what Taishang Divine Master meant. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God did not have any romantic feelings, but he made her listen to him. This sentence had a deep meaning. It did not seem to be referring to the yogis' underground palace submitting to the Taishang Wangqing Palace. Instead, she, the Supreme Deity Yogi, was the one who took orders from the Supreme Deity. Don't worry. Although you are under my command, your position as the master of the Yogi Subterranean Palace will not change. You can still cultivate here and I will not assign you any tasks. Yi Yin said with a smile. The reason why he wanted to take in the Supreme Divinity Yogi was because of this. This was because Yi Yin did not know much about the ancient star graveyard. Therefore, he needed a loyal guide to bring him into the ancient star graveyard. Holy Master Yuji was the most suitable person. Holy Master Yuji and the Taishang Divine Master were old acquaintances 300,000 years ago. They had explored the ancient star graveyard together and were familiar with it. In addition, they had just had an earth-shattering battle. Yi Yan had used his unparalleled strength to subdue Holy Master Yuji. She couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. Yi Yan had completely subdued Holy Master Yuji. Now was the best time to subdue Holy Master Yuji. Under such circumstances, Holy Master Yuji would be a fool if she did not accept Yi Yan's olive branch. Brother Taishang, I am now seriously injured. I am equivalent to a cripple. I am afraid it will take me a few thousand years to recover. How can I help you? Holy Master Yuji's beautiful eyes gradually softened as she said sadly. She was not a fool. Naturally, she could feel the kindness in Yi Yan's words. However, she was seriously injured. It would take her at least a few thousand years to recover completely. With such strength, how could she be the subordinate of such a powerful brother Taishang? Your injuries are nothing to worry about. Yi Yan glanced at Holy Master Yuji's sexy body and shook his head indifferently. He took out a small bottle and opened the cork. A green stream of light flowed towards Holy Master Yuji. Sensing the surging aura of life, Supremacy Yogi was stunned. What kind of divine medicine is this? Before she could react, Holy Master Yuji suddenly found her mouth open. Then, she saw the green stream of water flowing into her red lips. The life water flowed into her lower abdomen through her mouth. The majestic vitality quickly flowed to her limbs and meridians. The injuries on Holy Master Yuji's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, Reverend Yogi's dying appearance was swept away. She was in high spirits and all the injuries on her body had disappeared. Holy Master Yuji raised her head and looked at Yi Yan with tears in her eyes. She could not believe what had just happened. Yi Yan kept the small bottle. Thank you, Taishang. Master. The excited Supremacy Yoga cowed out thrice and said respectfully. Thank you for your kindness. It's better for you to call me brother. After all, we are of the same generation. Yi Yan saw that Holy Master Yuji was convinced. He smiled and waved his sleeve. A wave of dermic power swept out and helped Holy Master Yuji up. After Holy Master Yuji stood up, she looked a little embarrassed and did not dare to look at Yi Yan again. She suddenly had a strange feeling that this Taishang Divine Master was different from the Taishang Divine Master she knew hundreds of thousands of years ago. Putting aside his strong background, this Taishang Divine Master seemed more humane. I don't have any requirements for you. Yi Yan looked at Holy Master Yuji with a relaxed smile on his face and said slowly, I need you to lead the way for the opening of the ancient star tomb. I understand, Brother Taishang. Supremacy Yoga nodded as a look of realization flashed across his eyes. The Grand Ultimate God had cultivated the Grand Unruffled Tao and had reached an extremely profound level. He had probably forgotten everything that happened in the ancient star tomb. Therefore, he needed her help as a guide. Holy Master Yuji was naturally more than happy to do so. She felt extremely safe traveling with such a powerful Taishang Divine Master. Although Taishang Divine Master had injured her, he had spared her life and did not vent his anger on Master Yuji's underground palace. In the end, he even used an extremely precious and miraculous divine medicine to heal her injuries in an instant. Holy Master Yuji no longer hated Taishang Divine Master. She knew that her life was given to her by Taishang Divine Master. Nine Nether was already dead. She could no longer avenge Nine Nether Supreme Emperor. Both the master and disciple had died one after the other. Their hatred had vanished like smoke in thin air. She was only a good friend of Nine Nether Supreme Emperor. There was no need for her to sacrifice her life for Nine Nether Supreme Emperor who had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. How long will it take for the ancient star tomb to officially open after the anomaly appears? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Generally speaking, it will take a total of 49 days to officially enter the ancient Nether Star tomb after the appearance of the heavenly anomaly. Divine Master Yogi answered seriously. Then I understand. I'll stay in Yogi's underground palace for the time being. Yi Yan said with a smile. Brother Supreme, it's great that you're willing to stay in Yogi's underground palace. Supremacy Yoga wiped away his tears and broke into a radiant smile. Seeing this girl smiling so happily, Yi Yan's mood inexplicably improved. Although he did not get any clues from Nine Nether's self-destruction, subduing Divine Master Yogi could be considered a gain. Life was long. Yi Yan sat on the infinite resources of the myriad worlds and had an infinite lifespan. It was also very interesting to have a few more opponents to fight with. Long Xian was hiding in Divine Land now, but Yi Yan believed that he would find him sooner or later. Every time he came to Divine Land, he seemed to be able to gain a lot. He believed that it would be the same this time when he went to the ancient star tomb. After sending Divine Master Yogi away, Yi Yan turned around and slowly walked into the valley. Now Yi Yan was ready to have a chat with this old black dragon. Yi Yan walked to the black dragon's side. At this moment, the black dragon was constantly panting and knocking on the ground with his huge dragon head. He seemed to be kowtowing to Yi Yan. "Thank you for saving my life," the black dragon said with difficulty. "You're about to die. I just let you live for another year. Do you have any regrets in your heart?" Yi Yan asked softly. "I'm locked in Yogi's underground palace and can't move at all. Even if I'm lucky enough to return to the hidden dragon continent, I can't do it at all." The black dragon sighed and said. Yi Yan asked, "Why must you return to the hidden dragon continent?" The black dragon sighed and said, "Return to your roots. Although I heard that the hidden dragon continent has changed, if I can die there, my heart can be at ease." When the black dragon said this, his eyes dimmed even more. Although it had the body of a divine dragon, in Yi Yan's eyes, it was like an old man who was about to die. "It seems that you also know that the current hidden dragon continent is different from before," Yi Yan whispered. "I once asked the people in the Yogi's underground palace, so I have some understanding of the current hidden dragon continent." Black Dragon said bitterly. In the current hidden dragon continent, there were not many dragons left. Those powerful mystical dragons had long disappeared in the passage of time. With a flick of Yi Yan's finger, the chain that was trapping the black dragon instantly broke inch by inch. "Supreme Ultimate God, what do you mean by this?" The black dragon stared at Yi Yan in disbelief. "Naturally, I want to let you live," Yi Yan said with a smile. "I don't want to go back now. I'm afraid I can't fly back to the 10th ocean from the West Buddha territory in my current condition." The black dragon shook his head and said dejectedly. "Catch!" Yi Yan suddenly shouted and flicked a drop of triple brilliance holy water. The drop of triple brilliance holy water fell into the black dragon's mouth. A huge surge of vitality surged like an apocalyptic tide and washed over his huge divine dragon body. The body tissues that were originally on the verge of death actually glowed with new life at this moment. Feeling the rebirth of his body, the black dragon's heart was in turmoil and he was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What kind of medicine was this? It could make an 8th level ultimate god divine dragon's body recover to a perfect state in an instant. The black dragon rolled on the ground and suddenly turned into a man in a black robe and knelt in front of Yi Yan. "Thank you, Supreme Ultimate God, for giving me a new life," the black dragon said emotionally as tears fell from the corner of his eyes like raindrops. "Haha," Yi Yan smiled. His body moved slightly and emitted a wisp of Zhu Long's aura. This wisp of aura only appeared in the valley. He had already set up a restriction around the valley so that no one could spy on it. "This is Zhu Long." The black dragon felt the suppression of his bloodline and looked up at Yi Yan with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had seen the supreme ultimate god of the Supreme Emotion Palace before. Why did he have the aura of Zhu Long's bloodline? "The original supreme ultimate god has been killed by me," Yi Yan explained calmly. "Greetings, Lord Zhu Long." The black dragon regained his senses and his eyes were filled with fanaticism as he cowed out again. "I'm not the original Zhu Long, but you don't have to ask about my identity," Yi Yan said softly. He continued to release wisps of Zhu Long's aura. The powerful suppression of his bloodline caused the black dragon's entire body and soul to tremble. "I understand, Lord Zhu Long," the black dragon said excitedly. Although it wasn't the original Lord Ancestral Dragon, if a new Ancestral Dragon appeared in the Dragon Clan, then the Dragon Clan would definitely rise from its decline. This was an extremely joyous occasion. "Lord Zhu Long, I have something very important to report to you now." The black dragon suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Yan with bright eyes. "Speak." Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that the black dragon had something to tell him. Lord Zulong, I know who is the traitor of the dragon clan among the 10 masters. The black dragon said loudly. The 10 great super mystical dragons. Which one is it? Yi Yan asked with a frown. It's the 9-tailed divine dragon. He defected to the gods of the divine land and became a traitor of the dragon clan. The black dragon said in a low voice. He trembled at the thought of his compatriots who had died tragically, and tears streamed down his face. The 9-tailed divine dragon? Yi Yan was shocked. The 9-tailed divine dragon was one of the 10 supreme divine dragons. He had 9 dragon tails and was extraordinarily powerful. According to legend, each dragon tail could transform into a clone that was as powerful as the main body. These 9 dragon tails were equivalent to 9 clones. Together with the main body, they were equivalent to 10 9-tailed divine dragons. One could imagine how powerful the 9-tailed divine dragon was when such a powerful force was gathered together. As the saying went, the tail of a divine dragon was never seen. The 9-tailed divine dragon was one of the 10 supreme divine dragons. According to legend, Zulong did not give the 9-tailed divine dragon any military power among the 10 supreme divine dragons. Therefore, the 9-tailed divine dragon was a general without an army. In addition, the 9-tailed divine dragon tribe was extremely rare. Therefore, they kept a low profile among the dragon clan. Such a powerful super dragon had actually become a sinner who had betrayed the dragon clan. Yi Yan did not expect this. How do you know? Yi Yan suppressed his doubts and asked the black dragon. To tell you the truth, Lord Zulong, I was one of the 8 black dragon kings under Lord Dark Sky Dragon. The black dragon cupped his fists and revealed the secret of his identity with a solemn expression. So you're one of the 8 great black dragon kings. Yi Yan slowly exhaled, looking at the black-robed man in front of him with a complicated look. In the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven. He had once met a black dragon king, but that was a wisp of will. At that time, he was entrusted by the Black Dragon King to return to the Sungnon continent to find the Black Dragon King's younger brother who was imprisoned in the prison. However, Yi Yan did not find the Dark Shumi realm. In the Nether Immortal Ancient Land, he only found some clues about the Dark Shumi realm. What he did not expect was, in the West Buddha domain of the Divine Land, Yi Yan would once again meet a living Black Dragon King. Tell me what you know in detail. Yi Yan sighed softly. Master Zulong, back then, the 8 great Black Dragon Kings followed Master Dark Heavenly Dragon into the Divine Land. Master Dark Heavenly Dragon was injured by a God King and fled to the depths of the Divine Land. At that time, only the 5 great Black Dragon Kings were left with Master Dark Heavenly Dragon. Originally, they thought that they had escaped from the tiger's den and were looking for a place to recuperate. Unexpectedly, a 9-tailed divine dragon suddenly appeared in the void. He attacked Master Dark Heavenly Dragon without saying a word, causing Master Dark Heavenly Dragon's injuries to become more serious, and he kept vomiting blood. We tried to help him, but we were blown far away by the huge shock wave and were seriously injured. Later, I met the 8th Palace Master of the Yogi Underground Palace. She tied me up with the Yogi Divine Silk and brought me back to the Yogi Underground Palace. My cultivation realm fell greatly and I became the divine beast of the Yogi Underground Palace. The black dragon said slowly, with an indescribable indignation in his voice. I see. Yi Yan nodded silently. He did not expect the dark heavenly dragon to be so miserable. First, a god king used that strange blood-red broken sword to chop off one of his claws, and then he was chased by the 9-tailed divine dragon of the same clan. At that time everything pointed to disaster. The 9-tailed divine dragon was indeed a traitor. Yi Yan's eyes showed a trace of anger. Generally speaking, traitors would not die so easily. Perhaps the 9-tailed divine dragon had been given an important position in the upper echelons of the divine earth divine spirit. Before you came to the divine land, did you notice anything unusual about the 9-tailed divine dragon's behavior? Yi Yan suddenly asked. No, the 9-tailed divine dragon has always kept a low profile. No one knows where it hides to cultivate. Its reputation in the dragon tribe is far below that of the other 9 supreme divine dragons. The black dragon thought for a moment and said with certainty. Yi Yan nodded. Get up first. This matter will come to light in the future. There's no need to rush. Yi Yan waved his sleeves and his spiritual energy surged out, helping the black dragon to his feet. He checked Black Dragon's cultivation again and found that it was only at the 8th level of the hierarch realm. He must have been heavily injured back then, causing his cultivation to drop from the God King realm. Yi Yan took out a green bead and held it in his palm. Your cultivation realm has dropped greatly. Don't wander around the world for the time being. Cultivate in this small world. I will provide you with some resources. Black Dragon was overjoyed. He bowed and said, I will follow Lord Zulong's instructions. Yi Yan smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the Black Dragon was taken in. He then provided Black Dragon with some elixirs and designated a place for him to cultivate in peace. He wanted Black Dragon to recover to the God King realm as soon as possible. This time, Yi Yan had subdued a 8th level of the hierarch realm Black Dragon King and obtained the secret of the 9-tailed divine dragon. The Black Dragon King's bloodline was naturally extremely pure. As long as he was alive, he could continue the bloodline of the Dark Divine Dragon tribe. Yi Yan disappeared and returned to Yogi's underground palace. He met Supreme Hierarch Yogi again and told her that he had subdued Black Dragon King. Supreme Hierarch Yogi had no objections. After all, to her and all the disciples of Yogi's underground palace, the Black Dragon King would not live for more than a year. Moreover, he had no combat strength. He was of no use to Yogi's underground palace. Yi Yan glanced at Supreme Hierarch Yogi and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about the dragon breeder. If he comes looking for you, just put all the blame on me. Grand brother, the dragon breeder tribe is extremely powerful. If we go against them openly, I am afraid we will incur their wrath. Supreme Hierarch Yogi looked worried. You don't have to worry. I will take care of everything. Yi Yan smiled. If the dragon breeder tribe dared to come to Taishang region, he would kill every single one of them. He wanted to see how many of them were not afraid of death. Rumble, suddenly, there was a flash of thunder in the sky. The sound was so loud that it could be heard by the entire divine land. What's going on? Yi Yan was rather curious and raised his head to look outside. At that moment, the huge anomaly of the ancient star grave in the sky had disappeared. In the distant void, a golden scroll suddenly appeared. Naturally, this scroll was also extremely large, so large that it was unimaginable. The most amazing thing was that these scrolls could be seen almost everywhere in the divine land. The scroll rotated slowly as if it was about to open a big curtain. As it rotated, the scroll made a loud rumbling sound as if there were layers of thunder tribulation from the sky. The sound was so powerful that it made one's expression change. That's the divine list. Supreme Hierarch Yogi's expression changed when he saw the golden scroll rotating slowly. His beautiful eyes widened and he said in shock. What's the divine list? Yi Yan asked. After all, he was a grand ultimate god and had the grand oblivion Tao as his cover. There was nothing he did not know. This is the Eternal Shrine's divine list. Every time something big happens, the divine list will appear in the sky above divine land and announce it to the entire divine land. Supreme Hierarch Yogi muttered to himself. Eternal Shrine? Yi Yan was slightly taken aback as he had never heard of that name. However, he could guess from Supreme Hierarch Yogi's words that it should be an extremely powerful force in divine land. It was equivalent to an eternal sect force in Songnan continent. Yi Yan was used to the fact that there were many powerful forces in the divine land. The appearance of the divine list attracted the attention of everyone in Yogi's underground palace, including the disciples that Yi Yan brought along this time. They all ran out of their rooms and stood in the void as they stared at the divine list in shock. Amidst the rumbling, the golden god ranking was finally displayed. There was a huge line of words on the golden divine list. After investigation, there are remnants of the dragon clan in the ancient star grave. Anyone who kills them will be rewarded by the Eternal Shrine. Remnants of the dragon clan? Yi Yan's expression changed when he saw the line of words. How could there be remnants of the dragon clan in the ancient star grave? Did we see any traces of the dragon clan the last time we entered the ancient star grave? Yi Yan looked at Supreme Hierarch Yogi and immediately asked. No. Supreme Hierarch Yogi frowned and muttered to himself in confusion, how could there be remnants of the dragon clan in the ancient star grave? This is too strange. Yi Yin fell into deep thought after listening to Divine Master Yoga. About 300,000 years ago, the Grand Supreme Divine Master Yoga, and 9 Nether Supreme Divine Master had joined forces to explore the ancient Nether Star Grave. Each of them had gained a lot and should have explored many places. However, Divine Master Yoga said that there were no traces of the Dragon Clan. This was strange. Why did the Eternal Shrine release the Divine List at this time? Was there really a Dragon Clan survivor alive? Has the ancient Nether Star Grave not been opened since it was closed? Yi Yin asked. Divine Master Yoga shook his head and stared at the Divine List in the distance. He said doubtfully, the West Buddha territory is the closest territory to the Yaoguang galaxy. If the ancient Nether Star Grave is opened, it will not escape the detection of my underground palace. However, the ancient Nether Star Grave has never been opened for 300,000 years. If the ancient Nether Star Grave is not opened, can the Eternal Shrine force its way in? Yi Yin suddenly thought of another possibility and asked subconsciously. Impossible. Divine Master Yoga shook his head and said, the ancient Nether Star Grave seems to be connected with the Yaoguang galaxy. If it does not appear, it is basically impossible to find it. Even if it is found, the Eternal Shrine will have to pay an unimaginable price to break into the ancient Nether Star Grave. In the history of the Divine Land, no one has done this. Yes. Yi Yin nodded. He finally understood what was going on after listening to Reverend Yuji's words. I guess, after the ancient Nether Star Grave closed last time, the Eternal Shrine collected some clues provided by people and deduced that there are Dragon Clan survivors in the ancient Nether Star Grave. That is why they suddenly released the Divine List and announced it to the world when it is about to open. Divine Master Yoga said thoughtfully. That should be it. Yi Yin nodded solemnly. The news of the Divine List was not groundless. It was basically true. If there were Dragon Clan survivors, it was most likely Dark Sky Dragon. Back then, the nine-tailed Divine Dragon had taken advantage of the situation to secretly kill the Dark Sky Dragon. Although it had the upper hand in the battle, killing the Dark Sky Dragon, one of the Super Divine Dragons, wasn't an easy task. Any one of the 10 great Super Divine Dragons was no pushover. Even if he was seriously injured, he definitely had the ability to save his life. Thinking that the Dark Sky Dragon might be inside the ancient star tomb, Yi Yin felt a little excited. If he really subdued the Dark Celestial Dragon, the strength of the Shenlong sect would be unprecedentedly strong. Yi Yin took a deep breath. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he thought of another matter. He shook his head and said with a smile, Sister Yogi, the Eternal Temple released the Divine List and drove countless cultivators of the Divine Land to kill the Dragon Clan geniuses. They achieved their goal without shedding any blood. What a good plan. It can't be helped. The Eternal Divine Palace is located in an illusory place. They are very powerful and belong to a sect at the Divine Emperor level. Therefore, whenever they release the Divine List, countless cultivators of the Divine Land will rush to join them. Holy Master Yogi said with a sigh. What can the Eternal Temple reward for killing the Dragon Clan? Yi Yin asked with a smile. They can reward almost anything. It depends on the specific needs of each person. For example, if someone is stuck at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, the Eternal Temple may reward him with a supreme elixir or some kind of treasure to help him break through to the Divine King realm. This has happened before in the past. Holy Master Yogi explained. I see. Once the Divine List is released, won't there be a lot of cultivators in the ancient star tomb? Yi Yin asked with a smile. There will definitely be a lot. However, I don't even dare to think about the reward from the Eternal Temple. Holy Master Yogi said with a wry smile. Although her cultivation realm was very high, if she entered the ancient star tomb, who knew how many levels of the Divine Lord realm would be suppressed? If her cultivation realm was suppressed to below Divine Lord realm level 5, her advantage would be very small. The ancient star tomb was a very strange place. Survival was the most important thing. As for the so-called opportunity, it still depended on luck. You're right. The Bulj * T reward from the Eternal Temple is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Yi Yin snorted and scolded indifferently. The Eternal Temple was just a force in the Divine Land. What good things could they offer? Even if it was something good in the eyes of the divine land's divine spirits, it was like trash in Yi Yun's eyes. Grand brother, I suddenly remembered something. It's about what Nine Nether said. Holy Master Yogi suddenly looked at Yi Yun and said. Say it. Yi Yun blinked and waited for the rest. Nine Nether once said that some big shots in the divine land wanted to see how the ancient star tomb's divine skills shone in the divine land. Therefore, even if you kill a dragon breeder, they won't find trouble with you. Holy Master Yogi said seriously. There's such a thing? Other than my great oblivion Tao, did the other people who obtained the ancient star tomb's cultivation techniques also get the attention of the higher-ups? Yi Yun was stunned at first and then asked. He did not expect to obtain so much useful information after pretending to be the grand ultimate god. It should be. After all, many people obtained the inheritance during the last opening of the ancient star tomb. Most of these people have fallen into the eyes of some big shots. Holy Master Yogi said with a smile with a hint of envy on his face. Being able to attract the attention of the upper echelons was also a kind of supreme glory. After listening to Holy Master Yogi's words, Yi Yun laughed. That's interesting. That dragon breeder died in vain. That's right. That dragon breeder at the ultimate god realm had hit a wall. He deserved it. The supremacy of yoga covered her sexy red lips and giggled. Yi Yun laughed and stopped. If the dragon breeder did not find trouble with him, it would be extremely troublesome to find them in the vast divine land. It seemed like he had to come up with another plan to deal with the dragon breeder. Grand brother, do you know why Nine Nether dared to kill you? Holy Master Yogi suddenly asked with a serious face. Why? Yi Yun asked. Nine Nether also has a backer. He said that after killing you, he can let Celestial Venerable you inherit the Most Forgotten Emotion Palace. He also said that the great path of the Most Forgotten Emotion that you cultivate is not complete enough. Celestial Venerable you has cultivated it to perfection without any flaws. She is the best candidate to inherit the Most Forgotten Emotion Palace. Holy Master Yogi said carefully as he was afraid that his words would anger Yi Yun. I know. He does have a backer. Yi Yun waved his hand and smiled casually. Nine Nether was just a clone. Long Xian's original body must have reached the Divine King realm. With such a realm, he could be considered a big shot in the entire divine land. From Nine Nether's tone, he seems to be very familiar with Holy Master Yu. Holy Master Yogi suddenly said after hesitating for a while. Very familiar? Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. Then, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. It was probably no secret that Yun Xiao came from the Tsungnan continent. Long Xian would know. Naturally, the higher-ups of the divine land would also know. However, Yun Xiao had cultivated the great oblivion Tao. He was also a seed that the higher-ups of the divine land focused on nurturing. Therefore, no one would dare to attack Yun Xiao. Thinking about it this way, Yi Yun's heart relaxed instead. He looked in the direction of the Alcade Galaxy again. Yi Yun's only hope now was to enter the ancient star grave and see if the dragon clan's remnant was the dark heavenly dragon. The divine list projected by the eternal shrine remained in the sky above the dome for a full month before disappearing slowly. All the major forces in the divine land were in an uproar. Everyone was rubbing their fists and getting ready to explore the ancient star tomb. If they were lucky, not only could they obtain the inheritance or treasures of the ancient star tomb, but they could also obtain rewards from the eternal shrine if they could kill the dragon clan. It was killing two birds with one stone. Yi Yun broke through to the hierarch realm level 3 on the 30th day. After the breakthrough, Yi Yun was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he started to study a divine ability cultivation technique. There were countless divine ability cultivation techniques in the storehouse. They were all the ultimate techniques of the big shots. Yi Yun could not wait to learn them all. On the 40th day, Supremacy Yoga found Yi Yun. The two of them discussed for a while and were ready to set off. After all, it would take some time to reach the Yaoguang Galaxy from the West Buddha territory. After entering the Yaoguang Galaxy, it would take some time to reach the depths of the galaxy and find the entrance to the ancient star tomb. 9 days was more than enough time for that. The two of them summoned the disciples of their respective sects and gathered at the square. Yi Yin took out that divine great immortal boat and tossed it into the air. It transformed into a gigantic object and then he stepped onto it. Supremacy Yoga did the same. The other disciples leaped into the air and landed on the ferry boat. They sat cross-legged and seized the time to cultivate. Supremacy Yoga brought about 100 disciples this time. It was almost the same number and scale as the Great Forgotten Emotion Palace. However, Supremacy Yoga's disciples were all in the Divine Lord realm. She was the only peak 10th level hierarch in Yogi's Earth Palace. In the ancient star tomb, the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of death. Therefore, most sects would not send disciples with high cultivation. Those above the hierarch realm were usually guardians. They would send the Divine Lord realm disciples to the depths of the Yaoguang galaxy and wait outside for their triumphant return. Supremacy Yoga also felt that Yi Yun's foundation was unfathomable. In addition, his great forgotten emotion Tao was very powerful. She was confident that there would be no problems with Yi Yun. Whoosh, the immortal boat tore through the air. From the West Buddha territory to the northernmost Yaoguang celestial river, it took a total of 3 days. Yi Yun couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the vast river of stars descending from the 9 heavens and flowing along the ground of the divine land. This could be said to be the work of the gods. Even a divine emperor expert would not be able to create such a magnificent galaxy. This Milky Way was over 100 million miles wide and immeasurable in length. It stretched far into the distance. According to what Supremacy Yogi had said, the end of the galaxy should be a dark abyss. And that abyss? It was bottomless and constantly emitted a terrifying aura. Even hierarch realm cultivators could not get close to it. According to legend, that place was the entrance to the 9 Serenities hell. So many people. Celestial Venerable Qing, who was standing behind Yi Yun, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as she watched all sorts of flying treasures enter the Alcade Galaxy. The appearance of the Divine List this time will probably increase the number of people by at least 100 times. Yi Yun said indifferently. So many people? There are too many monks and too little gruel. We can only follow Master. Celestial Venerable Qing stuck out her tongue and said. Yi Yun found it amusing to see Celestial Venerable Qing, who had always been cold and aloof, suddenly reveal such a girly attitude. It seemed that in the entire palace of the Great Oblivion, even the great Celestial Venerables had not cultivated the Great Oblivion Tao well enough. Only Yin Xiao had completely severed all her desires and the past, attaining the perfected Great Oblivion Tao. Looking at the countless people rushing into the galaxy one after another, Yi Yin controlled the immortal boat and flew into the Alcade Galaxy as well. The Alcade Star River was composed of countless starlights. These starlights were made up of tiny light particles gathered together, forming an unimaginably vast star river. After entering the galaxy, everyone could feel the light particles whizzing past them. It was cool and had a mysterious feel to it. At first, everyone did not think much of it. As the immortal boat continued to fly in, after a day, the Divine Lord Realm disciples could not take it anymore. The tiny starlight particles contained unimaginable power. When they hit their bodies, it was as uncomfortable as being hit by Dharma treasures. The Alcade Galaxy is really terrifying. Hurry up and take out your Dharma treasures, a disciple of the Great Oblivion Palace said. Everyone took out their Dharma treasures and placed them on top of their heads. All kinds of Dharma treasures shone down rays of light, protecting them. With the support of the Dharma treasures, they were finally not affected by the starlight. Yi Yin could not help but smile when he saw this. He looked into the distance. As the immortal boat flew, they could see 7 colored starlight shooting up into the sky from time to time. That was the place where the ancient star grave had appeared. This 7-colored starlight was also a guide, guiding a large number of cultivators in the divine land to the depths of the galaxy. This time, there were many people. There were also some who overestimated themselves. Their cultivation had just reached the 2nd or 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm. After flying for a distance, they could not take it anymore and could only turn back helplessly. Great Elder Brother, although there are many people this time, there will also be many people who will die. There are many terrifying ghost beasts in the ancient star grave. Supremacy Yoga looked at the 7-colored starlight in the distance and recalled the experience of entering the ancient star grave hundreds of thousands of years ago. His beautiful little face turned slightly pale. Although the three of them had obtained opportunities at that time, they had also experienced dozens of dangers. There were several times when they would have died if not for the tacit cooperation of the three of them. Therefore, Supremacy Yoga still had lingering fears when he thought of the past experience. What are these ghost beasts? Yi Yun began to play dumb again. There was no other way. He really did not know. The ghost beast is a strange creature that was born from the bodies of the experts of the ancient Yu clan after they died. The ghost beasts have different forms. There are generally three types. The first is the beast form, the second is the insect form, and the third is the human form. Supremacy Yoga explained. What's the difference between the three types? Which one is more powerful? Yi Yun asked with a smile. The human form is the most powerful. Generally, if you are lucky enough to kill a ghost beast in the human form, the chances of it dropping cultivation techniques and dharma treasures are very high. Supremacy Yoga said with a smile. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and said curiously, this is a little strange. The ghost beasts have legacy cultivation techniques and dharma treasures in their bodies. It seems like they were deliberately given to the gods of the divine land. You can't say that. The ancient star grave has been defeated. Although their origin is strange, they have not appeared in the divine land for at least tens of millions of years. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems with the cultivation techniques and dharma treasures obtained from killing these ghost beasts. Supremacy Yoga's beautiful eyes flashed and he smiled sweetly. Yi Yun nodded silently and did not refute. However, in his heart, he felt that this matter was not simple. Yi Yun's ferry boat flew for another half a day. Those Divine Lord Realm disciples, even if they had magic treasures protecting them, found it hard to resist the violent scouring force brought about by the vast starlight. Yi Yun lightly pointed his finger at the immortal boat. Immediately, a transparent light shield rose from the immortal boat, protecting the entire immortal boat. This god-grade immortal boat naturally had defensive capabilities as well. However, after the defensive function was activated, it consumed a lot of energy. However, Yi Yun was not worried at all. He told Divine Lord Yoga about the matter and asked her to solve it. Divine Lord Yoga's underground palace had many followers and was rich beyond imagination. It was not a problem to have more spiritual stones. Sure enough, after Yi Yun's instructions, Divine Lord Yoga contributed a lot of spiritual stones and injected them into the ferry boat's formation. She did not feel the pinch at all. After flying for another 2 days, there were not as many Divine Spirit Realm cultivators from the major forces who were rushing around. After all, it was impossible to reach there without a certain amount of resources. The starlight here was even brighter and more terrifying. Yi Yun saw with his own eyes that a ferry boat was crushed by the whistling starlight. There were more than a dozen people on the ferry boat and all of them died tragically. As the vast starlight washed over the dead bodies, they were disintegrated into countless particles and completely disappeared. They probably did not even have the chance to be reincarnated. What kind of force is that? They actually have a god-grade ferry boat? In the Alcade Galaxy, there were about a few hundred people standing on an ancient ferry boat. The leader was an old man whose cultivation had reached the Divine King realm. His body was full of flames and his breath was abnormally terrifying. He alone held up a powerful dermic power light shield that shrouded the ferry boat to protect the safety of the few hundred people. Elder Lu, the white-robed man, should be the Supreme Divine Lord of the Supreme Emotion Palace. The woman next to him should be Divine Lord Yoga from the Divine Lord Yoga's underground palace. Both of them are good friends. It is said that they had worked together to explore the ancient Nether Star tomb and each of them obtained their own opportunities. A middle-aged man next to him said in a deep voice. So, it's these two forces. The old man's face darkened as he stared at the god-grade immortal boat with a greedy look on his face. Even though he was a Divine King expert, he did not have a god-grade ferry boat. The ferry boat under his feet was only a high imperial-grade ferry boat. You all wait here. I'll be back in a while. The old man waved his hand and a disc-shaped grey Dharma treasure appeared out of thin air. It floated above the ferry boat and shone down rays of light, protecting everyone inside. He suddenly disappeared from the ferry boat. In the next moment, The divine king old man appeared like a ghost several zhang away from Yi Yun's immortal boat. Supreme divine lord, divine lord. The divine king old man stood with his hands behind his back as he asked coldly and arrogantly. What advice do you have for me? Looking at the old man's arrogant expression, Yi Yun felt a little amused. Wasn't that old realm? In terms of strength, he was weaker than 9 nether who had self-destructed. However, in order to not lose to the old man, Yi Yun shook his shoulders and 9 dazzling divine rings appeared behind his head. As soon as the 9 divine rings appeared, Yi Yun's aura suddenly increased. Supreme Divine Lord Yoga and the disciples of the two forces could not help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, the other party was a divine king expert. These disciples could feel a great pressure coming from his mental state. Is this the great unruffled emotions Tao? The divine king old man curled his lips and asked disapprovingly. In his eyes, even if there were 2 half-step divine king experts, they would not be able to defeat him. He was a true supreme divine king expert. Even if there were 100 half-step divine king experts, they would not be able to cause him any harm. Supreme brother, this guy is really arrogant. He dares to block our way so openly. Could it be that he wants our ferry boat? Supreme Divine Lord Yoga said with a frown. I think so. Yi Yun smiled casually and took out the Vajra hammer. He was ready to give the old man a good beating. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate the surrounding cultivators. This was because when the old man had blocked the way, many powerful forces in the surroundings had stopped their immortal boats to observe what was going on. Yi Yun was well aware of the old man's intentions. Another divine-grade treasure? The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the Vajra hammer. He did not expect a divine king from the great unruffled emotions palace to have so many divine-level treasures. Although he also had divine-level treasures, he did not have more than 3. He naturally coveted the divine-level ferry boat and the divine-level Vajra hammer. Just as he thought of that, suddenly, he realized that the Supreme Divine King had disappeared. Then, he saw a golden hammer in front of him and smashed down. So fast. The old man was shocked. He hurriedly took out a divine sword and slashed at the Vajra hammer. Boom, the divine sword hit the Vajra hammer and was sent flying. Yi Yun held the Vajra hammer and smashed it on the old man's body. Puff, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although the sword in his hand hadn't left his hand before, it flew out of his hand due to the heavy injuries he had sustained while flying backwards. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. How could the Supreme Divine King be so powerful? He had such terrifying combat strength even though he had not reached the Divine King realm. The highest cultivation among the surrounding cultivators was only at the first level of the Divine King realm. When they saw this, they quickly dispelled some of their thoughts and steered the ferry boat away. After injuring the old man with his hammer, Yi Yun withdrew his Vajra hammer and turned around. Under the dumbfounded gazes of his disciples, he returned to the immortal boat. Master, you are too strong, aren't you? Celestial Venerable Yu asked in shock. It's alright, I'm just relying on the power of my Dharma treasure. Yi Yun clapped his hands and smiled. Beside him, Divine Venerable Yoga smiled. She was not surprised that Yi Yun could defeat the old man in the Divine King realm. The ferry boat continued to move forward. After flying for another 2 days, they finally reached the place where the 7-colored starlight soared into the sky. This should be the entrance to the ancient star grave. In the surrounding galaxy, different lights flickered. Within the lights were all kinds of flying treasures with many cultivators standing on them. At this moment, the countdown to the opening of the ancient star grave had entered. Rumble, in the originally resplendent galaxy, a series of powerful vibrations suddenly emitted. This sound was earth-shattering. Many cultivators with weaker cultivations turned pale and their bodies became unstable. The ancient star grave is about to come out. Someone shouted loudly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw an unimaginably huge tomb. It was boundless, and completely blue in color. It looked like a giant blue turtle that had died, and emanated a boundless aura of death as it appeared in the starry river. Whoosh, the vast galaxy rolled back, and the starlight particles became extremely violent. The light barriers protecting the immortal boat began to flicker and sway. All the cultivators were extremely nervous at this moment. If they couldn't withstand the fluctuations of the galaxy, their lives would be in danger. At this moment, a dark red door suddenly appeared above the ancient star grave, emitting an indescribable aura of desolation. Following a series of eerie creaking sounds, the mysterious dark red door of the ancient star grave slowly opened. It opened, the red door of the ancient star tomb finally opened. Amidst the clouds of immortal light, the eyes of countless cultivators began to burn with passion. Everyone's blood boiled as they rubbed their fists, wanting to rush in immediately. As long as one entered that door, it was equivalent to opening a wonderful journey of supreme opportunity. Not only could they obtain the techniques and treasures of the ancient star tomb, but they could also obtain the supreme reward of the eternal shrine if they had the chance to kill the dragon. It was a win-win situation. No cultivator could resist such temptation, especially the Divine Lord Realm cultivators. As for the God-venerable realm cultivators, some of them were tempted as well. Under the stimulation of the double reward, they chose to take the risk. However, there was no lack of God-King realm cultivators around. These people were extremely cautious and wouldn't enter the ancient star tomb. After all, it was extremely difficult to reach the God-King realm after a long period of time and many difficulties. If they were unlucky enough to die there, it would be too unjust. Yiyan looked calm as he watched the red door slowly open. He wasn't anxious at all. Divine Venerable Yoga turned around and looked at the disciples with a serious face. He said in a low voice, "The ancient star tomb is filled with danger. We must act together and not split up." "Understood, Master." The disciples of Yoga Master's underground palace answered loudly. After hearing what Divine Venerable Yoga Master said, the disciples of the Supreme Emotion Palace were shocked. Especially Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu. After all, they had cultivated to the God Venerable Realm. When they thought about being suppressed to the God Lord Realm after entering, they felt uneasy. However, looking at the white figure in front of them, which was like a divine mountain that separated heaven and earth, the two of them felt a sense of security. With Master around, what was there to be afraid of? Although his Master would also be suppressed, one should not forget that his Master's great Tao of great oblivion was passed down from the ancient Nether Star tomb. It possessed unimaginable power. Master also had a god-level treasure, the Vajra hammer, which was even more powerful. Even a first-level God-King realm cultivator couldn't take it. Once he entered the ancient Nether Star tomb, even if his cultivation was suppressed, within the Divine Lord realm, there was likely no one who could affect his Master. Yi Yan's back was facing the disciples, so he naturally didn't know what Celestial Venerable Qing and Celestial Venerable Yu were thinking. He quietly waited for the ancient star tomb to open. After a few dozen breaths of time, the red door finally opened completely. When the two doors were completely opened, an indescribable smell of decay suddenly gushed out from the door. "Charge!" It was unknown who shouted this out. Immediately, more than a dozen immortal boats rushed forward impatiently. Puff! Puff! The layer of light that enveloped the immortal boats quickly disappeared when it came into contact with the decaying aura. Not good. The cultivators controlling the immortal boat turned pale with fright. They hurriedly controlled the immortal boat to quickly retreat, and only then did they manage to avoid the calamity. Haha, there was a burst of laughter all around. The decaying aura from deep inside the ancient star tomb had been hovering at the entrance for hundreds of thousands of years. It had an unimaginable power. If they rashly went forward, it would be very easy for the boat to be destroyed and the people to perish. His foundation is insufficient. A Divine King expert said with a faint smile with his hands behind his back. If one did not have a certain foundation, they naturally would not know the power of the decaying aura. Therefore, the group of people who rushed in first all suffered a loss. But fortunately, these guys weren't weak. They didn't die from the destruction of the boat. The decaying aura fell into the Alcade Star River and was quickly blown away. Let's go. At this moment, a Divine King expert waved his hand and controlled the immortal boat to fly forward. He stopped in front of the red door and then used his magic power to send all the disciples on the immortal boat into the door. After sending them in, the Divine King expert retreated into the turbulent Star River, took out a magic treasure and placed it on his head. He then sat down cross-legged and began to wait quietly. The dazzling star river could not do anything to these divine king experts in a short period of time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Rays of light flew into the door one after another. Some of the Hierarch realm experts led the ferry boat straight into the gate without stopping for even a moment. For these divine venerables, they also wanted to obtain supreme opportunities in the ancient star tomb. Therefore, they had to enter the door. At this moment, Yi Yin controlled the immortal boat to turn into a ray of light and plunged into the red door. As soon as they entered the door, their vision became blurry. Before they could understand what was going on, a strong teleportation force instantly descended on the immortal boat. This? Yi Yun's eyes revealed a hint of shock when he sensed the powerful teleportation force. After the teleportation force descended, it split into countless rays. Each ray swept up a disciple and teleported them away. Yi Yun relied on his strong physical body and barely held on for a few seconds. He kept the immortal boat in time and disappeared along with the teleportation force. Stellar shift. In the next moment, Yi Yun appeared on top of a mountain that was shrouded in black fog. He was the only one on the mountain. Yi Yun stood on the spot and looked around with a gloomy face. The way to enter the ancient star tomb had changed. According to Divine Venerable Yuji, after entering the ancient star tomb, there would be no teleportation force at all. They could directly enter the door and fly into the ancient star tomb. But now, there was an additional teleportation force. The teleportation force was random and separated everyone. In this way, no cultivator could group up. In the beginning, everyone would have to face the terrifying ghost beasts in the ancient star tomb alone. Buzz buzz, in the depths of the black fog, there was a strange sound. The sound was very soft at first, then it became stronger and stronger. Then, it surged over like a tsunami. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately saw a tide of black bugs gathering in the black fog in the distance. These bugs were shaped like beetles and looked ferocious. They were covered in a layer of black armor with sharp thorns. Each bug was the size of a millstone and only exuded the terrifying aura of a divine lord. These were the bug-shaped ghost beasts. There was not only one type of bug-shaped ghost beasts. Yi Yun had only encountered one of them. These bug-shaped ghost beasts were huge in number. They were all in the divine lord realm. Yi Yun quickly sensed his cultivation and found that his cultivation had been suppressed to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. Fortunately, it's not the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yun smiled gently. Whoosh, looking at the overwhelming number of bug-shaped ghost beasts, 9 bright divine halos immediately appeared behind his head. The divine halos rumbled and flowed with an imposing aura. Regardless of whether anyone saw it or not, Yi Yun had to act like a supreme ultimate god. He did not want to give himself away. Chi, one of the divine halos, suddenly flew out and quickly became incomparably huge. It occupied the surrounding space and constantly rotated around Yi Yun at high speed. Countless tiny, profound runes that looked like stars appeared in Yi Yun's eyes. At this moment, he activated the heavenly illusionary eyes. Those bug-shaped ghost beasts' imposing aura covered the sky and earth. It was like a torrent of destruction as it whistled over. But at this moment, they were blocked by the divine halos. Not only were they unable to enter at all, but those that touched the divine halos were immediately turned into ashes. Buzz, the divine ring expanded again. The power of life and death on the periphery of the divine ring also expanded and destroyed most of the insect-type ghost beasts. After killing these ghost beasts, the divine ring shrank again and returned to the back of Yi Yun's head. Yi Yun looked back at the 9 Dao gods and smiled with satisfaction. It had to be said that the great Oblivion Dao from the ancient Yu clan was indeed very visually spectacular. It was like the bright halo behind the heads of the gods and Buddhas in the animations and movies before he transmigrated. However, there were a total of 9 halos behind Yi Yun's head. They were all shining brightly and looked even more majestic. After easily annihilating these insect-type specter beasts, Yi Yun deliberately searched for them, but he didn't find any loot. It seems that, although these insect-type ghost beasts are very powerful, the drop rate is very low. Yi Yun smiled and did not take it to heart. Just as Yi Yun was exterminating this large group of insect-type soul beasts, in various places in the vast ancient star tomb, the gods of different forces in the divine land, who were teleported by the huge transmission force, were attacked by all kinds of ghost beasts. Those who were lucky only encountered a few ghost beasts and some survived. Those who were unlucky died on the spot. Some people were even luckier. They were teleported to places that were extremely close to each other. After hearing the sounds of fighting, they were able to quickly gather together to support each other. But even so, this sudden wave of random teleportation disrupted the formation of all the cultivators. Faced with the crazy attacks of the ghost beasts, at least 1/5 of the cultivators were killed. The casualties were very heavy. Yiyan also realized this. He was a little anxious. He looked in a direction and disappeared in a flash. The reason why he did not tear the void was because the range of travel was too large. If he wanted to find the disciples of the Great Oblivion Palace, he could not cross too large a distance, it was safer to fly. After flying for 100 miles, Yiyan saw a familiar figure. It was Divine Venerable Yoga. At this moment, Supremacy Yogi was in an extremely sorry state. 7 or 8 soul beasts that looked like wolves surrounded her and attacked Divine Master Yuji fiercely. This was a beast-type spirit beast. There were many types of beast-type specter beasts, and these were wolf-type specter beasts. Seeing this, Yiyan smiled faintly and quickly rushed over. Supremacy Yogi was too unlucky. She was at the peak of the 10th level of the Hierarch realm, but her cultivation had been suppressed to the 2nd level of the Divine Monarch realm. As for the wolf-shaped specter beasts that surrounded her, their cultivations were all at least at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm. If not for Supremacy Yoga's Vajra parasol, he would have long been killed by the specter beasts. Yiyan pulled out his Vajra hammer and descended from the sky like a god. Boom, with a swing of the hammer, a beast-type specter beast was smashed into a bloody mist. Yiyan started a massacre. Waving his Vajra hammer, he was as fast as lightning as he killed all the remaining soul beasts. Thank you for saving my life, Grand Elder Brother. Looking at Yiyan, Supremacy Yogi's eyes turned red. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with tears. She was already surrounded by life and death just now. If she did not have any help, her life would be in danger. Although there were only 7 or 8 of these wolf-shaped specter beasts, they would call for their companions if they could not defeat them. Even with the Vajra parasol, she could not defeat a large number of wolf-shaped specter beasts. You're welcome. Yiyan smiled and shook his head when he saw that the dead specter beasts did not drop anything. Grand Elder Brother, the ancient Nether Star tomb is different from before. In the past, after entering the door, there was no teleportation power. Now, not only is there a teleportation power, but it is also randomly teleporting people. I'm afraid many people have been killed. As Reverend Yuji spoke till here, he was on the verge of tears. Crystal clear tears rolled down his cheeks. At least a portion of the disciples that she had brought with her had been killed. Let's go and look for the disciples of the 2 sections. Yiyan sighed. He could understand Supremacy Yogi's feelings at that moment. As a fake Grand Ultimate God, Yiyan did not have any feelings for the disciples of the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion. However, he had spent a lot of time with the hundreds of disciples that he had brought with him this time. He had some feelings for them. Yiyan also wanted to save them. However, how many could be saved depended on luck. After the first wave of teleportation, they would encounter the most dangerous attacks. If they could survive, they might be discovered by Yiyan. Yiyan took out the ferry boat and the 2 of them stood on it and flew quickly. In a valley surrounded by black fog, a woman who was covered in blood was running away quickly. Above her, there was a huge black eagle that was as big as a small mountain. It kept flapping its wings and stirring up gusts of wind as it chased after her. This was an eagle-shaped specter beast whose strength had reached the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. The woman below was only at the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm. I just killed a few wolf-shaped specter beasts and didn't expect an even bigger eagle-shaped specter beast to come. This time I, Celestial Venerable Qing, won't live for long. The woman sighed in her heart. She was Celestial Venerable Qing from the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion. Celestial Venerable Qing was teleported to a valley and was first besieged by a small group of wolf-shaped specter beasts. After killing those wolf-shaped specter beasts, she thought she was safe. However, he didn't expect that another huge creature would fly over from the sky. It was an eagle-shaped specter beast at the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. This specter beast's combat power was stronger and its flying speed was as fast as lightning. Even if Celestial Venerable Qing used some kind of secret technique to burn her blood essence, she couldn't really get rid of this eagle-shaped specter beast. Whoosh, the black shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the slender figure that was desperately escaping in the valley in the blink of an eye. That huge black eagle let out a sharp cry, abruptly folded its wings, and rapidly descended from the sky. It stretched out its hard eagle claws and grabbed at Celestial Venerable Qing's back. Celestial Venerable Qing was about to die. Suddenly, an immortal boat flashed by in the distance, followed by a man's cold voice. "Beast, you're courting death." Just as the voice fell, a ball of golden light suddenly broke through the black fog and shot over from afar. Boom, this ball of golden light quickly approached and blasted the black eagle into a bloody mist. "Its master?" Celestial Venerable Qing suddenly stopped and looked at the immortal boat that was rapidly approaching. When she saw that familiar face, Celestial Venerable Qing was both sad and happy, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't expect to meet her master, the Grand Supreme Deity, at the moment of her death. Yi Yin stood on the immortal boat and sighed slightly when he saw Celestial Venerable Qing, who was covered in blood. Celestial Venerable Qing's luck wasn't good either. Her cultivation was suppressed to the 7th level of the Divine Monarch realm. It was extremely difficult to survive in the ancient Nether Star graveyard at this realm. Perhaps it was easier to survive when she reached the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Monarch realm. Yi Yin waved his hand and sucked Celestial Venerable Qing onto the immortal boat out of thin air. "Thank you for saving my life, Master." Celestial Venerable Qing's tears fell as she knelt at Yi Yin's feet. Celestial Venerable Qing's aura was unstable. Not only was she injured, but she also seemed to have burned her blood essence and damaged some of her origin. Hence, Yi Yin took out a small bottle. "Open your mouth," Yi Yin instructed. Celestial Venerable Qing raised her head. Her beautiful little face was covered in a fine layer of sweat and blood, and she looked very miserable. A green light filled with an unimaginable aura of life flowed into Celestial Venerable Qing's red lips like a gurgling stream. Celestial Venerable Qing's injuries were healing rapidly. Her origin, which was damaged by burning her blood essence, was also recovering rapidly. "What kind of divine medicine is this?" Celestial Venerable Qing was stunned as she felt the magic of the green liquid. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the spot. Seeing this scene, Divine Venerable Yoga sighed. The Grand Supreme Divine Venerable had such a miraculous healing divine medicine. The disciples of the Grand Supreme Palace were really blessed. As long as they didn't die, they would recover immediately after taking this divine medicine. It was really incredible. Divine Venerable Yoga, who had been saved by Yi Yin in the past, had also thought about what kind of divine medicine it was. However, she couldn't find it even after flipping through all the ancient books. It seemed that this divine medicine had never appeared in the Divine Land. Could it be a kind of divine medicine that Brother Taishang accidentally obtained in the ancient Nether Star tomb? Divine Venerable Yoga stared at the small bottle in Yi Yan's hand and let her imagination run wild. After all, anything could be dropped when the ghost beast was killed, especially a small bottle like that. As it was too small, she might not have noticed it at the time. Divine Venerable Yoga couldn't help but regret it because she seemed to have seen a similar bottle when she killed the ghost beast. At that time, someone else killed it, so she didn't snatch the bottle. However, after thinking about it, Divine Venerable Yoga realized that her thoughts were wrong and suddenly laughed. Such a precious divine medicine couldn't be in every small bottle. Perhaps this was the only bottle of divine medicine in the entire ancient Nether Star tomb. Just as Divine Venerable Yoga's imagination was running wild, Yi Yin saw that Celestial Venerable Qing's injuries had healed and kept the small bottle. "Did you see anyone else?" Yi Yin waved his sleeves and asked Celestial Venerable Qing to stand up. "Master, I didn't see anyone else along the way," Celestial Venerable Qing said respectfully. "Okay, let's continue to search." Yi Yin nodded and drove the immortal boat to fly quickly. Celestial Venerable Qing used a small spell to wash away the blood stains on her body and restored her beautiful appearance. Along the way, Yi Yin saw many cultivators fighting fiercely with the specter beasts. However, he did not see any disciples from the Taishang Palace or the Yogi Underground Palace. Could it be that most of them had died? A bad feeling rose in Yi Yun's heart. If they were ordinary disciples, it wouldn't matter. However, if even Celestial Venerable Yu died, Yi Yun's heart would ache. As a Grand Supreme Ultimate God, he naturally did not want any heavenly venerated disciples to perish in the ancient Nether Star tomb. If he died, it also had something to do with him, the Master. After all, Yi Yun didn't have to bring these two Hierarch Realm disciples with him. Just like Supremacy Yogi, in fact, he could have brought only Divine Lord Realm disciples. Yi Yun stirred his magic power, and his eyes became incomparably deep. At this moment, his eye power had also reached its limit. Yi Yun looked even further. In a certain direction, in an extremely distant valley, there were 3 to 4 groups of cultivators fighting with the specter beasts. There were many specter beasts, and most of them were beast-type specter beasts. Among these beast-type specter beasts, there was actually a human-type specter beast. This humanoid specter beast looked just like a human. Its entire body was black and it held a golden sword in its hand. It stood in the middle of the horde and commanded the battle calmly. His cultivation had already reached the 10th level of the Divine Lord Realm. The surrounding cultivators were divided into 3 groups and crazily attacked these beast-type specter beasts. It seemed that their final target was the human-type specter beast. One of the groups was actually Celestial Venerable Yu leading a group of people from the Taishang Palace. They were fighting with the specter beasts. Seeing that Celestial Venerable Yu and the rest were safe and sound, Yi Yun relaxed. So, there are human-type specter beasts here. No wonder the competition is so intense, Yi Yun nodded secretly. Among these 3 groups, Celestial Venerable Yu was the weakest. Yi Yun was about to drive the immortal boat to that place when suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The mountain in front of him suddenly split open, and a huge black shadow flew out. This is a flood dragon. Specter beast? Looking at this huge figure that was hundreds of feet long and looked like a flood dragon, Yi Yun was slightly stunned. He looked at Divine Venerable Yoga. Divine Venerable Yoga was also shocked. She frowned and said, "Big Brother Grand Supreme, there are snake-type specter beasts in the ancient star grave, but I've never seen a flood dragon. Could it be a snake that transformed into a flood dragon?" Yi Yun smiled and took out the huge golden hammer. When a snake demon cultivated to a certain level, it would naturally evolve into a flood dragon. This was also a kind of common sense. There was such an example in the Songnan continent. At this moment, Yi Yun didn't associate the flood dragon in front of him with the dragon race. This was because in Yi Yun's eyes, this flood dragon wasn't a dragon. Yi Yun had always felt that if the remnant of the dragon race that the Eternal Shrine mentioned wasn't a dark celestial dragon, it would at least be a divine dragon. It wouldn't be a flood dragon with a mixed bloodline and a low level. This huge black flood dragon pounced over with bared fangs and brandished claws. Its realm had already reached the 10th level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. In the ancient star grave, this was considered an overlord-level specter beast. Facing such a weak opponent, Yi Yun was too lazy to make a move. He directly threw out the golden hammer. A golden light flashed past. It was unimaginably fast, and only a loud bang was heard. This huge black flood dragon's entire head was smashed into pieces. The huge flood dragon's body then exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that fell from the sky. Seeing that nothing good had exploded, Yi Yun shook his head and drove the immortal boat away. In a few breaths' time, this immortal boat descended above Celestial Venerable Yu's battle. Is it easy for a human-shaped specter beast to drop good things? Yi Yun looked at God Venerable Yoga and asked with a smile. Yes, the chances are very high. God Venerable Yoga nodded seriously. That's good. Yi Yun gently shook his hand, and a golden light flew out. He threw the golden hammer down. This golden light, with the support of Yi Yun's vast power, descended on the human-shaped specter beast at an unimaginable speed. That man didn't even have time to react before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Boom, the golden hammer's momentum didn't dissipate. It smashed into the ground of the valley with a loud bang and created a huge pit. The entire ground began to shake. The human cultivators and specter beasts who were fighting swayed and couldn't stand firm. What happened? Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked in one direction. The smoke and dust in the deep pit dispersed, revealing a huge cave entrance. A sledgehammer glittering with golden light was inserted into the ground of the deep pit. "Master is here." Celestial Venerable Yu saw this familiar hammer, and an excited smile appeared on her sweaty face. "What's that?" "It's a technique. Go and get it." As the smoke and dust dissipated, a crystal jade scroll floated where the human-shaped specter beast was. It was the technique of the ancient Yu race that had fallen. After everyone recognized this technique, their eyes turned red. They ignored the beast-shaped specter beast and went straight for it. When the beast-shaped specter beast saw its leader die, it was stunned for a few seconds. Then, it dispersed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh, like a giant net, countless figures charged towards the translucent jade slip at lightning speed. A figure in white suddenly appeared beside the jade scroll. Yi Yan picked up the jade slip and looked at the crowd. "Are you guys trying to get a share of my spoils of war?" Yi Yan sneered. "It's the Grand Supreme Divine Venerable." Many people recognized Yi Yan and immediately stopped in midair with a trace of fear on their faces. Many people were very familiar with the name of the Supreme Ultimate God of the Supreme Emotion Palace, especially in the Yaoguang Galaxy. The Supreme Ultimate God had once made a domineering move and sent a Divine King Realm expert flying with a hammer strike. Countless people were stunned at that time. Although the Grand Supreme Divine Venerable's realm was suppressed to the 6th level of the Divine Monarch realm, everyone still hesitated when they thought of his terrifying golden hammer. Forget it. The Grand Supreme Divine Venerable can kill this 10th level Divine Monarch realm human form ghost beast with a hammer. Let's not fight with him. An elder said dejectedly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he led his men and left the place quickly. When the others saw the situation, they didn't dare to stay and turned to leave. The ancient Nether Star Grave was extremely vast and there were countless opportunities. As long as one was strong enough, they could naturally kill new human form ghost beasts and obtain techniques or treasures. There was no need to fight this terrifying Grand Supreme Divine Venerable head-on. Seeing that everyone had fled, Yi Yan smiled faintly and raised the sparkling jade scroll in his hand. "Grand Supreme Brother, your luck is really good. You obtained a technique the moment you attacked." Divine Venerable Yoga flew over and looked at the sparkling jade scroll in Yi Yan's hand with a smile. Her eyes were filled with envy. "Master, what technique is this?" Celestial Venerable Qing flew over and blinked her eyes as she asked curiously. On the other side, Celestial Venerable Yu led the disciples of the Grand Supreme Emotion Palace and rushed over and knelt at Yi Yan's feet. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives," everyone said in unison with a very grateful expression on their faces. "Get up, all of you," Yi Yan said faintly. Then, he sent a strand of consciousness into the jade scroll. There was a set of incantations for a technique in the jade scroll. On it was the 9 Nether Falling Shadow Sword technique. Beside the incantations, there was a blurry light shadow. This sword technique is of good quality. It has reached the supreme grade of the Emperor level. Yi Yan chuckled as his spiritual consciousness touched the ball of light. If he guessed correctly, this ball of light was the remnant image of a set of sword techniques passed down by the founder of the sword technique. With this set of legacy images, coupled with the incantation of the cultivation technique, learning it would be much easier. Injecting a strand of magic power into this ball of light, Yi Yan activated this ball of after-images. The image, which was originally like a ball, suddenly scattered like snowflakes in the space of the jade slip. It constantly reassembled, and finally formed the image of a woman. It was a woman dressed in red. She had a graceful figure and was filled with a classical beauty. The only pity was that he couldn't see her face clearly. With a golden sword in hand, she began to practice her swordsmanship. The sword's shadows were ethereal, and the petals fell in profusion. At this moment, the red-clothed beauty had become one with her sword. She vividly displayed the various sword moves of the 9 Nether Shadow Sword art. Yi Yan looked at this set of swordsmanship and his gaze gradually became doubtful. Although the red-clothed woman's face couldn't be seen clearly, the feeling she gave him was as if Nangongyu was standing in front of him and practicing her swordsmanship. Especially that back view, it was 80 to 90% similar. This was too much of a coincidence. Yi Yan was in disbelief. After this set of swordsmanship was completed, the red-clothed woman dissipated and gathered back into the ball of legacy images. Yi Yan's spiritual consciousness retreated, and his expression was slightly cold. He was a little doubtful now. Could it be that there was some divine art on this jade slip that allowed him to see the image of the person who left the image and automatically turn into Nangonyu's appearance? After carefully sizing it up, Yi Yan didn't see any mystery. "Come here." He beckoned to Celestial Venerable Qing. "Master?" Celestial Venerable Qing hurriedly walked to Yi Yan's side and looked at him curiously. "Look at what sword technique this is. There's also a ball of legacy images inside. Can you see what kind of image it is?" Yi Yan was rather suspicious at this moment and was still a little worried. Hence, he passed the jade slip to Celestial Venerable Qing and asked her to look at it again. Celestial Venerable Qing took the jade slip and inserted a strand of spiritual consciousness into it. Yi Yan waited quietly at the side. Beside him, Divine Venerable Yoga was also extremely curious, but he didn't ask. He just stared at Celestial Venerable Qing with his beautiful eyes and waited for the result. "Master, the technique in this jade slip is called the 9 Nether Falling Shadow Sword technique. There's a ball of legacy images inside, and a red-clothed woman performed the entire set of swordsmanship." After a moment, Celestial Venerable Qing retracted her spiritual consciousness and returned the jade slip to Yi Yan. Then, she said very respectfully, "It's true. I didn't see wrongly." Yi Yan touched his chin and looked into the distance as he pondered. That red-clothed woman should be a coincidence, right? How old was Nangonyu? And this jade slip of legacy techniques of the ancient Nether clan should be at least 10 million years old, right? This had nothing to do with Nangonyu at all. At this thought, Yi Yan relaxed. He kept the jade slip and returned to the ferry boat to continue looking for other disciples. 2 days passed. The immortal boat flew to many places and finally found some more disciples of the 2 sections. However, they found more disciples of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace. Divine Venerable Yoga's underground palace had fewer disciples. There were only about 30 of them in total. Divine Venerable Yoga looked dejected, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. So much time had passed. Some of the disciples might have died in the ancient Nether Star graveyard. On Yi Yan's side, only about 1/5 of the disciples of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace had died. There were still more than 70 of them. They were considered a powerful force. Along the way, they killed many ghost beasts. Most of them were beast-type and insect-type ghost beasts. As for human-type ghost beasts, they didn't encounter any more. Including the flood dragon-like ghost beast that Yi Yan had encountered previously, he didn't encounter any more. Although they had killed many ghost beasts, they didn't get any skills or Dharma treasures, which made them feel disappointed. The ferry boat flew in the sky. There was a faint black fog around them, and there was a faint smell of decay in the black fog. It was as if it was constantly reminding them that countless people of the ancient Nether tribe had died here. Yi Yan stood at the bow of the ferry boat with his hands behind his back. He looked like an immortal in a painting, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. "What's that?" Yi Yan's eyes suddenly moved. On the peak of a mountain, there was a black ancient temple. This is the ancient Nether temple. It worships the gods of the ancient Nether tribe. Divine Venerable Yoga said. Let's go take a look." Yi Yan was interested. He steered the ferry boat towards the peak. The ferry boat landed in midair. Yi Yan walked towards the ancient Nether temple with Divine Venerable Yoga by his side. As for the others, Yi Yan didn't let them get off the boat. After all, the temple wasn't big and couldn't accommodate so many people. The temple was a little dilapidated. When Yi Yan walked into the temple and looked up, he was stunned. There were a total of 9 deity statues on the altar. 7 of them were already badly damaged, missing an arm or a leg. It was hard to see their appearance clearly. However, there were 2 deity statues that were intact. One of the deity statues was of a man wearing a green emperor robe with dragon patterns. He looked into the distance with deep eyes and an extraordinary aura. The other deity statue was of a woman in a red robe. Her robe fluttered in the wind and she looked ethereal, like a fairy from a painting. However, this woman's appearance was actually quite similar to Nangonyu's. How could Yi Yan not be shocked? 2 days ago, He had obtained an inheritance from the jade slip, and there was a woman in a red robe who looked very similar to Namgongyu. He did not expect that it would be in the ancient temple. He saw another deity statue that looked very similar to Namgongyu. What was going on? Could it be that all of this was an astonishing coincidence? Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and walked slowly to the deity statues. His gaze was constantly sizing up the two undamaged statues. Supremacy Yoga stood beside him and glanced at the deity statues without much interest. Grand brother, these deity statues should be the deities of the ancient Yu tribe. I'm not sure where they came from, Supremacy Yoga said softly. The ancient Yu tribe is so powerful, but they only have a few deities. They are completely different from the cultivators of the Holy Land. Am I right? Yi Yan turned to look at Supremacy Yoga and asked with a faint smile on his face. Yes, Grand Brother. The cultivators of the Holy Land call themselves deities. If they come to the Blue Dragon Forbidden Area, they will be like deities. Supremacy Yoga said with a charming smile. After saying that, she also felt that it was a little too much for the cultivators of the Holy Land to call themselves deities. After all, the ancient Yu tribe, which used to be on par with the Holy Land, only had 9 deities. The other members of the ancient Yu tribe would not call themselves deities at all. This was the difference between the two tribes. Yi Yan smiled and shook his head. He then looked at the statue that resembled Namgongyu. The more he looked at the statue, the more it resembled Namgongyu. However, there was still a clear difference in temperament. The woman in the statue was aloof and cold. As for Yi Yan's confidant, Namgongyu, she was clever and eccentric. She belonged to the cute type of girl. They're definitely not the same person. They just look similar. After carefully observing for a moment, Yi Yan came to this conclusion. Master, this is bad. A large number of specter beasts are coming from afar. Outside the ancient temple, Celestial Venerable Qing's exclamation could be heard. Yi Yan's expression changed, and he turned to look outside. Countless specter beasts swarmed in from all directions like a huge black cloud. In midair, almost all of them were insect-type specter beasts, and they covered the sky. On the ground of the valley, there were also countless beast-type specter beasts roaring through the forest, causing the earth to tremble. Did we poke a hornet's nest? Yi Yan shrugged and asked Celestial Venerable Yoga with a smile. We only entered the ancient temple. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Celestial Venerable Yoga was also dumbfounded. There were a few ancient temples in the ancient star graveyard. She had seen them 300,000 years ago, but nothing had happened then. Are the statues of the ancient temples you've been to complete? Yi Yan suddenly thought of something and asked. The statue is not complete, unlike the statue in this ancient temple. There are still 2 complete statues. Celestial Venerable Yoga recalled. It seems like they're here to protect these 2 statues. Yi Yan smiled. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and kept the 2 statues. Didn't they want to protect them? Then he would just take them away. He could keep them as a memento. If he saw Namgongyu in the future, he could take them out for her to see. Grand Supreme Brother, what do you want these 2 statues for? Celestial Venerable Yoga asked in confusion. Nothing much. Since the spirit beasts want to protect the statues, I'll just take them away. Yi Yan said without hesitation. Then, he strode out. Seeing how domineering Grand Supreme Brother was, Celestial Venerable Yoga smiled bitterly and followed closely behind. After the 2 of them walked out, they boarded the ferry boat again. The ferry boat soared into the sky. Yi Yan stood at the bow of the boat. 9 dazzling divine rings appeared behind his head. Even though there were many specter beasts, they were nothing in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. However, he couldn't possibly kill all the spirit beasts alone this time. After all, he was the palace master of the Grand Supreme Palace. He had a group of disciples under him. He should give them a chance to gain experience. At the thought of this, 2 divine halos flew out from the back of Yi Yan's head. These 2 divine halos rapidly grew in size. One above the other, forming 2 protective rings, completely protecting the immortal boat within a radius of 3,000 feet. Alright, now go and find the opportunity. Whoever kills the spirit beasts and finds the opportunity will have it. Yi Yin turned around and instructed the disciples of the Grand Supreme Palace. The disciples were excited. They flew out with weapons in hand and flew to the edge of the divine rings. Meanwhile, at Celestial Venerable Yoga's underground palace, Celestial Venerable Yoga personally led the disciples out of the ferry boat and joined the battle. The only one who didn't move was Yi Yin. No one objected. After all, the person with the highest combat strength was recognized by everyone as the Grand Supreme Divine Master. The Grand Supreme Ultimate God had released 2 terrifying divine halos. Everyone understood that those halos would form a lifeline for their lives. Yi Yin didn't pay attention to these disciples. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the spirit beast horde that covered the sky. Far away from the spirit beast horde, there were a total of 2 humanoid spirit beasts. They seemed to be 2 great commanders. They were constantly chasing away the insect-type spirit beasts and beast-type spirit beasts. I see. Yi Yin nodded silently with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It turned out that the attack this time was organized and planned by these 2 humanoid specter beasts behind the scenes. However, Yi Yin was not in a hurry. It was a good opportunity to gain experience. He would let the disciples kill a wave of spirit beasts first. The insect-type spirit beasts and beast-type spirit beasts' aura covered the sky and earth. They roared from 2 directions, the sky and the ground. A large number of spirit beasts were blocked by Yi Yin's 2 divine rings. If these spirit beasts forced their way into the divine rings, they would be repelled by a strong force. They turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Yi Yin did not completely seal off all the space. Some spirit beasts still broke in and soon fought with the disciples of the 2 sections. The battle was extremely intense from the beginning. However, the disciples of the 2 sects still had a huge advantage. These disciples were also carefully selected. Each of them had extremely strong combat strength. It was not too difficult for them to kill a small number of insect-type spirit beasts and beast-type spirit beasts. However, there were too many spirit beasts. They did not have time to breathe at all. They had completely turned into killing machines. The battle continued. Yi Yin was constantly paying attention to the battle. If the number of spirit beasts that broke in exceeded the disciples of the 2 sects, Yi Yin would also kill some of them. The battle continued under such a high-intensity rhythm. After a whole day, the spirit beast's attack had not stopped. However, at this time, 1/3 of the spirit beasts had been killed. On a mountain peak in the distance, there was a team of about 200 people here. The leader was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back as he stared into the distance with a shocked look on his face. Are these ghost beasts crazy? They've been attacking for an entire day and there's no sign of stopping. What's going on? The middle-aged man exclaimed. No matter what it is, we just have to sit back and reap the benefits. An old man next to him laughed sinisterly. I'm afraid it's not just us. Senior brother, can you look in the other directions? The middle-aged man sighed and pointed in several directions with his finger. What? The old man hurriedly activated his eyesight and scanned carefully. His expression changed slightly. Indeed, there were many people waiting quietly on the mountain peak shrouded in black fog. They seemed to be waiting for the number of ghost beasts to decrease to a certain extent before they officially took action and joined in the killing of the ghost beasts. There are only 2 humanoid ghost beasts, but there are so many competitors. This opportunity in the ancient Nether Star tomb is really not easy to obtain. The old man sighed and spread his hands helplessly. Of course. The cultivation techniques and Dharma treasures of the ancient Nether race are all top-notch. Naturally, there are many competitors. The middle-aged man laughed. In the face of more and more competitors, his expression became more and more determined. His eyes were filled with confidence. Such a scene was playing out on the other mountain peaks at almost the same time. Because there were too many ghost beasts, no one chose to take action immediately. Another day passed. The number of ghost beasts had decreased sharply. Only 1/3 of them were left. Who are those people in there? They can hold on for so long. The middle-aged man couldn't suppress the fluctuations in his heart and said in shock. It's too far away. I can't see the battle situation inside clearly. The old man shook his head. He was also very surprised by the continuous battle for 2 days and 2 nights. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility: the other party also had a large number of cultivators fighting with the ghost beasts. Another half a day passed. The number of ghost beasts decreased by half again. They were ready to take action. They soared into the air and flew forward for a distance. At this time, the middle-aged man used his divine sense to scan the center of the battle scene. It didn't matter. After seeing the scene clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. There was only one immortal boat around the battlefield where the specter beasts were fighting. A white-robed man stood on the immortal boat. Around the immortal boat, there were about 100 cultivators engaged in an intense battle with the specter beast. Every cultivator was covered in blood, but their fighting spirit was high. They did not lose their footing at all. Ghost beasts kept falling to their swords. Are these people from the Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotions and the Yogi Underground Palace? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank as he recognized them. He looked at the old man and said in disbelief, "How can a team of only 100 people last for so long? We even killed nearly 4/5 of the specter beasts." "I'm not too sure either, but those 2 divine halos are extremely mysterious. I'm afraid that they blocked the attack of the specter beast," the old man said solemnly. "This Grand Supreme Ultimate God is really terrifying." The middle-aged man nodded and looked at the white figure with fear in his eyes. "Now that they are overwhelmed, we can attack the specter beasts from the back. If we can kill the specter beasts and obtain their cultivation techniques or magical treasures, we will leave this place quickly," the old man said in an anxious tone. "Okay, let's go." The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand, giving the order to attack. Immediately, this group of people attacked in the direction of the humanoid specter beasts. Around the humanoid specter beasts, there were naturally many different types of specter beasts protecting them. When they saw that there were cultivators attacking, a portion of the specter beasts immediately went to meet them. At this moment, the cultivators who had been waiting in the distance also took action at this moment. They surrounded the specter beasts for the second time and launched a fierce attack on them. The specter beasts were attacked from both sides and their formation was a little scattered. Seeing this, the 2 humanoid specter beasts put their fingers to their mouths and made a hurried sound. "Oh no, hurry up and attack." He's summoning other specter beasts. A human cultivator's face darkened and said loudly. There were too many specter beasts in the ancient star tomb. If a large number of specter beasts were summoned, they would not be able to kill these 2 humanoid specter beasts. These cultivators are really shameless. We are fighting bravely here, but they want to reap the benefits. How is that possible? Yi Yun, who was standing on the immortal boat, stared at the battle outside with bright eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. No one could take away the 2 humanoid specter beasts. They could only belong to him. Yi Yun wanted to see if these 2 humanoid specter beasts would still drop cultivation technique jade slips and magical treasures. He looked around and saw that a few disciples were seriously injured. He immediately flicked a few drops of green water of life. After the water of life was injected into the disciples' bodies, their injuries immediately improved and they went back to fighting. These few days, Yi Yun had been using this method to prolong the lives of these disciples. It was the same for Supremacy Yogi. There was no other way. There were too many specter beasts besieging them. Yi Yun did not want to attack directly, so he used the water of life. The small bottle in his hand had a different world inside. It contained as much water of life as several Dongting lakes. And in his warehouse, there were naturally many small bottles that contained the water of life. Yi Yun had never lacked resources. The system's perverted ability was to sign in. It allowed him to obtain too many resources from the various heavens. Under the frenzied attacks of the cultivators from the major factions, the number of specter beasts decreased rapidly. Some people began to approach the humanoid specter beasts, preparing to kill them. Yi Yun pulled out the Vajra hammer and with a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from the ferry boat in an instant. Boom! Yi Yun suddenly appeared and smashed the Vajra hammer on a humanoid specter beast. The pitiful humanoid specter beast did not expect that there would be someone with such terrifying speed in the ancient star tomb. Its body exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Nothing dropped? Yi Yin could not help but shake his head when he saw that nothing appeared. A hint of disappointment appeared on his face. He disappeared in an instant and appeared beside another humanoid specter beast. When the humanoid specter beast saw Yi Yin suddenly appear, its eyes could not help but be filled with fear. "Don't come over!" the humanoid specter beast shouted. It raised its sword and slashed at Yi Yin. Boom! Yi Yin held the Vajra hammer in his hand and sent the sword flying. "I didn't expect this." The humanoid specter beast can talk. "However, I'm more curious about what you'll drop." Yi Yin smiled faintly as he raised the Vajra hammer and smashed it directly on the humanoid specter beast's body. Boom! The humanoid specter beast died on the spot. A crystal-clear jade slip floated in the blood mist. Yi Yin grabbed the jade slip with a wave of his hand. "The Grand Supreme Divine Master is really powerful. Let's not fight with him." Seeing the Grand Supreme Divine Master holding the Vajra hammer and killing the two humanoid specter beasts in an instant, the surrounding cultivators were all frightened and did not dare to make a move anymore. They all scattered in an uproar. And without the humanoid specter beast's command, the few remaining specter beasts all scattered. For a moment, the entire scene was only left with the disciples of the Yogi Underground Palace and the Grand Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion. "You want to reap the benefits without doing anything? Why would I give you the chance?" Looking at the escaping cultivators, Yi Yin smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as the wind. He was about to take a look at the newly obtained jade slip in his hand when suddenly the wind and clouds surged and the sky changed color. A large black cloud in the distance quickly flew over. Were the specter beasts coming again? Yi Yin looked into the distance. However, in the next second, a look of shock appeared on his face. In the thick black cloud, there were at least thousands of black dragons roaring in his direction with bared fangs and brandished claws. "Master, that's a dragon." The god list was right. There are indeed remnants of the dragon clan in the ancient star tomb. Celestial Venerable Qing, who was standing behind Yi Yin, shouted excitedly when she saw those black dragons whizzing over. There were so many black dragons. If they could kill even one of them, they would be rewarded by the eternal shrine. Brother Grand Supreme, Divine Venerable Yoga clenched her fists and stared at the black dragons in the distance. She was so excited that she blushed and muttered to herself, "So many dragons. Our luck is really too good." Yi Yin was expressionless when he heard those words. He didn't look excited at all. He stared intently at those black dragons. There were thousands of black dragons. Although they looked similar to the dark divine dragon, they didn't have the aura of the dragon clan. They only had the appearance and the form. Could they be considered dragons? It was Yi Yin's first time seeing a creature that looked like a dragon. He was also guessing what it was. Was it a ghost beast or a strange creature? As for the cultivators who were fleeing in the distance, they all stopped in their tracks. When thousands of black dragons appeared, the phenomenon of heaven and earth alarmed everyone. "Haha! There are indeed remnants of the dragon clan." A cultivator shouted excitedly. "Kill!" The other cultivator grinned and gave the order to attack without hesitation. Killing the remnants of the dragon clan was an important mission issued by the Eternal Shrine. Even if they only killed one of them, they could go to the Eternal Shrine to obtain rewards with the spoils of war from this black dragon. With such an opportunity in front of their eyes, who would miss it? Almost at the same time, the cultivators who had escaped returned. "Let's do it too." Divine Venerable Yoga looked at Yi Yin and said anxiously. "All right." Yi Yin hesitated for a moment before nodding. These huge black dragons, they weren't real dark divine dragons. Or rather, they weren't dragons at all. They were creatures similar to the ghost beast. For such a creature, Yi Yin did not feel any guilt in killing it. The immortal boat broke through the sky. This small group of people also joined the battle against the black dragon. Although there were many black dragons, the number of cultivators around them was also very high. At that very moment, the cultivators had surrounded them and they fell into a dangerous situation. Yi Yin didn't really make a move. Just like before, he used the divine protection to protect the disciples of the two sections. This battle was extremely intense. Boom, boom, it was accompanied by a series of loud bangs. All kinds of energy wreaked havoc in the space, and it was like an apocalyptic wave that surged in all directions. The cultivators and the mystical dragons continued to fight fiercely, causing the sky to darken and the earth to turn dark. Rocks were shattered and the sky was shaken. Blood flowed like a river. People from both sides kept falling. Only on Yiyan's side, no one had died. 2 hours later, only 1/3 of the black dragon was left. The cultivators of the divine land became more and more courageous as they fought. Yiyan looked on coldly. He discovered that these black dragons did not drop anything after they died, which made him feel a little strange. Why hadn't he heard of these dragon-shaped ghost beasts before? Yiyan couldn't help but recall the flood dragon from before. It was also a specter beast, and it was similar to the black dragon in front of him. Could it be that the black heavenly dragon died in the ancient star graveyard? Yiyan's heart skipped a beat and his face turned cold. He suddenly thought of this possibility. If the black heavenly dragon died, then it was very likely that, like the experts of the ancient star graveyard, a ghost beast was born from his roaring corpse over countless years. At the thought of the black heavenly dragon, one of the 10 super mystical dragons, dying in the ancient star graveyard, Yiyan's mood suddenly became a little heavy. Although he didn't know how the black heavenly dragon entered the ancient star graveyard, he definitely had something to do with the 9-tailed divine dragon's pursuit. The black heavenly dragon eventually died in the hands of his own clansmen. Thinking of this, Yiyan sighed and his eyes flickered with a cold light. If he saw the 9-tailed divine dragon in the future, he absolutely would not spare the sky. Back then, Zhu Long's disappearance and the 9-tailed divine dragon taking the opportunity to wreak havoc was most likely the root of the disaster. Whoosh, a black dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, breaking through layers of obstacles and clawing at Yiyan. Boom, Yiyan raised his Vajra hammer and smashed the black dragon into smithereens. After killing the black dragon, Yiyan looked around and realized that the number of black dragons had decreased again while he was deep in thought. At this rate, the remaining black dragons would most likely not be able to live for more than 30 minutes. All of a sudden, there was a fluctuation in the void above, and a faint golden light came out from inside. Someone came. Yiyan was taken aback. To be able to tear the space in the ancient star graveyard, one's cultivation must not be low. As expected, a burly old man in a golden robe came out of the space crack. The old man in the golden robe looked around at the fierce battlefield below, and a helpless look suddenly appeared on his majestic face. Everyone, this is not a remnant of the dragon tribe, but a dragon-type ghost beast. The old man in the golden robe cleared his throat and said loudly. What, it's not a remnant of the dragon tribe? The cultivators were shocked. Some of them immediately stopped and retreated. These people looked up at the old man in the golden robe in the air, and when they saw the style of his golden robe, they could not help but be shocked. Greetings, Lord Emissary. Greetings, Lord Emissary. Many people cupped their fists and bowed, and their faces became extremely respectful. Even Supremacy Yoga was the same. What kind of emissary is this? Yiyan was a little confused, and sent a voice transmission to Supremacy Yoga. Grand Elder Brother, this is the emissary of the Eternal Shrine. I didn't expect the emissary to come for the opening of the ancient star graveyard. Supremacy Yoga explained excitedly. I see. Yiyan nodded. He glanced at the clothes on the old man in the golden robe, and memorized this special attire. Lord Emissary, aren't these black dragons the remnant of the dragon tribe? A cultivator asked loudly, and his face was full of unwillingness. He was a level 9 divine lord, and he had already killed 3 black dragons. He thought that he would be rewarded by the Eternal Shrine. Now that the emissary said this, his hopes were dashed. However, he was still unwilling to accept it, and so he was the first to question. These are dragon-type ghost beasts, and they are also a new type of ghost beast in the ancient star graveyard. They were not there before. The old man in the golden robe sighed and said. So they are also a type of ghost beast. Many cultivators were depressed, and at this moment, they had lost their fighting spirit. The cultivators who were fighting with the black dragons were all furious, and they used all their strength to kill the remaining black dragons. The disciples of the 2 major sects, Supremacy Yoga Underground Palace and Supremacy Emotion Palace, also killed many black dragons in order to vent their anger. When Yiyan saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he knew that these were not real divine dragons, he did not know if these dragon-type ghost beasts were the remnant of the dragon tribe. Now that the emissary had called them out, except for Yiyan, who was not disappointed, almost everyone who participated in this encirclement was extremely frustrated and annoyed. Within half an hour, the remaining black dragons had all been killed by the cultivators who had lost their minds in anger. Don't mind it. The remnant of the dragon tribe is hidden in the ancient star graveyard, and it is not that easy to find them. Everyone, you have to continue to work hard. The old man in the golden robe comforted with a smile. Sigh, the cultivators below all sighed in dejection. A middle-aged man used his dermic powers to sweep up the corpses of the 10 black dragons. He looked at the golden-robed elder with a sorrowful expression and said loudly, "Lord Emissary, are there no rewards at all for killing so many dragon-type ghost beasts? How dare you?" The old man in the golden robe's face darkened and released a powerful aura. Although his cultivation level had not exceeded the hierarch realm, he released an indescribably powerful aura at this moment. This was the unique prestige of the Eternal Shrine. It was not to be blasphemed. The middle-aged man's face turned red and he could not speak as he took a few steps back. Do you think the rewards from the Eternal Shrine are that easy to obtain? What a joke. The old man in the golden robe snorted and disappeared into the spatial crack. Seeing that the Lord Messenger had left, the surrounding cultivators looked at each other. After killing for so long, each of the forces had lost a lot of their disciples. Now, their efforts were in vain. Such an outcome made everyone feel extremely unbalanced. However, there was nothing they could do. It was impossible for them to point fingers at the emissary. Since they wanted to obtain the rewards from the Eternal Shrine, they naturally had to find the real Dragon Clan's remaining members and kill them. The cultivators grumbled a few times before dispersing. The ancient Nether Star tomb was vast and there were opportunities everywhere. They naturally would not delay their journey because of such a small matter. Supremacy Yoga and the others flew back to the ferry boat. Yiyan could not help but laugh when he saw that they were dejected and had lost their morale. Cheer up, there are still many opportunities ahead. Yiyan laughed. After saying that, he did not wait for the others to respond and steered the ferry boat away. The appearance of the dragon specter beasts quickly swept through the entire ancient Nether Star tomb. Most of the cultivators encountered the dragon specter beasts and fought with them. Although he had killed quite a number of dragon-type specter beasts, they did not drop anything. This made everyone wonder if the dragon specter beasts would drop cultivation techniques and treasures. Time flew by and 3 days had passed. The battle between the cultivators of the major forces and the various specter beasts was still intense. The casualties on both sides continued to increase. Originally, when the cultivators had entered, they had lost about a fifth of their forces. Now that a few days had passed, they had lost another fifth. It could be seen that the number of casualties was truly frightening. However, there were also quite a number of people who obtained some opportunities. Some people directly obtained cultivation techniques or magic treasures after killing the humanoid specter beasts. There were also people who killed beast-type specter beasts or insect-type specter beasts and were extremely lucky to obtain some kind of Dharma treasure. Generally speaking, humanoid specter beasts had a higher chance of dropping cultivation techniques. As for Yiyan's team, there were no casualties in the past 3 days. They also killed 2 humanoid specter beasts and obtained 2 divine-level treasures. One of them was a small golden bell in Supremacy Yogi's hand. The other treasure was a red divine bow. There were 2 ancient characters engraved on the bow, but no one could recognize them. The person who killed this human-shaped ghost beast was Celestial Venerable Qing from the Taishang Palace, so this divine bow fell into her hands. Yiyan looked at these 2 treasures and didn't find any clues, so he wasn't interested and let the 2 of them take them. The immortal boat continued to fly. Yiyan soon discovered that in the distant valley, there were a large number of specter beasts gathered. Many cultivators were fighting with these specter beasts. Yiyan's pupils contracted slightly. He actually discovered 4 humanoid specter beasts in the middle of these specter beasts. No wonder these cultivators seem to have gone crazy. There are so many humanoid specter beasts. Yiyan laughed and controlled the immortal boat to fly over. As the immortal boat approached, Everyone saw the 4 humanoid specter beasts and couldn't help but become excited. This time, Master, you have to help me kill a humanoid specter beast. Celestial Venerable Yu stood beside Yi Yun and actually stretched out her hand to shake Yi Yun's arm. Her tone had a tinge of flirtatiousness. Yi Yun was helpless. This time, he brought 2 Celestial Venerable level disciples. Celestial Venerable Qing got a treasure first. If Celestial Venerable Yu didn't get one, she would be upset. Although he was a fake master, he didn't have any personal grudges with these disciples. After interacting with them for a while, they got along quite well and developed some feelings for each other. All right. Yi Yun nodded and agreed. Thank you, Master. After getting Yi Yun's affirmation, Celestial Venerable Yu got excited and made a face at Celestial Venerable Qing. Celestial Venerable Qing kept a straight face, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Seeing how Yi Yun doted on his disciple so much, God Venerable Yoga couldn't help but feel jealous. She naturally wanted to get another god-level treasure, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, with her seniority, she couldn't act coquettishly like Celestial Venerable Yu. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, suddenly, a huge black cloud flew over from afar. The black cloud rolled like a demon. In the cloud layer, there were countless black dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. Among these black dragons, there was a black dragon that stood out from the rest. Its body was much bigger than the rest. Why are there dragon-type ghost beasts again? God Venerable Yoga frowned. There were quite a number of black dragons in this wave. There were at least a few thousand of them. If they met up with the ghost beasts in front of them, it would be several times harder for them to kill the human-type ghost beasts. This black dragon, Yi Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at the largest black dragon in the group. His gaze kept jumping, and he was a little surprised. It can't be, right? How could this huge black dragon's cultivation have reached the God Venerable realm? God Venerable Yoga also saw the huge black dragon. When he felt the aura of the black dragon, he was so frightened that his whole body started to tremble. God Venerable Yoga wasn't just frightened. He was extremely shocked. How could there be a God Venerable realm dragon-type ghost beast in the ancient star grave? This was completely beyond the rules of this small world. If this ghost beast attacked, the others wouldn't be its match at all. It doesn't look like a ghost beast. Yi Yun frowned and mumbled to himself. He could actually sense the bloodline aura of the dark divine dragon from the body of this huge black dragon. It's not a dragon-type ghost beast? Grand Elder Brother, isn't it the dragon clan remnant that the Eternal Shrine wants to kill? Holy Master Yogi was taken aback as he asked in bewilderment. If the dragon clan remnant was an ultimate god venerable divine dragon and had broken through the restrictions of this small world, no one would be its match. How could they kill it? It was simply a fantasy. This is the dragon clan remnant. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, the Eternal Shrine's plan is going to fail. This black dragon is the overlord of this small world. As soon as he finished his words, the black dragon in the group of dragons suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black light. The black light was filled with dark energy. It was violent and raging, like a destructive torrent. It swept away a large number of cultivators. What's that? Oh my god, why is there a god venerable realm black dragon in the ancient star grave? Everyone was shocked. In a panic, they used all kinds of defensive treasures to defend themselves. However, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they used all kinds of treasures, many of them were still torn apart by the black torrent. After killing these cultivators, the black dragon roared excitedly and rushed out of the group of dragons. It landed in the middle of the cultivators and started to kill in all directions with its dragon claws. In an instant, the valley turned into a slaughterhouse. The divine spirits of the divine land were crazily slaughtered. Puff! A sex-old ancestor was sent flying by the black dragon's claw and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a huge crack appeared on his divine-grade bell-shaped defensive magic treasure. Impossible, how can there be an ultimate god realm dragon in the ancient Nether Star tomb? The old man spat out a mouthful of blood as he could not believe what he saw. He was originally a 10th level ultimate god realm expert. After entering the ancient Nether Star tomb with his family's disciples, he was lucky enough to be suppressed to the 10th level Divine Monarch realm. Originally, he thought that he would be able to achieve great things in the ancient Nether Star tomb and obtain the opportunities he wanted. He did not expect that a first-level Hierarch realm black dragon would suddenly appear and shatter his dreams. Ah, run, this black dragon is in the ultimate god realm. The black dragon killed in all directions. Countless cultivators panicked and used all kinds of secret techniques to escape. With this black dragon here, I'm afraid we won't even be able to keep our lives. When the old man saw this, he suddenly made up his mind and took out a purple talisman. It was an ancient boundary-breaking talisman. It was extremely precious. In the Divine Land, this kind of boundary-breaking talisman was very difficult to find. His family only had this one boundary-breaking talisman. Now that it was a matter of life and death, if he did not use this boundary-breaking talisman and leave the ancient Nether Star tomb in time, he and his family's disciples would die in the hands of the black dragon. Come here. The old man waved his hand and gathered his family's disciples together. He immediately activated the purple boundary-breaking talisman. Whoosh, a purple ray of light soared into the sky, and the group of people immediately disappeared. The old man was not the only one who had the boundary-breaking talisman. After all, those who could go deep into the Yaoguan galaxy and enter the ancient Nether Star tomb were all ancient families or powerful sects with a certain foundation. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Another group of cultivators left as 4 or 5 purple lights rose. As for the other cultivators, some used secret techniques to burn their blood essence to escape. Some activated the 1,000 miles godly travel talisman and instantly escaped the scene. Yiyan looked at the cultivators' various escape techniques and smiled faintly. In the face of this ultimate god realm black dragon, escaping from the ancient Nether Star tomb was the best choice. Now, Yiyan was almost certain that the Hierarch realm black dragon in front of him was one of the 8 great black dragon kings from the ancient times. Earlier, the black dragon had used its body to withstand the attacks of various divine-grade treasures. The strength of its body was something a Hierarch realm dark divine dragon could not achieve. Only the dark divine dragon who had broken through to the divine king realm could have such a powerful physical body. Why did the black dragon king come to the ancient star tomb? What exactly did it go through? Why is it evolving in the direction of a specter beast? Many guesses surfaced in Yiyan's mind. At this moment, the black dragon went on a killing spree and killed all the cultivators who didn't manage to escape. When it saw that there were still some cultivators in Yiyan's direction, it instantly turned into a black light and pounced over on the immortal boat. Witnessing the black dragon's incomparable ferocity with their own eyes, everyone was trembling in fear. Master, can you defeat this black dragon? Celestial Venerable Qing secretly pulled Yiyan's sleeve and asked softly. I think so. Yiyan smiled gently and lifted the Vajra hammer in his hand. Brother Grand Supreme, I have a boundary-breaking talisman here. If you can't defeat this black dragon, we'll leave immediately. Supremacy Yoga suddenly took out a purple boundary-breaking talisman and said worriedly. The aftermath of this battle will be very terrifying. Why don't you all enter my small world first? Yiyan's expression changed. He thought of something and suddenly took out a green pearl. This was a new green bead, completely different from the previous one. Master, you must be more careful. Celestial Venerable Qing said nervously when she saw her master being so cautious. Don't worry, you all can go in first. Yiyan smiled faintly. The green pearl emitted a green light that covered everyone like a tide and sucked them into a small world. Yiyan also kept the immortal boat. At this moment, apart from a large number of ghost beasts, he was the only one around. When the ultimate god realm black dragon appeared, the 4 humanoid specter beasts also became extremely respectful. They didn't activate the ghost beasts to attack Yiyan. Why didn't you escape? That huge black dragon saw a man in white standing alone in the void. His cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm, and he seemed to want to fight with him. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. There were so many cultivators present, but only this man was so calm. So you're still conscious? Yiyan smiled faintly and scanned the black dragon's body. He said, the dignified black divine dragon has an incomparably noble bloodline. How did you become a ghostly ghost beast? Hearing what the puny human said, the black dragon was instantly enraged. Human, you know too much. Go to hell. The black dragon suddenly rushed over and stretched out his huge claw. His aura was overwhelming as he grabbed at Yi Yun. This black dragon used to be one of the black dragon kings. His physical body was comparable to a divine treasure. If an ordinary cultivator was grabbed by him without the protection of a powerful magical artifact, he would be turned into a bloody mist. Looks like your conscience is gone. Yi Yun smiled coldly. He suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, Yi Yun appeared in the void and smashed the black dragon's claw with the golden hammer in his hand. Boom, a loud sound reverberated throughout the entire ancient star tomb. Many of the cultivators who were fighting with the ghost beast trembled in fear when they felt the powerful tremors. Why does this battle feel like a battle between divine venerable experts? A cultivator said in bewilderment. How is this possible? In the ancient star tomb, any cultivator, even a divine king, will be suppressed to the divine lord realm. Another cultivator refuted. Just as the two of them were talking, a huge black claw suddenly descended from the sky and grabbed at their forces. Boom, the team of more than 100 people was smashed into a bloody mist by the giant black claw. The clouds broke open. A huge black dragon suddenly came out from the clouds. Some cultivators who saw this scene from afar were stunned. The black dragon's aura was extremely powerful. It had reached the divine venerable realm level 2. How is this possible? There's a second-level hierarch realm dragon clan survivor in the ancient nether star tomb. The cultivators in the distance were so scared that their faces turned ashen as they fled in all directions. A huge black shadow loomed over the crowd. The dragon's claw fell from the sky and the cultivators died under the dragon's claw one after another. In the entire ancient nether star tomb, there was a bloody storm. The divine venerable black dragon launched a one-sided massacre against the cultivators of the divine land. On the other side of the valley where Yi Yun was. With a loud bang, the black dragon's claw was smashed away by Yi Yun's golden hammer. Although it was not smashed into pieces, there were cracks on the black dragon's claw. Blood flowed out from the cracks. You hurt me. The black dragon's eyes were filled with fear. It did not expect that the puny divine land's divine spirit would hurt it. Humph, not only did I hurt you, I'm going to kill you. Yi Yun snorted and rushed towards the black dragon again with the golden hammer in his hand. Boom, Yi Yun's eyes were cold as if a demon god had descended to the mortal realm. With the Vajra hammer in his hand, he was invincible and killed everything in his path. The Vajra hammer smashed down and sent the black dragon flying. His speed was simply too fast. Even if the black dragon was an ultimate god, it could not be compared to Yi Yun, who was a 6th-level divine monarch. After all, Yi Yun had Zhu Long's body. Although there was still a gap between his body and the real Zhu Long from the ancient era, it was still much stronger than the divine king black dragon king. Yi Yun's current Zhu Long's body was slightly stronger than the 10 great divine dragons of the past. Although Yi Yun wanted to kill the black dragon, he only said it out of anger. After all, the black dragon was one of the black dragon kings. He could not kill it. However, the black dragon had lost its mind. Yi Yun naturally wanted to teach it a lesson. Pft, pft, the black dragon spat out mouthfuls of blood. Its huge body swayed in the air. How can he be so strong? The black dragon widened its eyes and looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. This divine land's divine spirit was beyond its knowledge. I'm curious. What happened to your body to turn you into a spirit beast? Yi Yun walked towards it step by step in the void and asked coldly. Hearing this, the black dragon's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. It roared, "You despicable divine spirit. I must kill you today." At this moment, the black dragon's eyes bulged. Its body suddenly shook violently and its aura soared. It shook a few times and its cultivation level broke through from the 1st-level divine monarch realm to the 5th-level divine monarch realm. This is, Yi Yun's pupil shrank. A trace of shock flashed in the depth of his eyes. Just now, he clearly felt that the black dragon had used some kind of special technique to break through the restrictions of this small world. And this special cultivation method seemed to have some kind of close connection with this small world. It was as if he had cheated. The black dragon, whose cultivation had increased, had bloodshot eyes and was breathing rapidly. It seemed that in this state, the pressure on its body was enormous. Black Dragon, who had broken through to the 5th level of the godly venerable realm, released an even stronger aura that surged over like a tidal wave. The surrounding mountains creaked under the pressure and sank deeper into the ground. How can the Dark Divine Dragon clan not be able to defeat a mere divine earth deity? The black dragon let out a low roar. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. The scales on its body flickered with an icy luster. If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the Black Dragon Kings, right? Yiyan asked calmly. How did you know? Black Dragon's eyes were filled with shock. The god of the divine land in front of it had given it too many surprises. He even knew the identity of the Black Dragon King. We can't let this person live. This thought flashed through the Black Dragon's mind. It suddenly roared and spat out a large amount of black light. It was the Dark Dragon's breath. Looking at the rolling Dark Dragon's breath that surged over like a tidal wave, the surrounding mountains were instantly crushed by the impact of the Dark Dragon's breath. This showed how violent and ferocious the Dark Dragon's breath was. Break! Yiyan held the golden hammer in his hand, his body glowing brightly. He forcefully split the Dark Dragon's breath into two and charged over again. Seeing Yiyan's ferocious attack, the Black Dragon's heart trembled. The god of this divine land was simply too powerful. It had lived for so long and had never seen such a powerful divine earth deity. It was now at the 5th level of the godly venerable realm and possessed the powerful physical body of the dragon clan. On the other hand, its opponent was only at the 6th level of the divine monarch realm. The gap was so huge. It was difficult for it to defeat its opponent, it was truly inconceivable. Kill! Seeing Yiyan's attack, the black dragon pounced over again and extended its huge dragon claw. Boom! The golden hammer collided with the dragon claw and a loud bang was heard. The surrounding mountains were flattened by the huge impact at this moment. Some specter beasts did not escape in time and were crushed into pieces. Those few humanoid specter beasts were extremely wise. They had left the battle scene early and hid in the air to observe the battle. A black light streaked across the sky and blood flowed out continuously. The black dragon was once again sent flying by Yiyan. This time, Yiyan did not show mercy. Instead, he continued to injure the black dragon. As the black dragon retreated, Yiyan chased after it. He raised the golden hammer again and continuously hit its body. Boom! Boom! The continuous attacks left the black dragon on the verge of death. In the end, it powerlessly stayed in the air and fell to the ground. Countless mountains and rivers were smashed by its enormous body. How can the divine land deity be so strong? The black dragon lay on the ground, covered in blood. Such a thought emerged in its heart. When those specter beasts saw that the black dragon was defeated, they immediately fled in fear. Yiyan did not care about those small specter beasts. Instead, he landed beside the black dragon. Black Dragon King, how did you enter the ancient star graveyard? Yiyan had his hands behind his back. He looked down from above and asked indifferently. Puny divine land deity, don't try to get any information from me. Our dragon race has an irreconcilable enmity with your divine land deity. The black dragon suddenly opened its eyes and roared. Its tone was unusually angry. After saying that, the black dragon's body suddenly and quickly underwent a strange change. Starting from its heart, a layer of black crystals quickly covered the black dragon's entire body. In 1 or 2 breaths of time, the black dragon that was originally alive turned into a black dragon statue. What kind of divine power is this? Yiyan was very curious. He landed again and then stretched out his hand to touch the crystal black dragon body. It felt cold to the touch. There was no vitality. It was as if at this moment, the black dragon had completely died. Yiyan's face was a little gloomy, but there was helplessness in his eyes. He originally wanted to subdue this black dragon, but he did not expect the black dragon to commit suicide through some kind of divine power. It turned into this strange black crystal statue. Could this divine power be the second divine power that the Black Dragon King mastered in the ancient star graveyard? Yiyan's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. At this point, Yiyan waved his hand and a ray of light appeared in midair. A black-robed man immediately knelt on the ground and shouted with a fanatical expression, "Greetings, Lord Zulong. Look. Isn't this your former comrade?" Yi Yun pointed at the crystallized black dragon and said softly. This black-robed man was the Black Dragon King that Yi Yun subdued in Yogi's underground palace. He carefully looked at the crystallized black dragon. His eyes suddenly underwent a drastic change and were filled with disbelief. "Lord Zulong, this is the 8th Black Dragon King," the black-robed man said excitedly. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would see another Black Dragon King one day. "I understand," Yi Yun sighed softly. After the black-robed man's final confirmation, the true identity of this black dragon could now be confirmed. It was indeed one of the 8 Black Dragon Kings. "Lord Zulong, 8th brother. Why is he here? Did he fight with you?" The black-robed man looked at the messy battlefield and asked hesitantly. "Yes." Yi Yun nodded. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said angrily, "8th brother is really stupid. How dare he fight with Lord Zulong? He deserves death." "He doesn't know my identity now," Yi Yun explained softly before pointing to the black dragon and saying, "This black dragon, I don't know what happened to it, but it actually hid in the ancient star tomb of Yaguang Star River and seemed to have mastered some kind of special spirit ability. So this is the ancient star grave, the place where the experts of the ancient Yu clan died," the black-robed man said in shock. As a member of the Dragon clan, he naturally knew that the Divine Land had once fought with the ancient Yu clan. At that time, the Dragon clan and the Divine Land's divine spirit had an agreement and were not mortal enemies. During that battle, the Dragon clan had sent some of their clansmen to support the Divine Land. After all, if the Divine Land's divine spirit had fallen, the ancient Yu clan's next target would naturally be the hidden Dragon continent. That was why. As one of the higher-ups of the Dragon clan, the Black Dragon King knew a lot about the ancient Yu clan. "Bring him back to the small world first," Yi Yun took out the green bead and put the 2 Black Dragon Kings into it. Yi Yun did not have a way to break the Black Dragon's crystallization divine powers, so he could only put it into the small world first. He wanted to see if the Black Dragon would take the initiative to cancel the divine powers when it saw its former comrades. From the bottom of his heart, Yi Yun did not believe that the Black Dragon would suddenly commit suicide. Boom, somewhere extremely far away, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. Yi Yun's original intention of letting Supremacy Yoga and the others out was immediately extinguished. This was because he felt a trace of an ultimate god's aura from afar. Why is there an ultimate god cultivator here? Yi Yun's expression changed slightly. He immediately tore through space and rushed over. In a few breaths of time, Yi Yun walked out of the void above a large mountain range. A second-level ultimate god Black Dragon? When Yi Yun saw that the tragic scene of a one-sided massacre was caused by a second-level hierarch realm Black Dragon, he couldn't help but be shocked. Without a doubt, this second-level hierarch realm Black Dragon was one of the 8 great Black Dragon Kings. It also knew that strange divine ability, which was why it was able to break through the restrictions of this small world. How many Black Dragon Kings are there in the ancient star tomb? A question appeared in Yi Yun's mind. In ancient times, there were a total of 8 Black Dragon Kings under the Dark Sky Dragon. 1 had died in the Cloud Scar Grotto Heaven, 1 had been subdued in the Yogi's underground palace, and 1 had been crystallized. In addition to the current one, there were now 4 Black Dragon Kings. Could it be? The other Black Dragon Kings are also hiding in the ancient star tomb. Could it be that they were guarding the dark heavenly dragon together? When Yi Yun thought of this possibility, his eyes became fiery. He couldn't beat up this Black Dragon King as viciously as the previous one. He had to injure it first. It would be best to let it escape back to its nest and Yi Yun would follow it to see how many Black Dragon Kings were there. After making up his mind, Yi Yun's mood became relaxed. His body flashed and appeared in front of the Black Dragon in an instant. Die. The Black Dragon thought that it was just an ordinary divine earth divine spirit. Without hesitation, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at Yi Yun. Boom! Yi Yun held the golden hammer and smashed the Black Dragon's claws away. The surface of the Black Dragon's claws cracked and blood flowed out. Its dragon body shook continuously in the air and it couldn't maintain its balance. Who are you? The black dragon looked at the tiny divine earth divine spirit in front of it in shock and disbelief. It was already at Hierarch Realm Level 2 and dominated the entire ancient star tomb. It was an invincible existence, but it was still injured by a divine monarch realm Level 6 divine earth divine spirit. One should know that its physical body was as strong as a divine level treasure. It was still injured. It could be seen how terrifying this divine earth divine spirit was. I'm a nobody. Yiyan smiled faintly and walked towards the black dragon with the golden hammer. The black dragon looked nervous as if it was facing a great enemy. Its body trembled and its aura rose in an instant. In a short moment, the black dragon's cultivation soared from Hierarch Realm Level 2 to Hierarch Realm Level 8, at the same time, its body was several times bigger than before. Floating in the air, the black dragon's aura was even more ferocious. When the cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they didn't dare to stay and fled desperately. Even with Yiyan here, they believed that Yiyan was no match for the black dragon. At this moment, escaping was the most important thing. Those who had the boundary-breaking talisman naturally used it to escape. They left the ancient star tomb and entered the Yaoguang galaxy. Those who didn't use the boundary-breaking talisman used various secret techniques or divine movement talismans to escape desperately, trying to find the red door. It was the entrance to the ancient star tomb and also the exit. Hee hee. You're from the Eternal Divine Palace. Are you the leader to exterminate the Dragon Clan? However, since you're here, don't leave. Today, you'll be a ghost under my claws. The black dragon let out a sinister laugh and exuded a powerful aura. Its huge dragon body covered Yiyan. Whoosh, its black claws were like a towering mountain as it fell towards Yiyan. Yiyan's expression didn't change. He raised the golden hammer and smashed it out. Boom, a golden light flashed and the golden hammer smashed into the black dragon's claws, making a loud bang. A huge shock wave suddenly rushed out in all directions. Countless mountains were flattened at this moment. Some cultivators who were slower to escape were also crushed into powder by the shock wave at this moment. The black dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Its huge body suddenly turned over and retreated in the clouds. Streams of blood sprinkled down from midair like a small river. The people from the Eternal Divine Palace are really powerful. I must go back and find the boss to fight. The black dragon retracted its dragon claws and found that its dragon claws had been torn apart. Its skin and flesh were exposed and there was a deep bloody hole. It was the golden hammer that had directly penetrated its dragon claws. Whoosh, the black dragon endured the pain and turned into a black light to escape without hesitation. Yiyan waved his hand and the golden hammer drew an arc in midair and returned to his hand. Yiyan had already made a mark on the black dragon's body with the golden hammer. As long as one was in the small world of the ancient star tomb, it would be difficult to escape Yiyan's location and tracking. Standing in the void, Yiyan remained motionless. He looked at the fleeing cultivators in the distance and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sarcastic smile. This time, the Eternal Divine Palace's plan was doomed to fail. With him around, how could the remaining members of the Dragon Clan be eliminated? The void fluctuated and a golden figure walked out from it. It was the Eternal Shrine's emissary, it was the golden-robed old man. Supreme Ultimate God, your strength wasn't suppressed at all. You even managed to repel the second-level Ultimate God Realm Black Dragon. How did you do it? The golden-robed old man asked in surprise. He was no stranger to the white-robed man as the Eternal Shrine's emissary. The Grand Ultimate God from the Grand Emotion Palace, he was extremely famous because he cultivated the ancient Phantom Clan's Grand Emotion Dao. His combat strength was extremely high. He would not dare to challenge the Grand Ultimate God even if he left the ancient Phantom Star tomb. Maybe it's because I'm cultivating the ancient Phantom Clan's cultivation technique. Yiyan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the golden-robed old man and said indifferently. Huh. Was the great Tao of Great Oblivion so magical? If that's the case, won't you become the most powerful person in the ancient Phantom Star tomb? The golden-robed old man laughed out loud with a hint of envy in his eyes. Previously, an Ultimate God Realm Dragon Clan member suddenly appeared in the ancient Phantom Star tomb and killed all the Divine Land's divine spirits. In just a short while, they lost 1/5 of their forces. A small number of them used the boundary-breaking talisman to escape the ancient Phantom Star tomb. He originally thought that the operation to kill the dragon clan members would end in failure. He did not expect the Grand Ultimate God from the Grand Emotion Palace to suddenly appear and defeat the level 8 Ultimate God Black Dragon without any loss of strength. This was truly a great piece of news. The Eternal Shrine was still holding a grudge against the Dragon Clan members and naturally wanted to get rid of them. If the Supreme Ultimate God could really get rid of the Dragon Clan's remnants, then he would definitely report it to the higher-ups and let them reward him handsomely. It's alright. Yiyan smiled and raised the Vajra hammer in his hand as if he was about to take action. The golden-robed old man looked happy and said loudly, Grand Ultimate God, quickly kill all the Dragon Clan members. I'll definitely report it to the higher-ups and the Eternal Shrine will reward you heavily. Reward? Do I care? Yiyan suddenly looked at the golden-robed old man strangely and the Vajra hammer in his hand flew out. Chi, the Vajra hammer turned into a beam of light and collided with the golden-robed elder. Why are you attacking me? The golden-robed old man turned pale with fright. His body suddenly lit up with a golden light, and a bell-shaped magic weapon immediately protected him. Divine Midgrade? When Yiyan saw this magic weapon, he could not help but sneer. Boom, the Vajra hammer smashed onto the bell-shaped magic weapon. Cracks appeared on the bell-shaped magic treasure, and a huge vibration force caused the golden-robed elder to vomit blood. Yiyan tapped with his finger. The Vajra hammer smashed down again. Boom, this time, the Vajra hammer not only smashed the bell-shaped magic treasure into pieces, but it also smashed the golden-robed old man into a bloody mist. The emissary of the Eternal Temple died tragically on the spot. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness this tragic scene. After killing the golden-robed old man, Yiyan put away his Vajra hammer and remained standing in the void. The black dragon continued to flee without any intention of stopping. Yiyan waited silently. An incredible genius has appeared in the Divine Land. If I can't kill him in the ancient Nether Star tomb, he will become a huge threat in the future. A sense of impatience arose in the heart of the fleeing black dragon, and its speed increased by a few notches. Its cultivation base had already dropped to the second level of the godly venerable realm while it was escaping. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. There was a black mist in the distance that was extremely dense, and the black dragon plunged into it. It traversed through the black mist for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The mist gradually thinned, and the mountains were like black dragons that stretched on the surface of the ground. In these majestic mountains, dragon-shaped spirit beasts could be seen everywhere. There were high and low cultivation levels, and the highest cultivation level was at the peak of the Divine Monarch Realm level 10. These dragon-shaped spirit beasts looked exactly the same as the black dragon. When they saw the black dragon sweeping across the sky, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and were very respectful and obedient. The black dragon went straight into the depths of the mountains. On the majestic mountains, a black temple sat on the highest peak of the mountain, exuding a solemn aura. A small black dragon was lying on the square of the black temple. It was motionless as if it was cultivating. Black mist constantly flowed into its body. On top of the black dragon's head, there was a small whirlpool where dragon-shaped spirit beasts kept coming out. Big brother, this is bad. I met a monster from the Divine Land, and I'm not his match. The black dragon suddenly descended, and its body shrunk to fit the size of the square. How can a monster from the Divine Land be so strong that even you are not his match? The small black dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and there was a trace of coldness in its eyes. It sized up the black dragon in front of it, and when it saw the wound on its dragon claw, its expression became furious. Third brother, don't worry. I'll avenge you. The small black dragon said coldly. Just as it said that, its expression suddenly changed, and it looked in a certain direction in the void. Following the fluctuation of the void, a white figure walked out. So, your nest is here. Yiyan looked around, exhaled, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Without a doubt. There were a total of 3 Black Dragon Kings in the ancient Nether Star tomb. The Black Dragon King lying in front of him should be the leader of the 8 Black Dragon Kings. There was a whirlpool on top of its head, and dragon-shaped spirit beasts kept coming out. It seemed to be a divine power of the ancient Nether tribe. It seems that the dragon-shaped spirit beasts were all created by the 3 Black Dragon Kings, Yi Yun was deep in thought, and he seemed to have understood something. Whoosh, the whirlpool that was producing dragon-shaped spirit beasts immediately disappeared. The black dragon soared into the sky, restored its huge body, and confronted Yi Yun from afar. Good move. I've never seen a divine spirit from the divine land with such strong combat power after entering the ancient Nether Star tomb. The black dragon said with a cold smile. The dragon's body trembled slightly, and its aura rose rapidly, reaching the half-step divine king realm in an instant. The black dragon's eyes were red, and there were cracks on its scales. It could be seen that it had to pay a huge price to reach the peak of level 10 hierarch realm from the level 3 hierarch realm. What kind of divine power is that of the ancient Nether tribe? Yi Yun stared at the black dragon and asked curiously. You're just a divine spirit from the divine land. Whether it's my dragon tribe or the ancient Nether tribe, you have an unforgettable hatred. Do you have the right to know? The black dragon was furious, and it raised its black dragon claws, ready to claw at Sumo. I don't blame you for saying that. Because you don't know who I am. Yi Yun was not bothered, and he smiled casually. He raised his hand, and a black light fell. The black light immediately turned into a man in a black robe. Ancestor, the man in the black robe was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Yi Yun. The 8 black dragon kings have not seen each other for millions of years. Go and say hello. Yi Yun said. The man in the black robe looked at the huge black dragon in front of him, and he was extremely excited. He suddenly shook his body and revealed the true body of the dark divine dragon. Boss, it's me. Why are you in the ancient Nether Star tomb? The man in the black robe said loudly. It's old 5? You're still alive. The black dragon was shocked, and he looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. It's old 5. The injured black dragon on the square was also very excited. Buzz, just as the 3 black dragon monarchs were feeling emotional, the entire vast ancient star tomb started to shake violently. It was as if a huge monster was about to break out of the ground. What happened? Yi Yun's expression changed as he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. At that moment, the tremor suddenly disappeared. The huge tremors this time affected all the cultivators in the ancient Nether Star tomb. Although some of them had been killed by the Black Dragon King and some had escaped, there were still 2/5 of the cultivators who were still searching for the ghost beasts. The tremors came and went quickly, just like the ebb and flow of the tide. Although it gave everyone a fright, the vast ancient Nether Star tomb returned to its original state after the tremors disappeared. No one thought much of it and continued to hunt for the ghost beasts, hoping to obtain another cultivation technique or treasure. The black-robed man was the former 5th Black Dragon King. After reuniting with the Black Dragon King, he transformed back into his human form. Boss, I'm still alive. Lord Zulong saved my life. The black-robed man was emotional as he spoke with tears in his eyes. What did you say? Lord Zulong, didn't he go missing? The black dragon opposite him asked hurriedly with a look of disbelief. This is Lord Zulong, boss, 3rd brother, quickly kneel down. The black-robed man turned around and faced Yi Yun as he knelt down respectfully in midair. You said that he is Lord Zulong? The Black Dragon King looked at Yi Yun with great doubt in his eyes. How could the deity of this divine land be Lord Zulong? Yi Yun stood with his hands behind his back as he watched everything quietly. His body trembled slightly as a strong aura of Zulong was released in an instant. Zulong's aura could suppress eternity. No dragon in the world would dare to disobey it. After sensing the powerful aura of Zulong, the black dragon's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly prostrated himself in midair with an extremely respectful attitude. The 1st Black Dragon King under Lord Dark Heavenly Dragon greets Lord Zulong. The 3rd Black Dragon King under Lord Dark Heavenly Dragon greets Lord Zulong. The injured black dragon in the square also prostrated himself on the ground and greeted Yi Yun. Yes. Seeing Zulong's aura, the 2 Black Dragon Kings immediately softened their attitude and expressed their obedience. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. Big brother, 3rd brother, why don't you transform into your human forms? Kneeling in front of Lord Zulong is the only way to show your respect. The black-robed man, the Black Dragon King, who was ranked 5th, asked with a doubtful expression. The dragons transformed into their human forms and knelt before Lord Zulong. This was the highest form of respect for Lord Zulong. Back then, even the 10 supreme divine dragons had appeared in human form when they had met Lord Zulong. Old 5, we can't turn back into our human forms, the first Black Dragon King said bitterly. What? Why can't you transform into human form? What happened? The black-robed man turned pale with fright. The Black Dragon Kings were powerful beings in the Supreme God realm. Why couldn't they transform into human form after entering the ancient Nether Star tomb? Yi Yan thought of something when he heard the conversation between the 2 Black Dragon Kings. His heart sank. Why can't you transform into human form? Could it be related to the ancient Nether tribe's cultivation technique? Yi Yan frowned and asked in a low voice. Tears welled up in the first Black Dragon King's eyes as he said in a trembling voice, Lord Zulong, we've cultivated the ancient Nether tribe's ancient Nether life force technique. We're no longer considered pure dragon tribe, Yi Yan asked in a low voice, is the ancient Nether life force technique so overbearing? Lord Zulong, the ancient Nether life force technique is indeed overbearing. We didn't intend to cultivate it, but we didn't expect half of our dragon tribe bodies to have transformed into the ancient Nether body. We've cultivated for millions of years, but we've only cultivated half of the ancient Nether life force technique. We're considered half dragon half ancient monsters now, the first Black Dragon King sobbed as he spoke. He used to be the first Black Dragon King, one of the 10 super divine dragons, Dark Sky Dragon. He was a powerful figure. However, when he faced Lord Zulong, he finally found a way to vent the grievances he had suffered for millions of years. Boo-hoo. The third Black Dragon King also knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The entire space was filled with sorrow. Yi Yan took a deep breath and asked again, how did you obtain this ancient Nether life force technique? Could it be, by killing human-type Nether beasts? It's like this. The first Black Dragon King said slowly, Lord Zulong, back then, the 3 of us led a group of subordinates and escaped into the Alcade Galaxy. We accidentally came across the ancient Nether Star tomb. By chance, we entered the ancient Nether Star tomb and escaped the pursuit of the divine Earth Spirit. After we entered the ancient Nether Star tomb, our cultivation level was suppressed to the Divine Lord realm. We were all seriously injured back then. As we killed Nether beasts, we continued to escape into the ancient Nether Star tomb. When we escaped to this ancient Nether temple, the Nether beasts all retreated. We entered the temple and rested under the statue of the ancient Nether goddess. At that time, the statue appeared and gave us a divine ability. It was this ancient Nether life force technique. The first Black Dragon King spoke endlessly, recounting everything that had happened millions of years ago in detail. Ancient Nether goddess? In Yi Yan's mind, the statue of the red-clothed woman who looked like Nangongyu suddenly appeared. He took a step forward and entered the ancient Nether temple in an instant. This ancient Nether temple only had one statue. It was the statue of the red-clothed woman. Seeing this familiar face again, Yi Yan's heart trembled slightly. It was too similar to Nangongyu. They were practically twins. The first Black Dragon King's body shrunk and turned into a small dragon that flew in. Lord Zulong, the ancient Nether life force technique is extremely overbearing. None of my subordinates could withstand it. In the end, they all died because of their injuries. Only us 3 Black Dragon Kings survived and successfully cultivated the ancient Nether life force technique. The first Black Dragon King explained softly. When he said this, he thought of those people who died tragically and his tone was filled with endless sorrow. Apart from transforming your physical body, can the ancient Nether life force technique also allow you to create dragon-shaped Nether beasts? Yi Yan looked at the statue and asked indifferently. We absorb the ancient Nether chi of the dead experts of the ancient Nether race in the ancient Nether Star tomb, and then through the ancient Nether life force technique, we continuously create dragon-shaped Nether beasts to strengthen this divine ability. At the same time, we also continuously transform our bodies into those of the ancient Nether race, the first Black Dragon King said. This ancient Nether race is really something. Looking at the familiar statue of the woman, Yi Yan's face was a little gloomy. Boss, if you leave the ancient Nether Star tomb, are you still in the Divine King realm? The black-robed man asked. No, after cultivating the ancient Nether life force technique, my physical body is constantly transforming and my cultivation realm is constantly falling. I have already fallen from the Divine King realm, the first Black Dragon King said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, buzz, the entire ancient Nether Star tomb shook violently again. Why is it shaking again? Yi Yan had an ominous premonition in his heart. The ancient Nether Star tomb was vast, but it produced such a large-scale vibration. It was definitely unusual. Lord Zulong, this vibration is strange. We have lived here for millions of years and have never seen such a strong vibration in the ancient Nether Star tomb, the first Black Dragon King said with a serious expression. Could it be that the ancient goddess is in this ancient Nether Star tomb? Yi Yan looked at the statue again with an extremely complicated expression. If the ancient goddess appeared, Yi Yan was really looking forward to it. After all, she looked too similar to Namgongyu. Maybe they were the same person, this possibility existed. The vibration disappeared again and receded like a tide. After the second vibration, the many cultivators in the ancient Nether Star tomb did not care at all and continued to hunt ghost beasts. Yi Yan silently sensed the statue, but he didn't find any clues. He scanned the entire ancient divine temple but didn't find anything, so he walked out. Do you know if the Dark Sky Dragon is still alive? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Lord Zulong, we don't know. At that time, we were separated from the Dark Sky Dragon. Our team fled all the way to the Alcade Galaxy. It was not until we entered the ancient Nether Star tomb that we completely escaped the pursuit of the Divine Land, the first Black Dragon King said respectfully. Since you are all alive, maybe the Dark Sky Dragon is also alive, Yi Yan's eyes flickered and said softly. The Dark Sky Dragon controlled the most powerful dark power in the world. Although it was injured and was not a match for the nine-tailed Divine Dragon, it should have its own way to escape. From the bottom of his heart, Yi Yan believed that the Dark Sky Dragon was still alive. If he found the Dark Sky Dragon, he might be able to understand the origin of the blood-colored broken sword. Buzz, the ancient Nether Star tomb shook again. Why is it here again? Could it be that this small world is unstable and is about to collapse? The first Black Dragon King said with a frown. Why did my cultivation drop for no reason? The black-robed man next to him said loudly. His face was filled with horror. Yi Yan glanced over. After the fifth Black Dragon King had appeared in the ancient Nether Star tomb, his cultivation had been suppressed to the 6th-level Divine Lord realm. On the surface, his cultivation hadn't changed much. I'm losing my cultivation base faster. What's going on? The black-robed man, the fifth Black Dragon King, shouted again. Yi Yan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel a mysterious force descending upon him and absorbing his cultivation. Yi Yan had seen techniques that absorbed blood essence or mana, but he had never seen one that absorbed cultivation. With a single thought, light began to circulate all over his body, and that mysterious force was no longer able to suck away his cultivation. Go back to that small world first, Yi Yan glanced at the fifth Black Dragon King and recalled him into the green bead. Master Zulong, we don't feel any loss of cultivation, the first Black Dragon King shook his head and said curiously. There's indeed something strange about this place. Let's go out and take a look, Yi Yan said with a frown. He raised his hand and tore the space apart, leaving with the two Black Dragon Kings. In a mountain range in the ancient Nether Star tomb, there was a team of hundreds of cultivators. They had just defeated a wave of ghost beasts and were now in a state of confusion. One of the cultivators suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is my cultivation base being lost?" Yeah. It's like a parasite has landed on my body and is absorbing my cultivation base. Another man said with a shocked expression. An old man in the team formed a strange hand seal, trying to resist the loss of his cultivation base, but he failed. He said with a horrified expression, "This isn't the suppression of the ancient Nether Star tomb's laws. It's actually absorbing our cultivation base. What's going on? Why is the ancient Nether Star tomb absorbing our cultivation base?" The cultivators discussed animatedly as if doomsday had arrived. They were in a state of panic. The absorption speed has become faster. My true cultivation base has fallen from the Hierarch Realm Level 3 to the Hierarch Realm Level 2. A man shouted in horror, his face becoming extremely pale. Originally, when they entered the ancient Nether Star tomb, although their true cultivation base was suppressed, they could still feel their true cultivation base. It was just that they couldn't use it. But now, there was a strange change in the ancient Nether Star tomb. Everyone felt their cultivation base being lost at an accelerated rate at this moment. Many of them had fallen by a small realm. There were even some Divine Lord realm cultivators who directly fell by 2 or 3 small realms. Deep in the void, Yiyan appeared. When he heard the discussions of the panicked cultivators below, the expression on his face became serious. Without a doubt, there was indeed an extremely strange existence in the ancient Nether Star tomb. The previous 3 tremors seemed to be the awakening of this existence. After awakening, it began to absorb the cultivation base of all the cultivators in the ancient Nether Star tomb. This kind of strange divine ability was extremely rare. However, the 2 black dragon kings beside him had cultivated the ancient Nether life force technique and were already half dragon and half ancient, so they weren't affected much. This meant that this kind of divine ability that absorbed cultivation base was ineffective against the ancient Nether tribe. It was only effective against the divine spirit cultivators of the divine land. There was a fluctuation in the void. Yiyan left here and went to another place. Along the way, Yiyan went to 7 or 8 places in a row and found that almost all the cultivators were experiencing the same situation of losing their cultivation base. The speed of losing cultivation base was getting faster and faster. Many people's cultivation base dropped from level 8 or level 9 to level 3 or level 4 of the ultimate god realm. And the decline was getting faster and faster. There was no sign of it stopping. The loss of cultivation base was worse than being killed. I can't take it anymore. Let's get out of here quickly. Suddenly, an old man shouted loudly. He finally came to his senses. He took out a boundary-breaking talisman and left the ancient Nether Star tomb with his subordinates. Rays of purple light shot into the sky. Many major forces left this place. Those who didn't have a boundary-breaking talisman could only try to escape towards the exit. But on the way, these cultivators' cultivation base dropped all the way. It was so bad that they didn't even have the will to live. At this moment, many ghost beasts rushed out from the surroundings. These ghost beasts started a crazy massacre against the cultivators whose cultivation base had dropped. After a full 2 hours, this mysterious force finally disappeared. At this moment, in the entire ancient Nether Star tomb, except for Yiyan, all the cultivators were dead. That strange existence should have come out by now, right? Yiyan looked around and said with an indifferent expression. Lord Zulong, who exactly is that strange existence you're talking about? The first Black Dragon King asked. We'll know in a while. Yiyan smiled. 30 minutes later. The entire ancient Nether Star tomb was extremely quiet. Yiyan was surprised to find that all the ghost beasts were lying down quietly at this moment. Lord Zulong, I feel a kind of suppression from my soul, the first Black Dragon King said with a serious face. What kind of weird guy is it? Could it be that very beautiful ancient goddess? Yiyan smiled disapprovingly. It shouldn't be, the first Black Dragon King said with widened eyes. The ancient goddess was just a statue. Could it really be hidden in the ancient star tomb? Yiyan smiled and did not speak. After waiting for a while, the entire ancient star tomb was abnormally quiet. There was not a trace of sound, and even the quiet sound of the wind could be heard. Yiyan vaguely felt that something was wrong. This did not seem like a sign that the weird existence was about to be born. Let's go out and take a look. Yiyan frowned and found a boundary-breaking talisman in the warehouse. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light instantly fell and enveloped the 2 dragons. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the void. In the vast Alcade Star River, the River of Stars was vast and mighty, rushing forward. A purple ray of light flashed. Yiyan brought the 2 Black Dragon Kings with him and appeared. Strange, why does the ancient star tomb seem to have come alive? Looking into the distance, the first Black Dragon King turned pale with fright. At this moment, the huge tortoise-like ancient star tomb really came alive. Below the tortoise-shell-like body, 4 huge claws stretched out and constantly shook in the River of Stars. The huge ancient star tomb was enveloped in a layer of faint light and moved against the current of the Alcade Star River at an extremely fast speed. That's the ancient goddess? Yi Yun's pupils shrank slightly. Suddenly, he saw a woman in red standing on the ancient star tomb. Her face was blurry. But based on his intuition, Yi Yun could recognize that this woman was almost the same as the ancient goddess statue. The mysterious woman naturally also saw Yi Yun at this moment. Strange, the ancient beast activated the ancient reverse technique. Logically speaking, all the divine earth spirits in its body should have their cultivation level dropped greatly and be killed by the ancient beast. Not only did his cultivation not drop, he even brought the 2 black dragons out. What's going on? The mysterious woman mumbled to herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Since when did the god of the divine land have such a powerful existence? Could it be, was it also a big shot from the eternal temple who had secretly come to the ancient star tomb? While he was thinking, the ancient nether beast under the mysterious woman's feet, under the effect of the ancient nether flow reversal technique, moved upstream along the Alcade Star River, and in the blink of an eye, it was already far away from the 3 black dots. Goodbye, divine land. Sooner or later, the ancient Yu clan will descend again. The mysterious woman turned around and smiled coldly. An immortal ray suddenly flew in from the distance. The mysterious woman was stunned. She did not expect that the white-clothed man would suddenly chase after her. His speed was simply unimaginable to her. It should be known that when the ancient nether beast activated the ancient nether reversal technique, it could overcome the great resistance in the Alcade galaxy and move forward quickly. If one's cultivation had not reached the high-level Divine King realm, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to catch up with her. Standing on the ferry boat, Yi Yun looked at the mysterious woman in front of him. Are you the ancient goddess? Yi Yun asked. Yes, I am the ancient goddess of the ancient nether tribe. I did not expect you to have some ability to catch up with me as a half-step divine king. How surprising! The ancient goddess sneered. Along with her laughter, a powerful aura bloomed from her body like a tide. This aura reached the 3rd level of the Divine King realm. Ancient goddess, your cultivation isn't that high after all, Yi Yun smiled. His gaze fell on the ancient goddess' blurry face, and small runes flickered in his eyes. The ancient goddess' entire face was shrouded in a ball of light. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to see her appearance. However, Yi Yun activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. A huge force instantly descended and directly broke through the layer of light, allowing Yi Yun to see the true appearance of the ancient goddess. She looked exactly the same as Nangong Yu. She was also the same as the idol. What kind of ability is this? To be able to break through my concealment treasure. The ancient goddess turned pale with fright. The white-robed man in front of her gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Insignificant skill, it's not worth mentioning, Yi Yun smiled with complicated emotions in his heart. Although this woman was the ancient goddess, she gave him the illusion that she was a living Nangong Yu. Sir, are you really going to stop me from returning to my hometown? The ancient goddess' face turned cold as she asked coldly. Returning to your hometown? Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. The ancient goddess went through so much trouble just to return to the ancient Nether tribe's hometown? That's right. Our ancient Nether tribe has been defeated long ago. However, I want to bring back the corpses of those defeated clansmen to the ancient Nether world, the ancient goddess said coldly. Her jade-like hand slowly drew out a golden longsword and aimed it at Yi Yun, ready to attack. She was a 5th-level divine king with earth-shattering strength. If she couldn't kill this white-robed man who was at the peak of the 10th level of the hierarch realm, then she would be too ashamed to face anyone. Seeing that the ancient goddess was about to attack, Yi Yun's face turned cold as he took out his Vajra hammer with his right hand, ready to fight. Yi Yun wanted to see how strong the ancient goddess was. At the same time, he also wanted to see the difference between himself and a 5th-level divine king. Die! The ancient goddess shouted as she soared into the sky and charged towards Yi Yun. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, streaks of sword light filled the entire Yaoguang galaxy. The ancient goddess' sword light was extremely dense and her aura was overwhelming. It even resonated with the entire Yaoguang galaxy. The Yaoguang galaxy also formed a strong pressure that swept towards Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun also felt a strong pressure. He didn't hesitate to use the power of Zhu Long's physique. In an instant, a vast amount of power surged into his body and the pressure of the Yaoguang galaxy disappeared. Yi Yan wielded his Vajra hammer and met the vast sword light head-on. At this moment, the Vajra hammer in Yi Yan's hand was ever-changing. The hammer shadows were like golden mountains that blocked the attack of the dense sword light. Boom! A series of loud explosions rang out from the Yaoguang galaxy. Powerful shockwaves shook the entire Yaoguang galaxy. Although the battle between the two was intense, the huge ancient goddess didn't stop as she traversed thousands of miles in the Yaoguang galaxy. This required Yi Yan to not only maintain a high speed but also face the fierce attacks of the ancient goddess at the same time. The two of them exchanged a few rounds. It was a draw. Yi Yan's eyes revealed a trace of shock. He activated Zhu Long's physique and used the divine rank Vajra hammer but only managed to fight to a draw with the ancient goddess. It could be seen that the ancient goddess was extremely strong. Coupled with her 5th-level Divine King Realm cultivation, she was still able to suppress him, a 3rd-level Divine Venerable Realm. My realm is still too low. The difference between my realm and the ancient goddess is a full realm and 2 small realms. Yi Yan smiled and prepared to take out a stronger treasure from the warehouse to deal with the ancient goddess. You're definitely not the divine spirit of the divine land, sir. Who are you? The ancient goddess suddenly retreated and stopped in midair as a strange light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Yan also felt a strange power that suddenly descended on him. Before he could drive it away, the power suddenly disappeared. You're Yi Yan, the ancient goddess said loudly. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were wide open with great shock. You are Nangongyu? When he heard the words of the ancient goddess, Yi Yan was also shocked. If she wasn't Nangongyu, how could she recognize him? Just now, a mysterious power descended and actually saw through Yi Yan's manifestation of nature manipulation mantra and saw his original appearance. He had to admit that the divine power of the ancient Yu clan was really powerful. The ancient goddess and Nangongyu looked almost the same. Now that she saw his appearance, she directly called out his name. She must be Nangong. Yi Yan's heart was in turmoil and he instantly became agitated. It had been 100,000 years. He never dreamed that he would see Nangongyu, who had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, in the Yaoguang galaxy. What was even more incredible was that Nangongyu, she was actually the ancient goddess. The two completely unrelated people suddenly drew an equal sign. Yi Yan didn't know what to say. He looked at the ancient goddess with a burning gaze and thought of all the things that had happened in the past 100,000 years. He seemed to have thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't express them at the moment. The ball of light on the ancient goddess' face slowly dissipated, revealing a beautiful face that was the size of a palm. It was Nangongyu, whom Yi Yan was familiar with. A living person appeared in front of Yi Yan after 100,000 years, which made him even more agitated. However, the ancient goddess' expression was extremely calm. Although there was no longer hostility in her eyes, there wasn't any surprise either. It was as if everything was as calm as water. I am the ancient goddess of the ancient Yu clan, not the Nangongyu you know, the ancient goddess spoke slowly. Her words were like a stone shattering the sky and immediately shattered all the fantasies in Yi Yan's heart. You're not Nangongyu? Then how do you know me? Yi Yan asked in surprise. Since his resurrection 100,000 years later, he had never shown his true appearance in the divine land. Along the way from the Zhongnan continent, everyone who had seen him was either dead or had their memories erased by him. It could be said that, ever since Yi Yan was resurrected, he had always existed like air. No one knew about him. However, the ancient goddess in front of him instantly recognized him. What was going on? I knew you would have such doubts, so I understand you. After 100,000 years, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Now, let me solve the doubts in your heart, the ancient goddess sighed. Her eyes were filled with desolation as she slowly spoke. Her voice was calm and cold, like the moonlight on a winter night, slowly flowing in the Alcade Star River. I would like to hear the details, Yi Yan said with a serious face. Actually, Nangongyu is only a clone of mine, the ancient goddess revealed the truth. Yi Yan looked surprised and asked subconsciously, what? It's actually one of your clones? That's right. After my ancient Yu clan was defeated, I was put on the must-kill list by those hateful guys in the Divine Land. Their people were watching me too closely, and I was in imminent danger. My life was in danger at any moment, so I cast a clone and turned into Nangongyu of the Nangong clan. The ancient goddess said calmly. Did you do that just to have an extra way to survive? If your clone was cast in, wouldn't the real Nangongyu be dead when she was still a baby? Yi Yin frowned and asked. My clone was only a parasite in Nangongyu's body. As the ancient Yu clan's cultivation technique was activated, the two of them would slowly merge. The ancient goddess looked at Yi Yin and said nonchalantly, Nangongyu was only a baby then. How could she have any consciousness? After she was 3 years old, my clone had already taken over Nangongyu's body. I see. Yi Yin sighed and didn't know what to say. Indeed, if Nangongyu had been possessed since she was a baby, she wouldn't have any emotional intelligence to speak of. After she was 3 years old, Nangongyu had truly become a clone of the ancient goddess. The Nangongyu that Yi Yin knew was also a clone of the ancient goddess. This type of clone was a bit like an avatar. It had a stronger consciousness. Even if it was lost, it wouldn't affect the main body much. However, once the main body died, the clone could slowly become a new main body. Thinking of this, Yi Yin looked at the familiar and beautiful ancient goddess with a strange expression. 100,000 years ago, he had given the clone of the ancient goddess to. The ancient goddess should know about it, right? He had done that to her clone. Now that he saw her main body, wouldn't her main body be embarrassed at all? Yi Yin was a bit embarrassed. He felt that the ancient goddess in front of him was Nangongyu. He couldn't wait to rush over and hug Nangongyu. I am a god of the ancient Yu clan. I don't have too many worldly desires, the ancient goddess said coldly. Yi Yin's face turned slightly red. He was once the #1 bully in the Tsangnan continent. Facing the ancient goddess' words, he was a bit embarrassed. After you died, Nangongyu cut off contact with me, so I don't know if she's dead or alive. Looking at Yi Yin, the ancient goddess' expression was calm and there was a hint of coldness between her eyebrows. She threw out another shocking sentence. I understand. The ancient goddess' words completely cleared Yi Yin of the many questions in his heart. When Nangongyu and Yi Yin met, the ancient goddess naturally recognized him through the connection between her clone and the main body. However, after Yi Yin's death, Nangongyu and the ancient goddess cut off contact with each other. Everything that happened after that was Nangongyu's own choice. Do you have anything else to ask? The ancient Yu beast's ancient Yu reverse technique will be faster and faster. You have to hurry. The ancient goddess stared at the white-robed man in front of her and asked coldly as the Alcade galaxy shuttled past them. The sect master of the Shenlong sect, Yi Yin, came back from the dead and was full of mysteries. For 100,000 years, he was actually able to compete with her as an equal. Such cultivation talent was really rare in the world. If she wasn't in a hurry to go back, she really wanted to bring Yi Yin back to the ancient Yu clan. Isn't the ancient Yu beast dead? Yi Yin's gaze flickered as he looked at the gigantic tortoise-like creature beneath his feet. Until now, the tortoise-like ancient Yu star tomb was still an inanimate object. However, for some reason, it was able to drag its huge body and move freely in the Alcade galaxy. The ancient Diablo beast is indeed dead, but my ancient Diablo clan has an ancient Diablo reverse technique. After absorbing a large amount of cultivation and vitality of the divine earth spirit, the ancient Diablo beast was automatically activated. It can go upstream along the Alcade galaxy, break through the barrier between the two worlds, and return to the homeland of my ancient Diablo clan, the ancient goddess explained slowly. Yi Yin nodded silently. The ancient Yu clan's divine art was indeed full of a different feeling. It was an eye-opener for him. Yi Yin reached out and took out the crystallized black dragon. This black dragon has cultivated your ancient Yu vitality technique and is now crystallized. Can you reverse it? Yi Yin asked. Sure. The ancient goddess extended her finger and gently pointed downwards. A ray of resplendent starlight shot out from her fingertip and landed on the crystallized Black Dragon King's body. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The layer of crystal on the surface of the Black Dragon King quickly dissolved and turned into countless particles that were blown away by the river of stars. The third Black Dragon King flipped over and instantly felt a suppressive aura coming from a certain direction. Greetings, my lord. The third Black Dragon King was stunned when he saw the ancient goddess and hurriedly prostrated himself in midair. Get up. The ancient goddess waved her hand lightly and then looked at Yi Yin. Can I bring this little black dragon back? No. Yi Yin rejected without hesitation. This was one of the Black Dragon Kings. How could he let her take it away? All right. The ancient goddess' eyes were filled with disappointment. Currently, Yi Yin was on par with her. There was also an unclear relationship between the two of them. Hence, the ancient goddess was still very tolerant of Yi Yin. My lord, please take me away. The third Black Dragon King begged bitterly. I can't take you away. The ancient goddess shook her head. Yi Yin had already rejected her. If she forcefully took him away, she would not be able to do it. Seeing the third Black Dragon King's cowardly performance, Yi Yin was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly felt like he expected better from the third Black Dragon King. The third Black Dragon King, naturally did not know his identity. His memories were still from before the crystallization. When he met the ancient goddess, it was normal for him to choose the ancient goddess as his backer. However, Yi Yin was still prepared to punish him. He reached out and sealed the third Black Dragon King before throwing him into the small space in the green bead. Your spatial treasure is not bad. The ancient goddess looked at the green bead in Yi Yin's hand and revealed a surprised expression. She had lived for many years and was naturally very knowledgeable. She could tell at a glance that the green bead was definitely an indescribable spatial treasure. If you want, I can give you one. Just take it as. Yi Yin didn't finish his sentence, but the smile on his face was somewhat playful. Although everything that happened between him and Nangongyu happened to Nangongyu, the ancient goddess felt the same way. In terms of spirit, it was equivalent to sitting in a car. Therefore, Yi Yin did not treat the ancient goddess as an outsider. She could be considered as one-third of his own people. Give me one? Then, I am truly grateful to you. A look of shock appeared on the ancient goddess' face, and her breathing became hurried as she hurriedly nodded. Yi Yin took out a green bead and tossed it to the ancient goddess. Such spatial magic treasures were piled up like mountains in the warehouse. It was reasonable to give it to a woman who had a spiritual connection with him. At the very least, when the ancient goddess returned to the other world and saw this bead, she would think of him. She might even remember how good she was, it had to be said. Yi Yin was also planting weeds in the heart of the ancient goddess. Thank you so much. Yi Yin, I have to go now. Let's meet again if fate allows it. The ancient goddess lovingly kept the green bead. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared deeply at Yi Yin, as if she wanted to completely imprint this mysterious man's appearance in the depths of her mind. Will you invade the gods' land in the future? Yi Yin suddenly asked. I can't say for sure. I have to go back and see what's going on, the ancient goddess smiled bitterly. Alright, I hope we have the chance to meet again. Yi Yin waved his hand, and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. His communication with the ancient goddess was quite good. However, the two of them had their own missions, so they couldn't talk too much. The ancient nether beast's speed was getting faster and faster, and he couldn't keep up. The ancient goddess nodded silently. She landed on the ancient spirit beast's head and waved at Yi Yin. There was a profound look in her eyes and she quickly disappeared. Yi Yin's expression was lonely as he stood in the Milky Way, motionless. On this trip to the ancient Nether Star tomb, he actually saw Nangongyu's original body. It was simply too unbelievable. One had to admit that fate was mysterious and unpredictable. It's time to return, Yi Yin raised his head, and his expression was much calmer. He waved his hand and summoned the immortal boat again. Yi Yin landed on the immortal boat. Grand Supreme Brother, what happened? Why did we come out of the ancient Nether Star tomb? Supremacy Yoga looked at the resplendent Milky Way and asked nervously. There was a strange change in the ancient Nether Star tomb, and everyone's cultivation dropped greatly. Thus, I used the boundary-breaking talisman to rush out, Yi Yin said softly. Where's the black dragon? Celestial Venerable Qing looked around and asked. The black dragon is still in the ancient Nether Star tomb, but it has already escaped, Yi Yin said with a smile. Escaped? Celestial Venerable Qing looked at Yi Yin in shock and disbelief. Whoosh, a huge aura suddenly descended from a distant place above everyone's heads. Two blurry golden figures appeared in front of everyone. They were tall and were bathed in golden flames. Are these golden battle gods? Supremacy Yoga's beautiful eyes widened, and her face turned pale as she gasped. Yiyan looked at Supremacy Yoga with a questioning gaze. There are 3 types of battle gods in the Eternal Shrine. This is the most honorable golden battle god, Grand Supreme Brother. Supremacy Yoga was excited and quietly tugged at Yiyan's sleeve. Then, she bowed respectfully. Greetings to the 2 battle gods. Yiyan didn't bow. He looked at the 2 golden figures with a calm expression, and there was a hint of coldness between his brows. The 2 golden battle gods' cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the Divine King realm. In other words, their cultivation was even stronger than the ancient Nether goddess. But Yiyan wasn't afraid of them. The ancient Nether Star tomb actually escaped, a golden battle god said in a deep voice. We can't catch up. It's too fast. It seems like it's going to return to the ancient Nether race's world. The other golden battle god sighed. Among the 2, the golden battle god on the left looked at Yiyan below and said indifferently, You're the Grand Supreme Divine Venerable, right? Have you been chasing after the ancient Nether Star tomb? Yes. Yiyan nodded and said. Seeing that Yiyan didn't bow to them, the 2 of them weren't angry. After all, everyone knew that the Grand Supreme Divine Venerable cultivated the Grand Unmoved Great Tao and couldn't remember many things clearly. His heart was emotionless and was completely different from ordinary God Spirit cultivators. You're really impressive. You chased after him for so long, the golden battle god on the right praised. Yiyan smiled. We already know what happened in the ancient Nether Star tomb. The Divine Land's losses this time are too serious, the golden battle god on the left side. The ancient Nether race is dead but not dead. This time, they even colluded with the remnants of the Dragon clan. They're really ambitious. Let's hurry back and report to Lord Fo? The golden battle god on the right said angrily. Okay. The golden battle god on the left nodded. He glanced at Yiyan with admiration in his eyes and said softly, Don't worry. Grand Supreme Divine Venerable, your performance in the ancient Nether Star tomb this time was very outstanding. It seems that you've cultivated the Grand Supreme Unmoved Great Tao to an extremely profound level. It's all right. Thank you for your praise. Yiyan smiled faintly. I hope we'll meet again in the future. The golden battle god gave Yiyan a meaningful look and then looked at his companion. The 2 of them exchanged a look and then suddenly disappeared into the Milky Way. They came and left so quickly that it was hard to imagine. It's said that there are 8 golden battle gods in the Divine King realm in the Eternal Shrine. I wonder which 2 of them are. Looking in the direction where the 2 of them disappeared, God Yoga had a look of envy as he muttered to himself. Sister Yoga, don't tell me you want to become a golden battle god too? Yiyan teased from the side. I want to, but my foundation is too weak. I can't join at all. Even if I become a silver battle god, the Eternal Shrine won't consider me. God Yoga smiled bitterly. Master, is it that difficult to be a platinum battle god in the Eternal Shrine? A female disciple in Master Yoga's underground palace asked. Yes. Platinum battle. Gods are considered non-staff members of the Eternal Shrine. Normally, they can still be stationed in their own sects and only move out when there's an emergency. As for the golden battle gods, they usually cultivate in the Eternal Shrine. They are the true combat elites of the Eternal Shrine. God Yoga sighed and said in a bleak tone. Martial Uncle Yoga, I seem to have heard that there's a bronze battle god below silver. Celestial Venerable, you said quickly. Forget about the bronze battle god. It's meaningless, and his status isn't high enough. He's a non-staff member and can't even compare to a palace master like me. God Yoga chuckled as he thought of something. I see. It seems like the bronze battle god is useless. Celestial Venerable, you frowned. It's not useless. With your cultivation, if you have the chance to become a bronze battle god of the Eternal Shrine, you can still get some material rewards from the Eternal Shrine. It's not bad. However, the quota for bronze battle gods is already full. You can only fill it up when there's a vacancy. God Yoga said. Why does the Eternal Shrine need so many battle gods? Yiyan asked. They're usually useless. Only when we carry out some special missions will we summon these silver war gods and bronze war gods. God Yoga explained. Yiyan nodded silently. He finally had some understanding of this mysterious eternal shrine. Just now, a golden battle god said he wanted to report to Lord Foam. Master, have you heard of this Lord Foam? The female disciple of the yoga master's underground palace asked. I'm not too sure either. The bigwigs of the eternal shrine all have amazing cultivation and mysterious origins. They don't usually appear in the world, and are not people that small fries like us can come into contact with. Supremacy Yogi shook his head with a bitter smile. Yi Yan blinked as he remembered Sir Feng's name. The immortal boat started and went down the river. Along the way, Yi Yan and the others talked about the strange matter of the drop in cultivation in the ancient star tomb, causing everyone to shudder in fear. Especially when they learned that a large number of cultivators did not manage to escape alive, their faces turned pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't entered that small world earlier. Even if they could escape with the boundary-breaking talisman, their cultivations would be greatly reduced. In that case, the loss would be too great. The immortal boat sped along the way. It was naturally faster to go with the flow than against the current. However, it still took about 3 days before the immortal boat flew out of the Yaoguang galaxy. Yi Yan controlled the immortal boat and flew back to the Yoga Master's underground palace in the West Buddha domain. After putting down Supremacy Yogi and the others, he flew back to the Taisheng domain. After spending some time on the journey and crossing an unknown number of territories, the immortal boat finally flew back to the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotions. Along the way, Yi Yan was not idle either. He had been cultivating all this time. After returning to the Taisheng Palace, Yi Yan silently calculated that it took about 3 months to go back and forth. In the underworld immortal ancient land, Luo Li and the others should have finished their training. Yi Yan also felt that it was time to go back. After all, there were still many important things to do in the Cangnan continent. Now that he had found clues about the mastermind behind the scenes, Yi Yan had to continue to solve the situation and look for the various backups the mastermind had left in the Cangnan continent. Perhaps he could find some clues about Nangongyu from these backups. From there, he could determine whether she was dead or alive. In a pavilion, a figure in white appeared quietly. Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and looked at the busy Xianxia with a smile. Although this little girl had a cold face and was as cold as an ice sculpture, she was very busy at the moment. In her room, a warm red nest was built on the ground. The bright feathers in the nest belonged to some fire-type demon beast. They were emitting a faint heat. The bird egg that Yi Yan had given Xianxia was lying quietly in the nest. It flickered with red light. Below the nest was a red Dharma treasure in the shape of a disc. It was also emitting a warm heat. Xianxia squatted on the ground and held the red Dharma treasure with both hands. She kept injecting dharmic powers to control the degree of heat output. Looking from the side, Yunjiao's flawless little face was exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. Yi Yan was stunned by her beauty. Yunxiao suddenly sensed something and looked up to see Yi Yan. Master, you're back? Yunxiao said respectfully and stood up immediately, not knowing what to do. You've done well. Yi Yan walked to the side of the nest and pretended to take a few glances before praising. Master, what kind of bird egg is this? Yunxiao asked. You'll know when you hatch. I'll leave you in suspense for now, Yi Yan smiled. He took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful little girl. He could not help but reach out his hand and gently rub Yunxiao's little head. Yunxiao made a strange sound and had a strange expression in her eyes. However, she did not retreat. It was as if her master had supreme authority in her heart. Yi Yan saw Yunxiao's expression and felt pain in his heart. He retracted his hand. Continue to work hard, Yi Yan instructed and turned to leave Yunxiao's room. Since he was prepared to give Yunxiao 100 years to change, he had to endure some loneliness. Just as he returned to the sect master's hall, Yi Yan was about to summon a few disciples over to inform them about his trip. Suddenly, his expression changed. A powerful aura of the divine king realm descended from the 9 heavens. Yi Yan raised his head to take a look. His gaze pierced through the ages, and he only saw a chaotic figure burning with golden flames, suddenly appearing in the void above the Taisheng Palace. Isn't this the Eternal Shrine's golden battle god? Why is he here again? Yi Yan raised his brows and walked out. End of chapter 552. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.